probably was Queen.
Hey guys, is there a topic at the
Whatever you're talking about.
Uh,
Just kidding. I don't even know.
I think everyone's high.
Another Merle. Another Merle's fucking. Merle is right again.
Hey, Kosho. Thank
Cutting
you.
him up all day,
Thank
buddy.
you, Kosho, for getting me that strike. I love you for that.
Love you too, man. What are brothers for?
Kosho vomited a little bit in his mouth.
Kosho, I'll be honest with you, bro. You know what? I'm not a racist motherfucker, right? But what you did was so Jewish.
Oh, you anti-Semite. What's so Jewish about that?
Talking of the devil.
Well, I'm not gay for Putin.
Careful now.
I am. I love Putin right now because I want some motherfucker in this world to step up to the fucking gangster.
Isn't this just what they want, though? Don't they want us talking about this?
No, what we want is someone to help Ukraine. That's what we want.
What about somebody help? Hang on. What about somebody help the people of I don't know, Syria, Iraq, Libya? How about we help all those people? How about we help all those people and take out the gangsters in the US? They're doing a lot more harm to a lot more people than Russia is. Russia could kill 100,000 people in Ukraine, and they still wouldn't be anywhere near the US death count for just this year.
You keep on clipping out, Rams. Sorry, I know there's something wrong for your mic, but you keep on clipping out all the time.
Oh, really? I think it's my connection.
Okay.
I just think somebody in the world needs to help Ukraine. Like, we're literally leaving these guys alone. Like, nobody's helping Ukraine. It sucks balls. Imagine if you was Ukraine and nobody's there to help you. It's fucking bollocks, man. Somebody needs to fucking help Ukraine. I don't care which country it is. Everybody needs to stop being fucking pussies and help out Ukraine.
Why are you suddenly so concerned for the livelihood of Ukraine? What about the livelihoods of fucking Iraqis and Syrians and Libyans and Sudanese and God knows how many countries in Africa and all the countries in South America that are still suffering today because of the US sanctions and shit? I mean, what the fuck?
Rams,
why are you so concerned about Ukrainians?
Rams, the reason I'm concerned about Ukraine right now is because this is happening right now, right? I mean,
what the fuck do you think's happening right now in Iran and in Syria?
What I'm talking about is don't dilute what's happening in Ukraine by talking about these other countries that have problems. Right, the conversation.
I think you should get a job with the U.S. State Department.
I wasn't finished.
Go get a job with the U.S. State Department branch.
I'm just trying to say, bro. Look, I think Ukraine needs some help, and I wish somebody would give it to them.
I don't know what you've been watching that has been giving you this impression that the Ukrainian people are so helpless and under the awful, horrible attack of the invasion of Russia. Well, man, you got to stop watching whatever the fuck you're watching, man, that tells you that.
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I think I may have been a little bit
Emotional.
emotional. I still think though that somebody needs to help Ukraine. I mean, right now it's like it feels to me like my little brother is getting bullied and nobody's there to help him.
Yep. No one cares.
Bro, did you feel that way about the million Iraqi people that are dead right now?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was a lot
Why
younger.
not? Why not?
I
That's
was
a million of your brothers and sisters are now dead.
right. I was a lot younger then. I didn't have the same thoughts on global matters as I do today, and that's why back then I may not have given such a
Those sorts of things are still happening today.
right.
The US is still sanctioning and committing military bombings every single day in
Right. So
a number of countries around the world. And do you understand that is absolutely illegal against international law? You know, all the laws that we prosecuted the Nazis for in The Hague, all of those things the US is doing and guilty of every single day. Probably the worst example today is Yemen. Do you know what's happening in Yemen?
well, hold on. Before we start talking about other weird shit, yeah, in Yemen and what's happening in Yemen right now has been something that's been happening for a very long time. So don't make it out like this is something that's happening in Yemen today.
What's been happening in the
Over the last
Ukraine has
10
been
years,
happening for a very long time. You-
regardless of
you-
that, regardless of that, what we were discussing was the Ukraine and Russia thing. So let's stick to the point, motherfucker.
You're drunk, obviously, so you're not
No,
thinking
it
straight.
seems to me like you're bringing up all this other stuff as opposed to talking about what we were trying to discuss.
Because you're putting forward the argument that the suffering that the Ukrainian people are going through right now is something that is so horrible that countries and people all over the world should be banding together to go and defend them and
You don't think we should? Like again,
stop
what I'm
the horrible
trying to
things
say
that are
is
happening
do not-
all over the world. All over the world, these horrible things are happening to people all over the place, and it's all because of America. The US is doing these things to other people around the world, and you seem to think that the Ukraine is so much more important than all of those.
Listen,
The-
man, when I see innocent people, um, being removed from their homes, forced into camps, if you want, in the fear of being bombed, that's not cool, bro. Right now on this planet, yeah, what's happening in Ukraine is what we should be discussing. I mean, this whole notion you're talking about where we need to consider historical facts, I do understand that, and I totally understand your point. But I think right now we need to think about these poor motherfuckers that have been taken out of their home. They're in, if you want, like underground subway stations and living there right now in fear of getting bombed. That's not cool for a nation to live like that. We are not a world that should be having this problem right now.
what world do you think we're living in, Branch?
I wish it wasn't this one. I wish that somebody would have helped Ukraine. Like I don't give a fuck who. And I like on Gem Panda's room, I've been basically calling a whole bunch of people fucking pussies, right? And In reality, what I think is everybody's being such a fucking pussy right now. Somebody should stand up. And I get what's happening is that nobody can stand up because
The Earth is flat.
stupid reason
The
this
Earth is flat.
scenario wasn't already planned for. Now, the craziest thing is that you got all these fucking world organizations. This scenario is exactly the scenario that should have been planned for.
No,
And
this
yet,
situation was orchestrated by them. This
So-
situation has been orchestrated by those groups that you're talking about.
So you know these atrocities.
You really
happening
don't know
across
much
the-
about this.
You know these atrocities are still going on in Yemen and Syria and Afghanistan and Iran and parts of Africa, but and you know these are happening, Branch, but you're not speaking out against any of those. You're only concentrating on the Ukraine. Why is that? Why are they so special to you?
White. They're
They're
white.
not even being bombed yet. They're not even being bombed yet.
No.
They're just scared of that maybe happening.
They've been getting bombed.
Yeah, but I don't
what's-
think
what's-
the Russians would be
what's-
targeting civilians.
I
They
was
got roving
I was
crematorium.
calling the Western world. I was calling the Western world pussies, right, for not standing up to Putin, and then Jezebel, started telling me that, hey, what about India? What the fuck's India doing? Right, and it made me think she's totally correct. What the fuck is India doing? They should have fucking helped out. Anybody should have fucking helped them out. It's not fair. that
Okay, what should they have done, Branch? What should they have done?
Right, and that's the point. Is what should India have done? Let's say India does fuck
Yeah,
with.
Yeah, tell me, what should they have done? Should they have released a press release or something saying that this is wrong?
No, what they should have
What do
done-
you think that
what
they
any,
should
what
have done?
any country should have done is release the air force and tell
Oh,
them
go
we're gonna shoot you down.
military.
Continue with your fucking bombs.
Go to war against Russia, the most
No,
powerful military,
You put a fucking line.
one of the most powerful
You put a line.
militaries in the
you
world.
say- you put a line out there, and you say you can't cross this line, or you're gonna declare war with not just Ukraine, but whoever the fuck is drawing the line.
Weeks, man. You don't know all of the. Listen, please. You don't understand all of the diplomatic measures that Russia has tried to go to. They've bent over fucking backwards trying to find a diplomatic solution to this issue. And this issue has got to do with the greater security interests of Russia and NATO going forward into the future. And you don't seem to understand.
I don't.
Russia asked simply for NATO to promise that they will never bring Ukraine into NATO because they cannot have NATO on their border. It's the security interests.
How would you feel?
They're allowed to have security interests, just like the US does.
How would you feel if India said one day, "Yeah, we want Bangladesh back," and they were like, "You know what? Fuck Bangladeshi people. We're gonna fucking take Bangladesh back."
You're definitely drunk. You're definitely drunk.
This endless war branch is only explainable on one model, flat Earth. If you believe their story, they went to the moon for peace like 50 years ago. It's been endless war ever since.
Yeah, but they can cooperate in space and in Antarctica.
Yeah, they get along just fine, right? They don't worry about any sort of United States and America, they're drinking each other's piss on the ISS. But here, NATO's just a non-starter. Once you drank each other's piss, I think it's okay to be neighbors.
I don't think the Russians drink their piss.
They've got more class. That's
Yeah,
why.
that's the funny part, because in Russia, that's considered super gross. Almost like a form of cannibalism.
I don't think it matters. I think that what matters is who the hell here thinks it's okay.
Dude, there's nothing that's okay with this world. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what makes it flat. It's stationary. This is an upside down clown world where nothing makes sense. It's full of contradiction. It's full of anything you could think of, like normalized. It's so very wrong, but yet they tell you it's right. It's 1984. It's actually 1984.
Deception
You clipping
everywhere.
India
There's
around.
propaganda everywhere. Am I?
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
That's all right. Thanks for letting me know.
I know you're right.
Have you guys watched those news reports of people in Ukraine in bunkers being literally taken? I'm just asking, have you guys watched those?
You know what?
What,
Probably a good idea.
propaganda? More propaganda crap?
It's probably a good idea that we change the subject. Probably.
Yeah, we've exhausted this one. I think we really have.
Yeah, it's like a full conclusion.
Let's talk about diverging plumb bobs.
Wait,
LIGO.
all right, okay.
Well, actually, look, I've got
hold
this
the
idea
fuck
that
up,
I've
hold
been
up,
wanting to.
Banzo, tell me,
What?
Rams. I was gonna ask Banzo.
Okay, go ahead.
Why he wants to talk about plumb bobs?
I'm trying to change the topic, actually.
Well, in that
I was just
scenario-
about to.
All right, go for it. Rams.
Yeah, so I've got this idea of trying to maybe start a GoFundMe to create an app, and in that app, people could download it and be called something like "Where am I on the world?" or "Where am I in the world?" Something like that. I don't know yet. Maybe come up with a better name. But every person who downloads the app, their position in three-dimensional space is plotted relative to everyone and anyone else that has the app as well. And so if we were on a sphere, for instance, then all of those points would be on a curve, on a ball, and that we could make an app maybe to prove this once and for all, flat or curved.
This is leading on from your the military marker boys.
Yeah, the buoys, the buoys, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, same sort of idea. Yeah, it originally started from watching the movie Twister, and those those little ball thingies that they released into the. Yeah, that's what gave me the idea. Imagine releasing balls like that onto the ocean and letting them just spread across the massive ocean, and then just plot them into a three-dimensional image and see if they're all on a curved path or if they're all on the same level.
You know that garbage island? That's interesting too, because that's like they talk about like the water has some sort of version of Coriolis, the Coriolis forest, but right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, there's an island of garbage that doesn't move.
Well, it moves, doesn't it?
The reason why it's there, and the reason why it doesn't move is the same reason why it's there. It's the currents, basically.
It's a quiet spot in the ocean, is it?
Kosho, it's sounding like it's painful for you to talk right now. What? You
I'm
sound
just
like
trying to think of what it's called. But the same thing happens in a, in a river or
It's
like a
coping.
stream.
You're
Like when
trying.
there's a rock or something like that, you'll see there's little coves where, a whole bunch of trash will just settle together just because of the way the currents kind of um, start to go around each other.
Yeah,
Traps
which
it
has
there.
nothing to do. The physics there, right, has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
No, this happens in all bodies of water. So
It's interesting though, Kosho. When Gio said you sound like you're very mad. Why did you do that? You do that.
No, it's just like the tone in his voice. It sounded like it was painful for him to speak, like
I
meaning
know,
that
but
it
he
was
does
like
sound
that he was in kind of that he was in pain, or that it was like painful to say whatever.
It's
he
almost
said.
like, Kosho, it almost feels like you think you're so right that what people are talking about is beneath you.
It's not a bad analysis, actually.
Yeah, was it a drunk mind speaks a sober heart?
No, that's exactly what it is, Kosho. Are you sometimes is that how you feel inside, Kosho?
say again, Branch.
So basically, when you hear people talking, you feel so exhausted because people talking are so beneath you.
I don't think of people as beneath me, but I think what they're saying is from a position of ignorance and delusion. So I just kind of
So you do agree
say what the
then?
truth is and know they're not going to believe it. So there is some exhaustion, but it has nothing to do with them being below me.
Delusion. So, so if I say that the garbage island is not being affected by the rotation of the Earth, you see that as a delusional statement, and
I see that as I said, your ignorance on the situation,
Hey
and
Gio,
then
you know,
and then the delusion that which is derived from the way you imagine the Earth to be, desire the Earth to be.
Kosho,
that's how you perceive the Earth.
Kosho,
That's
let me
why I'm
ask you a
facing.
question, Kosho. What do you think, Kosho, the world looks like?
Is this Kosho psychoanalysis hour?
It is. It is. It kind of is. It is. It really is. And the reason I asked Kosho what he thinks the world looks like isn't for his answer. It's about how he answers it, which is what I'm interested in.
I'm sure you asked me.
I think it's too ambiguous for you to come to any real judgments of any meaning.
Kosho, I'm gonna ask you again, Kosho. What shape do you think the Earth is?
Sphere.
So when I
why did you have a
sorry, Branch. I thought you were done.
Oh, my bad. Why did you say
Branch is never done.
No.
No, for reals though, dude. You the reason you said before you said a sphere, right? Why did you do that?
Because I didn't understand why you asked me a question like that.
Actually, he's done, and he's done, but in such a different.
I would say it goes down to the person, a person's level of discernment. Because once you're able to, a person, not you, Kojo, once a person is unable to discern reality from fantasy, and they just start blurting out things that are objectively false, then I would say, why are they even worried about other people's hangups? They've got some serious hangups of their own to work through. They're not some Jesus-like figure, that's never done anything wrong, has never sinned, on top of a mountain pointing down, laughing
he's
at
not
everyone.
wrong. He's not
Do,
wrong.
do you think they think that? Do you think they think that, Crit?
Yeah. And they blame flat Earth or blame alternative points of view for why humanity. Like this is what they'll say. alternative points of view like flat Earth are the reason why everything's so messed up, then say they also don't matter. So if it doesn't matter, how could it be responsible? If there's no agency, there's no responsibility.
Well, I don't think people blame flat Earth for every alternative view.
I don't think
Whose
Chris ever
perspective
gave
are we
up.
discussing?
Well, conspiracy theory. They wrapped anything that is outside the mainstream.
Who's they? Who's they? Can you be a little bit more specific about who you're talking about? It's just a bit general.
Yeah, anyone who would be like, flat Earth is a delusion, a globalist, if you will.
I didn't say flat Earth was a delusion. I said you were delusional. And I also think you've never been correct on any assessment you've ever given about anything.
Oh, okay. How about this? The other day you said my middle name is Spam.
Yeah.
Okay, I can look up what spam is according to Discord. It says generated accounts, compromised accounts, or human operations. Which one of those three?
I'm not here to teach you, man. If you got to ask me what
No,
spam
this is
is
an actual
and then
citation
don't
right
understand what's being described, then that's
An
basically
actual
what
citation of
you do.
spamming.
Well,
If
how
you-
about perhaps Crit is a recovered spam addict, perhaps.
A spamaholic.
Spamaholic.
I would say I repeat once I'm misunderstood and you say something's delusional, the best tool I have in my toolkit is to simply repeat it and hopefully you read it this time. Because I've known other people who've read my content and they understand it. They fully get it. Some say they disagree, but I would say you would at least have to understand first before you claim it's spam or before you claim you disagree. Because right now it's just like feeling like you're trying to score some sort of social credit points. That, you know, like ripping on Crit is somehow makes you the cool kid in the block.
It all starts with reading words.
It does. It really. I mean, that's why like other servers are fully inclusive to other ideas. I'm not saying this one's not, but there's servers you can go to where people are just sick of trolls, absolutely sick of them. And you know, like there's it's not just flat Earth that's trolled. Pretty much any idea, any server you go to on Discord, there's gonna be a group of people who are there just to troll.
Crit. Question is this, Crit. You started a conversation, and now you found an endpoint to it. But was anybody else in line with this conversation when you started it?
The Garbage Island?
Like, was anybody in sync with you about this conversation?
Yeah, it had to go with Rem's idea of where people end up or the movement of stuff around. Did
anybody care about the outcome of this conversation?
Yeah, Kosho cared. He cared about it.
Okay.
And you cited that.
You should.
Branch, and you cited that level of caring, and you kind of changed the topic to that about tone of voice because it was about
the worst Karen. I'm the worst Karen.
Yeah, it was about stuff moving through 3D space. And I invoked a Garbage Island, which triggered Kosho into making a claim about me as his only proof of the globe.
I reckon that term Karen is such an idiotic term. It's not even funny.
Classify Karen as somebody who's obsessed or consumed by what other people are doing.
Okay, well, why not choose another word and not someone?
Oh, because it's a play on the word care.
No, it's not a play on anything. It is someone's name.
Like the word care. Have you heard like CARE?
No, I've never heard of it.
And then just put like an ING at the end of it.
I had a.
Well, Kosho, since you mentioned the like, I guess you felt the need to have to say that you thought Crit was delusional, but is there any like benefit in saying that you think is delusional rather than just saying that you may have disagreed with what he said?
Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, I heard your question, man.
Welcome back, Kosho.
How do I put this?
You was about to tell us.
I'll be honest, Gio. You're right, man. It's I find it difficult sometimes to withhold. I guess you'd call it an insult that I feel urged to express to this gentleman here. But often I hold back a lot more than I don't. So,
Kojo, isn't it about your inability to distinguish between?
How do you feel about that, Kosho?
I feel okay about it. I barely insult anybody, but as I said a second ago, Crit almost never gives a correct assessment about anything. Yeah, he gives assessments about everything, and
He
I think it's funny. And I almost
generalized
don't
a
say anything
lot.
about it ever.
He
But sometimes
generalizes a
I'll
lot.
say something about it.
Yeah, generalization is good because it doesn't target people. It's talking about an idea in a vacuum. That's why I've always liked the show Star Wars.
It's also a way of saying. It's also a way of saying something without saying anything.
But
No,
Kojo,
I said it clearly,
not
dude.
that though,
I
is
said
it?
it. I said it explicitly. He's never made a
Kojo,
correct
Kojo,
assessment, and
the
point
reason
and blank,
the reason
he
you
just made an
like
assessment about Karen. He's made an
Kojo,
assessment about Karen and what it means. He's completely wrong. He almost makes he never makes a correct assessment. This is a fact, and that's not saying something without saying something. I'm just blatantly saying it.
I was muted. No, it's not fact. It's your opinion, Kosho. It's not fact. It's far from fact. Opinion. And now you're entitled to have that opinion, but it definitely ain't fact. Your opinion.
I think
Well, and it
it's
sounds like perhaps like it's like there's like history between you and Crit to where like you felt the need to jump to that, but
Yeah,
there is
that's
the,
perfect.
there is the potential of kind of taking each new day as a new day, and
that's fine. I mean, if he's going to cry about it, if I hurt his feelings, I would apologize. But
No, dude, you can't
he's a
hurt my
big
feelings
boy. I mean, all
because
he does
you
is
have
talk
to
shit.
respect your
So
opinion before I was
what
insulted.
are you going to do
And
about
you've
it?
never given, anything that from my point of view that I would even value.
That's fine, man.
You're just
But that doesn't
caring
bother
all
me.
the
That's what I'm
time.
saying. This is what I'm saying. It's tit for tat.
all right. Well, I guess we've reached the. I mean, let's just get back to whatever a topic of some sort. Seems like
Plum bobs.
plumb bobs are not a parallel.
Garbage Island.
Let's go back to plumb bobs.
Please.
Garbage Island.
I just think it's funny that you
That's
just
what you do from now on.
to his defense.
Okay, so whenever there's like excessive personal drama, we just say, "Okay, so
no,
how
but
about
it's
those
fine. It's
plumb
fine.
bobs?"
It's fine. Gio, I don't want to defend anybody. I'm just saying you have to remember that you guys were all the reason I was responding was because you guys were all ridiculing me for almost no reason. I wasn't bothered by it, but I just think it's funny that I respond by ridiculing him, and it's just all of a sudden
Yeah,
a
you
big deal.
tell him, Kosho. You tell him, mate.
Well, it didn't start as ridicule. I was just commenting that it sounded like you were frustrated in your voice, or that it sounded painful for you to say what you were saying. But then
No,
Branch
that's
went
just
on
how he
a
sounds.
but then Branch went on a whole thing saying how you were above others and stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Branch took the psychoanalysis a bit further.
Don't pay out poor Kosho. Everyone pays him out in every server I see the poor fella in.
Really?
He's alright. Yeah.
I mean, one thing it just would be great to see is that globalists just recognizing flat earthers' humanity. That would be like a first start, the first thing. That it's okay if someone's wrong. That they can believe the wrong thing for the right reasons. That's basically what the experts tell them. Their own globalist experts tell them flat earthers are wrong for the right reasons. But yet they deny their own science to then say, well, actually, flat earthers are harming humanity because they don't have their hoverboard yet.
See, I think that's more of a personal thing for you, Crit. Maybe
You've cut out Rams if you were talking.
Yeah.
a complex maybe that you have, that you feel that you might potentially be inferior or whatever because of your belief in flat Earth.
Well, I could say, sure, go test it out. Go to like go to Gen Panda server and tell them you're a flat earther. Go to some place where you don't have mod perms, you don't have control, and just start talking about flat Earth and see how they treat you.
But I mean, has it been that long since you were a glober, a normie, that you can't remember how ridiculous the flat Earth was when you were in, before you knew all the extra stuff that you do now?
Well, on that note that you just brought up, Crit, I've been over to Gems, and I used to hang out there quite a bit, and I reckon I've been treated pretty well. I think when I've been muted, it's been with justification. I know
You get
Geo's,
free reign.
yeah, I know Geo's been over there, and he's had some good experiences over there. But yeah, so you don't need. I don't think you need mod perms over there, but I definitely recognise that when I've been muted, it's probably been with cause.
Well, it's sort of like going into the lion's den. If you want to defend the flat Earth and go into Gem Pandas, then you're going into their arena, and if you don't give them answers and explanations in the language that they respect, then they're gonna fucking tear you to pieces.
Yeah, and there's plenty of
you should be surprised to expect anything else. I mean,
yeah.
No, I'm saying you're not surprised because that's tribalism is only explained on flat Earth, and showing them their own tribalistic points of view is really what they need to get the self-awareness piece.
why did you bring up tribalism?
Oh, that sort of caveman tribalism, us versus them, because Carl Sagan.
I didn't make it about that. They don't even make it about that. They just see that from their perspective, we don't have any arguments that can stand up to their views, to their logic.
And don't you add to that quote unquote tribalism if you go over there and try and participate in that tribalism? Don't you actually add to it yourself?
Isn't the tribalism the same on the other side as the flat earthers?
It's explained on flat Earth.
No, Crit. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Right? You can't do it. You can't. It doesn't work that way.
Environmental conditioning is where the principle is. And this was done through multiple experiments inside prisons, where they saw that there was a lot of violence in prison when there was this like hopeless idea where people had to organize themselves into gangs to protect from violence. They didn't see very much of the sunlight or sky. So what they would do is if you change the environment, people adapt to that environment. So what they did was for the majority
and violence and shit in that situation.
Yeah, and the same thing is what happens if you change the Earth and put it in this giant heliocentric model with endless space. The globalists will tell you there's no space.
Why is that such a violent, confronting big problem?
You broke up there.
Take the arguments as they come one at a time, gravity and so on and so on.
Yeah, because they've already said that basically they wrapped it up into a package where if you do not believe the official government narrative, you're like, they've labeled you. They've put you in a different tribe than themselves. A conspiratard, a conspiracy theorist. And once they've labeled you, there's nothing you can tell them. Even if you present globe proof, they'll deny it.
You label them, and you put yourself also in a different. You removed yourself from their tribe, put yourself in your tribe. You go with your labels, right? Which is fine, like you're globalist and this and that and the other thing, which is fine. Like it's a bit hypocritical, actually.
Yeah,
identity.
Actually, it is.
I would call it self-identity. Identity. Your personal identities.
No, but it's not just that. It's that you want all of them to accept.
No, that's content you've added. You've added that content. They're not accepting it based on Their tribe. Their tribe says there will be no people with
No,
the.
it's purely just
Yes,
their
yes.
logic and their
No, it's not.
understanding.
No, they've dehumanized people. They do this sort of TMZ BuzzFeed thing. They actually put flat earthers' faces on animals and then post this. And then post it, say this is what type of animal this person is. They think
Okay.
that flat earthers are not as evolved.
But see, that's petty. That's petty shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
flat
gotta
earthers
talk
have flat earthers have done exactly the same thing.
Yeah,
to
I've
the
explained
globers.
this. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
fine. Because the
So,
Earth
well,
is.
you bring up a point, Cree. You bring up a point saying they do this and they put heads on animals, right? Without actually saying, right, that exactly the same thing is done on the both sides.
Yeah,
Right? You're trying to make this
explained.
point, which is it's not explained.
Yes, it is.
It's-
Right. This is why it's called environmental conditioning. Everyone acts virtually the same way. They pick a tribe, they pick a team, and then they defend that team. One model explains it, one model debunks it. So then you look at which people are doing what and who knows what and when. You look at the globalists, you say, well, your model should have debunked tribalism by now. Now, how do you guys act, knowing what you know? Oh, you're the biggest flat earthers there are. Riddle me that. How can you say?
Mom and my stepdad and my brothers and my beings, good people, and if you were to talk to them about this, they would become your enemy immediately because you wouldn't make any sense to them, and what you're saying doesn't make any sense from all of the stuff that they've been taught, and their whole lives. Like, and you can appeal to their logic by making your own arguments to support, the questions that we have about the heliocentric model, but turning it into this us and them thing that you're doing is just, I don't know why you do it.
I just explained it to you. It's called environmental conditioning. It's built into humanity. People do it automatically.
Yeah, that's a behavioral thing that happens.
Everyone
with
does
people,
it.
but
Everybody does it.
You're conflating it unnecessarily here in this particular instance.
Okay, that's content you added because that's not what I'm doing. Also, this is what I mean by people call it spam. I'm not spamming. I'm simply finding a way to articulate my idea where at least you'd be able to repeat it back to me. Maybe just that. You have to agree. Just, are you able to understand what I'm talking about when I say tribalistic points of view? People pick, like, say, one people like pineapple on pizza, the other people don't like pineapple on pizza. There could be a great pineapple on pizza war. And at the end, one side wins and one side loses. When really they just could have talked about savory and sweet and then met some sort of lived experience and shared what their favorite pizza toppings are. That's why you have to go general with this. Because as soon as I tried to get a little specific, you started invoking people like your brother-in-law, who I'll never meet, I'll never talk to. I have no idea who they are. I wouldn't know them if I passed them on the street. I wouldn't know if they're at the bus stop with me. So that's why it's so important to stay general.
Sorry, I missed what you said just a minute, just a second ago. I dropped out.
Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza, by
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not responsible for tribalism. I didn't start this fire. It's always been burning since the world's been turning.
But you can add to it.
Yeah, but you're focusing on it. That's what I mean. Like, rather than instead of focusing on it, just like make the arguments that defeat their logic and their ability to continue believing what they believe.
Okay, well, this falls into a you do you event. Leave your safe space where you don't have control and try that. See,
there are no safe spaces, and I hate this safe space idea bullshit. It's crap. It's not. It's a safe space is for babies and toddlers. That's what safe spaces are for.
It's also taught on the college campus that people need to have safety before they can learn. If they don't have safety, then they'll only be concerned about their safety. This is an adult education, and this is also child education. And why they say the inner cities are failing, because the children who go to
safety is an illusion. This is the modern terrorism. Actually, is safety.
Yeah, if a person is not safe in their physiological, psychological needs, they won't be able to learn anything because that's
Yeah,
their
but people decide that
go ahead. I wasn't done yet.
because of a psychological problem that they have, not because there's actually any real threat out there, or maybe there is a threat out there that might happen, but they focus on the fear of it possibly happening so much so that they debilitate themselves, and it's a psychological problem.
Safe spaces are an illusion.
Hey,
This is Maslow's hierarchy. This is
conspiracy center. Have you ever have you ever had anyone like turn into a baller, turn into a flat earther, and say that, thank you very much, that was you who converted them? Anyone at all?
No, I would say, even in that circumstance, this hypothetical, I would say, don't use me.
Become a flat earther, have you ever converted anyone?
Yeah, I would say don't use me as a source, right? Follow their
Has anyone
own.
said thank you very much? You really showed me the way.
Yeah, dozens of people have, and I really can't tell if they're being a troll or sarcastic, so I just rolled it off as not real. And
Well,
and
in my experience, since I've been a flat earther since late 2014, I'm pretty sure no one has ever come to me and said, thanks, Carlos, you really showed me. Now I'm a flat earther. Never.
Yeah, I've had probably 30, 40 people, something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
but I would say some of them are trolls, though. Some of them they get sarcastic.
From their response, you should know from their response that the way that you talk to them, it was either you or you just gave them some assistance. It's kind of like, what was it that allowed you to convert them? Was it because you were talking to them in a specific way, like talking to an alcoholic?
No,
or were you just like drumming it into them? What was your approach?
Yeah, it's finding that thing that keeps them hung up on the globe. Like for one person I knew, they were shocked when they learned that the astronauts in the ISS were telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. See, he's the guy was really into fluoride and some other things about these chemicals and unethical human experimentation. And I'm like, what if I told you that the astronauts had told kids to swallow their toothpaste? He said, it's not possible. No one would do
I would
that.
say, if you're coming to a server like Gems, there's only two different types of people. People that have already been converted themselves in whichever way. They're already flat earthers, or they're ballers and they're hard against it. So I don't think there's no way you're going to convert any of those people. So whoever you've converted is definitely not online on Discord.
Yeah, so a Twit, you know who Twit is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she came here and she said that, I'm not sure if she's been back ever since, but she said the people on Gem Pandas break into two groups. Number one is they're just there to like mock and ridicule people that have opposing points of view from theirs. That just to have fun. They think it's a zoo. They think they've posted it too, even in this Discord, that they think observing flat earthers in their natural habitat, like Discord or online, is like going to the zoo, and they're just there to laugh at the animals.
It is. And so you already know.
Almost there.
You kind of already know who you're up against, right?
Yeah, the second group of people are people who want to teach flat. They think flat earthers have some sort of deficiency. They're genetically at fault, right? They're subhuman mongrels, and you'll hear them use that word "mong" a lot. So they think that,
exactly. You're totally right, but you already know who you're up against with your argument. So
yeah, I'm almost there, dude. I gotta let me get through all the whole full thought, okay? So then they say they're here to teach something to these people that they've deemed subhuman, but they also will say that these people are also unable to learn. And then she said there's about a handful of people who are actually looking for a conversation. So what you do with a server like Gen Panda is you go in there and you try to peel away the good stuff. You have to peel the onion and find the people who are actually willing to have a conversation, and that happens mostly in DMs. Like
But
you'll
why,
make a good.
why do you think that's your job? Why are you crusading like that? Like, who do you think you are?
Because just because the world is flat and stationary, in basically like a prison, it doesn't mean it has to be this way. Things can change once people's identities across the spectrum of ideas are accepted by all.
Do you think you're really making any real change?
Yeah, I just told you there's about 40 people who have come forward and said that they've learned.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, I would say Naps is one of them. I've met Naps on some very positive levels to the point now we talk about all kinds of things.
That's great, man. That's great. But like,
has your method worked? Rams, has your method worked at all? Has there been one globalist that you've been able?
I'm not a messiah. I'm not here preaching a message. I'm just here to
I would say you're doing damage. You're turning people away from Flat Earth. You're making it seem like this very toxic place where people can't be themselves. That to somehow change to your objective value system. You're just basically the flip side of Kosho.
What?
I've had to explain my
That's not
idea
that
over
offensive,
6
man.
times, and you've made the same claim Kosho has. I'm just wrong. But you don't give me anything to even go on, other than a very bad take on what I've said. Your claim is almost identical to Kosho's.
No, what I'm criticizing is your idea that you're crusading, that you're.
You added that. I never say anything about Crusader. This is why I have to repeat myself, because
trying to enlighten people's minds to something as if you have.
Didn't say that either.
The truth.
Didn't say that either.
I mean, are you that sure that what you believe
either.
about the flat Earth and so on is the absolute truth?
Yeah, I didn't say that either.
Are you absolutely sure?
There's content you added again. I said I would go into a space.
It's a question. I'm asking you that. Because if you're going to go out into the world and try and convince people or argue people over to believing something different about the nature of the world,
I said the exact opposite, actually.
How are you so sure?
Yeah, I said the exact opposite. I said I want to meet people and have a shared understanding of their lived experience. If anyone says, "Hey, Crit, you're the reason why,"
no, but you don't have that attitude towards.
You haven't. Look, I barely got through it.
You don't have that.
This is why I have to repeat.
You said it yourself.
I have to repeat. No, that's not what I said. I'll say it again. I'll repeat, not spam. I'm repeating. This is what I do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe I cut out my end.
I'll try again.
It's
okay.
really dodgy.
I said,
Great. Let me just jump in and ask, like, what's the need for the tension? Like, can't we just hang out and chat? Like, what tension am I bringing? I don't know. It just seems like there's like a whirlwind of something happening here. I'm just wondering what the.
Yeah, he's added a bunch of content to things I've said to make it seem like I'm some sort of flat Earth crusader going about the world flat smacking people when I've described quite the opposite. And I'm trying to see where the deficiency is and try to just explain what I do and why I do it to a lived experience or safe space for all. And he's even denied the safe space. He said the safe space is some sort of mental illness. I tried to explain to him that no, a safe space is a space where people can learn because they're not worried about their safety. And even that, he tried to take that to task. It seems like no matter what I say, he takes the exact opposite position, then tells me I'm wrong. It's virtually what Kosho does.
It seems like it's like, to put it in a really short explanation, you have a hang up sort of in yourself that you're really disgruntled that you don't have somewhere with 100% free speech.
No, I do. There's lots of places like that.
Is that what you're concerned about? Free speech?
No, I just told you. There's lots of places where the only server rule is follow terms of service, and people talk with each other like all day long. and they meet each other at some level, and then reach some understanding between identities. A lot of these servers I get pulled into because the token flat earther. And it's interesting because this is going to be the new path forward. It's going to be a lack of moderation, where people aren't constantly trying to flex some sort of perms over somebody else in some sort of space. It's going to be like either you understand somebody or you don't. And that's really the only pathway forward. And if you don't understand them, then it would be a deficiency on the person who failed to understand. Because everything here is fully understandable. The ideas I've cited are simply my takes on some very simple ideas. Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Well, don't these
environmental conditioning.
Don't they these safe spaces that you're proclaiming require moderation to make them safe?
No, it requires a understanding that
No.
each person is human to begin with.
No.
It's recognizing each other's humanity. If
No.
one person, yeah, because it's very easy to reach Maslow's hierarchy of needs to get to a point where learning can occur. It's only the first two steps: physiological and safety.
It's an illusion, a safe space. I think people should feel safe. 100%. They should. But safety is an illusion. Create your own safety barrier.
Yeah, and that's what I would say.
Or whatever you want to call it.
In some globalist spaces, flat earthers will never be safe. And either globalist spaces aren't very safe either. You can
What's
see what's happening in
a
Ukraine.
globalist space?
I've never felt unsafe in a globalist space.
Hey, watch your back, man.
See, even just the way you use that word globalist there, you know.
So that's content you added. You heard a word and you decided to add content to it instead of understand. That's not my fault. That's your fault.
Crit, hold on. What about hearing out what he said and then responding to it instead of just jumping and saying that he added it? Why don't do you agree or disagree that the way you're saying globalist is XYZ? Whatever he was saying. I think you cut out Rams.
He has no idea how I'm using the word, but he added context to get angry for whatever reason that I can't control.
But maybe he's offering you a reflection that could be possibly of use to you.
It's not. He doesn't even know what I'm talking about. How could he offer reflection on that?
I mean, I kind of hear what he was saying. Like, it does seem like you have kind of a bit of like a crusading kind of righteous, which is fine, but it does seem like, and then it kind of seems like you've almost created this aura of tribalism and then trying to pit off these globe earthers versus these flat earthers. It's kind of just seems like you've created all that.
Okay, well, factor that out because I just explained I go to spaces where everyone understands each other as individuals, not as groups of people. Every single person has their own identity, and their goal is to understand the other person. There's no tribes, and that is the way life should be, even more so if globe.
Okay, I mean,
you think
I don't
I'm
know
advocating
I
for
don't think that's.
tribalism? Yeah, if you see me as advocating for tribalism, that's exact opposite of what I'm doing. I'm advocating for a dismantle of tribalism. That each person do their lived experience and then speak from that lived experience and then try to understand others for positive, peaceful communication through logic, reason, and science. There would be no need for violence.
Do you feel like you're doing that right now?
Yeah. Always. That's always what I do.
Okay, because I mean, I see you in tremendous amounts of conflict virtually 24/7.
Yeah, I would say a lot of people would disagree with you. And if you go to some of these servers, you would see something different too.
It seems like you're going to too many servers and you need to walk on the grass with your bare feet.
Ground yourself.
Like, why do you go to those servers?
I just explained it. Can you repeat it back to me?
Maybe he forgot. So won't.
It's about finding lived experiences, stories, multiple people across a wide berth of like a Discord server or other people, then collecting these stories and understanding these stories and then sharing them with other people. So everyone kind of grows and learns together. A rising tide lifts all boats. You'll have a situation where you'll understand others just as well as you understand yourself, then be able to explain and advocate for them when they can no longer advocate for themselves.
So you put yourself in a negative situation, rated.
No, positive situation. I put myself into positive situations.
Well, if you're
And-
going to these negative servers,
No, they're
stories-
positive servers. Servers where people are already there to understand others. The negative servers will be the servers.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the negative servers.
Yeah,
Right,
in I said the way to use a negative server is to throw some ideas out there, see how people react, and then try to peel off some of the people who would be open-minded. Twitch said it best, way better than I could have. There's going to be a handful of people, even on a negative server.
Because
who
most of the time you're arguing about
Okay,
you're
well, I'm
the
not sure what he,
argument rather than
You're clipping again, Rams. You're
making
clipping again.
yeah, it sounded like some sort of claim about
Yeah.
me again. Okay, no, not what whatever you said I'm doing, that's not what I'm doing.
Well, I don't know. I couldn't hear him, so.
I'm just going to assume, based on a lot of things so far, that whatever you said I'm doing,
Well,
factor that out. That's
said,
something you
what I
added.
said, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Yep. You go, Rams.
Yeah, what I said was you're always arguing about the argument, but I never hear you argue about any of the actual details of any of the arguments.
Huh, that's quite interesting because I see that that's all I do is argue about the actual content. I tried to bring up Garbage Island today. Did you?
I would say I would agree with Rams, but I would say it's like 80-20. I feel like 20% of the time you do go with an argument, but it seems like a lot of the other time there's
It's probably closer to
some
that.
kind of a problem.
Yeah, it's quite because normally what happens here is I bring up a very solid point for flat Earth, and some globalists will trigger and just start turning into a shit show. Like I talk about Garbage Island, and right away they want to talk about me, and that's easy to meet them at their level because I'm an expert in me. There's an old saying called "Do not judge someone until you walked a mile in their shoes." They don't even know what size I wear, but they're going to start telling me all about me.
And by the way,
The fact
dude,
that you use the word globalist then in that sentence instead of saying that the person that you were talking to, you called them a globalist. So you keep reifying this.
Okay, that's content you added
us
again.
versus
Yeah, you are
them
kinda-
globalists.
I thought this is going
Versus flat.
circles.
Yeah, that's
Really?
content you added.
Can we? This is going round and round in circles, guys. Can we move on to apparent
I would say what size. I just one question for Rams. What size shoes do I wear?
Who cares?
You don't even know my size, but you're trying to judge me.
Crit, I'll just say this. I've been listening for the last, hours, and it's all just been, convo and this and that. And I mean, I will say, like, you came in and all of a sudden it's like this high tension kind of like calling people out. And I don't know what the goal is right now.
Who did I call out?
What you're trying to bring. I'm just saying we've been actually doing all the positive things you were saying about these other servers. We've been doing here for hours. Everyone's been meeting each other on their level. We've been having great chats. There's virtually been no insulting. We've just been hanging out, sharing, things. And then it's like you kind of came in. I get that Kosha maybe said something to you, whatever happened, but it's like all of a sudden now for the last half hour, it's been this kind of like high stress energy, and like you don't like what people are doing, and then people have to do things. I'm just trying to understand like what is the goal? Because you've actually brought a tremendous amount of negativity and tension into the chat.
Okay, who have I directed that at? Is it one person I could say I've directed negative energy to?
I guess the globalists and then these people that are all doing these wrong things that you don't like and that they all need to change. I'm not sure. It seems like
Okay, so
like
no one here, right? So I would say
it started with Kosho. Yeah, that was where it started.
Kosho got mad because I talked about Garbage Island and how Garbage Island is a solid
I'm
default.
going to be real now so we can talk about Garbage Island again, okay? Because we can get back to that, Garbage Island. What happened was somebody said something about Garbage Island, and I responded about Garbage Island. And then someone
All
said
right, well,
something
let's
about
just
me,
go.
and then I responded to that afterwards. So let's just get back to Garbage Island then.
Yeah, let's just
All
go
right.
from there. I don't know what Garbage Island is, so could someone tell me what it is?
Yeah, neither do I.
For the sake of
So
people making up stories, but go ahead, Chris. Tell us about Garbage Island, dude.
Yeah, it's a massive island in the Pacific Ocean of garbage that doesn't move.
Okay, I do know about that. Yeah, a huge
Yeah,
collection.
right away, Ram said it does move. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess maybe he's talking about different garbage island. So then I yielded the mic to see what would happen.
Well, I think it moves. It's like a collection of shit. So it is it is probably moving to some degree, but it's also kind of like, yeah, it's supposed to be just like, I don't know how many hundreds of acres or whatever it is of just like, clung together plastic and all kinds of stuff. And I think because of the wind currents, Crit, is that the understanding that it kind of stays in the general same area?
Well, part of it is they've contained it. They've done some sort of buoy system to try to keep it in the right spot. But these buoys also don't move. See, if the globe was true, like testing the model, if the globe was spinning on an axis and the water sloshing back and forth with tilt and with gravity and with the moon pulling up and down, that this island wouldn't stay clumped together. And even more so, the buoys wouldn't stay where they're supposed to stay either.
Maybe not. It is twice the size,
That
apparently, of
logic doesn't
Texas.
follow.
Of Texas.
That logic doesn't follow.
Yeah, it's completely massive. And another showcase of this is there was a ship that after Fukushima that drifted all the way over to California. So you're like, huh, that's interesting. So you got the Earth is spinning and it's rotating, and this ship went completely across the ocean. Huh.
Yeah, but see, this just tells me that you don't understand the heliocentric model. It wouldn't move. It wouldn't necessarily move because of the Earth's spin and gravity and sloshing around of the oceans. I mean, it's a dynamic system, the ocean, and there are going to be spots where it's just lower energy, lower flows of water. There's going to be, and that's probably where it's collected. And they've probably put the buoys not to hold it in that position, but just to hold it together so it doesn't just all spread apart and go everywhere.
Okay, so my understanding of what you said is that you deflected to me in my lack of understanding of something instead of actually talking about the topic, which was Garbage Island.
No. What I
He
said
made a
was,
point. He was responding to your point that you were saying that on a globe it would move and on a flat Earth it wouldn't.
Yeah, because it would be stationary. On a flat Earth is like it's unmoving. There's no Coriolis force. There's no there's no sloshing of the water around because the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere and the water are trying to keep up with the
water doesn't slosh around because the Earth's spinning anyway. Like, do you understand the heliocentric model?
Well, hold on. On a flat Earth with tides and currents,
you can have things just staying in the one spot on the heliocentric model.
It would move too.
I'm sharing
flat
my
Earth
screen.
or ball Earth. This is not a flat Earth argument. That's ultimately my point here, and you're making it into one by connecting dots that don't connect.
Okay, I would say that you're making it about me again, and that's unwelcome because that would be content you have.
That's an unfortunate reaction that you have.
Yeah, because I'm talking about Garbage Island, and you're talking about my lack of understanding.
You shouldn't be taking it personally. I'm just trying to, further the discussion here, and so that we come to an intelligent understanding.
See,
surely you can understand how this ocean of this island of rubbish can stay in one spot on a heliocentric modeled Earth.
See,
if
I would
that
say,
is in case you know what it is.
Yeah, I would say that if you just substituted my name out and just put Flat Earther in there, your claim sounds like Flat Earthers lack an understanding of heliocentric model. And that's virtually the globalist claim.
Most of them do. I mean, can you really argue against that?
Yeah, they understand it just as well as everyone else. They got the same schooling, the same public school education, all the same stuff. I've seen Jay Leno on the street. They go through and they ask people, "Hey, what galaxy are you in?" People say, "I'm in the Mars galaxy." You know, like because the guy says it's a candy bar. They're like Mars. Oh, it's like what planet? I've had people come here like in other servers and stuff that have argued. I'm not sure if we're here, but there's more people that have been in the community much longer. But this dude said that Earth was the first planet, and I'm like
people are stupid, man. I mean, yeah, there's millions of examples of people saying stupid things.
Yeah, so when you try to lump all flat earthers into a group of people who do not understand the heliocentric model, I would say that's true for a lot of people, like even people who think the Earth is a globe, because their lack of understanding is the problem I was talking about from the very beginning. Once people have an understanding of lived experiences, then they're able to see where someone's coming from, to a point where they're like, oh, sure, I guess that makes sense now, you know, because you're coming from this this point of view, that Earth is the first planet in the solar system, or that fictitious forces only affect certain areas of land masses and water.
Well, I would say, Crit, like, in my understanding, I don't think it would be different, the Garbage Island thing, because the way they describe the globe Earth is that, you know, it's the gravity thing that's clinging everything to the ball, and which we can get into all that. I mean, it's a whole separate topic. But I'm saying with what they claim, I don't see any major differences in the way that like the Garbage Island would work. But do you disagree, or what do you?
Yeah,
what do you
because earlier when I talked about that ship that got damaged after Fukushima, it had shifted from Japan all the way to California, and the globalists at the time were like, "Flat Earthers debunk that," and I'm like, "Well, what's going on here?" Well, the Earth is spinning and the water's moving at a slower rate than the land, and as it does this, it's like a conveyor belt that slowly moved that boat all the way from Japan to California.
That's so wrong.
And I'm like, what about Garbage Island? Why is it Garbage Island?
Screen, dude.
I want to hear Kosho's thoughts on this.
Oh no, that's why I've been sharing my screen, dude. There's this website. You can look at the wind and waves and all this kind of stuff, currents in real time. And just like I was explaining before, where in a river where you have like a rock or something like that, and you notice there's a bunch of trash piled up. It's because the way the currents are curving around each other, and sometimes there's spots where there's currents going in such directions that it basically creates like a circular
vortex.
Yeah, like a vortex. Yeah, where shit's not going to escape from. And if you look at
so it's not impossible.
Real-time currents, that's just really happening.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just not impossible. It's not something you can use as proof.
I don't use it as proof for anything.
No. I'm saying you do.
I'm saying it's
but weather patterns on a flat Earth model do make way more sense.
Yeah, that null school, the one Kosho just showed, the Earth.null school, they used to have the AE map on there. They used to have the AE map, and they literally removed it after Jeranism and others started making videos showing, because the weather patterns just fit like a glove. Like, you can go through all the projections and you put that AE map on, and it's like, boom, it just, the harmony is perfect. And they literally removed it right after all that.
Yeah, that was so weird, eh?
Yep, and to this day, it's still not on there. But people backed it up.
It's just a function they just removed.
Yeah.
Just to look at it, without knowing
anything. The velocity.
It looks so logical. It's not even funny. Even if you aren't a flat or globe, if you just look at it, right, from a objective, logical point of view, it is perfect. Is that the one?
Yeah, it just works, doesn't it?
Why would they take out the most popular and common map projection that's ever existed, essentially, that AE type projection, they removed that one of all of them.
Guys, seriously,
Yeah.
guys, it's gonna be perfect because the velocities are adjusted to meet that map. I mean, you got to understand that the two different maps are just different projections. So when you consider the movements of these airflows, they will work out 100% correct on both maps because they're not different. They're just projections of what we do live on, which is the globe.
I remember Bob Nodell talking about that, and he said that he downloaded it before they took it away, so he's still got the original.
Yeah, but why would that be surprising? I'm looking at this projection, and I'm looking at the Mercator projection.
Yeah, why'd they move the AE map, Kojo? Why do you think they did that? Right after Jared was with Glowbusters started making videos and talking about it.
I don't know why they take that away. I'm not sure that they seen it, but
someone saw it to take away.
Does anyone have I forget. Somebody has it up, the whole backed up one with the AE map. Like I want to say it's like, I forget the website name. I wondered if anyone remembers it.
Are you talking about White back machine or whatever?
No, there's one now that like, because I think Bob Nodell mentioned it. I remember I went to it at one point. It's like, it's some content creator. I just forget who it is. And it's just like theirname.com. Like they just did it just kind of as a service to the community. I just forget which one it is. And they just made it like theirname.com and everyone could just go right to it.
Math Powerland?
No.
See, that's really powerful. That's why people like Jaredism are really, really insightful. That they go out and they bring these questions to systems of power and control, and you see how they respond. They just kind of, brush the answer over and just change it to, to try to make sure that this information can't be found anymore.
Oh yeah, back in the day when Jaron was kind of at his peak in a way, at least with debunking NASA, like regularly, NASA was consistently changing their footage, removing pictures from their website, literally actually editing a lot of their content on the fly as Jaron was pointing it out. I mean, it was unbelievable. Like they're literally responding. There was absolutely no doubt in my mind because I was tracking through all that people, whoever at NASA, was watching it and specifically using, what he was pointing out to cover up their tracks.
And that's kind of why they went on the offensive and they started going into like flat earth spaces and these controlled ops and, like Facebook. I mean, you can't find a legit flat earth group anymore. It's all run by globalists or like these honeypots, just bizarre things and bizarre claims. And if you say anything flat earth related there, you just get a bunch of people jump on you like, you're not a real flat earther. And you get, everyone's calling each other shills and paid agents, and you're like, this is what they've got it to the point where they want to suppress flat earth as hard as they possibly can and then rewrite history.
Yo, check out my screen, Gio.
Yeah, we should be able to find it. Whoever has
I found it. I'm a glober, dude. A baller. Okay, dude.
Shot caller.
That's right, man. Anyways, but I found it though, dude. It looks pretty interesting.
What's the website you found? Oh, you just went to the Wayback?
Yeah, I just went. Yeah.
Yeah. See, look at that. See, why did they remove it? Unbelievable.
You want to try and settle something right now?
If you also look at eclipse patterns, they make these beautiful circles as well on an AE map.
Let's settle something because I'd be interested. I'd be willing to concede if you guys are right. Why don't we try and find out when Jaronism put his video out and try to find out when they actually stopped doing this and see if it actually corresponds to when Jaronism put his video out.
Okay.
I thought Gio said that he witnessed it firsthand.
Well, maybe he did. I didn't. So
I think what Coach was saying is let's put it to the test.
Yeah, I don't remember who was the first one to do it. Whether it was Jaronism, Glowbusters, taboo conspiracy. I don't know exactly who was the one that first, but essentially it was getting some buzz fairly quickly. Like within, a couple days, there was like several new videos on it. People were putting it in their videos and showing this and showing the AE map projection. And then it was right after that it was removed. And it was like very obvious because it had just caught wind in this community of multiple people kind of talking about it, doing. So as I remember, it wasn't just like one video, although there may have been, Jeranism may have done a video on it. So, but the bottom line is that my general remembrance of it is that it caught wind. It was a hot topic for 3-4 days. And literally by the 5th day, they removed it. Something like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Like
I remember.
it caught enough wind, to be popular enough to where they were like, yep, and they just boom removed it.
No
Rush,
pun intended, huh?
Some Vids had it on one of his uploads as well at that time.
You guys remember around what time? Around what when that was?
Around
Well,
about that time.
You could look. Jeranism, I believe, has a video that is talking about how they removed it. I believe so.
But do you remember around about what time?
Like if you go to one of his archives, where they're like BitChute, I don't know if he has all of his videos on his YouTube channel anymore, like the old ones, but I know he's got them backed up on Library or BitChute or one of those. So if you go to like where he has all of his videos and then just type nullschool.net or whatever, like
all of his content is automatically uploaded to Odyssey.
Odyssey, is that the one where he's got them all?
Yeah.
If you search Null School, my guess is there's at least 3 or 4 videos on it. So I think he has one. I just remember the thumbnails, like they removed the AE map. It's got like a whole thumbnail thing.
Well, I guess the question is this also, right? Like, why would you not expect these weather patterns to work the way they do? Like, they're obviously going to work on a projection of the Earth done in the AE way. The same way they will work on a projection of the Earth.
But it's not the same. On a globe, they're all swirly. They're chaotic. There's no symmetry. And on an AE map, there's this beautiful symmetry.
Oh no, there's actually a lot more symmetry on a globe, because it actually shows the hemispheres and the way that these patterns work through the rotations that actually cause these weather patterns too on the hemisphere.
Nuh-uh.
Nah.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I'll try and find out when Null School changed it. If anybody can find out when any of those videos came out. You don't have to, but I'm just curious. Honestly, I don't want to try and do a gotcha, but I have heard that claim before, and it would be interesting if it was around the same time. It looks like it's the end of the year 2017 sometime. Let me see.
All right, here. I just found his 2 videos. I just went to his Odyssey and I typed in Null School. So we got 4 years ago and 3 years ago. One of them is called AE map removed from earth.nullschool.net. And then the other one's called, anyways, I'll post them both.
Okay, cool. Like I said, it would be interesting. There was another claim. I think Riley said something or other, and they ended up changing it in Wikipedia or something.
That's one thing too with globalists is always vandalizing Wikipedia. Like they'll see something people clip and then all of a sudden they change it.
There was another thing that Jeranism brought up once was that NASA was changing live streaming video when there's
Right.
not.
The Tesla launch, when Tesla did it?
Yeah.
Or Elon Musk, or what's it called? SpaceX, I mean? Yeah, SpaceX.
Yeah.
they basically edited a live stream, which in the history of like YouTube, it's virtually never done. Like you can't really edit a live stream, and yeah, they basically were editing their live stream because it was showing like that's a whole thing. Yeah, they basically messed up. They in their CGI, they basically put the same footage on like the left thruster and the right thruster. And there was like a bird that flew by. It was like the exact same one. It was like so clear that they were just doubling they were just doubling it, even though it should have been the other thruster. They were just cut and pasting the background footage basically. And all the flat earthers figured that out very quickly. And it was another thing. As quick as the flat earthers figured it out, they quickly went in there and edited it. And they edited an actual live stream.
See, a lot of people don't even watch that. You know, they make it seem like all these viewers. Like you go to the NASA YouTube channel, there's like 1 million subs. You watch one of their live streams, like 300 people are watching it. Like, how does that work out? You know, do people just subscribe and then just never go back to it?
I must be a little behind by now, but are you guys still talking about the live footage that was changed? You just talked about that?
Yeah, that's
we were talking about like the null school, the AE map being taken off the null school thing, and then yeah, we were just talking about that live stream that SpaceX edited.
Yeah, from what I remember, it was that when they showed the crazy reverse of the and they had two of them come down at the same time and land simultaneously. The way they showed it was one platform below them, or it was either one or two platforms, and it was actually only one or two, or the opposite when they show the wide shot. So they changed the way that the cameras were seeing the platform, so that it was like two rockets coming down in reverse the way they show us, and they showed like one big platform they were landing on, or it was actually two separate ones, or the opposite way, whichever it was. And they went back and edited the live footage to show that it was exactly how it should have been. That's the way I remember it.
Yeah, that got me banned from Gem Pandas. FaZe showed me these two missiles landing like at different times of the year. Anyway, took the video into Gems. They weren't having it. I called him a goblin and he kicked me out. Banned me.
Dude, never call Gem a goblin, bro. I mean, it's not his fault that he looks like a goblin.
Yeah.
You know, like, he's actually a very nice guy. He just looks like a goblin. Well, he doesn't necessarily look like a goblin. He's just got goblin attributes.
Attributes.
He's a nice guy, though. I think, like, deep down inside, he's got a good heart. I think the whole fucking Glober versus Flat Earther thing is just a thing. I think he cares for all of you Flat Earthers just as much as he cares about the Globers.
What the hell? Where'd you get that idea?
I don't know. Maybe I'm being very weird tonight or something.
Yeah, Issa loves Gem.
I mean, honestly, like without the Flat Earthers, yeah, Gem's whole room would be nothing. So he does love y'all. And honestly, I would say this. I think he does allow
flat Earth conversation a lot more than you would expect.
He needs it. He needs it. That's what his server is.
Yeah, pretty
But
much.
it's got nothing to do with allowing it. He needs it. And
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, we've thrown around the idea that he's a secret flat earther for a long time.
No, he's
And,
not.
well, in general, he's I've heard him say, as well as other prominent flat earthers, if it turns out to be flat, right? You'll never hear a flat earther say, if it turns out that it's actually a globe.
I mean, I tell you,
Never
there's,
hear that.
there's a distinction between certain globe earthers, right? And there's globe earthers that have heard the whole flat Earth scenario and shit, and at one point thought the Earth may have been flat, right? And then there's globe earthers that have just heard it and said, "This is all bullshit," but it's interesting.
I would say every single one has considered could it be flat. Every single one.
No, I don't.
Because that's what, even just learning about the concept, it implies that you're like, okay, could it be this?
Gee, I will be honest with you, bro. Like when I got into it, not at one point did I actually think it was potentially flat.
You still do today. Come on, man.
Yeah, you wouldn't be here, dude, if you didn't think there was potential. Otherwise, you're just in here talking to idiots that have total delusion.
That was my best Joe Biden impression, by the way. Come on, man.
I'm just saying, man. Like, there's a lot of things that I love about you flat earthers, yeah. But not once have I ever even acknowledged the fact that it could be flat. Not even once.
Well, maybe that's the problem.
You mean just in the last 10 minutes or what?
Yeah, last 20 minutes. I wish I could have. I mean, life would be so much more fun if I could do that. I wish I could be one of those people that that does this, where they can disassociate themselves from reality and have fun with it. But I just,
You could, you know what? If you considered it, you'd at least maybe get closer to realizing how what you're saying right now sounds so ridiculous to us.
absolutely.
I mean, you're at least 30% convinced it's a globe.
I wish I could.
Just enough to hang in there.
Aren't you? You do defend silly people quite a lot. Every couple of days, I hear you trying to argue for people that are really quite mean a lot of the time.
I do find it funny though. There's a certain number of globers that won't admit that they once thought the Earth was flat. Like I know,
like you just did.
Yeah, like I just did.
Okay, Branch, what do you think the most compelling argument flat earthers make is? What's the most compelling?
Being able to see too far.
Okay, what's your next one on the list?
I think that's the only one.
What about the idea that you can't feel any wind?
It's not apparent that refraction could cause this abundance of vision.
All right, it's actually impossible. But what about like the idea that you can't feel anything, like you can't sense it at all?
I wouldn't expect to sense any of it. We're moving way too slow.
Well, yeah, because you know the theory that explains that. But before that, before you understood that theory, you might question it a little more, right? And you might think, oh, that doesn't make any sense. That'd be moving without feeling it.
Is there one thing that could be presented to you, Dave, that could make you seriously reconsider your position?
Yeah, that the proof that we're in a simulation is probably about it. Because it doesn't make it. There's too many contradictions with the globe model that they would have already excused or explained if it was true. And they don't have answers for too many things, way too many things, and way too many things make sense that it's not a spinning ball, like a long list.
If I was able to see physically measured curvature, then I would definitely have to rethink. I would not be able to deny that.
Well, you told me.
Curvature on what, Geo? On water or on land?
I mean, either or both, I suppose. But I mean, water would be. I mean, both really.
What happens if you could get for argument's sake, an uninterrupted footage of a plane flying directly from one side to the other, straight across Antarctica? Would that make you reconsider?
That would make me have to reconsider an AE map type alignment.
Yeah.
Like layout.
I'd be careful with any claims of what they're showing us because I think they're about to get like super tacky, fakey, and really realistic looking with a lot of the stuff they could possibly claim to prove to us. So I don't know how much of any footage I would believe. I would have to be there personally, and I'd have to see. I mean, they've already got satellites that should be able to show us the spinning ball Earth all the time if they could do it, and they may even make up some footage that looks like that, and
No, I do.
even believable to flat earthers at some point. You know,
I do agree with that. Yeah, the footage exactly. The fakery could be. Exactly, I do agree with that. But I mean, that north
really
to
high, really believable.
The north to south circumnavigation, though. I mean, if that was able to be verified in a way, then yeah, that's another thing that would it would most certainly bring the AE map layout into contention. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Last night on Ladies' Night, there was this gal talking about what you talk about, Gio, like the quad pole, and she broke open the seasons and had all these photography going back decades and showing how there's a different pole every season pointing a different direction. And she said that's what her case was, that why the sky changes is because it's rotating into a position, kind of like a dial. And each one of these have like an energy to them that creates the seasons. She was saying the sun had nothing it just correlated with the seasons. It didn't have anything to do with it at all.
I'm not sure I fully understand what. I mean, I hear that's interesting. That sounds interesting, but I'm not sure exactly what if I'm understanding fully what you mean by it.
So when you talk about like there's 4 southern, I guess, quote unquote poles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, she took it like something like that and said that these are represented by how the sky looks at the 4 seasons.
Oh, like the position of the Big Dipper?
Yeah, like all the stars, that they have a pattern that they kind of rearrange themselves into that matches what that view looks like looking that direction. I'm trying to think of what her name was again. Oh, Level Up.
Can we go back to something real quick that Branch said when I talked about not being able to feel the spin, which still is a point of contention. And I'm surprised when I hear flat earthers agree that we wouldn't be able to feel it, especially when we're talking multiple directions with the elliptical orbits and all that. But as far as the actual spin, like you said, Branch, that it spins so slow. How slow does it spin?
Slower than your hour hand on your watch.
Right. Now, something that is important to point out when you make that point, that they have tricks of minimizing the idea that it's not 1,000 miles per hour literally, even though it is literally 1,000 miles per hour. You realize that, right? Now, if they shrunk the diameter of the Earth down to the size of your watch, that would be true. But if they made your watch as big as the Earth, that hour hand would be going 1,000 miles per hour. You realize
Good
that?
example.
Trick of relativity. It's a way of minimizing it in your head. Saying 1 revolution per day doesn't make it any slower than 1,000 miles per hour.
Why do you think
Calling it
1,000 miles
15
per hour
degrees
is
doesn't.
fast?
I still don't see.
What do you think? It's faster than the speed of sound. So why wouldn't that be?
See why you think that means you better feel it though.
Is it because you're a human and you've
It's
only
not
ever
slow.
been
What is it
I just want to
150
make
miles
sure
an
you
hour?
know it's not. They're not claiming it's slow. They're just using a way of explaining it to you to make it seem like it's slow in your mind, but it's not any slower.
If you're
than that. It's actually 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's literally the claim.
What New Perspective is saying is true. They're trying
if you're a
to
real man
switch it
sitting
so
at
you don't
the edge
notice.
of the hour hand, and it's moving 12 hours, right? Per circle, right? So when you're sitting on, let's just say, the hour hand, if you're not gonna feel it then, why would you feel it if you blow it up 100 times the size? Wouldn't you even feel it less because you're so fucking big now?
Yeah, I thought about this the other day, and it was like, imagine sitting on the North Pole. Imagine if you sat on the North Pole, it would take 24 hours for you to basically do one revolution.
Only you
know,
can't
so
sit on the North Pole, can
We're
you?
talking about like,
notice.
That's a
big difference
fallacious
with that
example.
hour
You
hand.
cannot sit on the North Pole.
Goes like,
Well, the North Pole, you're not supposed to be spinning, so you're supposed to be like stationary. And if you took off from the North Pole and went to the 1,000 miles per hour equator, and you don't feel any difference, and you just like, even if you just came from like a latitude of 700 miles per hour, and then you drive 300 miles and go into another place, now all of a sudden you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, and there's no body adjustment there. I mean, there's so many contradictions.
It's
so many
relative to
impossibilities.
everything around you, so that's why you don't notice it because everything around you is.
Saying it's relative. That's how they trick you. It's all about saying, "Oh, it's relative." So that's why we feel it. It wouldn't matter that it's. It would not matter that it's so big. Yes, it's a trick. It would not matter. The size does not matter. The speed is still the same. The speed is still the same. Doesn't matter that it's big.
Yeah. Maybe it was a flat Earth trick to remind you of 1,000 miles per hour and call it spinning instead of rotating and call it fast instead of relative. Maybe that was the trick.
Yeah, it only makes sense.
That reversal of the burden didn't work right there, by the way.
Dude, I'm sorry.
It is an actual
if your
trick.
If your watch is as big as
You have
the
to
Earth.
consider all the tricks.
And that hour hand would be moving that fast. It just knowing how big it is doesn't change the speed, you guys.
All right,
Look,
what I'm trying to say,
how does anyone sense speed? How does anyone sense how fast they're moving? It's relative to what things around you. Like you can be sitting in a train, and the train on the tracks next to you can start moving, and you'll suddenly think, "Oh, am I moving, or is the other train moving?" You cannot be sure sometimes. I mean, it's when things are that subtle.
Yeah, it's those
you just can't tell.
that make you. I mean, I know you're a flat earther, but you sound like a glober right now, and it's maybe because you lost that part of their jargon.
Look,
They are baller arguments.
Dude. It's not
They're
good.
bad baller arguments.
It's real talk. It's real talk. Listen, man. So I guess the one thing you didn't answer was this question, right? Like, if you was at the edge of the clock and you couldn't feel it, if you made that clock enormous, wouldn't you feel it even less?
I would just like to say, Branch, you are a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Like 40 minutes ago, you were like drunk and like yelling. And you've reached a point in your drunkenness now where you're actually having a calm, sober discussion about the shape of the earth. It's like amazing. You've come so you're so deep. You're so deep.
He does this every other night, Joe, on the
So
heavy drinkers can do that. I've seen it before.
No, I'll just say this, man. It's more about that I reflect upon the way that the conversation in the room is going. So if the conversation in the room is going extremely wild, I would respond to it wildly. If the conversation is calm, I'll respond to it calmly.
I'm just, or if it's calm, you'll make it wild. No, I'm just joking because it's just like you've reached a depth, a point to where now you're having just a calm discussion about the shape of the earth, because usually you don't want to talk about it.
No, right now we're talking about spinning around a clock.
Or switching, right? What evidence would someone need? What are they looking for to change their mind? What would change their mind? I think that's something.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. I want to go back to your point that you just made. The answer to your question, Branch, is no. It wouldn't be slower because it's a bigger circle that you're going around. It'd be the opposite. Think about when you have a racetrack, right? They give a head start to the people that are on the outside because they have to run faster to make one revolution because the circle's bigger, right? And the people on the inside circle, they're going to get around fast. They're going to get around a lot faster and easier than the people on the outside because they have a shorter distance to go, right? So the bigger circle, you have to run twice, like 10 times, 1,000 times, in fact, as fast to make it around if you had the same starting point as the person on the inside. That's why they taper the
circle. We explain it as rotating and not spinning.
No, see, you're visualizing this all fucking wrong, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say there's two sports cars, yeah, going around a bend, right? And from the start of the bend to the end of the bend, they both need to make it at the same time. Yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the car on the inside is going to be moving a lot slower than the car on the outside, right?
No. Well, I mean, if you're talking about them making it in the same exact, if they were trying to time it so that they're at pace with each other, yeah. The outside car would have to go faster, right?
Right. But now think about this. Even though the car on the inside is going slower than the car on the outside, which one do you think you'll feel the curve more on? You know how you can feel it when you go around the curve?
No, I understand that point. Yeah, that's a good point because then you would have to make a tighter turn, right? Right.
Wait, which one do you
that's
think?
That's how making it so big and making it feel like, oh, it's stretched out, so you wouldn't actually feel it because it's not a straight line, but it's close enough to a straight line that you wouldn't actually feel the turn. Yeah, that's part of the trick.
So
but think about it this way, Branch. Let's say you're on the inside circle, right? And you're going 100 miles per hour, right? And you're going around the whole track in 1 hour, right? At 100 miles per hour. Now, if you go to an outside circle and you want to make it around the whole track in the same amount of time, you're going to have to go a lot faster, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your idea that it would actually be slower because the circle's so big doesn't make any sense. It's actually faster, even if the angles are less tight.
Okay, I'm not sure you really.
And the idea that you would have a circular motion without momentum change doesn't work anyway. And the fact that they have elliptical orbits and they use vector math to reduce it down to convince people that it's only a certain fraction of gravity that, it's the way they work it out with the math makes it seem believable to the people that go through that, walking it through, oh, it'd only be this so much. Dude, elliptical orbits, it would be ridiculous. We'd be going in several different directions with elliptical orbit speed, change in momentum, change in acceleration would be required. Even though they minimize it with their vector math, it would not be possible to not feel it.
Be honest, man.
The experts say it's fine. We wouldn't feel it. Remember.
Hang on, Coach. I want to say something about the new perspective. What you're saying is totally true, and the Globers do the same thing when they talk about the missing curvature. There's 19 feet of missing curvature. There's 40 feet of missing curvature. Oh, it's only Glober said it's only 0.1 degree. That's why you don't tell. Over 69 miles, it's only 0.02 degrees. That's why you can't tell.
Okay.
They explain away missing curvature by that missing feet.
Yeah, but what perspective said about that's why they make it so big is just so they could say that. Is that true though? Is that the reason why we make the world so big? Are you saying there's we would make the world smaller arbitrarily if we didn't have to do that? Because the truth is, we make the world the size it seems to be, right? Like we can't make the world seem a different size.
No, I'm not saying that's the reason they chose the size for the circumference. I'm just saying that it works in the favor for it to be bigger.
Yeah, you're right. It does.
Because then you
true.
can be convinced.
That's a correct way of saying it, and I agree with that. It does work in that argument's favor, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, right?
Well, it's not for the Globers, not for the people trying to keep people convinced of that bullshit.
Isn't all the celestial modeling though based on the R value that they use, and that if you were to change it, then you'd have to reassess the whole.
You're right.
Yeah, so the R value is what determines it all. Yeah, they had
exactly.
To do that.
So the way in which you're expressing it is as if it fits so perfectly. They're a genius for for making it.
No, they didn't make it up. No, it had to be. The numbers had to be what they are. No, the reverse engineering had to be the way it is. I'm not trying to say they made it so big so they could make people believe it. I'm not saying believe it slow or whatever, or believe it they wouldn't feel it. I'm saying that it works in their favor, like you agreed. But there's so many things about the different directions that.
The argument is not necessarily about the reverse engineering, but about the fact that the values that we use are so conveniently too small to feel, right? But those are the speeds and accelerations that you would feel if it were the case, right? If we were actually doing those movements. So, isn't it more of an explanation for what's actually happening and less?
So you tell me, how fast is it literally going at the equator, Kosho?
Compared to what?
What's the speed at the equator?
That's always the question. It's about relativity.
No, what do they claim?
Speed is.
What do they claim? What do they claim the actual speed is?
Relative to what?
I'm talking about the number we're given, not what it's relative to. They've got you sold on that relative thing, but I think that you might think further onto it.
Relative to a fixed point in space? Well, I'm giving you the answer. It's
1,000 miles per hour.
Space. That's what the answer is. Now,
the answer is
my issue with it is that there's the whole atmosphere being velcroed and moving around as one with it. I would expect 1,000 mile an hour westerly on the equator most of the time.
That's another thing that doesn't make sense about it. But yeah, it's actually literally 1,000 miles per hour. It's not like they're trying to say it's actually a slow speed. Just because it's relative.
But because there's nothing else relative to you, if you were there, that is moving at a different speed, it feels like you're not moving at all.
The only thing
the only reason it feels like you're not moving at all is because you're not moving at all. That's the only reason it feels like that.
No, it would feel the same way if you were on this model. You wouldn't notice anything. Like you just wouldn't.
The only place that velocity that you described just now would make sense is if you were in the reference frame of the sun. There's no other reference frame that experiences that velocity. So it's kind of an irrelevant statement and a hard question to answer if, just like Ram said, you don't include, what's the perspective? Like, what position are you viewing it from?
Like if you were on a train and there was another train next to you and you could see through the window, you were moving a little bit, you could feel a little rumble, and the other train starts moving in the other direction. Now, how do you know which train is doing what movement? the other train could be still and you're moving, or you're moving and the other train's moving, or you're standing still and the other train's moving. You don't have any other reference to be able to know. So that's the point.
Yeah, I know. I get that point. It's not good enough. It's not even close to good enough. Any description of one linear direction at a much slower speed as a way of explaining that we're moving at 1,000 miles per hour in one direction, 66,000 miles per hour in another direction, and another, 500,000 miles per hour dragging along behind a sun, rotating around it, corkscrewing.
That's why they make these things so fucking huge, man.
Yeah, but do you think that that's all possible? That it would just be such a smooth ride with all those different vectors? That, I mean, are you convinced of that? Does that really make sense to you, or are you just accepting that because one linear plane direction in a plane or train doesn't necessarily make you feel it, that all that other stuff's possible too?
It could be possible.
The problem is those movements aren't meant to be, the way you're expressing it is different than the way Rams has expressed it. And when you're describing something moving relative to something else, that was the only movement that is relevant. So if you're adding in other vectors and other places, then there's no need to combine those things together. It doesn't make sense at that point.
Well, they do combine those things together. When they use the vector math, they put them all together and just make it one motion.
No, it depends on what you're ultimately describing the move. Like if you said, how is the Earth moving in reference to the Andromeda Galaxy? Then you could add those vectors together to find out where we're moving at any given moment. But it's not really. It doesn't make sense.
Maybe I won't convince. I definitely won't convince you, Kosho, but maybe I won't convince anyone else to look further into it or think about it. But that's okay. I'm just, in my mind, it's such an extreme claim that I can't believe that there's still flat earthers that accept that we wouldn't feel the speeds, or that it's just relative to something else, so it's okay, we wouldn't feel it. It's just, they get you to think about it in a certain way that it makes it minimal in your head somehow, and you just accept that, okay, all this could be happening, it could be upside down every day and right side up and not know the difference and all that.
And then show someone on a truck that's moving, on a trampoline bouncing. Like there's so many ways you can justify it.
Yeah.
If you can add all those together, if you want to, you can add them together. But the strongest one is going to be the Earth's rotation, and that's already it's already very small, but it exists.
Small.
Everything else.
Small meaning what though? Like is it still 1,000 miles per hour?
It's 3.3% of the acceleration due to gravity, right? So it's pretty small, and then every movement outside of that
we went to
is way
percent.
smaller.
That's what I find hilarious. It's 0.3% of and then they use gravity again. The number for gravity has to be mixed in there. It's just another way of mathematically making it minimalized so that you could accept it.
Well, no, it's just
that's the actuality of it. I think is totally what they say. It's 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but that 1,000 miles per hour is irrelevant to the context of what you would feel. It's completely irrelevant because what you need to describe is what acceleration would you be feeling, and what force would be acting on you. This would describe if you could feel it or not. And so there's that acceleration, and then it gets smaller. It gets way smaller the further you go out. The orb around the sun is way smaller.
Yeah, that I know that's the way that you think about it, so that it can be like not a thing that you should feel.
I guess the question is this, yeah. Let's say you was to feel the speed of us moving around on the edge of the earth at that speed. How do you think you would feel it?
We'd be dead. We wouldn't be alive.
No. I mean, like in your, as a person, chilling on the edge of the earth, moving 1,000 miles per hour, right? How do you think you would feel that velocity?
Well, I wouldn't even be able to hear what you're saying because speed of sound is like 700.
I'm asking you, like, I can't imagine what you're thinking, because I know from my perspective is you won't be able to feel it at all, right? Because it's a constant speed, and my thought is this: like, how do you think you should be feeling it? Should you be feeling like wind in your hair, or should you be feeling it like the way you feel a turn? Like a sharp turn you make. You know when you make a sharp turn in a car and you feel a pull to the inwards. Like, how do you think you should be feeling this velocity?
It's a good question.
Great question.
Good way of putting it, Branch.
Well,
The answer, he doesn't know, but he would be dead. That's his answer.
well, where are the 1,000-mile-an-hour winds?
No, let me explain that. The Glovers
Every
have
tornado ever.
have the air
No,
velcro to the spinning Earth, so it moves in
if you
tangent.
Yeah, Tyson said this. Tyson said that if you kick a football up in the air, the force of the Earth spinning could be felt on the football, and it would deflect it to the right by a quarter inch.
Yeah, but what do you think
You
about
would-
what Branch is asking?
Yes, I'm saying you should feel these forces. If
He
you're
didn't say anything
stationary,
about force. What he's asking about is the constant velocity that perspective just brought up.
yeah, which
Branch
would
is
impart a
asking,
force.
what do you expect to feel when regards to the constant velocity?
Yeah, like if you were to leave the surface, that force you'd feel that. You would deflect.
Yeah, you're describing a force again. Branch is asking about the constant velocity.
Crit, that sounds like a potential for a funny meme, like a guy kicking a field goal and then saying something like, I don't always kick a field goal, but when I do, I always incorporate the movement of the earth into the Coriolis effect. I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't say it in a funny way, but I think you probably know what I mean.
Yeah, I think maybe like an Austin meme where it's like the field goal kicker kicked it, and Tyson's like, "Hey, did you account for the curve of the Earth?" He's like, "The what?"
This would be pretty good.
Yeah, that would be fun. You're saying if he missed it, and he's saying the what? Yeah.
Like where you've seen that Austin meme, right? Where he's like, "What?"
Which Austin?
Here, I'll get it. Oh, for pro wrestling.
Oh, Stone Cold. Yeah.
Yeah. Like this right here. So say the football player is up on the stage, and Tyson's like, "Hey, you missed that field goal. Did you account for the rotation of the Earth?" And the football player says,
What does he say?
"He says what?"
You know, I think Branch's question, I was very impressed by it. I think we should attempt to answer it.
I mean, Tosho, was it said in a way that was like?
No, you were graphic. What you said about you asked, do you expect to feel the rain in your hair, the wind in your face? You know.
Well, wouldn't there be a way?
I guess, it did put in perspective, right? Like, I did realize a lot of you guys, except for you, Mel, you did try to answer. Everybody else.
Well, I was going to answer, but you didn't let me.
Well, you already tried to answer 3 times.
No. You could measure the wind at the equator. You should be able to measure the 1,000-mile-an-hour wind at the equator.
But he's asking about you moving at a certain constant velocity, and the claim that you should feel it, however it is you're moving. He's asking how would you feel it, not how could you witness it on Earth or something. But he's right. Like if somebody told you you were moving 1,000,000 miles per hour, what would you expect to feel?
It depends. Am I moving through a vacuum? If I'm moving through an atmosphere, I would expect. Well, it depends. Is the atmosphere moving with me? If the atmosphere myself are moving at this same rate, I wouldn't expect to feel much. But if the atmosphere is standing still, I would expect a lot of.
Somebody answer, please.
There's no need to add anything because you're not moving through anything.
I just want to say 1,000 miles per hour rotation on the planet with an
Dude, I got
atmosphere.
one nostril that's so blocked.
go on.
Have you ever had that shit when one
Go.
nostril's blocked? So annoying.
I don't.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I hate that shit.
Just because you're on the surface of a planet and the rotation's 1,000 miles per hour on the surface, doesn't mean you're going to get wind that equals that speed. That's not how wind works. The wind's part of the atmosphere that moves around the Earth as the Earth moves. So we do get 300 mile an hour winds.
If you guys can't come up with a reason how to tell me what constant velocity could feel like, then
that doesn't work, guys.
No, that's my explanation.
What should it feel like, then,
I
Mel?
understand.
You can't have 300 mile an hour winds if the Earth's traveling 1,000 miles
In
an
a
hour.
tornado, it's just a tornado. Winds aren't based on the Earth rotation, not always.
Why are you
They
talking
do
about
their
the
own-
winds?
they do
You
their own
can't
thing.
have anything under
Why are you
1,000.
talking
You can't have
Why
any.
not, Mel? Why not?
You can't have any wind
Come on,
under
hang on a sec.
1,000 miles
No,
an
why,
hour.
why do the winds have anything to do with this to answer this conversation? I don't understand. I don't
Well, why
understand it.
can't you have?
Wind-
Why can't you have
wind is the answer.
666? Why can't
Is
you
it?
have
Answer
23
flowing
mile
in
an
the
hour
wind.
winds?
Okay.
Why can't you have 23 mile an hour winds?
No,
Why not?
not on 1,000 mile an hour.
Why not, though?
I'm
Why
asking
not?
why, Mel? Why not?
Because
you know
of the speed the Earth's traveling.
and that means everything has to be. Every wind has
Yep.
to be 1,000 miles per hour everywhere.
It's constant as well. It never slows down, never speeds up.
Yeah,
It's
and you think
constant.
that means all wind everywhere has to be 1,000
um,
miles an hour?
Yep.
Why
Yep.
is it?
That's
Why
absurd,
is it?
mate.
Yeah.
It's
People.
not.
Why isn't it that people in the get
That's
hit
how
by
fast
wind?
it's traveling. That's
Right,
what
but
they say.
That isn't how
people in the
wind's
equator
created.
don't get hit by wind in
not
their
what wind
face
is.
every fucking morning.
Wind's
When they
based on
walk out
pressure
their
and
house,
heat.
when they walk out
It's
their house,
relativity.
they don't have this enormous fucking wind hitting their face every morning, do they?
Einstein's a cunt.
You know when you drive a car, Mel, and stick your head out the window like a dog?
Why don't people in the
That isn't what's
equator get
creating
hit
the
by
wind, is it?
as
You
soon as they walk
driving.
out the house?
That's not what's creating the wind. The wind's there. You're driving through it. You don't create the wind by moving.
I'm not talking about this. I'll tap out.
I don't mind talking about this.
To me, it's silly. It's silly to me.
Which bit
Sorry.
is silly?
That Einstein says with his theory of relativity, that you have this constant.
Yeah.
And
you don't feel constant acceleration. You think
it's
that's
just
silly.
so smooth, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's
Like
not that
we're all
smooth.
on Earth right now, right?
I'm now going to reverse my argument and say we do get some wind and weather, so it's obviously not that smooth.
When does the Earth bump?
Bump? No, it's constant. Why would you
It's
get a bump?
traveling through the
Wind
universe.
and
There's no
weather,
bump.
The
but you
universe
don't
is
get
an
any
empty
wind
void
and weather.
now that's perfect to travel through.
You get wind and weather, but no wind and weather from the spin of the Earth. Wind and weather from
the spin of the Earth.
Godric, it comes
Oh,
from
you
the spin of
do.
the
Hang on a
Earth, but
second.
that
You
isn't
guys
the
show.
thing that
Wait.
creates it. It's not all.
This is new. This is new.
The
Tell
speed
us
isn't
what wind
based
and
on the
weather we
spin
get from the spin of the
that
Earth.
way.
Go.
Down's talking.
Speed isn't based on speed of the wind isn't based on the speed of the rotation in that way that you two have suggested.
Did you guys see the no school thing that we were looking at for a while? It's got the different wind patterns, jet streams, this kind of stuff. These are movements based on the Earth's rotation. Because I mean, I didn't make this for this explanation, but it's kind of perfect that I have this. I have this thing in this physics program with the rotating thing, right? And all these fucking balls are moving with it, okay? But just because they're moving with it doesn't mean they're going to be doing a perfect stationary movement with it. Because of their rotation, there's going to be things like Coriolis and different effects like that happening with the weather. So you can both see the weather going at constant velocity with the Earth, and also the Earth's rotation having an effect on the weather. So.
And the reason you need a physics program to tell you that is because you would never get to that without the program.
I didn't make it for the
I
second
totally
lecture.
agree.
I just happen to have this open.
That's a good explanation.
Talk about it.
Yeah, bro. I was just talking about like how the fuck do you feel the wind in your face when you're chilling in the like if it, let's say yeah, you go to vacation in Ecuador. Should you be feeling a whole bunch of fucking wind in your face while you're chilling on the beach?
Yeah, on a globe, they think you should. They think you should be swept away infinitely at all times, unless you're bunkered down. Even then, you'd go sick.
Why
and die
don't people in
from this.
Ecuador feel a whole bunch of
They
wind
think,
in their face?
you know that death roller coaster
when
that
they're
kills you?
chilling
They
on the
think that
beach.
globe model is that.
On the beach.
See? No wind.
Like they're just chilling, right?
Have a
It's
lot
not
of
like
wind,
it's
Mal.
not
What do you mean
windy
no
in
wind?
Ecuador. You don't hear about Ecuador being like the windiest city in the world, right? That's Chicago.
Chicago's not the windiest city in the world.
I don't know.
Can I ask? Can I give you a globe as an example?
What's the
then?
windiest city in the world?
In Chicago because of lake effect or something like that.
It's not Chicago, man.
Let me give you Globe as an example, and then you
I mean,
explain it to me.
it's known as the windy city. It may not be the windiest city in the world, but you know where I was going. It's pretty windy.
They say it's so windy that chunks of buildings can just fall off.
We had a big windstorm just recently come in. A tree down the park.
See what I'm saying?
Can
It
hardly
must be
find my
pretty
quad.
windy if chunks of buildings are falling off.
Not quite 1,000 miles per hour, but it obviously shows some movements happening on Earth, like for some reason.
How can we go back to like what it would take to change someone's mind, like from a personal lived experience? Like for me, there's just a few questions I got that I can know. I don't claim globe, right? So I would like to see somebody just explain a few contradictions or why they think that would make sense for me, that I
Yeah,
would be able to
mind.
understand it. So like the one would be the global war on terror. That's probably the first one that got me.
The globe. You're gonna read about a global war on terror.
How do you explain it on a globe?
Yeah, because my understanding of a globe would be that there wouldn't be any more war. It would be this age of enlightenment. It'd be like there'd be like these logical gates that humanity has passed through that have changed things, that fundamentally changed the way things are.
Yeah, man, it seems to me like you've thought about this conversation.
Yeah,
in the
definitely
past.
thought about this.
But you understand, like, fucking times have changed, motherfucker. Ukraine and Russia is the new big deal, and you can't be talking about war on terror no more. Because the biggest terrorist right now on the planet Earth is Vladimir Putin.
Let me answer quickly. I think it's the same on any model crit. It's not to do with shape of the Earth makes people enlightened. It's to do with human ego and Satan controlling the physical reality. And here we are.
Yeah, I totally get that. So that's where I was thinking too, right? That it seems like this idea is that it isn't possible to use that as a tool of discernment. That even if globe, people would act like it's flat anyway, because they've got other issues, other factors that are more important that trump the globe model.
I agree with that last bit. Yeah, there's other issues. Most people don't care.
Yeah, and that's what I guess I'm trying to get to. Is like, what would be the pivot is, so if war is not something to care about because it happens over there, right? As long as it doesn't happen, like not in my backyard.
People care enough to change their avatar to the Ukraine flag, but it doesn't mean they really care because they don't know anything about it. So they try and care, but they're faking it.
Yeah, this gal at the gym yesterday was passing out Ukraine flags. I was just kind of curious. I asked her, "Where is Ukraine?"
That's the new mask.
Yeah, she said it was in the
Ukraine flag.
Balkans.
Near Russia, that would be the answer.
Yeah, that would be a better answer. She said it was in the Balkans. I'm like, no, it's not, dude. The Balkans, like Bosnia, Kosovo.
If I
think
reword your
point in the Balkans, that'd be fair.
Why not just say Eastern Europe or something like that, right? Why the Balkans seems like she doesn't know where it is.
Really, it seems like a pretty fine answer.
If I was to reword your point, Crit, it might seem silly to some that people try and explain the science of the globe Earth as perfect while we're destroying each other as masters and slaves. So we can argue the cosmology work, but we can't argue we've got it all right, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. That it's like they've got the cosmology right, but for some reason it's not right enough to, like, someone could understand, like, hey, it's a good idea to have a vegetarian diet or at least reduce the amount of meat you eat, but it's not enough because the instant gratification kind of instead of
Jesuit understanding of the Earth and the solar system doesn't help humans become any more peaceful or nice to each other.
Yeah, it's almost quite the opposite, right? It makes people.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
That's what I asked Scott that we were talking, and one time he said, "Yeah, it's kind of like a sad state that it seems like in a way the globe made for more war, because it seemed like everything is more limited, less less accessible for people."
But yeah, when you're stuck on a planet in space and it's finite, and you know it's finite, it gives you a certain different type of sort of defense mechanism.
So here, culture.
Well,
Here's the
agreed.
Balkan Peninsula. Can you mark Yugoslavia and also Ukraine on this map?
Yeah, I don't know exactly where
Ukraine to the east.
It's genius.
I don't care where Ukraine is. That's how I win.
It just I kind of just asked her that because it just reminded me of that movie Wag the Dog. You know, where they just invented a country like in the Balkans, and
yeah,
you know, and they like America was at war with this country because like no spoilers here. You find that part,
yeah.
but you check out the movie Wag the Dog.
Mm-hmm. Dustin Hoffman, De Niro, right?
Yep, that's the one.
My dad changed his Facebook avatar to his normal photo, but with the Ukraine flag in the corner.
Oh.
So I posted on Facebook, now you are all Ukraine apologists because the news told you to be. With 3 laughing, crying emojis.
That might have been one too many. You probably should just went with 2.
But no responses. People thought, I'm not going to talk to them about that. No way. Of course, Russia are big bullies. And Ukraine people, some innocent people are dying. This happens a lot with different people all the time. But I'm just astounded how the news says, oh no, Ukraine's a victim. And suddenly everybody is on the side of these people they don't know anything about. Can you imagine in the future when the aliens come and they say on the news, these aliens are nice, these aliens are horrible, racist. Everyone changes their avatar to pick sides.
Do you think there's ever boardroom meetings in big media empires where there's executives sitting around in a big high rise on the top floor thinking like, how can we manipulate Earth today?
Yeah, definitely. I think they have cigars and they're in basements and different rooms, temples. Maybe it's just a Jewish rabbi smoking a cigar with his son, and that becomes the plan for the globalists that live the other side of the world.
Yeah. Because
Well,
even the teleprompters, like a lot of the news anchors, they're literally just looking at a screen, reading it. It's not their own thoughts.
How I've read it is, Russia's been a bully, is a bully.
So Mo, let's assume
Hang on one sec.
Mo, let's assume you're correct.
Hold on, Branch. You just overtalked Dawn.
Because I'm stoned, I almost forgot.
And they hear Dawn even say something.
Yeah, no, I could tell he couldn't hear Don. You must have
I've
muted
already
Don a while
forgot
back.
because I'm too hot. So go
I
on.
didn't. What's up, Dawn? Still
What was
can't
my
hear
point?
Dawn.
Can you remember what I said? And I'll quickly finish it for you.
Anyway, Russia's just protecting their people.
Yeah, they're a big bully.
bad part
Russia's
is,
a big bully, yeah.
When I see Dawn light up,
Hello?
that's when I know I can't hear her.
Russia's a big bully, but they're protecting themselves from the New World Order globalists who are putting pressure on them from all the countries next door.
Yeah.
They're protecting their people.
Yeah.
It does look like Putin is flexing his bicep a little bit.
Yeah, that doesn't make Ukraine the new victim.
I think he's sort of saying, like, look at the world leaders, look at the state of them. I think he's saying, I'm the king of Earth.
I mean, I'm still
He has
interested.
the right to protect his people.
Definitely, but I think he kind of is the king.
Putin is the king.
He's the new king.
He's
yeah,
one of the kings.
He's the
yeah,
only
yeah.
motherfucker I've seen that's got any balls.
Mm. No one can
he
say
owns
a bad
Contra.
word about him. He holds himself pretty well.
No, it's not just that. Like, I wish somebody did try to fuck with him with this whole fucking shit. Like, it's
He'd just
really
knock
sad
you
that
out.
It's really
Russia-
sad that nobody's fucked with him.
Russia and the globalists, Biden and Putin, these psychopaths
One
that
country.
protect their
Russian
people in weird
mafia.
ways. They're going to
Everybody's
fight
so
each other, kill
scared
each other.
You just were talking people. You can't just bulldoze people.
I tried to find a gap, but they kept going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It doesn't mean that you can just bulldoze.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Banso, what are you mad about right now?
I'm just trying to. Well, it's hard to hear one person when two people are talking, and you lose what people are saying. I'm just trying to.
Who is over talking? Nobody's over talking anyone.
Dawn was over talking you, and I couldn't hear what the point you were making. Is all. So why are you getting your knickers in a knot? Because I just want one person talking at a time.
My bad. You know what? I really can't hear Dawn. I need to refresh.
Well, then turn him up or something, please.
I just need to refresh.
I think that I had a little gap. I expected them to stop, and they didn't.
Okay.
I
Anyway.
did bulldoze after that.
Yeah. Anyway, go on. Continue.
It's terrible, isn't it? I think Russia is a bully. So is America. They're going to bully each other. But we shouldn't start loving all the victims just because the news tells us. I think that's my main point.
My bad, Dawn. I do apologize over talking you for a sec. But now I can hear you.
Once again, I think, Dawn, we're being put in a position. It's like pick a side. These people are the goodies and these people are the baddies, and we have to pick a side.
But Dawn, if you consider the victims as Ukraine, right? I disagree with you on this one because I personally think that Ukraine obviously doesn't have the capabilities of defending themselves. And they got a big ass bully trying to basically say, I'm going to take your shit. And basically, that's what's happening right now, Dawn, is we got this big ass bully trying to take away this from someone who
But
can't defend
France,
themselves. And I think we need to help them.
if we studied it for ages, yeah, and we're definitely sure they are a victim to a big bully, we should white knight them. But if we're only told yesterday on the news that a few missiles went off and a bit of an attack's happened, that isn't enough for us to be a white knight. Not in this current climate. We need more information.
Is that all we know?
Yeah, I think most people that are now offended and white knighting Ukraine don't know anything. That's what I think. I know some people know.
So you think what's happening right now is totally fine, and all these people, like when I say all the people, I'm talking about
totally
the
fine.
UN and all, like, you know, your president or your prime minister, my president, all these people, all the little votes they're doing right now. You think that's good enough to help this nation that's getting bullied?
No, I think that the power structures of the world should sort it out between themselves and not force us to care with news.
I don't know, man. I just kind of wish that we lived in a world where nobody would get bullied like this.
1 week they want me to care about the NHS. 1 week they want me to care about Palestine. 1 week they want me to care about Ukraine. I don't care about any of it. I don't want to hear it anymore. Stop telling me what to care about.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, that's all my points. I'm cool now.
Yeah, it's not very different to what's happening in Palestine.
No, obviously people get hurt. That's bad.
In Taiwan too.
Yemen,
Mexico,
Yemen also.
Iraq, Afghanistan, African countries, all over the world, and yet we're like, oh look, point at Ukraine. Ooh. But
So
we
what
don't
do you
worry
guys
about any of these others.
So you guys think we should just turn a blind eye and just let it happen?
I think Ukraine.
I think. Sorry, Crit.
I'm not. Yeah, I'll say because Ukraine seems more important because it could draw a regional conflict with Europe, and if that happens, then America would have to get involved. And wars with America is involved with. I mean, these don't turn out well for humanity.
I mean, Ukraine's enormous, though, right? Compared to the other shit. Like, I'm not trying to say that, depending on the size of a country, the level of response should be equivalent. But like, this isn't a small number of people getting fucked with. This is a lot. Like, even compared to some of the countries we're talking about, yeah, Ukraine's population is like what? Like 10, 15 times that.
Yeah, it's a huge compared to these other countries. Yeah, Ukraine is massive.
Right. I mean, it's not a small number of people that are getting fucked. This is a lot of
And
people.
you also too have Ukraine holding some of the richest mineral deposits in the world. And that's why also America is so interested in it.
Dude, I don't give a fuck about the mineral deposits, man.
Who cares whether or not you do, right? The governments do. Doesn't matter whether or not you do or not, Branch.
I'm just saying though, Banzo, you brought up the mineral deposits.
Of course I did.
Okay.
It's another reason. It's another reason. There is flexing of power. Just another reason.
It's about what I'm trying to say though is fuck the mineral deposits. What about all these fucking people whose fucking lives are being fucked with right now, man?
What about the people? What about the people in Yemen or Syria or
like I just said,
and all those sorts of places?
Those people matter, but we're talking about 10 to 15 times that number of people when you talk about fucking.
Really?
Yes, really.
What is
the population?
Sometimes,
Banso, what is the population in Ukraine?
I don't care what the population is, right? It doesn't make any difference.
The number of people we're talking about is immense. That matters.
Well,
you don't think that matters? You're fucking retarded.
No.
Well, what about sorry, but What if we have got a bit desensitized to just people being killed and bombed? Like that isn't okay on any level, anywhere. Doesn't matter where it's happening. It's the fact that it's happening. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's happened so often. This quote that from another person I talked to on a different server that really got me. I've used it since. He said, "The world is so messed up so often that people just stop noticing."
Yeah. Becomes normalized. It's normal. People used to sit down at 6:30 in Australia and eat their dinner, and the news would just be about people dying mostly. People are just sitting there eating food.
What I find funny, Mel, is people like Bansaw trying to tell me it's okay for this shit to happen in Ukraine because it's happening to other countries.
When did I say ever once, Branch, it was okay? I never said it. So don't put words in my mouth. Don't manipulate what I said.
That's pretty much what you was fucking saying.
I did not say that at all.
All right. So what was your reasoning for bringing up the fact that other countries have gone through shit?
I'm not prepared to have it out with you tonight, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Brent, this is a kind of a problem because it should be able to, if you're going to ask him a question, at least understand it or say, "I didn't understand what you meant." Because he was saying, my understanding anyway, I don't want to put words in his mouth either. He says there's so many conflicts out there that he finds it kind of ironic that people now are suddenly anti-war. How come they weren't anti-war for the last 20-something years?
Absolutely, I get that.
There you go. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I was saying too. That this global war on terror, right? For people are it's like nonstop conflict, and so now there's another conflict, and people think like hand out flags at the gym.
Yeah.
Why? You can't even
says
spot Ukraine on the map, but you're like it's a big deal for you.
Dell says it's a war for your attention.
Do you guys not see why Ukraine is a little bit different?
I see it as I see the only reason why it's a bit different is it involves power structures of Western countries that if they go to war, it's going to be kind of like the end of civilization. These other kind of third world countries, Yemen, Taiwan, they're kind of like, I don't know, proxy battles of superpowers, but they will never really escalate beyond a regional conflict. This, I think, has the potential to escalate to a worldwide conflict.
I think that's correct.
Just because it's white people involved?
No, because the European powers are involved. Look at Kosho, you said I was correct. I clipped that.
Oh my god!
We started today where I've never been correct. Oh, sorry, Ben.
I take it back. I take it back. Some sentence.
I'm going to. I gotta clip that because we started today where I've never been correct about anything.
All right, that's the healing for the day.
Exactly.
There it is. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm wrong sometimes too, man.
Especially about Dutch people.
No, I'm usually I'm always right about that. You know that.
And the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, also what I heard Bansaw saying in that, just maybe this is just the way I kind of interpret it, but it's sort of like, it seems to me like in the media right now, it's like people are being requested to focus their energy on that particular situation in Ukraine. And whereas when, when things are happening in other places of the world, why are those just kind of swept under the carpet? And, is that kind of what you were saying in a sense, Bansaw?
Yeah, exactly. There's atrocity and small wars all over the world at any one particular time, where hundreds of thousands, millions of people have been slaughtered, right? And no one bats an eyelid at them. But all of a sudden now everyone's getting butthurt about it, and everyone's got an opinion about it. But no one has an opinion about any of these other atrocities across the world. Well,
Yeah.
not with
The-
the same.
the-
Well, not with the same amount of passion, not with the same amount of vigor. And to me, it's quite vile and disgusting. To be honest with you, it
No,
really is.
I get you, man. So, man, you're totally right about that shit. Like, I think the reason why this got the limelight is because Russia is involved.
Yeah, the big guns.
That's because
Well, I
they want to put it in the limelight. Ultimately, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like
Well,
the
it's
world.
about World War. It's more fear. They're directing our attention. It's World War III. They've got everybody on edge.
I think
It's a big crescendo.
Kurt put it in a fine way. The stakes here are much different than, and I think. I mean, I'm not really worried about the Ukrainian people, but that's because I wasn't really thinking about them. I guess just call me selfish, but the implications of everybody involved, and that includes the world. So I think that's why it's big news right now.
I mean, it's
I think they're
interesting,
trying
right?
to.
If you
Sorry.
look at it, yeah, like a lot of countries, if this shit did go fucking sideways, it would be a world war because like a lot of countries don't even know how to fucking act right now. You got like
That's
India,
why the boss had to step
like
forward.
look at India, right? India is supposed to be on the side of fucking the West always, right? But with this fucking shit, they were like, you know what? It's Russia. We can't really say no to Russia. Like India and Russia are pretty close fucking countries, and not just that. Like we get a lot. India gets a lot of military shit from Russia. Like a lot of the weapons come from Russia.
The communist takeover. Dallas David's right.
They can't just fucking like countries like India. Even if they do want to go against Russia, they can't because they're their brothers. Like literally, Russia supplies them with a whole bunch of weapons.
The occult, man. I think it
Hey
goes.
man, like
They're
it's
they're
divided the
hijacking
world.
consciousness.
Like China, right?
I mean, these countries are not—they're not separate. They're about as much separate as the different parts of Walmart. You know, your electronics section versus your clothing section. At this point, that's about how different the countries are. They're all owned under the same
Well, look at
umbrella.
China. Like look at China, right? Should China go with Russia, or should China say, you know what, Russia, fuck you? Right?
They're already together.
China's also just like India. They can't really make a decision because they're a border country with fucking Russia, right? Again, a lot of trade happens between China and Russia. They can't.
I like what Merle said too. Like, it's like just the fact that there's like bombings and killings going on. Like, every human should be like the way Merle said that. Earlier you said that where you're like that should be the outrage. It's like, why are we killing anyone? Why are people having bombed? Like, that should be an outrage, like in and of itself. I don't know. Maybe
level.
Maybe I don't know. This was like 10 minutes ago when you said it, but it was just. And maybe I'm not sure. I don't know.
That's exactly it. Because that's been normalized. Like the whole human situation to me, it's very strange. It's hard to believe it's real sometimes what we go through. And I think the way we deal with it is amazing. Like I'm proud of us for that because the world is pretty insane. You know.
Well,
yeah, exactly. I mean, just like the fact that people are okay with that and can just watch the news and say, "Okay, that's just how it is." Yeah, it's like like we've been like conditioned into complacency to allow this kind of stuff.
Right, we're almost used to it.
Sitting there in shock about the fact that it exists, you're going to be real surprised when it exists right in front of your face. Like I said, I think that's kind of that's the
It's
fear.
also a big point,
Not that
Josh,
it's
yeah.
that it could be, it could change, it could uproot, all our lives,
It's so easy to show outrage from afar and have opinions from afar. Merle, you live with some Afghanis, I believe. Yeah. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Yeah. And
Yeah, one.
Yeah, and they have told you some very specific thing about bombing at their back doorstep.
Yeah.
Don't they? And it
Yeah.
is we are so desensitized to everything that's just on the big screen, and we
Mhm.
don't really give it a second thought because thank goodness it's not in our backyard. Right? Thank goodness it's not in our backyard, and we're led by the propaganda, right? Until it actually happens to you.
Yeah, he was in the backyard the other day. He cried.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
In that way, we're all lucky we don't have natives raping and pillaging our families in the middle of the night. We're lucky that that's
I don't think that. I
that's-
don't think that really has happened the way that we were told, though. I think that's been like.
No, I'm saying we're lucky they didn't react like that and still do react like that.
I think it's a different fucking thing altogether, though. Like talking about people, our security and safety, is very different to considering what the fuck's happening right now, in Ukraine. Right? It's not even a comparable fucking notion. I don't even think it's cool to be talking about it in the same fucking light.
Well, there are some humans that want to hurt others. They want to steal or hurt someone, but I think that that's actually a very small amount of people. So, like, I don't think anyone wants to be bombed. Like, does any of that need to be happening at all? Like, as a human race, we should just be like, yeah, no more bombs. We don't need any bombs for anything. Like, there's definitely some people that are really criminal and they're like serial killers, and they maybe need to be put in some kind of a. I don't even like the idea of prisons, but that's another story. But I realize that there needs to be some like safety measures. But bombs, like huge, massive killing devices, is that needed at all?
Indiscriminate killing too. That these
It's a show
bombs.
of force, right? The only reason they use bombs is to show how big your dick is.
How easy is it to justify bombing a hospital or a school because someone has said that there is a terrorist using it as a human shield, yet we can justify bombing it and killing innocents because, we got the terrorist, we got the bad guy. And no one thinks twice about it. No one thinks twice about it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's like war is just a rich man's game. The rest of us don't want it.
Yes, too bad Sassy hasn't joined yet. She's got a lot of takes on this too. That would probably be pretty
Sassy?
insightful.
Who's Sassy?
Is she on Discord much, Crit? Because somebody had brought her up the other day, and yeah, I was because I haven't talked to her in quite some time. So yeah, I was just
remember Sassy.
we were reminiscing a little bit about her. But is she on Discord much these days, or?
I don't know. It's been some time since I've talked to her too. I've just seen her like there's the Flat Earth Archive channel.
Are you talking about Sassy from the Mob Squad?
No, you might know her by different. I'm not sure what name you might know her by.
She used to be part of the Mob Squad, right? For fucking Dread.
It is
No.
that, yeah. Well, it was called the Mod Squad or whatever. But yeah, Sassy, undeniably, yeah, she was on Bro Sanchez and Dread's channel as a back then. If that's that
The
is
Great White Lie. That's a big thing. She's very passionate.
Yeah, Dread used to have a thing called the Mod Squad. I think that's what Branch is talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you.
Sassy used to be like the queen of the Mob Squad. Like, Sassy's she's cool. Just bring her.
Yeah, I sent her an invite to the server.
She won't come. For sure, she won't come. Maybe she will. Fuck, if she does, great job, Crit.
I would like to see back in the Israel-Palestine psyop. My first reaction is to tell everyone, why are you white knighting Palestine? You shouldn't. Then later on, I did realise that they were being bullied quite hard. even though I have my own hang-ups about Islam, they are being really bullied by Jews in Israel and the New World Order and globalists in general.
Well, you know, the one thing I was thinking about,
So
when this
it might be
whole-
the same with Ukraine, is all I'm saying.
Dawn, I was thinking, yeah, like, you know how, like, after 9/11, the brown became the new black. You think the Russians become the new brown?
Russia might be the new white.
You know what I'm saying, though?
It might be the new Western superpower, even though it's not really Western.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
yeah.
do you guys think they are like starting essentially the kind of rumblings of World War III, which will lead into the fake alien invasion?
Yeah.
I think World War III is in little stages, so it's back to a chess game rather than even it's not a world war, is it? World War II wasn't a world war; it was just Hitler through Europe and
I
a few
don't-
other
I don't
places.
see-
You know what I mean?
I don't see
World War
Putin-
III is just going to be bits and bobs for years.
China.
I don't see Putin going forward though. I don't see Putin like taking of another place. Like he would take over Ukraine and he'll chill for a bit.
It just seems like when I think about the kind of operating mind of these psychopaths, whoever they are, it just seems like it's like this quick U-turn out of biological, the air is killing us, pandemic thing into this. Is what it seems like.
Perfect timing.
I mean, I don't even follow their news, so I mean, I know you guys have been talking about it a lot, but I mean, I don't really even follow their thing. I mean, I know it's a real thing that's happening over there, so I'm not saying it's not real and people are not suffering and everything, but I guess I just don't feel like I want to give in and just talk about what they want me to talk about.
I don't actually think there'll be another Great World Geo myself. I think there'll be little. I think there'll be small conflicts, like what we see at the moment around the world. There'll be only smaller ones, but I don't think there'll be another world war, Great War, like perhaps what we've experienced in the past. I think the superpowers to be, the catastrophe that it could cause with the weaponry that's available on hand could pretty much wipe everyone out.
I have a comment. I'll have a comment. I think Russia are a very strong power. They're building it all secretly. They've got a lot of shit, but they will not beat UK, USA, while they're white knighting the Jews, because that power has more than just weaponry. It has equal weaponry to Russia, but it also has full occult training.
I don't know if you know this, dude. Dawn. A lot of people, they don't realize where the power actually lies in the world, right? Like, the UK doesn't really have shit as far as like firepower goes.
No, but we're on the team. We've got the wizards and the posh guys.
You're on Team America, right? I get that. But it's like in realism, yeah, it's China, America, Russia, India, and Pakistan that have all the fucking nukes.
Yeah, but
like you don't even know how much fucking nukes Pakistan has.
Our big team is on the side of the Jews, I believe, which makes them really powerful.
Just frustrates me that whatever they put on the news, it's like it all of a sudden has to like infiltrate all of our minds. It's unfortunate.
The crazy shit about when this shit went down in Ukraine, the Prime Minister of Pakistan was chilling with Putin in Russia.
It's like they have the world. It's like they have the world's biggest YouTube channel and everyone's subscribed.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Gio, that this is all a planned thing, and that's just like Walmart, different sections of Walmart, and just saying that Putin is making decisions at all kind of, I mean, really, don't we know that there's people making decisions that he's just a puppet? You know, that he's not really making all these decisions, just like
Really?
any other puppet or any other president of any other country.
My bad. You know what? I forgot about
I
Israel.
agree with that. Yeah, I just
Oh,
mean
Joe,
choosing,
I do
choosing
apologize. I forgot about Israel, but Israel doesn't disclose how many bombs they have. Israel's up there too.
Of course they don't. They've got 2 iron domes on top of each other. They don't disclose.
Seems like nukes are fake. That changes your perspective on that whole thing. My phone died earlier. Sorry, by the way. But I don't want to take it back to that discussion about feeling the spin. But just to let you know.
Well, you've come in a good time because it's like consciousness is being hijacked. And I'm starting to realize that. And I think that's what's sacred. Like the fact that we have one, it's where we go with it next, though. You know, together.
What it is,
because maybe we can change it for ourselves.
If we spend time and pay attention to their bullshit, they have us. 'Cause that's the real money. Paying attention,
Yeah.
spending time.
Looking at your phone.
Yeah, if they have your attention, they've got you. Because they've got your one eye, money. But I also understand it's impossible not to because it's everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you just ignore what's going on, Dawn?
No, I can't. I get drawn in.
Yeah, but even if you couldn't get drawn in, like should you just ignore what's going on?
I do my best to ultimately, when I go to bed and I meditate and I relax and I go to sleep, hoping I'll wake up again. I don't care about Ukraine or Palestine at all, really. I care about me and my family.
Mm-hmm.
But during the day, when I see Facebook or I see the news or I see my dad care or someone else care about Palestine, and I really think they haven't thought it through, I get triggered and I get drawn in. Same with COVID-19.
Well, it's sort of like they're like these music conductors with the mainstream media and all these events and it's like they're kind of up there and they're going all together now, and they're getting all of us to sing along, you know, whether it's the pandemic thing or whatever it is. It's like all together now, and then they're just hoping that we're all going to sing along with them once they start singing. And
when
unfortunately,
everyone's singing around you, you're almost singing yourself, right? You can't get out of the singing.
Yeah, it's like playing
a catchy tune.
Like playing an Adele song over the loudspeakers of the whole earth. So everybody's hearing it.
COVID didn't kill enough people that they hoped it would, so now they're going to create a world war to kill off the rest.
Well, it does seem like a strange timing when more and more people are seeing through the COVID sham, and then all of a sudden,
back
to war. And we still have yet to see what the jabs are going to do to people. It's actually the jabs we should be afraid of, not the COVID.
Oh, I did see a brilliant meme. All the vaccinated are going to have to go to war because us as the unvaccinated can't travel.
They're the ones that are going to be drafted?
Yeah, because unvax can't travel. They've already told us we're not allowed.
Fuck that. We'll find a way for you. You got to travel on your own planes.
I'm curious about something, although
it's a meme, just a silly joke.
There's no real answer to the game, but I was just wondering when would this become real to you guys? Like a worldwide problem, maybe a pandemic at the same time as a war.
I just don't think war is real. I mean, I think people are being killed by these psychopathic people, and that's very sad. So I think it's real in terms of that, but I don't think it's real in terms of the actual claims of the governmental power structures like Putin versus someone else. I don't think that part's real.
They have the outcome of this already planned.
Right, but I still think that we are taking it realistically, Coach. I just think that you gotta kind of chill sometimes when you talk about it. You can't let it affect you that way, or else you're gonna be totally fucked. You gotta take shit with a grain of salt. And like, I understand, Coach, that's a fucked up way of thinking about it. But sometimes you gotta talk about it like it's not really a thing, even if it is. I don't know if that makes any type of sense to you,
I
Coach.
think we should accept the evidence that humans have war. Maybe there's a possibility we could stop it all, but it doesn't seem very likely if you look at the past or the recent past.
Well, I'm just like I was saying before, like there are some people that are criminals, but it's a pretty small number of people. So the mass of people don't want to be warring with anyone. So why is that even happening?
Yeah, but it's usually not the mass of people that want to go to war.
Small group,
It's always one. It's always one motherfucker that wants to go to war.
No, it's just these. It's just these controller people that want to do it.
Yeah, they are.
The rest of us are just they're just living and hanging out with their families and eating food and going to work. And I mean, nobody wants to be launching bombs. It's just these psychopathic controller people that want to do it.
I've got this paradox where we need to attack soldiers and their wives and tell them to stop, but then we might become defenseless and Russia would just take us over.
It's clear. It's clear that we don't care because they have to push propaganda to even get us to care. They have to push it so strong. If they didn't do that, nobody would want to do any of this. They just want to keep living their lives.
What I'm saying is even though the controllers decided to do it, it's the soldiers that have said yes and gone and done it like a robot, even though they're supposed to be human like us.
Because their propaganda incites them to do it. Nobody's born hating another type of person. They only learn that.
They are born to be a slave and to be rewarded for it. So you get given camouflage and a gun and told
Not
go
to
there.
say they don't have a choice, but the circumstances don't give a lot of these people
soldiers are choosing to join the army because they're stupid.
Well, they've been bred to be that way, and they've been dumbed down on purpose.
Over generations.
It's not very fair.
That takes away some of their fault. They've been bred and pushed into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Making an easy choice.
Yeah, the whole idea of the New World Order, it doesn't make sense in that they wouldn't be able to propagandize us to want to kill each other and use the idea of war and then the playing out of war with the winner already pre-planned and invested on, and the people that are funding it on both sides creating the whole conflict and giving us no choice to be in it. That the idea that we'd be one world order would take away their ability to use us against each other. So I don't know.
I mean, would it be bad though? Would it be bad?
World order can work on that.
Like a lot of flat earthers, yeah. Everybody says it'd be so bad was one world order. I actually think that is where we should be striving to get to.
Yeah, the same plan for unity, spiritual unity, is a one world order. It's the same thing. That's the paradox.
They've already got a one world order.
No, we don't.
Yes.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, Branch.
Exactly.
100% we do. They're all playing for the same team. It's already here.
Yep. And nukes are fake, and that would totally change the way you see everything if you realize that, Branch. And they can use that threat.
Yeah, listen, I ain't gonna change the way I see
the war.
shit.
They might nuke us. I mean, think about it. If nukes were real, every country would have that technology by now. Oh, the only countries that get the technology are the ones that are in the club that are faking space. If you get to the point where you can fake space as a country, you can also be a nuclear power. But if the technology, every country would have it. They would have figured it out. We would have blown ourselves up by now. Nukes are fake as fuck.
Which major countries don't have nukes? Tell me that.
Nukes are fake as fuck.
You know what's crazy is that nukes are fake. I mean, big bombs are not fake, but nukes are fake. But what do you think about new perspective about the fact that but directed energy weapons are real? So they actually do have like mass. They do have equipment that can actually do that.
I think they're going to use that for the.
Why do you believe that, not nukes?
They're gonna absorb the flat Earth and say it's an outer pounder invasion, that we're surrounded by our ancient ancestors that are more highly advanced, and that's where the UFOs have been coming from this whole time. I think that's their plan.
But why do you believe that about energy weapons is not nukes?
Because the evidence I've seen for energy weapons is quite clear. Look at Paradise, California. People, they have houses that are just leveled, completely leveled, and they say it's from fire, and the bathtub is totally incinerated, like gone, and there are trees standing right next to where those buildings were that still have leaves. I mean, the evidence is just incredible when you really look into that. And there's actually even ancient directed energy weapon evidence that they might have used that for a lot of the stuff, that melted building stuff that people are talking about, and instead of the plasma storm that people may be wrong about. So there's lots of evidence for that. As far as nukes go, I haven't seen any evidence for it. The films are fake as fuck. It's all just completely like modeled. It's so bad. It's like worse than the moon landing stuff if you really look into it.
All nukes are fake. That's the only reason why we fucking have all
It
these
seems like
fucking.
they're faking the presentation of them, and we haven't seen. I mean, there's lots of things like in Nagasaki, there was people like there was plants growing right afterwards. I mean, the whole idea is perfect. Think about it. You have a finger on a button, and you can threaten a country by just having your finger on the button. What power does that give you? You know, and then taking the blame for bombing another country was the perfect strategy, because then you could say, "Oh, we're guilty of doing this, but look, now we have this power. No one fucks with us."
It's also a concept, but I think it might be real too. But then it's also used as a concept.
Have you seen good evidence that it's real?
Good enough, same as with energy weapons.
What have you seen that makes you think nukes are real?
Atom bombs, and nuclear science understanding.
You've heard about it, but have you seen anything that makes it seem real? Have you looked at the
I've
old
seen videos of atom bombs, and I think a nuke bomb is similar.
Well, that's what you think, but have you seen anything that convinces you?
Yes, I've seen footage of many atom bombs.
Yeah, but the camera doesn't move. I mean, you have to be a little bit. You have to use your discernment, and you'll see how fake
Oh,
it is.
it's a huge, huge bomb. That's enough for me.
Yes, they've definitely got very, very, very bombs.
You got very bombs.
Very, very.
Very bombs.
And they vary in size. These very bombs.
Yeah, they do. A lot of them require plutonium and some type of radioactive fucking shit, which makes them nukes.
You think so?
Have you seen those aircraft carriers?
Not all of them are atom bombs.
Uh-huh.
But there are some of them atom bombs. An atom bomb is still a nuke.
Uh-huh.
I think the atom bomb is the fusion one, but I think the fission one's gonna be called atom bombs too, but it doesn't matter.
Well, even more so, atoms don't exist. So how can you have an atom bomb? They want us to be afraid of something that doesn't exist.
I mean, regardless.
That's another concept.
Geo, did you say that to be funny?
Little orbiting balls? Come on. We have big orbiting balls we can't see with fake pictures, and we have small little orbiting balls we can't see with fake pictures.
There was a guy called
Gio, how much have you drank today, Gio? Don't make me mute you because you're drunk.
Yeah, there was a guy called Laplace or something like that in the late 1800s, late 1700s, 1800s. There's a French, basically the godfather of chemistry. And anyways, they chopped his head off in the French Revolution. And the only reason I bring him up is because when you say atoms don't exist, that kind of doesn't just do away with nuclear fusion and nuclear energy or nuclear bombs. It also does away with the entirety of chemistry and everything we understand about it.
Nuclear fusion's real, that's for sure. It's just that the idea of that justifying the idea of nuclear bombs is not. They're not.
It's the same thing, though.
Not.
Yeah, those two things are the same thing.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. The only
atom. Are you saying they're splitting the atom when they use nuclear fusion?
Yeah,
and they have nuclear power plants?
The only difference is one is a sustained process that they can use the energy over a long period of time. The other one is a quick reaction, but it's the same exact reaction doing the exact same thing.
Well, my understanding is that it's a radioactive reaction that heats water up, then the water boils in terms of and steams off, and then turns a turbine.
That's right.
It's not. Yeah, they're not splitting like
That,
an
that
atom.
that's where the energy's. That's how they heat the water up.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're not
They're
splitting
splitting,
those
are you
atoms.
saying
It's
that they claim
electrons.
they're splitting atoms
Yes.
for is that really what you think?
No, they start with uranium.
That's not only what I think, my friend.
They start in power plants. They start with uranium and end with uranium. Apparently, a nuclear bomb, they start with
Citation, please.
uranium and end up with two separate things. Like I can't remember the two of them right now, but it splits into two nukes.
And when if you're talking about nuclear fission, there's different types of nuclear fission, but the result is always going to be something that was split. Like if you're using uranium, for example, I don't think the outcome is uranium, by the way, but
depleted uranium and then depleted uranium.
Yeah, but I think the depleted uranium is something different. I think depleted uranium is the uranium that you couldn't use for nuclear bomb, because they try to pull out the isotope of uranium to use them. But yeah, that's all they do is they set off a
Was
chain.
anyone else here as fooled by Nagasaki as I was at the time? Like I was calling my friends on the West Coast saying, "Don't eat the fish, don't eat the fish." They showed us like this big red blob in the sea coming from Japan, and the idea that it was contaminating all the fish and we shouldn't eat sushi anymore was a very popular thing for a little while. But then that was all fake as fuck. That was all fake as fuck.
You're talking about Fukushima?
Yeah, Fukushima.
Hey, Crit.
Real, bro.
There's an old
No, it wasn't.
YouTube clip or video clip of a guy, this old dude, and he's playing with uranium or something like that. Can you remember the one? And he eats it. That's right. He eats it.
He eats it. Yeah. I can't remember the guy's name because I know a lot of people talk about it, but
Yeah, John B. Wells, or what was it? What was his name?
You know what I find interesting about the bombs, yeah, is like, so after that shit got dropped in Japan, there was this whole fucking thing about people shouldn't be allowed to create these bombs anymore, and so the people that did have the bombs told all the other countries, you guys can't create them, right? Out of then, fucking India and Pakistan said, fuck y'all, we're gonna create them anyway. And they did, right? But they were like only two. They were like one of the only two countries that did that. Why didn't the rest of them do it?
No, Israel did that too, man.
Yeah, Israel did too. Yeah,
all the countries would have nuclear bombs by now. Every little country in the world would have one.
signed.
How many years has it been?
Israel did, but the other thing we got to think about is this: let's say like Israel's got about around 40, 50 nukes, right? I think India and Pakistan probably have around like 500, 600 each. But the fact that their nukes are the newer nukes compared to the 5,000 that Russia has, or the 4,000 that America has, the fact that Israel, India, and Pakistan are the newer ones, what's up with that?
Hey, I gotta go, guys, but it's Galen Windsor. I put the link in the chat. Nukes are fake as fuck. Nukes are fake. Nukes are fake. Nukes are fake. Bye.
But what I wonder is, why was it only India, Pakistan, and fucking Israel that said, fuck it, we don't give a fuck what these cunts say, we're gonna make our own nukes?
Well, they have. There's more than just those two countries that developed nuclear weapons. I mean, what they did, there's like a treaty that they signed, like the non-proliferation. And
I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, what if, like, okay, so, like, what if there's countries out there that said, you know, fuck it, let's just make some nukes?
What I think is interesting is that there's like a one-for-one correlation between countries that claim to have nuclear weapons and countries that also claim to have a space program.
Yeah, well, why do you think that is?
Because they're a bunch of psychopaths.
Because they require about the same technology when it comes to rockets.
Weapons.
It's not just enough to have a nuclear bomb if you can't send it anywhere. Otherwise, you're just an asshole with a nuclear bomb and own land. You have to have an intercontinental ballistic missile, which is about the same technology as it takes to get to space. So it makes sense that.
Well, yeah, it's not like you don't really need interballistics to use nukes, but
Yeah, not to use them, but they're useless if you're going to keep them in your own territory.
if you didn't already have that tech, which was if you didn't already have that, if you want level of science and that shit within your country, then you would have never been able to develop them anyway.
Yeah, you don't have the infrastructure to
Right.
Yeah, to do anything with it. I remember this video is old, but actually this video is like 12 years old. Shit, but it's just interesting.
I think that's the last time it needed to be updated, though. There hasn't been any nuclear tests since North Korea.
What was that? North Korea.
I'm pretty sure North
Yeah,
Korea
that was like 12 years ago.
No, that was recently. I thought it was like.
No, it's here in Bush.
Kosho, what do you think, Kosho? Do you think North Korea has nukes?
I think they tested them, like Chris said, but I don't think they were testing nukes. I thought they were testing just missiles.
They did, yeah. They both. They fired a missile over Japan, and then they supposedly blew something up that caused some sort of shockwave.
That was the size of a nuke. Okay.
They've been doing that for years.
A lot. Yeah, some people at the time said that they faked it. That they just set up a lot of explosives to kind of equal out.
I mean, the technology is out there, right? It's not that hard to get. It's not that hard to fucking backwards engineer it too, right?
You can probably do it just from YouTube clips.
Yep.
It's like the finer details. There's enough out there to that people could, like have a good working knowledge supposedly, but to actually make it work, it's really complex.
If they're real.
The other part of it is to have infrastructure to make them in a stable method.
Yeah, you need a machine shop of some kind, probably. And I don't know what else do you actually need?
For enriched uranium, they have to. You get the people who know how to do that.
Did you hear about the child who did it? Like,
Oh yeah.
I know. I was about to bring that up.
in his backyard. It's
Yeah.
crazy. He's
He
so
didn't enrich
smart.
uranium. He did. What was it? What's that guy's name? Not Biodual.
What was that?
golden-
Nuclear, like, plant? Something like that?
Right.
Yeah, he stole a bunch of fire alarm detectors.
Yeah.
He basically created a tiny reactor. And
He
it's
created yeah. Material comes in the, like Kurt said, in the smoke detector. What's his name? What's that guy's name? Gold Steel. He told us all how to do it one time. Because there's a couple materials you could use, but yeah, you could make like a makeshift nuclear reactor just by collecting smoke detectors.
Yeah, the kid died. He like exposed himself.
So if this
No, he
dude,
didn't explode himself.
could do it,
He became like a drug addict.
if this dude could do it in his backyard, yeah, who's to say Australia's not doing it?
We are.
How did he die quick? Because I remember he got busted by the cops.
Yeah, you might be right. I'm just trying to go off memory. I thought I heard someplace that he had died from radiation exposure, but actually I think you might be right that it
Yeah,
was
he got fucked up from it though. Because I remember they showed pictures of him and he was like fucked up a little bit, but I think he died from drugs or something.
Yeah, now that you mentioned the drugs thing, I think he had some neurological issues and a lot of pain problems, and then got hooked on street drugs, and then ended up dying from that.
Oh,
that's sad.
That's sad.
Hey, did he actually die?
Yeah, he died. Yeah, he was like in his 20s when he died. But when he did that as a kid, yeah, because I forgot how he was like trying to hide it. He was like trying to get rid of it, and so he like put it all in like the shed, and then the cops like came, and I think they had already gotten rid of it, but there was so much radiation in that shed they had to evacuate like part of the town.
Yeah, like blocks, like areas. This is what This is what he looked like before he did, like
Market.
17 years old. He looks like he's in his 30s.
Did he die a virgin or did he like fuck a bunch of bitches first?
Oh, Prince.
Oh my.
Yeah, he died in
You're
2016.
roboting. Naps, you're roboting.
He died in 2016.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Ugh.
Oh, you're fine.
How was it?
You're still clipping.
Wasn't he trying to get a badge? It was like a nuclear badge.
Yeah, he was trying to, like, you could invent your own badges. So he wanted to invent like some sort of nuclear badge or something like that, and then become a naval officer. Or that's the thing too, the neurological damage it caused. That he actually thought he was doing something positive.
And he was, dude. I mean, I used to fuck around with shit like that when I was a kid, but I wasn't sick. I wasn't doing anything that extreme, but I would take shit apart and, try and figure shit out. So I mean, being a kid and fucking making a nuclear reactor. If they were
stealing fire alarms. I mean, that's
He's a real world version of that Sheldon Cooper of the Big Bang Theory.
Oh, Michio Kaku, when he was a teenager, he made a particle accelerator in his house, and it was so powerful it knocked out all the power in his community, in his whole.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What did he make?
Is it what?
What did he make?
A particle accelerator.
Particle accelerator.
Like the Large Hadron Collider, but like a mini Hadron Collider.
What?
How do you do that in your house? I don't get it.
Yeah, it looks like he died of alcohol, antihistamines, and fentanyl intoxication.
Yeah.
Histamines. Okay. Weird.
Yeah, it says in the bottle, do not drink alcohol if you take these.
Oh my god.
Jason Bourne must have taken him out and left that trail.
Yeah. Yeah, antihistamines are bad. I mean, people can just die from that, overdosing on those.
And
Oh yeah. But that's a weird way to go, right?
Allergies.
Yeah, that's what I guess people are saying, that if it's was that Rems, right? Like a assassination.
Dude, I'm trying to say though, if you're gonna go some way, the best way to go is I was trying to build a nuclear reactor in my shed, and I died because of that. That's a pretty good way to fucking die.
Not a nuclear reactor.
Isn't that what fucking that dude was trying to? He was trying to build a nuclear reactor in his shed.
Yeah, he did get in trouble for
When
that.
he was a kid. That's not how he died though. Dying from a nuclear reactor is like the worst way to die, dude.
He had lifelong health problems because of it, but he didn't. It was in like a underlining cause. But he got in trouble for stealing the smoke detectors. Is what he got in trouble for.
I don't know, bro. He's a player in my eyes.
Clearly a nihilist. He wanted to blow the world up, but didn't get around to it.
No, he just wanted to fucking do some shit. Like he just wanted to have fun.
He might have just been a geek. Might have just been a geek.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was just doing a fucking he was science.
He just wanted that Boy Scout badge.
I don't think there was any fucking negativity in what he was trying to do. He wasn't trying to fuck anyone over or nothing like that. He just wanted to do science.
Oh yeah,
dangerous science, but yeah.
Nuclear decay, radioactive decay, like with the neutrons, like what would happen with him? It is really the most. It's like the worst way to die because your everything starts to deteriorate without any chance of healing yourself. Like your
shit just stops functioning, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, those marks on his face, those are burns from where like neutrons went through his body.
Oh shit!
They're like entry wounds, right?
This looks like bad acne, really bad acne.
Looks like he's been picking at his face. Like he's in.
I just hope he got laid before he died.
Oh my god. Worried about that.
Most important thing, eh, Branch?
You don't want to die a virgin, right? That's not cool.
Maybe you get special treatment if you do. How do you know?
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
Who knows?
That's too bad. He was really, really smart. He could have went far. It's crazy.
Funny how people will believe all sorts of like crazy conspiracy plots in films and television shows with crazy characters and assassins and cabals of people manipulating for power and position and money, but yet when it comes to the real world, they're like, oh nah, it can't possibly be that, like that's crazy talk.
Logic. Different. It's a movie. Anything goes in a movie.
No, but a movie is a reflection of life, of people, of reality. People are willing to do just about everything you see people willing to do in a movie for power and politics and.
Hey, check out this clip from George. Hey, Rams, check out this clip from George Carlin. He basically summarizes what you just said.
Oh yeah.
What we got here?
It's really good. He really nails it. He's on the Art Bell show.
It would have been cool before George Carlin passed away to have sat down with him and filled him in on the non-globular Earth. I've never heard. He talks a lot about different things, but I've never heard him talk about the Earth itself. I bet he'd be very open to it. Probably would get it pretty quickly, I'd imagine, because he seems to really have his finger on the pulse on a lot of the, just the way the kind of controllers work and the way the system's set up and everything.
What a cool clip, Crit.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Mm.
Yeah, George Carlin's a legend. Absolute legend.
No, he did a new special every year.
Did he? Every year. Cool.
Yeah. So that means he's writing material all the time.
Can you think of any modern day comedians that are, talking about that same sort of stuff that he did in terms of, what he did with power and.
I mean, Dave Chappelle, he kind of, I think he's a little full of himself now, but
It's interesting though. There's kind of less of those guys now, because like Bill Hicks, but even that was.
Yeah, he was brilliant, brutal. But I mean, today there's none.
But Dave Chappelle talks about all that stuff.
Oh, Dave Chappelle, yeah, he's cool.
But he doesn't really talk about conspiracies. Like he doesn't really go that deep.
Nah.
A little bit, yeah. I mean,
Well, he
depends.
does talk about a lot of controversial topics, and he does kind of break the mold in terms of that. But it's like it became like less socially acceptable to talk about it. It seems, which is weird, because you would think that things are more alternative now. But yeah,
criticism of politicians and the media. You don't see any of that anymore these days, do you?
Political comedian like Bill Maher and shit like that.
Oh, that's fucking vanilla as, man.
Yeah.
I'm talking about what like Stephen Colbert and what's his name? Jon Stewart were like back when they were on cable, you know, like back when they could actually be themselves. And
yeah,
I mean that was fucking cool. Those two were awesome. And then when Colbert went to the networks, he just went shit. And he's been shit ever since.
Rams, we're basically becoming more and more pussies by the day. And I don't mean like just men, it's women too. Like the whole fucking what we're allowed to talk about and all this bullshit. Yeah, we're just becoming pussies.
It's like how
we've let those people, you know, like take power and, you know, and manipulate things that way. We've let people who think censorship is a good idea. We've somehow let those people get control of, you know, the levers as far as censorship goes.
The sad thing is, yeah, like racism, sexism, even homosexualism, all of that type of stuff, right? There used to be a point where people accepted it as long as it wasn't said with hate. Nowadays, it doesn't matter how it's said. You just can't say it.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand why that's a good way to go, but still,
it's not.
No, it's not. It's not a good way to go at all.
Context matters. So it's like racism is bad, sexism is bad, but talking about it or even parroting, like, you know, the way Robert Downey Jr. did. You know, he got nominated for an Oscar for Tropic Thunder, but he even said he wouldn't.
That was awesome. That was fucking awesome, and that was hilarious.
That was so fun.
Fuck yeah, it was hilarious.
Like I don't.
If you do it right, then it's actually a commentary on the issue, and, you know, should be. You know,
yeah.
Should be discussed. Yeah.
That's right. That's the great art of comedy.
There's a certain amount of hate that someone can, if you want, bundle along with a word, and as long as they're not bundling along that hate, that's what matters.
Yeah, but people call things like hate when they're not meant that way at all. You know what I mean?
Right.
People deliberately take things out of context.
The reason why I said I do understand why getting rid of it altogether is preferable is because people are too fucking stupid nowadays to distinguish the difference.
No, because often we need reminders of why these things are wrong. And this is part of the way that we do it in society through comedy. By dealing with these things, ugly things and stuff, you know, we make fun of them. We turn them into jokes, you know, so that we can deal with them and talk through them, and, you know. So, no, we shouldn't be avoiding.
So horribly. Like, it's comedy. Now they're so scared to be like, oh, let's cancel them, blah, blah. It's like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy shit. Yeah, I heard.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean, Nix, even in Gem Panda's room, yeah, like, Nix. So I sometimes say words that may be considered racist. But have you ever considered me as racist, Napes, towards black people?
Oh, not at all. No. No, you're cool.
If there's no, like, ill intent, then why is just saying a word racist? You know?
So soft.
Depends on the context and on like it's a word I as a black person I don't even say it, but when Branch said it to me earlier, didn't find it offensive at all. I found it what do you call that? It's like a term of endearment in the way he was using it, and you know, obviously it depends on the context. But if you're
Yeah. Well,
who
yeah.
doesn't use it and they're using it, then you know that becomes kind of weird.
Look, I can imagine I mean, I'm actually living here in Australia. I don't know any African American or African people at all, but I can imagine if I was really good mates with one of them, that I would jokingly around call them, yo, what's up, nigger, and stuff like that, you know, just playfully and, you know, just, you know, in a friendly way. And that wouldn't be, you know, uncomfortable or feeling, you know, bad intention or anything.
Yeah, but you're white. You're not allowed to say it because you're white.
But it's weird wording.
I'm playing.
That's why I personally don't use it just because. Yeah, but I don't.
Well, the way it is used is, as we see in television and media, and even in society, is that it's a cultural way of speaking amongst black people. They just speak that way. They use it all the time in that friendly sort of, you know.
Not really. I know, dude, but I've been called that word a lot of times too. I know a lot of brown people that are called fucking niggas all the fucking time. I mean,
surely you can
in a
tell.
bad way.
It's just a word for black people. It wasn't just a word for black people. Brown people are called that all the time. It's just that we didn't complain about it.
But you have to understand the context. Context in America, from a black person's perspective, is probably because you know there's a long history of being the you know subjugated and being you know first of all enslaved and then you know you have the segregation and all that stuff. People are degrading you using this word, and so I think that's why it's a very different thing in our context, just because
Nobody should
it
say
uses a
it.
term of endearment now, but that's only because it's like
No,
you're
it wasn't. It
using it.
wasn't Gosho. It wasn't. I should have never.
No, now it is, but it didn't used to be. But it's
Yeah,
only
but
used that way.
Being told what sort of people can use what sort of words, like you're a white person, so you can't use. That's racist in itself.
bad soul.
No.
So bad soul.
I just rather not say it, even though
Who
I'm.
cares? Who
Um,
cares about any distinction?
I
Who
would say
cares
that
about any
if you're
distinction
really
between
drunk,
race?
you're really drunk. It's okay to say it if you're drunk as fuck.
What were you saying, Nash?
The point is,
No.
it's all about intent. Like, if it's all about intent, it's like don't think about races or colors or anything at all. Like, it's just all about intent. If you mean to offend someone, and they're black, then you can use that word in a demeaning
I think
way. You know.
to be safe though, just fucking no one should use it.
You know,
I don't care about
No one should be fucking like no one should be an asshole to another person. That's the more important point, and that's the one I'm trying to get to. Like, it's being an asshole to another person is more important than you know, a color person being, you know, an asshole to a non-colored person, you know, or so, or whatever, or an Asian person, or you know, based on that.
How did we get here?
I don't know.
It started with the N-word, using the N-word in a.
It's a bit of a different culture here, Rams. Like I don't know how old.
Exactly.
But you know,
That's what I was describing it here in America. The context.
I grew up, you know, quite often we'd use the word wog, skip, or slope, and all these sorts of words, right? Amongst our
Yeah,
friends,
yeah.
right? There was no malice intended whatsoever. Even the word abo, like, there was no malice at all intended
But you
in.
could use it with malice or intent, couldn't you? I mean, some people do sometimes.
100%. But
Yeah.
these words, see, you don't actually hear the words now even being used amongst those races anymore. Like what the N word is used, like in America, been embraced and used. But if you're African American, you can use it. But if you're Caucasian, you can't use it. But here, it's those sorts of words have been pretty much they're pretty much disappeared from what I can tell. Like, occasionally you'll hear it, but that's the exception.
Hmm.
They even made a just with the word wog, wog's out of work. They made a movie and a series about it, and took the Mickey out of themselves.
How
Oh,
mad,
yeah, there's the Wog
how
Boy.
mad did you get by someone calling you a wog? That's like such a cute name.
Yeah, it can be used either way. It can be used derogatory, or it can be used playfully, like or cheekily between mates.
I mean, the way I'm saying that is because I'm like, we don't really know what the word wog means.
It refers to someone of either Italian or Greek heritage.
Okay.
But where does the word wog come from? Is it because of the hairdos or something like that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
To be honest with you.
Yeah. But yeah, it can be used offensively or just jokingly amongst friends. So words are just sounds, for fuck's sake. Like, it's all about intent.
Yeah, but sticks and stones may break your bones.
Yeah, but names, that is words, will never hurt me. Yeah, exactly. You made my point. Words are just fucking words. Unless it's calling for intentions, to hurt or destroy or attack or whatever, then that's that. But it's a
Anytime I
separate
say
thing.
any racial word, I say it because I mean it, motherfucker. Otherwise, why would you say it? Otherwise, so if I call you a wog, I mean call you a wog, a wogger.
It depends how and why you're saying it.
Is a wogger a thing? Is that a thing to say, wogger? You wogger.
You wog. You wog.
You can't say wogger.
Wogger, that just would be weird.
Wogger? Is there a plural for wog?
Oh my god.
I don't know. I've never heard one.
This wog is supposed to describe black people.
No, Greek people.
Well, I guess in UK it's used to.
It's Greek or Italian. Here in Australia, anyway. I don't know. Is wog a similar sort used similarly over there?
It says in UK it's short for gollywog, a dog characterized by black skin.
A
White
plural.
I never heard it in the UK though, bro.
A plural for wog is wogs.
Wogs.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard about wogs. Like in the UK, there's a lot of Greek people in London. I never heard the word wog.
It's a Western Oriental gentleman. That's what it's short for.
No, it's not. Somebody made that up, man. You probably made it up.
That's what it means.
Oh, it says. Hold on.
I know that one of my best friend's cousins was
he looked Greek, so we just kept calling him the Greek, and that really pissed him off. Like Turkish people hate Greeks, so that's like the biggest insult you could ever call a Turkish man is just say you look Greek. And honestly, for people from the outside, like it's not something you can really tell the difference on. They can tell the difference, but it's hard for us.
Tell what the difference between Greek and Italian?
A Greek and a Turk.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm reading that the WOG thing. Yeah, so in England it was used for black people, but Australia, they're so far behind everyone else. Uh, they basically borrowed it from them, but they didn't really have black immigrants, and so they used it for the immigrants in Australia. But they added stuff to it, like Clogwog was a Dutch guy, and Frogwog was a French guy.
Yeah, I think it was probably just a slang or slur term for a foreigner. And in Australia at that time, a lot of the people coming here were either from the Middle East or from Greece or Turkey or Italy. There was a lot of people from those regions that came. So.
I would say though, man, Turkish and Greek food is the shit.
Yeah, they do some pretty good food.
Who's that?
The Greeks and the Turks.
Oh, yeah, sure. I like Turkish food, yeah. In Bahrain, there's like a Turkish, I don't know what you call it, like a, I don't know. There's like a little sandwich shop.
Have you ever had a good Turkish coffee?
Doner kebab.
Really nice, so really strong.
Turkish people should do a turkey dish.
Okay. I don't think I've ever seen turkey on a menu at a Turkish shop.
I was thinking about that. They always have that big giant roasting meat.
Like lamb.
Lamb.
Gyro?
Yeah. Yeah. Shawarma.
Turkish delight.
Turkish delight is good, but you can only have like a tiny bit, like half of
Oh,
it.
rubbish.
No, you can't eat more than a
Oh, the real Turkish delight. Oh my!
It's so sweet.
It is. Oh, yum. My mouth is watering right now. I wish there was a shop close by. I could go get some.
Yeah, those little chocolate bars, the Turkish delights. Oh, they're lovely.
I'm talking about real Turkish delight, not the
Oh, yeah,
Cadbury's
that's-
yeah, the real stuff.
Yeah.
I got to go to a little Turkish shop.
Yeah, they're like.
And even those little Cadbury Turkish delight bars, they're real good.
They're fucking good as fuck too, though. They are.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just making music for my car. I need some new tunes in my car.
Me too, man.
I mean,
Audio books are good listening to in the car, eh?
Oh yeah. I haven't done that actually.
You don't just stream from your phone onto your car.
Yeah. What's a good audio book?
A few of them.
War of the
What kind of stuff do you like?
Dun, dun, dun,
Do you like
dun,
James
dun,
Bond?
dun.
Like James Bond?
The audio book for 1984.
It
That'd
goes
be
for
cool.
4 hours. That's good on a long trip. Border
Yeah.
worlds. Russia shuts airspace. Polish, Czech, and Bulgarian planes.
I got a book called I got a whole bunch of audio books, but I got one called The Amazing Story in Quantum Mechanics.
Hey, Mel,
Amazing Stories in Quantum Mechanics.
get hooked on phonics and learn Chinese.
Chinese. Yeah, that's a good idea actually
No, it's
for the
not.
future.
Do they even have hooked on phonics for Chinese? What are you talking about, Branch?
Australia's about to become the new China
Yeah.
soon, so
Kevin Rudd was onto it.
should be prepared.
Hmm.
You know, I learned how to read from hooked on phonics.
Chinese people are pretty chill. I've
They know what's up.
They'll be friendly leaders.
Chinese people are not very friendly. If you're in China, like they don't like it if you don't speak. I don't know. They're a little bit mean.
Well, Chinese chicks really like white dudes.
Yeah, but I'm
I
not.
wondered why. Australia suspends RT broadcast. I was wondering why I couldn't download. My
Oh,
app
really?
My app stopped working. Rams.
What?
Yes, my app stopped working. Right,
On
and it
the
was doing
internet? Have they blocked the website through the internet and shit?
Yeah, but I've got a whatever you call it, one of those thingy doodles where.
Yeah, VPN. I've got one too. Oh, okay.
So
Fucking hell, man! I can't believe they do that.
Yeah, on my phone I can't use it.
What the fuck?
I'm just reading it now. Australia suspends broadcast.
Oh man, our government is fucked, man. What the hell?
Boom.
Fuck me, man.
Don't you worry. We'll tell you all the propaganda you need to know. You can trust our propaganda.
Yeah.
Like people are worried about the fucking Great Wall of China internet shit. Like you can watch anything you want in China. It's like it's not even that bad.
That's insane. I can't believe that. It's the latest story on us.
That's just pathetic, man. That's so pathetic. Knowing that anyone can get around it with a VPN. I mean, why would you do it? You just make yourself look like a fucking idiot.
Even without a VPN, it wasn't that bad. Like it's not like everything's cut off. Like I think YouTube, most of YouTube was still there. I don't know. This is a long time ago that one, but like it wasn't that bad. People just make this. I think it's propaganda. Like we expect China to be a certain way, and it's not really like that.
Of course, we're told what they're like, right, and what to expect.
Yeah, but some of it is true, and some of the things are way worse, and some things are better that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah.
Like they don't have copyright laws, or they don't enforce them really, so there's a lot of freedoms in that regard. But yeah, I mean, there's places where there's, you sacrifice like normal freedoms.
It would be interesting. It would be interesting to see every TV broadcast and the start of that broadcast. America's bombed this country. America's bombed that country. America's bombed these people. Killed this many people. It'd be interesting.
I don't think they do that.
Why?
100% they do it, Branch, and you are ignorant if you think that they don't.
Am I ignorant?
Ignorant.
Saying China posts those videos? Is that what you said?
No, I never said China posts those videos.
No. Yeah, I'm saying. What are you saying? I don't understand.
I'm just saying, like, what happens with the atrocities on the front page every single day, especially with America's involvement.
Listen to this, guys. After the emergency meeting on Thursday, It said it would take additional steps to strengthen deterrence and defense across the alliance. Moscow had earlier cited NATO's eastward expansion and Ukraine's potential membership as a key reason for launching its military operation.
Yeah, of course.
That's from RT.
Which
I mean,
that's
obviously Russia had a good reason to do all this.
What?
I'm being sarcastic.
No, but I mean that's
Yeah, no, they did.
Motivation and everything. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a freaking lunatic. What the hell?
Who?
Putin.
Be careful, man. These two guys love him so much.
No, he ain't. He is the man.
Oh my god.
He is the man.
I mean, I gotta say, he's pretty much proved himself to be the alpha male of this entire planet.
Yeah.
Oh, he hasn't.
Oh my.
Go ahead and read that article if you want to know. About what's
Like
going on.
nobody's fucking with him, no napes. It's like he did this shit, yeah. And everybody's just chilling back, like, let's take a vote on how to fucking react to this. That's what the whole Western civilized world did, yeah. Was like, all right, he's doing this. Let's take a vote.
True.
Again, like I argued with you before, well, why do you think this is such a big deal? Yet all of the escapades of the US in all these tens of other countries around the world, and all they've done, you just it doesn't compare. It's like comparing an infant to an 25-year-old.
That's silly, but what Branch might have been. Sorry, go ahead, Naps.
Go, Naps. You're lighting up, Naps, but we can't hear.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I don't know. So say it
I didn't
again.
make quick draw off Naps before, so but
We
yeah,
can hear you now.
I was just gonna say, Branch was he was condemning Russia earlier and saying we should go out with somebody should support Ukraine. I'm not sure if he was being silly or not, but I was never condemning Russia for what they're doing. I'm only pointing out that what they're doing is potentially going to affect everybody in the world when it's all said and done.
Nah, dude, I'm not gonna. Hey, Kosho, I am condemning fucking Russia because there's innocent people fucking losing their lives, bro. That's not cool.
Look at you. Got to look at it this way. It's a same situation as say the US and Mexico, right? If you've got a country right on your border that is in chaos, and you've got a bunch of people in there that are your people that are Russians, and that they have a recognized independent region that they've fought for, then you're going to want stability in that country purely for your own security reasons because it's on your border. And so you need to do whatever it takes to achieve that.
But to do it in a way that has innocent people losing their lives isn't.
There's not innocent people losing their lives. What do you think the
there
Russians
is,
are just
fucking
psychopathically going in there and just bombing innocent citizens just for their own indulgence of their own psychopathy? Fucking hell, man. You've been watching too much CNN or something.
Yeah, it's not just CNN. It's reality. What's happening right now in Ukraine is innocent people are losing their lives. People are getting forced out their homes into bomb shelters.
They're all running because they're scared. Because they've been scared. They've been told to be scared. Like
the bombing places, and there's been bombs that have gone into people's houses and stuff already. So there's definitely people who are caught in the crossfire. But regardless, well, your article you just described, that's what I've been saying before, was the real reason is because it's a posturing, it's a necessary posturing strategy because of the fact that NATO is is right there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Caught in the middle of a conflict between two You know, the
Russia.
West and Russia.
Yeah, and if the Ukrainians had any fucking brain at all, they would work on a friendly relationship with Russia. I mean, Russia's not unwilling to be a friendly neighbor, but Ukraine has shown themselves to deliberately be hostile towards anything and everything that the Russians do. So, and it's I believe it's because of manipulation by the US, because they're basically a puppet state with a puppet comedian fucking prime president that was put in place after a coup to remove the previous democratically elected Russian friendly president back in 2014 or 15 or whatever it was, and put this crazy fucking lunatic in there. And he's responsible for all the suffering that the Ukrainian people are going through right now.
That's one thing Trump actually did. He was always advocating for peaceful relations with Russia, and that's what he wanted.
Yeah, why the hostility? Like, why the hostility from NATO and the Ukraine? Why the hostility? What the fuck is their problem?
It was poo-pooed all the way along. Everyone hated it. We can't be friends with Russia. You know who they are?
That's completely illogical, isn't it? Completely illogical.
Why would you want to have an enemy? Why would you want to have an enemy?
Yeah, and someone no less that doesn't want to be your enemy, someone that wants to be your friend, has been desperately trying to be your friend for a long time, and you keep rejecting them and fucking insulting them, and they keep coming back and giving you another chance and another chance, and you keep screwing them and keep screwing them, and then you fucking call them a horrible, evil psychopath when they, you know, take some actions to defend their security. Fucking hell. People don't get this, man. People don't get this. The media is so fucking deceptive.
Is it just me that enjoys these little silences?
you just wrecked the silence.
I had to ask though.
They come along when they're necessary, don't they? Just right.
Resetting.
What do you guys think about dinosaurs? Because I was watching this television show the other day about these guys, these ranchers in the States that to earn extra income to sustain their ranches, they actually go around trying to dig up fucking dinosaur bones, and they find ones and they fucking try and put them together and sell them, and it's pretty interesting shit, man. And, like some of the coolest ones are like the Triceratops bones and shit. They're fucking massive, eh? Like, and can you imagine what those creatures would have been like when they were actually alive? Like, even the T-Rexes and shit like that. Like, I think it's fucking fascinating to me.
So what do you
I
reckon
don't know.
happened to them, Rams? So
I don't know.
You're a believer in dinosaurs?
I don't know. Don't know what happened to them.
You believe in dinosaurs? You're a madman.
Exactly.
What do you guys think?
I don't know. Actually, what I think. To be honest with you, I know what I've been told.
My position too. I don't know what to think.
Yeah, like I know what I've been told, right?
Yeah.
And I have dug thousands of holes, thousands of trenches, right? And never once have I come across anything that even slightly resembles a dinosaur. Ever. Now, if these things apparently roamed the earth the way they said they did, well, I don't know, I thought I perhaps would have come across one. Now, I might have high expectations of these things, but yeah, I personally haven't come across one.
Well, yeah, they're in very specific certain layers of dirt and shit like that, and you can easily come across them, and I mean, you could be digging one up, you know, with a digger or whatever, or digging a hole, and you could just dig right through, and just you would just think it's just rock and shit, man, you know, like. But yeah, these guys know where to look and what to identify, and then they brush carefully, and then they can actually identify what's bone rather than just rock, because often it looks the same and it can be crumbled into all sorts of pieces as well.
Banzo,
So-
what's the deepest you've dug, Banzo?
Oh, the deepest I've dug?
3 foot.
No, rubbish. I would say
4 foot.
No, give me a break. I would say the deepest would be, God, I'm having to think here. 4 to 5 meters.
Okay, you did that one time at a work site. I'm talking about at home.
No, I've done that. I've done that a few times.
At home, you dig 4 meters into your soil on a day-to-day basis at home.
I did not say on a day-to-day basis, did I? Just said
Yeah, at work. You did that. You did it once at work. Right? What was it? To lay foundation.
I did it for a hobby. Just digging random meter holes. Of course I did it at work.
No, it's a good hobby to have, digging holes.
Yo, but there's one other thing about the there's one other thing about the dinosaurs. I said this earlier about fossils. You know, I guess people think that they can be found, you know, kind of in any kind of environment, but fossils and especially million-year-old bones and that kind of thing, they really only become preserved if they were, you know, buried in a very quick way, usually from a swamp, and then buried in a quick way, you know, something like that, where they can be preserved.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah, because otherwise the bone literally after that much time just crumbles down into just a million pieces and just gets carried away by the winds or the water or whatever. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that I don't believe in them, right? Because it's a pretty cool story, isn't it? Right, the dinosaurs. It is a pretty cool.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But
yeah. Oh, have you seen the big T-Rex fucking skeletons that they have, you know, on show around? Like, man, imagine seeing that thing for real. Fuck.
exactly right. It's
And although, like, I don't know, there may be some slight details that they haven't got quite right, like the arms on the T-Rex don't make any sense at all. Those front ones. Did find all the bone, like this, at least the skull. If all the skull bones and teeth and all that shit are real, then you can't deny that they existed. It's just a matter of when.
Well, you know, they say, you know what a stegosaurus is? Well, there's a stegosaurus and there's a T-Rex. Well, they say the stegosaurus was was more ancient to a T-Rex than a T-Rex was to us. Is that crazy?
Wow. Yeah.
What?
That is crazy.
By a long shot, by a long amount of years.
It's crazy, man. When you think about how old the Earth is and how young we are.
I'm actually pretty glad I didn't live in the time of dinosaurs. Imagine just coming across a T-Rex while you were bloody well picking berries or something like that.
Or even worse would be coming across a raptor-like thing. You know,
Well,
those
I think
smaller,
the T-Rex
more
have those little
agile.
arms. The T-Rex have those little arms so they can pick berries.
Oh, they're berry hunters. There you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
But you know, this is, you're not gonna believe this at all.
Okay.
But there's a lot of evidence, dude. And the same way that like we went through this whole thing last night, and I did a bad job of representing it. But you know, we supposedly came from you know, apes, and then we all came from the same mammals. Blah blah blah. Well, dinosaurs, some of them are still very much so, but dinosaurs are the ancestors of birds, and birds are just modern day dinosaurs. People don't know that. And there's evidence to suggest that. I mean, there's evidence to confirm this, based on the bone structure, like
There are similarities. There are similarities in the way they look and move. Yeah.
They say in the movies they don't have feathers, but they changed the whole thing up. Now they say dinosaurs all had feathers and stuff.
I think you did a reasonable job presenting your case yesterday, Kosho.
Yeah,
biology is not my strong suit. Honestly,
I think everybody understood what you meant, Kosho. Absolutely.
you know, I've been thinking about taking like a course like in speech, because I'm a bad speaker or explainer. You know.
No, I think you're a good explainer, dude.
Eggshells actually teaches people how to speak in public, so you can always ask him for any tips next time.
Kosho, do it the way you do it. I think it's fine. Don't do it the way Eggshells does it.
I know Eggshell teaches something a little bit different. It's just speaking, public speaking.
Yeah, everybody has their own fucking way of explaining shit, and the way you do it is just fine.
No, I don't do a good job at all.
You do fine, Kosho. It might not make any sense. It might be totally incorrect, but you do it.
Huh. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll talk to Eggshells though. Yeah. So, fucking hell, it's cold as hell down here in Texas. Are you cold, Branch?
Fuck
You don't go
yeah,
outside, so
dude.
it's not cold in Dallas.
Hell yeah, it's fucking cold in Dallas.
Yeah, I started my car up. You said what, Naps?
I said it is here too in North Carolina. It's been super
Oh yeah, yeah.
cold.
You're up north though.
Yeah, it's like freezing here.
No,
Right now.
What sort of temperatures?
In
What sort of-
Celsius, this would be. Give me a second.
That's hard to convert, hey.
Oh yeah, but you got. I forget if you got to divide first or you got to add first. You got to. If I'm going from Fahrenheit, I subtract first. So yeah, so. It's fucking. How cold is it right now? It's I guess that's easy. It's like 0 degrees Celsius.
Right, it's freezing.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
about 30, is it? About 30.
Yeah. 30, almost 40 though, really.
Yeah. We've had like probably 500 mils of rain over the last 3 or 4 days. And we've got another 3 or 4 days that looks pretty much the same.
Where are you, Rams?
In Brisbane.
Okay.
Yeah, there's flash floods everywhere, eh? It's been literally pouring non-stop for like 3 days.
Yeah, but you're in summer right now, so other than the rain, it's fucking beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, but the rain hasn't stopped for 3 days and it won't stop for another 4. And everything's getting flooded.
No shit.
Have they emptied the dams? Or
Dams are at 98%.
Damn, there you go. Well, that's what was one of the main causes of the last big floods, wasn't it? The dams being too full.
Well, there was a bad call was made in government as to whether to release some of the water out of the dam, and they decided to do that or not to do that, and then it caused flooding somewhere else because they did that, and there was
Catastrophe.
just people fucking wanting money, basically because they need to rebuild or whatever, but ultimately just to get money.
Oh shit. Hey, oh fucking hell! Every time. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh god damn it! I was Susan Babe. You never really see a hot Susan, but this chick looks like she could be a hot Susan. All right.
Susan.
What's a hot Susan?
Yeah. I don't know. Did you never really see a hot Susan? See, like I have an aunt Susan. Susan's like an old lady name.
Susan is an old woman's name.
What's that Birch was saying?
I'm agreeing with you. I've never seen a hot
Oh
Susan.
yeah. But this one looks like a hot Susan.
Yeah, but dude, the pictures on fucking on Uber, they're using wrong, bro. They're so wrong.
Yeah, sometimes they are. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes you get a good idea of where you're gonna be dealing with. So we'll see what's up. I don't know. I learned a long time ago though, dude. Pictures. It doesn't matter what they look like in the picture. It matters what kind of picture they're taking. Because You know, remember that like back when MySpace was a thing, and they had like the duck lips or something like that, like the duck kiss. Anyways, like it's certain poses kind of like they're hiding something. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It just depends though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can usually tell. Like if I was on Tinder, dude, I had to put it away because you know, I'm pretty serious with my girlfriend. We were on rocky things, but we were not rocky right now, so I had to put it away. But you're not gonna believe how many. I think I had. I'm not making this number up. I should probably check it out before I say it, but I was gonna say 7,000. No, I think I had 700. That's what it was. I had 700 matches. But you know, it's crazy. I just told my friend to download it because she's like, you know, needs to find somebody hopefully. And she had it for a couple of days, and she didn't check it for a couple of days, and she got fucking 1,100 likes or matches or whatever in
Yeah.
like 2 days.
Yeah, as long as you're not fucking ugly, like, yeah, it's just a meat market, man. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, for girls, it's you know, because they're gonna get a bunch of dudes, who
Yeah,
like them on there.
I never liked Tinder.
Yeah, it's just what kind of people are you going to meet on there? Like,
Yeah.
Well, I met my girlfriend on Tinder.
Okay.
I mean, I've met a couple girls on Tinder, but it's honestly, it's really up to there can be all sorts of people meeting for all sorts of reasons on there. You know, it depends on what your style is. Because there's people on there just to fuck. There's people on there that just want to get married, and sometimes there's couples on there looking for just somebody, a third person or something. It's weird.
yeah, that's true.
It's weird people.
I had one chick on Tinder. Yeah, she was like, "Oh, you do?" I was like, "Do for what? For coming over tonight?" And she was hot.
There you go.
Nah. It's too easy, bro. Way too easy for me, dude. And I don't fuck with shit that's too easy, bro.
Well, sometimes it's too good to be true. Like, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. That's why if it was easy for you, it's easy for other people too. But
yeah. Well, how many other people before you?
did the same thing.
Yeah.
That's why I usually play. You know, when I was on there, I would play the game a little bit because you can't be I would never ask a girl to like come see me that night or something like that because that's like I don't know, it's not classic.
I've done that. I was like, it was.
Yeah, I say I haven't done that before. It's not my practice. It's not my main. It's not my.
Not your preferred method. Not your preferred.
Yeah, exactly.
You just feel like going out, right? And you're like, "Fuck it, I want to find a girl to go out with tonight." And then you just do.
I'm like, hey, what do you do? I usually do it's like I shouldn't say this, but yeah, I usually do it to the fat chicks on there. I'm just like, hey, what are you doing tonight? So I know it's a bit easier. But yeah, but no, I don't. But I don't. That's not my preferred method, like I said. That's like in drunken boredom.
Yeah,
and
you're right. Usually, this was before fucking Discord when we had shit to do when we were drunk. Now when we get drunk, we talk to fucking men online about flat Earth.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. That's right, dude. That's exactly right. And you know how many times I've ditched girls to stay I was still at the house, fucking on Discord. I was like, damn, I was supposed to be there fucking 30 minutes ago. It's like, damn, I was supposed to be there an hour ago. I'm still fucking talking with about dumb things too.
Yeah.
I remember one time me and Don and some other dudes were just talking about this dumb shit in gems, and I bailed on my friend for like 3 hours.
But I tell
Yeah,
you what,
can
man,
draw you in, eh?
it's not too bad, man. Because like the more you date and shit, like I guess as you get older and shit, it's not as important to date as much. You know what I mean? And I start feeling bad nowadays. Like if I go on a date and she really likes me, and then I don't call her back, and she starts calling me, I feel so bad. I never used to feel bad. I feel bad nowadays though. Did you do
Just
that
get a
shit?
stand-in. No,
Huh?
I don't. I
But like,
don't.
what are you dating for? Are you dating for a bit of fun, or?
Branch is looking for the one.
No, not really. I just you got a date.
So no plans to have a family or anything like that?
No, I don't want that shit. I'm cool. I mean,
You sure?
yeah,
How sure?
pretty sure.
Because I'll be
You have
honest with
nephews
you,
and
mate. I my whole life I pretty much never thought I would. Wasn't really that fussed about it. And then about a year and a half ago, my little brother had a baby, and yeah, it was pretty awesome, man. Like I had
Freedom,
some
man. I like
thoughts that maybe I'm missing out on something here. You know, like
I know I like my freedom.
but everybody has a different philosophy about life, of course. But part of my philosophy is I think that's one of the most important things in life is your legacy. But your legacy could be many things. It could be the things you do, but for most people, it's represented in your children, of course. And
just
I've wanted to have
having
kids
loved
for a long
ones
time.
around you and having people that
Yeah.
love you around you, and to be able to grow old and have children that will come and look after you and tend to you, and all of that.
I never want to get. I never want to get to the point in my life where I need people to take care of me ever.
But just bringing a person into the world and like teaching them how to be, how to. It's an amazing thing, man. Like I've had some amazing experiences with my little nephew.
I'm not like most people, dude. Like I've even thought to myself, like I think it's somewhat selfish to have your own kids when there's so many fucking kids out there that don't have fucking parents. Like, if you really want to have a future with kids and shit, then fucking adopt. That's the way to go. Because there's so many fucking kids. There's so many fucking little bitches out there that, they're gonna live a totally shit fucking life with shitty fucking foster parents, and they're gonna get in the foster system their whole lives. So why not?
Yeah, but you're not going to change that. You're going to be foster parents.
Yeah, but you're
That's
gonna
what
be
you're going to be.
like I'm saying if I was to be a foster parent, I would. It won't be short term. You know what I mean? That'll be a.
That's too late. You get that child after they've already been, formed, after they've already been, through so much. Whereas when you make something yourself, like your attachment to it is just totally different. When you look in its eyes and you can see yourself in it, that sort of thing, man. Like it's not the same. And when you do have kids and do it right, then you're contributing another great person to the world, hopefully.
Well, fuck it. Maybe I'll have a kid one day. I don't really care.
Well, you're biologically. Go ahead, Bandsaw.
No, I was just going to say, I hear what you're saying, Ran.
Oh, sorry.
After I had my kids, it was absolutely the most special thing that you can ever experience. Anyway, they grow up, teenagers, adults now, and now I'm experiencing it for a second time because I've got 3 grandkids now.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, that's a real G, dude. That's a real G. That's my goal in life to be grandpa.
Yeah.
And just knowing that you've got a tribe of people that are all from you and are all, yours, that you have that loving group of people that are yours, your people, like.
Right. 7 kids, 3 grandkids. Who knows how many grandkids I'll end up having. I know my daughter wants to have another one, so that'll be at least 4. So,
you've made it, man.
Yeah, 100%, man. And it's the best thing now because you know, when your kids are little, they they look at you like you're a superhero. Like you can do anything, absolutely, and they worship the ground that you walk on, right? And
Yeah.
I'm experiencing that again with the grandkids. Like when little Connor comes over, I bought him his own little tool belt, and his own little and tools and all that sort of stuff. He comes over to the
The Autolite.
house. Yeah, yeah, exactly. He doesn't even say hey, hello. Grabs me by the hand and he is dragging me over to the garage because he just wants to get stuck into making something using the tools,
Oh man,
all that sort of stuff. It is the best feeling. It is absolutely the best feeling by far.
I envy you, dude, and I also revere. I got newfound respect for you, Bandsaw. We just went up a notch in my book. At notch
you.
number 1 now.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
I was
And I
kidding,
mean,
but
how
that's,
much?
that's one of my main goals in life, to be a grandpa. I think that's a high achievement.
Yeah, and I'm
I mean,
a grandpa at a fairly young age too, so I'm pretty happy about
well,
that.
that's what I was going to say. I mean, the second half of your life is going to be so much richer for having all these children.
Yeah.
Having all this family. Yeah. One of them's likely to get rich, right?
I've had baby fever for a while though. Like kind of like women get baby fever. I've had baby fever for like 5 or 6 years, man.
Get stuck into a kosho, plant your seed, get it done.
Oh, yo, see, I'm not about that, man. I say take your fucking time, bro.
Aw, you want to have a baby.
Yeah, I want to have a lot of babies. Yeah. I love kids the same way you were saying, what you were describing, Bandsaw, with the tool set. I love, and what you were saying, Rams, also about like how they you get to teach them about how to be basically, and it's true about kids. Like once they get about age 2 or 3, I think age 3, they start asking questions about everything.
Exactly.
And some parents get really annoyed, and that's the wrong thing to do. Because if you explore the world with them, or you teach them how to explore the world, and teach them how to deal with those questions, and basically help them in that stage when they're learning everything, because they're asking questions because they want to know, they want to learn, just like we want to learn right now. Same thing we do with this community. You know what I mean? Like we're learning shit, and
I really
you gotta nurture that.
I really think, Kosho, we have a plague of ADHD, attention deficit syndrome. I never heard of it when I was a kid. Never heard of it, but it seems to be a rather recent phenomenon. This thing, and I'm not saying it's not a real thing, right? But what I think is the cause of it is parents these days are so disengaged with their children because they don't have the time to be engaged with their kids because they're too busy out there working. You both got both mum and dad out working, 9 to 5 or whatever ridiculous hours that they have to work. The kids are in the system. They've been brought up by the system, and they just haven't got time to give the things that they brought into this world, the attention that they need, because all kids want is at the end of the day is attention. They don't want gifts, they don't want presents or anything like that. They just want to spend time with you and be the center of attention and ask you questions and do what you want to do, whatever that is. They just want to do what you want to do. It's a beautiful thing. It really is.
Or an
That's so.
iPad. Just give him a fucking iPad. Don't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, fucking bullshit. Destroy the iPad. You got a kid.
Nah, I'm just playing.
I know, buddy.
Don't get it twisted, dude. I love me kids. Kids for some reason fucking I tend to get along with kids.
My kids hated me. Well, sorry, they didn't hate me. Because I was very strict with TV and computer time. Right, they could have X amount of TV time. X amount of computer time. But then the rest of the time they had to, do other things, read books, play, go outside, go play footy or cricket or whatever the case may be. But they had X amount of time. And there was always pushback with that because they always wanted more. And I just wouldn't give in. And now that they're adults and older, they know exactly where I was coming, from. And my daughter is actually doing the same with her kids. Limiting that sort of interaction with these electronic devices. But you still have to have it because you still have to be in a position to use these things. So they are a important part of your learning, but it shouldn't be the only focus. It shouldn't be a babysitter, a convenient babysitter. Kosho's gone to make some babies.
That's just it. Your job as a parent is to guide your child so that they can deal with the challenges of life and be successful, in all areas, and one of the important parts about that is self-discipline and not overindulging in one thing or another. And having that discipline from a young age, the parents need to be the ones that tell them disciplined until they can take over responsibility for themselves, and can be disciplined for themselves. So yeah.
And we've been very, very blessed with our kids. We have had very, very little dramas with our kids on any front, whether it's with any medical thing, but just anything. Not getting into trouble, getting good grades. They're socially well adjusted and stuff. Haven't had any dramas whatsoever. So we're very, very blessed there. Very blessed.
That's great. Hope it continues that way, mate.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Man, so you're gonna have a lot of grandkids, bro.
I hope to have a lot more.
Times 2, that's at least 14.
I hope to have at least 21 minimum.
Yeah, 3 each.
Yeah, minimum. It's so cool now. Christmas time. Because me, Christmas is all about the kids, and then your kids grow up older and they get to teenagers, so it kind of loses some of its allure, somewhat. But now the grandkids are on the scene, and you see their eyes light up and all that sort of stuff. It's so cool again to be going through that sort of stuff. And their birthdays and Easter and all these sorts of major sort of days that you have with family get-togethers and stuff. But just to the little things, Branch. Like I said, just when they come over for a visit.
I mean, actually, I've just never really wanted kids. I just
That's
don't.
fair enough, man.
Yeah, it's just not
There's
really.
nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Each to their own. And I must say, at first,
My brother's kids, though, trust me, man, I spoiled the fuck out of them. They're like the closest thing I'll probably have to kids. You know what I mean?
That's cool. So you get to experience it in a small way, which is fantastic.
Yeah. They're cool as fuck though. Like, my brother gets actually super fucking pissed off because like his son plays with me more than he does with his dad. So he gets super mad. But anyways, whatever. I don't know, dude. Just never really wanted that shit for myself. I don't know. I can't see myself fucking being a dad.
It's really important that you do it with the right person as well. You have the right partner.
For me, dude, it's not even about the partner and shit. It's just fucking. I kind of just like my freedom.
go, Rams. Where are
Okay,
we?
sorry.
No, sorry, no, I was just kind of out loud there.
Just moaning like an old grandpa, huh? I got you.
Yeah, that's me.
No, I was kidding. No, I didn't respond because that girl got in the car, man, and turns out, yeah, she was heavy. Okay,
She
that's
was
not
an
important.
auntie? She was an auntie?
So what?
She was an auntie?
Auntie?
Yeah, we said that fucking what was her name
Aunt
again?
Susan.
Susan's aunties,
Aunt
right?
Susan. Yeah, I have an aunt Susan. She was I guess you could say a lazy Susan. She was.
Lazy.
Yeah. She was a little. Anyways, that's not important. What is important is oh yeah, right. I was just gonna again congratulate you, Bandsaw, being a grandpa, being a father in general. But I just feel like once you become a grandpa, you've cemented you've now successfully been a father. You're a successful father once you're a grandfather. Yeah, that's what I think. But this really is my main goal, to be honest. What else? What else was I gonna say to you? Oh yeah, right. I was just gonna ask you if you were still, because you sound like you were, you very you love being a father. Great feelings for you. I was asking if the feeling went away or if it stayed when you found out that they weren't yours.
It actually grew stronger, Kosho.
I just messing with you.
I know, buddy.
I'm
I know.
messing around. That's gotta be horrible, yeah, but you know what's so messed up? When I was in the Navy, Navy's a dirty place. Military's a dirty place, you know.
Yeah.
When it comes to relationships, that's what I learned right away. I didn't date military girls after year one. I was really dumb. But anyways, I was working with a dude. We're a small group of people, and we were all different races too. That was just kind of, we'd always pick on each other and shit like that. But there was there's another black dude in our group. His name was Giles. Anyways, he just had a baby with his wife, and he was so proud of his baby. He'd always have pictures of it. But then we had this new guy, and he joined our group, and he was cool too a little bit, Kimber. And anyways, one day we were at work, and Giles was somewhere else, and Kimber just kind of told us secretly that, like, he saw the baby, he saw the guy because he knows who he is, and he says that his cousin has been banging that guy's wife for like years, and he says that baby is actually his cousin's. I was like, what the fuck? So fucked up. Yeah.
Oh, that is, isn't it? That is.
And it is because like he was telling us stories about how, like, she would say she was like going to Hawaii or something, or going like out of town. She'd be going like to his house for the weekend or something like that. Like, that's so fucked up. That's the military for you. Military wives, military, fucking everybody. They're all dirty in America.
How long were you in there for, Kosho? 4 years?
4 years, yeah.
Yeah.
Coach, you've been spending a lot of time with us over here. People are gonna start talking.
They are.
Yeah, I know, dude. I know, man. That's actually why I've been scared to go back. Every time I go back, I'm just already scared because they're gonna blame me. They're gonna blame me and call me a traitor and do all this stuff to me. And I'm not a traitor, dude. Yeah, I'm not a traitor.
It's just
you know what we should do? We should.
Kosho, it's not that, bro. You're empathetic and you just don't like the fucking negativity.
No, but I do like that. That's what I don't want. I don't want anyone to think that over there. I mean, Jeremy's a mod there. I'm a mod there. You know, I have allegiance. It's just because you're in a different server.
Dude, they get so fucking.
They took my
they take your mods.
Hold on,
What?
they took my mod. They took my mods the other day. I went in and my mods were gone, and they were like laughing at me. I was like, I don't give a fuck.
No.
And then Chemo was like, nah, I'll fix it. And Chemo gave him back to me. Okay. But I told him don't even bother. I was like, dude, I don't even care.
What? Yeah, because you're a little fucking. That's what. No offense to the women in here, but that's what a woman would say, dude. You act like such a fucking woman sometimes. And that's what I'm talking about, dude. Did they give him? Did they give it back?
Chemo did, yeah.
And you say, "No, don't give it back. I don't want it. I'll give
Hey,
it back. I
Kosha,
don't need it."
Kosha, remember that time when I made you get rid of your mods?
Yeah. You shall. Yeah, I know. Somebody else took the credit for that, but it was you who did that. I said, "Yeah, fuck, I'll give up right now. Give a fuck." Yeah, I did. I had to ask Scott for them back though. I mean, it took a while. But
I made Sean G give up his mods too, and I was supposed to get his mods if I made him ever leave. That should have been a mod.
yeah, well,
I never really ever
no,
wanted to be
you
a mod.
really should be a mod, man.
Nah, fuck that.
You remember that server that you made?
I know. I used to be a mod in there. I used to have mod rights.
No, yeah, but they had to moderate you in there. You made that server.
Which one? Oh, fucking the Den.
The Den, yeah.
That's just still fucking
Are
going.
you going?
No, I don't think it's still no because they split up. I'm not
No,
even gonna get
the
into
Den's
it,
still
but
going. The Den's still going. I still go in there
no,
a little bit.
No, because yeah, there was two girls.
Nate's like all up in the fucking Den, dude. That's Nate's shit now.
Yeah, but what's that girl's? What was it?
But
What's
those
that girl's
people
name?
those people are weird. I went in the den. Branch invited me to the den, or somebody did, and I went in there, and they're like interviewing me. It's some fat black chick in a bra. She's like, I usually don't have the bra.
No, that's not the Den. That's not the Den. That's some other fucking place, dude. That wasn't the Den. Not the fucking naked bitch interviewing people. That's not the Den.
Bad, some other weird place. Never mind.
Yeah, but what's the girl's name? She's like does witchcraft and stuff.
Morningstar.
No.
No.
She's a babe. What I'm talking about.
In the Den.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but we were talking pretty seriously, and then I stopped for this name.
Was it white girl?
Yeah.
Paige.
Was it Paige?
Page B? No, not Page B. Page something. Page something. I think it was just Page.
Honestly, that sucks. I don't even remember her name, dude. But so we were talking pretty seriously. But no, it was it was like a different. It was like it wasn't a normal name. It wasn't a normal name, dude. It was like I gotta go. I'll remember it by the time I get back. She had 2 accounts, by the way, so if that helps.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a good spot to hang out if you want to meet up with girls. But like why would you want to go to Discord to meet up with girls? There's so many easier ways to meet up with. You know what I mean?
Well, it's worthless because what are the chances you're going to meet someone in your area? Even you're going to meet some chick in, in Maine when you live in Texas. That doesn't really.
Yeah, and then the
really
problem with
help.
Discord is they're gonna want to see your fucking picture and shit. Like I don't share my picture because I act like a fool in these other rooms. I don't want to have that shit ever get spread. You know?
Yeah.
I do find it fucking funny though how like Discord girls find moderators so attractive. You know what I mean? I don't know.
So what have you guys been doing? This whole thing is honestly isn't even interesting to me anymore.
This is just a way to spend time now. You just come here just to talk to people, huh?
I mean, I don't know. I don't even like some of these people. I don't even like talking to.
What'd you come here to do then?
I don't know.
Because you're bored.
I mean, I don't know. I just came to like mod the room, I guess. I don't know.
You still find it interesting as fuck, Jeremy, don't lie.
It's just frustrating, dude. It's just frustrating talking to people that should agree to like simple things, and they don't, or they try to like do some like great sneaky shit. It's mad frustrating, bro. Like I don't need to talk to these people and frustrate myself. Nobody's listening. Nobody's hearing the nonsense they're saying back to me. If people were listening and I was making like a difference or something, and just showing people how stupid other people were, then maybe I could keep going. But like it's pointless.
Yeah, it is pointless. Like you come into a fucking room to chill out and talk to someone, and if you leave getting more fucking stressed out than you was when you fucking walked in the room, then what did you achieve?
Yeah.
You just achieved pissing yourself off.
Yeah.
So, you need to. I mean, it just depends on the room you're in, man. I think that this place is a little kickback, so it's not like people don't get as pissed if you don't let yourself get pissed, right?
I don't know. I just get pissed off because it's frustrating dealing with people that are just talking nonsense, and so some guy, I don't know. I'm supposed to be dealing with some of the smartest people on Discord here, and they're, the globe defenders, and they don't know that just basic simple things.
I tell you, man.
And then act like I'm wrong when they're wrong. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but like if you're smart as fuck, right?
Which I am.
Then why would you want to even like I don't get it. Like if you're smart as fuck, you wouldn't like make this thing the crux of your discussions. Like if you was to even chill here, you would just relax and just fucking talk about you. It wouldn't be that fucking important. You feel me, Jeremy? No, I don't know if you do.
Yeah, I feel you, Branch.
Like Ice is here, right? And we're talking about evolution last night. And Isa had left the room, but like he brought up this one point about when flowers turn to the sun, and how that's a beautiful thing. That sun's actually, the flowers actually appreciate the sun, if you want to look at it that way. And so we were talking about evolution and shit. And my point was this: isn't evolution a fucking beautiful thing? The way that we're all fucking related, we all fucking come from a single background. So basically, you can look at any animal on this planet, and we're related. That's fucking beautiful.
I mean, I think it's
stupid.
I think, yeah, I think it's a beautiful notion, right? But the thing is like, like we don't have evidence for it, and we have, adaptation is one thing, right? But evolution is another. And the thing is that that beauty, that that whatever is, and the mysterious part of it is we've already have that as a tradition, in our religious traditions. So there's no need to, like, the difference between the beauty of evolution I mean, I don't know. I can't take away if you're a creationist and you believe in evolution, so be it. Like, and I can understand the beauty in it. But to me, it just seems like it's too mysterious to really try to kick out the element of the creator. Because, like, that's what science is trying to do, which I appreciate because it eliminates the woo-woo, which I totally appreciate. But it's like we have evidence that, like, don't plants make a sound when they're killed? They emit like a frequency of, like, like something's up, like they're sentient to some degree or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure they do, but I get where you're coming at. I don't know. I think it's a beautiful notion to think that.
Hey, thanks, man.
Every
And I think evolution. I used to hold all those beliefs. That's the thing. A lot of ballers don't give credit to the flat earthers. Is I think a lot of flat earthers were trying to unify evolution with spirituality long before flat Earth came around. Like people in general. But then that's the issue for me, is it becomes this element of, like, with evolution as the forefront of what happened. If somebody thinks that that's what actually happened, like, it puts religion into a category of, like, well, I only believe that because that's what my parents believed. And you know what I mean? Like, it demystifies a lot of it, because you've got this cold calculation
It
happening.
depends on your religion, right? I mean, there's some religions out there that do believe that every form of life is equal, right? Like,
well, that's why the flat earthers, like, we recognize that the ball earth, Big Bang evolutionary theory is a religion. Whether people accept that or not, that definition or not, it is a philosophical belief system, much like a religion. And it, in its tenets of religion, it tries to remove God, or the notion of God, from the application of creation, right?
I guess the difference is when you start going to scientific principles as to why we are what we are. A lot of that is it has more of a concrete evidence behind it, whereas religion is more of a feeling.
Well, that's the thing. Spirituality can't be studied like science. You can't, scientifically examine, verify, check, do anything with spiritual things. So, yeah, I don't think science says anything about creator or not creator. Science is just a method of inquiry.
Except a lot of scientists have said it's pretty much undeniable that there was a creator, there was a beginning and an end.
Well, there's a lot of scientists that say that there's for sure never going to be a creator. Everything is by chance, and
well, yeah,
I can appreciate that, right? I mean,
the thing with science, though, is, like, take for instance this, is that, like, or my contention with some of science is, or the whatever the outlook is, the idea that it's like, oh well, if you were to have a baby and look at the baby, it's only cute to you and adorable to you because the chemical reactions that are happening in your brain that are there to prolong the species. Whereas, like, that to me seems hollow. It just seems hollow.
What if those chemical reactions are a manifestation of a spiritual experience?
I mean, I can understand that point of view too. I just think that they look at it like, no. What you're considering to be a spiritual experience is just chemicals in your brain, and you're being tricked. Just like you don't feel the movement of the earth because you're being tricked.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That they can't even consider.
I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like
Anything
there
outside of
is,
the material. They
Issa,
can't.
Issa,
Like
are
that's
you
the
trying to
limit of
say that
physical science
kids
is the
look
physical.
cute? Issa, are you
Hold
trying to say
on.
kids look cute because evolutionary wise, cute kids, they deserve our attention and therefore they're more likely to live.
Graham just cut out for a second, and Branch picked it up. But go ahead.
Right, but the mother of a child, as ugly as that kid is still gonna see the cuteness in him. And like, and my thing is that, science just proposes, well, forgive me, I'm making coffee. Science proposes that it's just this reaction of your brain chemicals. There's nothing more to it. And I just think that like literally neglects the whole thing about the human experience.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like that's where science ends. Like that's its limit. It can't go further into that place that you're talking about, because it just can't. We can't.
Right, but the problem with that though
It's
is that
it's not physical. It's a philosophical
right, but it also
world now that we're talking about.
in the same stroke it condemns it.
No, it doesn't have to at all. It doesn't have to at
No,
all.
you're right. It doesn't have to, but it does.
It doesn't say anything either way. It's a hostile witness in this case. Like it's yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, how about this? Is it not a scientific notion that man created God to explain the mysteries?
No, that's just a sociological theory.
Right, put forth by what would be necessitate, like by evolution. Because man created God to answer for the inexplainable that he hadn't yet figured out scientifically, right? So, and that in a sense lumps, as we gain our understanding, we push out the notion of a God. That's the scientific achievement, is to eliminate God by the notion of what our reason understands nature to be doing.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think yes, some people might use it in that way and could use it in that way, but it itself is just a method of inquiry, a method of reasoning.
Right.
That's
And
all.
I'm
And it's
actually, hey,
limited.
I'm all for it in the sense that, like, like really, when you can break it all down and figure out the working mechanisms of something, when you don't need woo woo fucking, spiritual, spiritual bullshit to
Yeah,
explain.
the heart of true science is just understanding how things.
Of course, but that's where that's where I think they know
work. Yeah, exactly.
I think they know full well, though, the real thing is that, and this is why to me it's such an interesting topic, is the idea that it's the philosophical implications of the world that they've created. Like, for instance, I think, in my opinion, our ancestors understood the difference between spiritual and, and quote unquote the world. And that's why they had it represented that, the earth was flat and motionless because it represented man's body. And then the stars represented the soul, and they had angles. And that's where the square and the compass come from. The square was for measuring the earth and man, and the compass was for measuring the angle and the stars. The materialists of today have now conflated the two positions to the point where the earth bends to the angles of the stars. So man has comported himself to be as one with the soul because there is no separation. And I think in doing so, we've lost a lot of nuance in life in general in our societies, because we've blended these two things that are not blendable, and we're stuck trying to fill in this gap that can't.
I don't see why they're not blendable. Like me personally,
Well, Branch, if you when you die, when you die, is it your body that goes in the ground, or is it you?
Again, like when I die, I want to be burnt. I don't want to go in the
Do
ground.
you think you are your body?
No, I want to be burnt. I don't want to. I don't want.
No, I'm asking Issa.
Do I think I'm like? I mean,
Do
I
you
think
think
that
you are your body?
Well, I think like obviously I'm not my body.
So there's
Because if
something
I cut off,
more to you that existed before you were born and will after you're dead.
I mean that's my belief on that. Yes, but at the same time, like I see it as this kind of inevitability because of the idea that, let's say, like if I go to battle and lose a leg, it's still me. I'm still functioning. I'm still here for all intents and purposes, right? Whereas, like and so that tells me that that body is not necessarily me. And so theoretically, historically, philosophically, and religiously, the theory is that we are a spirit that lives in the body. So yeah, I accept that notion.
Yeah, so when you die, that spirit will separate from the body and go to whatever world, the creator has
Well, I think
provided for it.
I think of it almost like
I don't know.
check it out. We have examples in electricity in the sense that energy returns to the source, right? And so that would be my that's my microcosm of what I see as the reasoning behind why that makes sense. All energy goes back to the source, and there has to be balance in electricity and shit. You know what I mean? And I just think that makes sense to me. It comports with my spiritual perspective.
Do you
So
believe in
you like
reincarnation?
as an analogy?
Issa,
Yes.
you believe in reincarnation?
I think only God knows the mysteries of creation, man. I'm not bold enough to say that I believe in it, but I guess if we were to say that there's a here and after, I suppose yes. You know what I mean? If the creator were to make us whole again, then yes.
Okay.
But I just think it's to me it's interesting that we have so many. I don't poo-poo science and I don't want to neglect it at all, but I think it just the people who espouse it the most are the most materialistic of it all, and therefore I think they've got blinders on when it comes to this other aspect of life, which whatever, it's not my problem.
Yeah, maybe they do. Yeah.
It's like, and that's why we were talking in Branch. I mean, I'm honored by the idea that, like, I'm glad that hit home, that idea of the flower, because that's how I look at it. Like, is the flower just showing gratitude by turning to the sun? You know what I mean? Or is it like, and why would we say that it doesn't? And I just think like nobody can answer that question. And to me, that's like, like we were kind of getting to about the apple seed last night. The evidence of creation is the seed, the conundrum that the seed proposes. Because, is it the chicken before the egg kind of thing? You know what I mean? That
I saw
conundrum
it more as a
itself.
way of looking at life, right? Like you can either look at life through eyes of beauty and find beauty in everything that's around you, and if you was doing that, then yeah, you would actually find beauty in the way that flowers face the sun, or you can look at life through a very if you want, through a magnifying glass and figure out exactly what life's about, which isn't wrong because it's gratifying for different reasons for different people, right? It's just two different forms of gratification.
The apple seed is evidence of creation and a creator. Definitely.
I can understand why scientists find pleasure in figuring things out, and I can understand why some people find pleasure in just looking at life simply.
Well, I think
it's interesting. Isn't it likely that the way that this creation came to be the way it is as we know it, maybe the explanation for that is is something so supernatural and beyond our comprehension that just could not be explained or could not be understood by this sort of limited physical perspectives of materialism.
I think that part of the reason we're here is to understand better why we're here.
And I think, Branch, it should be encouraged to try and work out how things. There's nothing wrong with that. It should be
Branch,
embraced.
is it true you're a Hindu, Branch?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, isn't it in your religion that the purpose of each human being is to achieve self-realization or God-realization?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Like, and part of self-realization is understanding why we're here, right?
Yeah. By understanding, by knowing who you are, right? And who you actually are is what? Ultimately one with the Creator.
Don't get me wrong though. It's not like it's a hardcore thing where you gotta figure this shit out.
No, but that's why we reincarnate, and that reincarnation process ends when we achieve that final goal. That
It doesn't necessarily end right then, but I'm just saying, dude, it's not always about figuring it out, right? It's you can come back to this fucking planet. You can come back to different planets, fucking billions of times before your soul figures it out. Your soul may have already figured it out, and now you're just going on a second run.
Yeah, but you know the thing, Branch, is that
yeah, but like once it does, then that's it. Like
I was just saying, like the thing is though, I think that like if you're having a bad day and you look at something, it's not going to be appreciated as much as if you're having a good day, right? Let's say.
Right, like when you smile, the whole world smiles with you, right?
There
When
you
you
go.
frown, the whole world frowns.
And you got to turn your frown upside down, right, Branch? You know, I mean, and
Did Discord die?
No, it's still here.
Issa was talking.
yeah, was that the same for you? Oh, wow, that was weird. I thought it was just me.
nah, forgive me. I got a speaker that I'm running through, and it just sucks. So it's like either you hear me or you can't if it's on, and I can't hear you guys practically unless I have my speaker on because my phone sucks. But just that notion of them controlling the philosophy dictates the outlook on the evidence for whatever you're looking at. You guys still there?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you
who's
guys
them?
carry on for a minute. I'm gonna listen just for a minute. But what do you think about that, Branch?
Well, I mean, my first thought was, who's them?
Fair enough. Well, I would say the same people that let's say. Oh, actually, and I'll make a quick distinction then. what I've noticed is that most of the scientists actually they come out and their literature is always like, well, it appears to be the data suggests that there's a possibility that maybe we know, and it's all these qualifications. And then you get these people that read that literature, and they come in and they're like, we know how much Polaris weighs, fuck you. And you're like, whoa, dude, did you, and they're like, well, it appears, the actual scientist is more hesitant to make a claim than the person who read the scientist's paper.
I mean, I personally don't understand why there's always this argument between science and religion where they can coexist together. They don't have to be separated. I can't be the only person that sees life this way.
Of course. Makes
the problem
perfect sense.
The problem is you've got somebody like James Krause who thinks because we come from evolution and that incest is acceptable. And this goes against everything of the morality fucking position.
Well, like, good for him. Like, so what? He's a fucking idiot then.
Right, but he's just someone that's respected in this community of people who, like, think of it like this. Unfortunately, I guess I can't put blame on either side on this, but
is he really respected?
Real quick, it seems as though the atheist scientist condemns all religion as backward thinking.
But all scientists aren't atheists.
I agree. But I don't know
It
necessarily.
I would say it depends, right? Like, there's certain aspects that just don't conform well with science, right? But like, even if you look at Christianity, like who was it? The Pope said that he believes in evolution.
Did he?
Yeah, he said something along those lines.
Really?
Wow.
I find that.
Pretty much.
The Pope wants some ideas. Wow.
They accept homosexual priests when that's completely something that's not acceptable in religion. Like, I don't care how many fucking, gay Presbyterian pastors they are. The Bible says no.
Does
the Bible
it?
says, no, that's fucking not right. It's wrong.
Does it really?
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, it does.
Okay.
That's why they did Sodom and Gomorrah like that.
Okay, yeah, I'm not arguing, mate.
No, that was more so because there was depravity involved. I mean, unless you're saying that every, instance of homosexuality is by its very nature depravity.
Honestly, man, the way I see it is this: if there was a God, you think God gives a fuck about who you love? Like, seriously, like, all this bullshit we talk about, what's in the Bible, what's out the Bible, and all this shit, yeah? What do you think in your heart? Do you think God gives a fuck?
This is what just real quick. It's like, this is the cool, like, or something I've always loved about Islam, is the idea that it says, like, look, God doesn't need your prayers. God doesn't need anything from you. If you come to the Creator through prayer, it's for you, not for anyone else. It's only for your correction and for your benefit. God doesn't need your praises, doesn't care, but it's for you, right? That's all.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I agree.
And so if you're going to go against that doctrine, like, if you're a gay scientist, of course you're going to try to, like, show that, well, depravity doesn't mean homosexuality or whatever. And, like, or even worse, you're going to condemn religion altogether because it says it is depravity because of your sexual fetish.
I don't know, man. I just don't see how, if there was a God, that he'll be prejudiced that way.
No, again, he doesn't give a fuck about your own soul.
What about should the person known as Isa, should he pass judgment on these people? Because I don't think that's no.
Of course not.
So
no. Of course, it's not my place to.
No, that's right.
Right. It's not my place to, but if someone's gonna then come into like, like it's like again, that's why I'm of the belief that like under the system of the ball earth cosmology, we have the right to freedom of speech and expression like we have never seen before. And for that, I don't want to get rid of heliocentrism as the governmental belief because it separates church and state. Because what you don't want is someone on top who's telling you that you have to die because God said so. I appreciate that so much about our system, but and in that sense, because I don't have the right to say what God's going to do. I mean, for all I know, I don't know, I don't know what God wants or what, you know what I mean? Like, but for mankind, this is our tradition and our history and what's got us this far.
That's just it. Your only job is to pursue your relationship with the Creator.
Right.
And better
Right.
yourself.
And in doing so, if I look to the scriptures and it says that like homosexuality is a sin, right? And then you go to church and they've got rainbow flags and gay pastors and all the rest of it. It's like, who's not reading the fucking book here?
Well, why even entangle yourself in that?
Well, no,
Like,
my point is that, like, if you're a
church
gay scientist, you're going to condemn religion as some backward fucking bullshit.
I mean, what do you want to happen? Do you want these people to just renounce their
No, what I want them to do
their
is
faith or their belief or?
I'll tell you what I have fought for, and I think we have won, is the place in the generic conversation of the general public that flat Earth isn't that crazy. And if you want to believe that you're on a heliocentric model, that's fine, but you've got to extend the liberty for me to live in a flat Earth also. And I've been told to kill myself more fucking times by ballers than fucking I can count because I just think differently, which I think we've won that debate. There's too many flat earthers for people to be so stupid and naive anymore. But I noticed that, and that was my thing, is that I was being condemned for an idea. And my line to retort that was, hey, if you think it's okay for a fucking guy to chop his dick off and call himself a chick, then surely I can fucking be a flat earther.
Amen.
Right?
Hell yes.
If I live in a world where it's okay for you to dress up in a fucking whatever and pretend you're a whatever, then surely I can do something that involves the changing of my mind. And better yet, I can change back to a baller if I want. They can't put their dick back on. But I'm supposed to live in a world that's acceptable. It's acceptable for you to cut your stuff off, call yourself something different, but then that same person is going to call me backwards and confused for thinking the earth is flat? Go fuck yourself. And my problem is that the people who would fucking tell me to go kill myself and also cut their dick off at the same time are saying the notion of evolution explains that God is a myth and we don't need to study that backward shit anymore. That's what they fucking say.
Why interact with such people at all?
I mean, I don't usually. I don't argue with fools usually, and especially in my public life. You know what I mean? If I see someone, you know what I mean? I don't. It's like it's like flat Earth is not my hill to die on.
What's the point?
Right. What is the point? But the thing is that also, I have the right to my thoughts. You know what I mean? And if somebody asks for them, they might not like them either. I don't know.
Lisa, it's really good to hear your voice again. I was wondering where you went. I met you on another server.
Right on. Oh, cool. I was wondering, is that Blaze?
Yeah.
Right on. Bless. What's happening?
I loved what you said about the flower last night turning its face. I mean, wow, that was so beautiful.
I love that notion, you know, and I think like it's like, you know, I just think like think of the fucking audacity for somebody to say like, you know, look at a field of flowers that turn in the fucking sky, you know what I mean, to face the sun, like be like, oh no, that's just a matter of their chemical biology and shut the fuck up, dude.
I think that was beautiful what you said, man.
Well, yeah,
I love
isn't
beautiful things I heard you say.
I'm so happy to hear that, man. Fuck yeah, thank you. You know,
Yeah.
that just a matter of a person not being able to see the beauty in something? That's yeah.
You know, Isa, can I say something about what you guys were just talking about a little bit?
Of course.
Like more and more as time goes on, we're going to be the intolerant ones. The scriptures tell us that. Like, blessed are those that are persecuted for righteousness' sake, right? What is righteousness? I don't know, doing the right thing. And, you know, there was an order to life. A man and a woman produced a child. That's how that's how it was designed to work. And now everything's being designed not to work that way. And if you don't accept that, you're intolerant. So they're intolerant of our intolerance. And it's such a hypocritical thing. But, you know, we need to start. Like I got triggered for a second there and I'm like, because I just had a really bad week. I mean, but not really. Not really. But it's just going to show you that the scriptures are true. And I mean, I'm not trying to just like bring this all in here, but everything's backwards. Woe to those who say things are good or things are good that are evil. And it's an inverted
I
world.
think it is like the reprieve for those of us who, you know, who believe such things, right? The reprieve of us is that look, you can't like, let's say, like, if you're a person who's in the field of like fixing electronics for homes, and you come in and you're like, no, the male plug goes with the male outlet, and I don't care what you say. Well, you know, you're not going to work very long in that field and nobody's going to want to hire you and you're just going to wind up, you know, in a pit down by the fucking thing trying to put fucking stupid shit together. It's like, you know, our reward is that we understand how creation works and we're continuing the creation process. These confused people that don't have a clue, you know, are going to inevitably destroy themselves because they're not studying a functioning thing. And then they're out there trying to, you know, say men can get pregnant and impregnate the best friend with somebody else's. I mean, it's just weirdness what's going on.
It totally
You know,
is.
so our victory is in that we're staying true to the old ways and they work.
Yep, exactly.
You know?
Kosho's trying to get pregnant right now.
No, he's a good guy.
Yeah, Jeremy's taking care of my kids, so.
Yeah, they're over there earning money on the fucking phones.
No, you owe me child support.
Okay,
that's
man,
how he
well.
pays for the fucking babysitter.
Yeah, I'll give you 25 cents a day, Jeremy. 25 cents an hour.
Jeremy's easy
for every
to
cell
please.
phone you have. No, he's smart, man. He's got the multiple. You know, you have enough of those. What do you used to say, Jeremy? You have a drop of water in the bucket, and you get it, fill up the bucket with all enough drops or something like that. Yeah, see,
Bucket,
you're right.
right.
Yeah. Good. At the end of the year, you'll have a full bucket of water, and that's something, right? So.
And I'm gonna take that bucket of water and waterboard you with it.
Yeah, man.
Where's the tank? Where are the weapons? I don't know. 9/11 was a false flag. Stop. I just
feel
do
bad.
what CIA tells me to do.
Lemon, say it ain't so.
I was thinking of that scene in 50 Shades Blacker where he waterboards her. Funny as hell.
50 Shades Blacker.
It was a parody of 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh yeah, with I know what you're talking about. With Marlon Wayans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You ever see that movie? What's it called? Haunted House or something like that.
Oh yeah.
I thought those were funny. Yeah.
They don't make it like that no more. I love that slapstick over the top comedy.
Yeah, the Wayne brothers are always like that. Though. That's what I like about them.
There's so much
They were
funny
making
shit.
fun of how much of a dominatrix she was and how she could like take any amount of punishment. He broke a chair over her back and she's like, "That's my chair."
Yeah, well, they're hardcore today. God. Yeah, I just had this dude in my car, right? And I took him to pick up some swords. I guess he does fencing or something like that. Anyways, and I took him back home also. And he was I had his branch. You guys was talking to Issa or somebody, so I had it playing. I was telling him about the flat Earth a little bit, and I got the impression that like I don't know. Every time I bring it up to somebody, I always say it like delicately because I have like a suspicion that like what if they're flat earther, you know what I mean? And I thought maybe he was being like kind of defensive a little bit. So I was like, I was almost that he really he could have been a flat earther. He was saying like he said you know what did he say? He said they used to believe it in the Middle Ages. So I mean they have an argument a little bit. I was like, yeah, I guess you know.
Yeah, I think you'd be so surprised to know. Like, do you know what fascinated me when we were doing our show back in the day? And like, dude, like all of a sudden, what was it? It was well, all of a sudden Eddie Bravo started following me on something. And then fucking like Kyrie Irving used Cathexis's argument when he was asked something by a reporter. Like, and something I used to even say to my boys back in the day, I said, dude, you don't know who's listening to us right now. Because like when me, Cathexis, What World D, we're doing Flat Earth Court and shit like that, I used to just be like, dude, something's up. And we were getting attacked so hard. It was unreal. Like I think Shaquille O'Neal was listening to us. Like I'm not I don't like Flat Earth is so fucking hot. And since it got out of the bag, I mean for most of the flat earthers that were around back then, it's almost boring to this point. You know what I mean? Like everyone's just like kind of drifted off into having their own world of happiness. You know what I mean? As opposed to initially thinking we're gonna change the world with flat Earth. You know what I mean? But I think it's happened. There's a lot of flat earthers out there.
There's a lot. There's a lot, but there's a lot fewer than there was before that. I mean, there might be more, but that's the one thing that's starting to worry me. Is that I think something's got to come up now. It's got to be one of those like black swan type arguments or something like that, and reinvigorate the base so that we can we get some energy again.
What do you mean, the flat Earth base or the?
Yeah, exactly. Because
well, that's the thing. But you know what it is? It's like this. It's like after it's like going out to dinner. Once you get to the dinner and you've had the food and you've had the dessert, you're not hungry anymore. And so it's like you're dealing with people that have already eaten the plate. They've decided where they land, and whether it be ball earther or flat earther. Most flat earthers tend to be at peace, whereas like the ball earthers are complaining about the meal and the service and.
Yeah, but you still go eat the next night though.
Right, and that's the thing is once you become content with what you know is good for you to eat, you're not out there trying to have snake balls, you know what I mean, to wonder if that's going to solve the fucking, the fertility crisis, or whatever. Because like I think most flat earthers have become balanced and healthy, whereas like a lot of the ballers are still out there like, oh, we're at war, and it's only because they're losing. We've already won. That's why we're at peace. We won, dude. We won it 5 years ago, or whatever it was. We won the philosophical. I mean, and really the basis of our victory has been the inability of ballers to ever concede. That's the Ball Earth's defeat right there, is that it will never concede. And anytime you come across someone who's full of shit, they will stick to their guns, even about shit that they can't prove. And that's why Ball Earth lost. Ball Earth lost because it wouldn't concede. It's like Kosho, like, you don't lose. You have not lost because it's like you, Timmy, the guys who don't lean on NASA, you will always have an argument. Because there's so many discrepancies on a lot of these different points where both parties, if they're willing to concede to remain logical, can't win the debate. Like, there's no way to prove this to one another. That's why I've always stood up for the ballers in defense and say, hey, I can't say that you don't see curvature because I'm not in your fucking head. And in the same stroke, you have to give me that, I'm allowed to believe the earth is flat. That was my biggest fight for all the time. Was, hey, we have to be able to
thought police.
Right, like, you can't fucking think, you can't tell, like, by what authority, my line used to be, by what authority would you tell me what I can or cannot think? And that's really why Flat Earth is one, is because it takes the position that, or at least it should, in my opinion, it should take the position that everyone is entitled to their opinion about the shape of the earth, because you cannot really verify it outside of using these third-party institutions, which either you trust or you don't. And that's why you're so good in the debate, and the gentlemen who come in here and don't bring up all the NASA pictures. Because if you come in here bringing NASA pictures, you're going to get wrecked every time. And if you don't, there's a lot of argument and a lot of meat to the Ball Earth, and there's a lot of meat to the Flat Earth in retaliation to it. But
it must be interesting.
Yeah.
I was to say, because at 24/7, I like to just listen. I'd sit back and listen because I don't like to bug them when new guys come in there, because it's interesting when the new guys, like a new Glober, goes in there, and they usually have the same argument. That's why they're so good at because they have the script down in there, because they know what those people are going to say when they come in. It's always like, yeah, pictures from space, or so something obvious, something like the obvious question, the obvious proofs that have easy rebuttals. You know what I mean? But yeah, they're fun to listen to.
Well, it's like, that's why, like, I love Gem Panda, because he did a whole, like, 13-hour fucking documentary about the validity of the moon landing.
Yeah, did a good job.
I love
it. His history? He did.
Actually, you want to know who makes the best videos, dude? Is Atheist Rex. As much as that guy is like an aberration to dignity. Fucking.
Mic check.
I haven't seen him in a while because he got banned.
I haven't seen him in a while.
He got banned for threatening Jeremy.
I hope he's all
Yeah,
right.
he threatened to call Homeland Security on me because I told people to read Ted Kaczynski's manifesto that was published in a paper, in a newspaper, and major newspapers across America.
Well, that's Atheist Rex for you, but
I thought he got banned for saying he was going to call your school or something like that.
Well, no, dude, I think.
Oh, that too. He was bugging. He was bugging. Yeah, he said he was going to call you.
Like, dude, like I said, an aberration to dignified gentlemen everywhere. But the point is that I like I've always had funny interactions with him. Stop it.
He's funny.
But,
he's funny sometimes.
But he made videos about like the stars and like really cool videos, man. Anyway, aside from the point, he makes cool videos about Greek stuff. Very cool videos. But they come in with those. They come in with those arguments as though they're the catch-all, end-all, be-all, and I don't know. I don't think it serves them well.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that. Just because it's like a double-edged sword if you do that. You're kind of stuck in the corner now. But shit. So I'm driving. I forgot what I was going to say.
All good, brother.
Jeremy threw me off with the whole fucking Ted Kaczynski or whatever he said. Why did you have his manifesto? Why were you doing with that?
Everyone on Earth has his manifesto. It was published in the Washington Post.
But when you were revering it, I remember you were like, respecting. He's like, you're giving it like respect and all that kind of stuff. I don't remember
You,
the
you know,
context.
Ted Kaczynski was part of MK Ultra, right? Did
I
you know
also
that?
know. I think he's related to somebody. I don't want to say who because I don't remember specifically, but he's related to somebody in this community. Yeah, I think he's
Yo,
somebody's first cousin.
I was saying that it had some very good points in it about technological advancements and you know, the part it plays on society.
You said
He
he's
wasn't
MK
that
Ultra?
guy wasn't an idiot. That guy wasn't like some psychopathic serial killer that was raping college you know, college women or some shit.
Okay, so I mean that's
I mean, he
that's
was
your
a
bar.
psychopathic serial killer, but
Wait,
he was
so
very intelligent.
yeah, okay, well a lot of serial killers are. You said Ted Kaczynski, the underwear bomber or the?
Yeah, the underwear bomber. Yeah, that's his name. That's what they called him.
Oh, for real? I haven't slept, man. What's his name?
They called him the Unabomber. I think it's
The Unabomber. The Unabomber. That's right. That's right. That's
underwear
right.
bomber. That's a good one. I like that
Underwear
better.
bomber. No, that was the dude from Chicago or something like that.
Yeah, that's
It
true.
was UNA for universities, for the UN for universities, and then the A for airlines, because he was targeting universities and airlines.
Okay, but did he ever get away with it? Did he not get away with it? Did he ever go through with it?
Yeah, man, that was the most heads in. You don't remember that? Or you might be younger. Heads in America were scared to open packages for like a long time.
Dude, they were doing that in Austin fucking 3 years ago, dude. They were setting off like remember I was making the hydrogen with the tin foil and the well anyways, those are very simple bombs. If you put that same mixture in a glass bottle and just don't open it, like seal it, it'll explode and the glass it'll be like a little grenade. And somebody was,
and that's why he was
shipping those around town.
And he was doing that in the 90s, except he was mailing it to particular institutions. And he wrote about how big tech was going to basically do what it's done. Like people have even people have asked the question of, you know, whether or not he was right about his you know, his historical his position on things, because he basically outlaid how the big tech companies were going to enslave everybody. That was his thing.
Yo, they fucked up by publishing his manifesto.
And I think he was a
there.
computer scientist or something at some like, I don't know if he had some prestige.
He went to Berkeley
and
I think he went to
Is that where
Berkeley and
Scott studied computer science at Berkeley.
Yeah, I don't. Was that him? Or I don't know who you're talking about.
It might have been Caltech. I don't know. So he went to definitely a good two good colleges. That's how they got him, was his handwriting, because the style he used.
They got him with his handwriting.
Yeah, they caught him. They caught him with his handwriting. Yeah, because the manifesto. That's why they published. That's the only reason why they even published the manifesto, was so that in hopes that somebody might recognize his style, his linguistic style, his style of writing.
Believe it or not, Kosho, they used to write essays with a pencil and a pen, even.
No, but okay. So you said that he predicted like be like, hey, we thought he might be right because he predicted that the tech companies would enslave us. I mean, you mean?
Yeah, I think even
like,
Joe Rogan.
Metaphorically.
I think even Joe Rogan talks about how his paperwork was correct. Like, I mean, it's kind of well established. Everyone was like, "Wow, he was pretty well." Like, it's an interesting point, looking at, you know, hindsight and all.
I guess I have to read it just to kind of understand, because I mean, I don't think we would have been enslaved, but you know, I guess
just
it depends.
You can just listen to the audio version of it on YouTube.
Yeah, okay, because that's what you did, dude.
It's one of those things that, in hindsight, it's sort of obvious that tech companies would take over, you know?
Yeah, but you say take over, enslave us. I think these are kind of hyperbolic.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. At the end of the day, they have to abide by the rules that that our representatives set for them. And, so the fact that that's all corrupt and fucking... That's a whole nother story, but yeah.
But it's not like I say. there's a difference between slavery and slavery in quotes. You know what I mean? Like, some people don't even use cell phones because they're just like hipsters or whatever. But but you're right. I mean, most people are kind of attached to their phones, on them. It's got all the data and everything that people can
Hey, Kosho,
That's
you familiar
why
with
gather.
there's no innocence. No
13th
one's
Amendment?
innocent.
The 13th Amendment. It's what it says is there shall be no involuntary servitude, which implies that you can volunteer for servitude.
No, yeah, I know. Hold on.
Tell us more about that guy you picked up and you were swallowing his sword in your car, Coach. What was that story you were telling a minute ago? There's so many gay undertones. It was ridiculous. Anyways, yeah, so the Unabomber was part of MK Ultra, right? To show what that fucking program did to people. I mean, I'm not saying that's why he turned out to be the Unabomber, but it probably didn't help. Because he was already fucked up before that, but... Am I still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
If
too, think of the laws they enacted after they went after that guy. Like, so, and then what's crazy, like, take for instance, like how it's known that the FBI sets people up and then wrecks them. You know what I mean? Like gets them to go do something and then arrests them right before they do it. And who knows? Maybe that guy was a MK Ultra plant used to further the agenda of their ability to crack down on quote unquote domestic terrorism. You know what I mean? Like, this is the problem: is that what was the reaction to these people? Take it's like any of it. Take like the moon landing. The reaction to the moon landing was, well, it's definitely not flat now, and you're a fucking idiot. Like, what's the political reaction to it?
Do you think there was many people that were like on the fence before the moon landing?
yeah, the like, look at it. They had Woodstock.
Yeah.
At the height of the acid, like hate Ashbury, everybody was coming out on the street, social revolution, change, and then they went to the moon.
Yeah. But I mean, that's all true stuff. But I mean, but still, do you think that there's people who were on the fence?
Well, they took people's imagination away from Earth.
Also, the idea of the moon landing, it's set in play. Well, that makes sense why we need a world government, right? Just like Star Wars, we need a world
yeah,
government.
in case the aliens attack.
I just disagree with all this stuff that you guys are saying, only because I don't think that that was a decider. Like, I think people, if they were on one side or the other for some reason, it was long before the moon landing, right? Like, it wasn't the moon landing wasn't
Kosho, you know what that's like?
Make them change minds.
That's like me taking you out for a night on the town in New York City, and I see you're not getting any action from any of the women, so I get you a hooker, but never tell you that she's a hooker, and fucking you just live your life as like, well, I must just be that great time I had in New York City, and you'll never know. You know what I mean? Like, it's like it's the same kind of thing, and like, I just want to get you to love New York City, so.
And at that time, it was there was a height of a space race and a Cold War with Russia, so it was like a moral victory over the Soviets. That was the whole thing.
You know what? Crypto brought up a great point about how they provide the conspiracy with the, like they it's like step 1, step 2, like they give you the moon landing, and then they give you the conspiracy. Well, that's because of Russia and da 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 da. Now you're still in the paradigm of like, but we needed to have a space program. You know what I mean? Like, you still wind up in their paradigm of like political, whatever. And I just think, if you don't see, Kosho, that the moon landing helped propel the concept of world government, I don't know what to say, man.
That's okay. But yeah, what you said earlier about the 13th Amendment, I had to go real quick, but actually I was talking about that the other day. Somebody brought up, and their, how their slavery is still in the prison system. And yeah,
Well, remember,
the 13th Amendment says that's okay.
Well, it's right because you cannot have involuntary servitude. But if I can get you to sign up, it's totally permissible.
Well, no, you can't. No, it doesn't even say that. It says you can't be forced against your will to work as a slave unless you were charged with a crime.
The wording of it is that there shall be no involuntary servitude, which implies that it's perfectly acceptable to have voluntary servitude.
Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't specify that it's about involuntary.
Well, no, like I said, what it says, what I remember, I saw this 2 days ago, or whatever. But what it says is if you haven't been charged with a crime, or the only caveat is if you were charged with a crime. I forget what the words are, but yeah, you can't involuntarily work against your will or as a slave or whatever. And but it says unless you've been charged with a crime. Let me find it. I posted it in here 2 days ago. Let me see.
Here's the thing, right? Okay, what can you do with your property, Kosho?
Sell it. Have sex on it.
Right? You can do whatever you want with it. It's your property, right?
Well, anything legal.
Okay, so
it's legal.
Right, and so U.S. citizens, right, are classified as the property of the United States, right?
Well, according to some people.
Title 5, 552A. Employee.
Yeah.
So if it, and also there's I love the Maxwell v. Dow, which is the case law that says that United States citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. So if I ask you, are you a United States citizen, and you say yes, well, then you just volunteered for the slavery that you don't have to volunteer for, but you've just volunteered for it, so I'm going to put your ass to fucking work, right? That's how they do it. And what can you do with your property? Anything you want to. All I've got to do is say, hey, are you my property? And they're going to, oh, of course I am. Okay, well, you're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. You're not, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have shit. In fact, all U.S. citizens are classified as enemies of the states because they're a bane on the financial side of the economy to the state. That's why you need a license as a United States citizen to do anything in a particular state, because you're classified as an enemy of that state. That's why the private industrial prison thing is so interesting, because if as a U.S. citizen you've got a bond trading on the SEC that's making money for the U.S., if that bond, right, if you as a citizen do something bad in a state, they can then arrest you and lien the bond on the SEC from the United States. So they have all these laws to get people into the bank, the jail, so that they can collect on the interest of that account, those accounts that are trading on the stock market.
Yeah, but don't they have to pay for that?
Well, that's what. Here's, and I'll just give one more point. We can get into the nitpicking of it, but this is what explains triple life sentences. Okay, because somebody does something so heinous that the state says they're going to lien that bond for 80 plus years twice over after that person dies. So that's why you have a triple life sentence. That's what that means. That means that they get another 160 years to add on taking money from that account.
Is that true? I mean, did they take money after
I'll tell you what,
your
there's
account
no
after you
other
died?
explanation I found. This is why, this is why I talk about when you go into, at a courtroom, you're the priority security interest holder, because that labels you as not the collateral, the United States citizen, but it labels you as the creditor over the collateral, which in fact you are, because you gave over the birth certificate, which created the money in the first place. That's why it's funny. I've been thinking about how, how they created the most amount of money in the last year or something like that. They created like half the money in circulation was created over the last year. And think about it. How many fucking illegal immigrants are coming into this country? They just keep taking those bonds and printing the money.
I
So
mean,
you have to have amnesty to keep the national debt going.
I just have to, because I've heard some of this before, but what you're saying about the like how they have it used as a commodity, and they're gonna put a lien on you based on access to your bonds. But oh goddamn, I got a phone call again. Fuck's sake, hold on.
Playing Monopoly games with us. I've been telling these dudes, they don't listen.
Well, the thing is, the Monopoly game works out in our favor if we know the rules every fucking time. Like, you cannot lose.
Except they own the whole board.
No. That's the thing is that you think
hotels.
they own the whole board when in reality they owe you for the board. And that's where we're
Make them
operating
pay
as
up.
though they own the board when in reality you're actually you have an interest in it. You're not someone who's playing on the board. You have an interest in it technically. That's why if you look up priority security interest holder in the UCC, it's a great position to be in. And that's what's cool is you can use the language of the UCC. Like instead of going into a courtroom and saying, well, am I not the child of Adam, appearing specially on behalf of Jesus Christ? You know what I mean? Some fucking loony bin shit. You can come up, yeah, am I not the priority security interest holder here to settle the debt? Where's the bill?
How do I make them pay me for the board?
Well, you don't want to make them pay them because you're a child of God and you understand that forgiveness is the greatest of currencies. So you're willing to forgive all the trespasses of the state because they deprived equal protection due process of law potentially by failing to provide a genuine accusatory charging instrument for your inspection. And therefore, because we've all violated some fucking code here, let's just agree to forgive one another and dismiss all charges. Boom.
What if when you got to court you met Judge Judy?
I love Judge Judy. I'd probably get her autograph first and then handle the case. Because I honestly, you can watch those daytime judges and you'll learn quite a little bit from them. They won't teach you shit in a certain way, but you'll see how you better have your business correct, your paperwork correct, proper process of service and shit like that. Like even with Flat Earth Court, what I used to want to do was, and I think I could still do it, is I would establish it. Okay, you want to bring the claim gas pressure without a container. Okay, it costs this much crypto to file your complaint in the court, and then have the other party file their complaint and make everybody do proper process of service, and then do the show. So we would establish I could teach people how to operate the court system and the what's, whys, and hows as to why someone would win or lose the debate. Like a baller with a strong argument can beat the flat earther if he understands the principles and rules of the game, and a flat earther can beat the ball earther. Much like nobody knows when they go into court what the judge is going to decide because there's these rules that are independent to every case.
East is walking around 20 minutes to Judge Judy, 20 minutes to Judge Judy.
I love Judge Judy, dude, and Judge Joe Brown, and all of them, dude. I love them all.
That's a Rain Man thing, remember? He used to make 20 minutes to Wapner.
Oh, right. And that's why, like, I used to break it down, or I used to have these theories of way to break it down, like the idea how the flat earth, the judges are flat earthers, and you're going in there and you can't give up the goose. They know the rules, they know it's flat, but they're surrounded by a bunch of ballers who want to kill them and everyone else who thinks that the earth is flat. So you've got to play this little game. The judge is your best friend. The prosecutor's a baller. Everyone's a baller except the judge, and he's the only one with the say in the matter. He's your boy. Judges are the shit. Smartest people in the fucking world.
There should be more emphasis on it in a way in school.
You know about Catherine Iserbite?
No.
Right? You know about her, right?
No.
She was in the U.S. I think during the 80s. There was a mole inside of the Federal Department of Education, and they kept putting out all the paperwork how the government was trying to dumb the population down, get them to do all this, like, you know, all these internal documents, and then come to find out, it was the lady who was the head of the Department of Education who was the mole, and her name was like Catherine Iserbite, I believe.
Right.
Well, if you're trying to control a whole, you know, massive amount, if you're trying to control anyone, doesn't matter if it's one person or millions of people or 100 people, you're going to want them as dumb as possible, because a stupid person is a lot easier to control than a highly intelligent, smart person capable of critical thinking. You don't want people like that. You want the dumbest people. So what do? You take over. First thing you do is you take over the education system and make sure that that happens, so you can control people.
Boom.
Schools should focus on nothing except reading, writing, and doing math. And any teacher that steps outside of those three categories should be removed immediately.
Hell yeah, I agree 100%.
I feel like we'd be done with school by like 5th grade, though, or maybe 8th grade. Like there really wouldn't be much left.
That's
after,
okay.
Like,
That's good.
I'm cool with that too. Yeah.
They should be teaching absolutely nothing that involves any sort of opinion. They should be teaching the children how to do math so they can solve problems, read and write so they can communicate with other people in society, and that should be it.
What about when they teach them about the core, you know, all the layers of Earth, and you get down to the core and shit? They show you that little cutout.
They
what
shouldn't.
about that?
Here's what we can see in the world. Here's what reality is. Period.
They should definitely teach them critical thinking, though.
Can you teach that?
Yeah. The parents should be teaching that. The parents should teach their children to think critically. The school should only teach them the things they need to communicate in the world and solve math problems. That's it.
Yeah.
No, I'd say it'd be cool if they run them through like IQ problems and stuff like that too.
Wow, that's crazy. Crazy idea.
If you're saying it for the purpose of determining their IQ, I say no, because they don't need it.
Just to make them think critically, like make them think like, you know, pattern recognition and that sort of thing.
I would be okay with them providing like puzzles to be solved. I don't think that they should in any way be graded on puzzles or held back or anything like that, whether or not they're able to solve puzzles. If they can communicate and do math, that should be it. They win. They win school.
If you can't do a Sudoku, you fail. That's it.
Yeah, they shouldn't be graded on it, obviously, because some people have different like natural abilities.
The fuck are you guys on about?
That's
how many parents do you think would spend their time teaching their children all about 15,000 different layers of Earth and some molten nickel core if they had to teach that stuff themselves? They wouldn't. They would teach their children to look at the world. That's the world. Now let's get back to work and do something useful.
They should put a human brain in the classroom and get all the kids to touch it.
So you guys think that teaching kids just the minimal amount of shit is the best way to go going forward?
You give them the tools to arm themselves, to teach themselves.
Give them the least amount of skills possible to get
no.
with. That's the best way forward.
No,
feel the
Branch,
squishiness of the brain.
You're misunderstanding, Branch. It's not that they should be taught the least amount of skills. They should be taught the absolute least amount by
Cutting out
the government. Everything else should be by their community, their family, their friends. They should get as many skills as they can from their community, their family, their friends. Literally none of that should come from a public school system run by the government. None of it.
I think they should be taught the skills, and that's it. The skills to teach themselves.
Right. If they go into school, right, they should be taught the shit they need to know in life, right? It doesn't matter if they're doing that shit through the government or not. If they go into school to learn how to fucking survive on this fucking planet,
yeah,
teach them.
Life school.
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be
Don't teach
learning
them
how to
in,
survive on the planet from school. You should be learning that from your parents. You should be learning how to
planet?
communicate at school.
Yeah, but what about the kids that have fuck up parents? That ain't gonna teach them.
That's their problem. It's not our responsibility to take over for those parents. Those parents need to step
there's
up.
no
They
structure
get
in what
to
you're
parent
saying.
how they
There's
want
no
to.
structure in what you're saying, bro.
No. It takes a community to raise children.
Right. That's why.
There you go.
That's
There
why
you
they
go.
push it in school, because some parents are just not good enough to teach their kids.
No,
Bro, all they
that's
need to
not for you
know
to
is how to
decide.
read and write and basic arithmetic. The rest they can teach themselves.
Nobody else gets to decide if you're good enough to parent your children. Not even the government.
Fuck it. Just teach them how to read and write. They'll figure the rest out themselves.
Gee, well then you're only going to go to school for a couple of years.
Hey, you know what though? Give it another 20, 30 years, and the computers will be teaching the kids anyway.
But what if
I don't see how that's
Honestly,
the
I feel like. Oh, go ahead.
What if your
I don't
parents
see
are
how it's a
dumb?
problem if it's only a couple of years.
But what if
Why
your
is that?
parents are dumb and dysfunctional?
Exactly. What if you're orphan?
Yo, real quick, I think they should
That
teach
has to be
everything.
allowed. It's freedom.
Hey, yo, they should teach everything, but stay away from making the conclusive, like factual statements at the end. Stay away from the conclusion.
You can't teach everything, man. That's unrealistic.
Listen,
There's so much information.
If you're going to use the argument of what if the parents are crazy, or what if they're abusive, or what, okay, we can make the exact same argument about the teachers. What if the teachers pull out a gun and start shooting kids? I guess we should never have schools then, because what if the teachers do that? Yeah, we can what if all day about what bad people
that's
might
American
do.
extremism. I don't relate to things like that. That's a bit extreme for me. It's nearly 3 in the morning.
The real Bob. When's the last time a school shooting was done by a teacher?
Just relax, dude. I'm Australian. I don't think like that. I don't have a gun.
In America, though, people do have guns, and there's never been a school shooting by a teacher.
The point is,
that I know
you
of.
don't decide the future of your community based on what if bad people do bad things. Otherwise, you're going to spend all your time trying to legislate evil out of people when it's impossible.
But you're trying
to get away from my parents.
You're trying to rethink the education system, right? And you're coming up with ways of doing it where, basically what you're saying is, maybe 1 hour of school for every kid, and the rest of it they just learn at home.
I liked going to school when I was young. I had some good teachers.
Hold on, my bad, Merle. There have been shootings by teachers, by principals, by custodians, all types of stuff. So.
Well, I've never heard of them.
Me neither. I just Googled it.
That's not realistic.
Can't hear you, Naps. You're breaking up.
Like, people work. Families work. They don't have time to sit home all day and.
I was going to say that. Well, my dad was always working, and my mom had to work, so I liked going to school.
There you go. What about the society we've created where the mother isn't able to stay at home because they demand so much money for all of the needs to stay alive, and so they feel like they need to go to work rather than stay at home with their children?
Exactly.
Yeah,
we get rid of money. That's why you get rid of money right there. Exactly, Bob.
Well, sorry, we need money to live, so that's important.
There it is.
Says you.
There it is. I figure that's the direction that's where you got to go with it. That's the thing that's going to have to be brought up is, what about all of the families where both parents are working and they need daycare for their kids? Yeah. What about the society where we convince the parents that they should let the government raise their children for them? What about that?
Well, you do have a choice. You have a choice of what school you put your kid in, don't you?
You don't have to put your kids in school either.
Yeah, they can grow up dumb and ignorant.
You can homeschool them. Plenty of.
Yeah, co-shows home.
But again, not everyone can do that.
Yes, they can.
No, not all parents are able to stay home and teach kids all day.
Because they have to be out getting
work and make a
because they
living.
have to be
They have to pay bills. They have to
because
put food on the table. That's
exactly
unrealistic.
that's what
Right, and
Bob said
also
about the society where they have to keep busy and keep making money so we can survive.
some parents are just not smart enough to teach their kids. Some of these parents
Yeah, Branch, you don't get to decide that,
asking their
Branch.
own bucks.
You don't get to decide that. That's a trick. That's nonsense.
I'm just saying though,
It's just a load of
some
bullcrap
of
that
these
you were
parents,
told
some of these
to come up
parents,
with.
some of these parents aren't to the level of education that the kid will actually get in school.
No, you're wrong.
I wish I could stay home all day and teach my kid. I can't do that realistically.
You can.
I wish.
It's a trick. You've been tricked. You can do it. You have the choice.
Nah.
It's inconvenient. You don't want to deal with the consequences of it. You literally can do it.
Did you not hear what I said? People have to work and make a
No, you don't.
living. Put
No, you don't.
food on the table. What do you mean, no, you don't? Yes,
You don't have
you
to work somewhere other
do.
than your home.
But
No, you
no,
don't.
you don't.
That's what I'm saying.
The
You've been
real
tricked.
world.
Trick. They want you to think exactly how you're thinking so that you'll keep going to
That's
work.
not.
That's what they want. You don't
No.
do that. You have a choice.
So you know what? You know what? You know what?
Inconvenient and
They
no
don't
one-
work.
There's still a choice.
They don't eat. What are you
Napes
talking
is a
about?
nurse. Napes is a nurse, right? So let's say she decides to quit her job, just like every other nurse does. Who the fuck's gonna be the nurses?
Bums.
That's their problem, not yours.
You're talking about breaking down society, my man.
They're ridiculous right now.
No, what I'm talking about is building up a better society rather than letting the government decide how your children are going to live their lives. It's building up a society,
Well, if we
not
could
allowing
all
them to
live for
control.
free, then sure.
So every parent stays home to take care of their kids. Yeah. No, the only people that go to work are people that don't have kids. Is that the society that you envision in the future?
Hey, let's throw away the money system and sure, I'll stay home all freaking day. I would love it. And teach.
People would have kids just so they could stay at home.
Yeah, I'll have a bunch of more kids.
I hear what Bob's.
And
I hear
dude,
what
people are
Bob's
doing that right now. Hold on, Banzo. People are doing that right now. You don't think
Yeah, they
there's
call it
people on
benefit
welfare that?
babies.
Yeah, you don't think people are on welfare right now that have another kid so they can stay home and get more benefits?
There are.
Yeah, that is true. You're
If
right.
he's a son, they even call him Ben.
You're right
I
about
started calling my kids my little 1400s from that stimulus shit.
that.
That's nice. They even call him Ben.
That's why you got 7 kids, Jeremy?
I knew the stimulus thing was going to happen, so I prepared.
Wait, you have 7 kids?
That's thinking ahead.
No, I have 5.
Literally
I have
by the
5.
head.
Oh, okay. Oh.
It might as well be 7 though, because I mean, once you're over like 3 or 4, it's just nonstop. It doesn't even matter.
There's a point where it's always hectic all the time. You might as well have some more.
Yeah, I should have had like 10. I mean, it would be irrelevant at this point. Grocery bill would be higher. That's all.
Yeah, honestly, when you have enough, like the older ones start raising the younger ones. You just have to raise like the first 3, and then they'll raise the rest.
Oh, that's not right.
We do make choices though that helps the system to enslave us.
Wait a minute.
What Bob's saying. I hear what Bob's saying.
Yeah. Did
Right.
Naps just say that's not right?
No, I said no. He was like, the kids should raise the other kids. I'm like, no, don't put that burden on them.
What?
It's
So
not that
wait a
they
minute.
should. They
You're
just
totally
naturally
okay
do.
with the government raising your children all day long, but you don't like the idea of your children that you already raised yourself helping out with raising your children?
I mean, they can help out, but you don't want them.
Jeez, make up your
pressured to
mind.
have to- I mean, that's your child. You should be the one responsible.
All right, I kind of interrupted you.
I would want that child to have a regular life. You know, I don't want them to worry about having to raise a child.
No, it's not raising a child. It's called helping out around the home.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's. I mean, I
You
get that.
you raise them to desire to be around your children and then their own children eventually. That's what I'm saying. These things are lost or dying. The idea of having a whole bunch of children and then having a big family. Pretty sure that would be an incredible joy to have children that are in their 20s able to help with children who are younger, and then maybe start having their own children, and the family is all working together to move forward, to progress, to
20s is a
live a
little
life
old.
of happiness, fulfillment.
It is.
I was thinking like, the ones that are just like a few years older, they're
Oh,
basically like
percent.
helping raise, and it's not even like doing actual, it's just being there, they're role models for the younger ones, and they tell them what to do and stuff like that. That's just part of being an older sibling.
I say, let them go to university, dude. They got enough fucking shit to do in university to worry about fucking taking care of their brothers and sisters.
20.
There you go. There it is.
Showing them how to clean up
They
their
got
rooms.
more important things to worry about, like getting brainwashed.
Yeah, and sometimes it's tough love. You beat them up if they don't like clean up their room or help with doing chores or something like that. That's just part of being
Oh,
sibling.
that's different.
Pick up your clothes, feed the
Liter-
dog.
Literally brainwashed, Bob. That's where Ted Kaczynski got in the MK Ultra program
Jeremy, you got
at
kids
the
in
university.
college? You got kids in college?
No.
Think about what Brent said. These kids, they don't have time to help their parents take care of their siblings. They have to go to school. They have to go to university. They have plenty of things to worry about, like how many millions of light years away the stars are, so we can predict how light is going to bounce through dark matter or whatever the bullcrap. They're too busy worrying about those things to help their parents raise their siblings and actually live a life.
What is this point you're trying to make right now?
Don't be knocking dark matter, Bob.
You push out the babies, you raise them, and put that burden on the other kids.
Yeah, if you push out the babies, you raise them to want to help with the other kids. That's what you do. You make them. You teach them to desire good things, like helping out with their siblings.
Like we're all a team. And we need to be team players and help each other out and instill
like we're
some values.
family.
Amen.
They should be taught responsibility.
Well, you know what?
And ownership of that responsibility.
If the kid's doing university at home, yeah, they're probably going to help out anyway. But what I'm talking about is you don't make a kid stay at home and do university from home just so they can take care of the kids.
Bob is not suggesting that at all.
They're going to be home regardless. You're homeschooling them.
You're gonna homeschool university teach them.
They don't need to travel across the country.
What? We're still in the 20-year-old
You're
thing?
gonna get a university degree from home.
Who says they need a university degree? They teach themselves, bro. Fuck a university.
I missed out on a lot of stuff when I had to help take care of my brother. I kind of resented it. I couldn't go out and do
You were
things
tricked.
like other high schoolers, go to sports, and do all of that stuff because I had to help out with my brother.
Yeah, you missed out on a
And you
lot
turned
of
out fine, didn't you?
important.
But of course, I understand helping out. That's different.
But yeah, I think we can do away with university.
Yeah, I think real quick, I just want to say this. I think our education system, it's the best we've got, right? So it's like in working with that, it's like the idea of I don't think necessarily like reading, writing, literature, how to think. These are all things that are awesome for society, especially if you're amongst other people learning how to function in society. However, I think it'd be best if just the teachers left a lot more open-endedness in the discussions, as opposed to saying, okay, and this is why this happened. Like I remember, I'll never forget. I got thrown into detention because we were studying Andrew Jackson, and I on my own was reading about the Trail of Tears and was like, oh my God, this horrible fuckhead Andrew Jackson. And my teacher was like, look, all you just got to remember is we call him Old Hickory, and and like a certain little segments of the for the test. But I was over there, on the mountain ready to die for the Trail of Tears. And and I just thought, like, what a shame that teacher could have lost that opportunity to speak to the class on the subject, used me as an example to be able to talk about the subject. And why would you just close it off? You know what I mean? But a lot of the people that run our institutions of education are not the brightest of people. And that's why we've decided from top down to put forth a curriculum to get as much of the idiots' point of views out of the way so that we could just teach a certain set of principles.
I have issues with your premise that our education system is the best we got. I disagree completely. I think it's the only one we have, but previous education systems where they had like apprentice and like a master type thing were way better.
This is how I look at it though, bro. It's like, let's say if you live on a mountain and every day you have to go down and collect collect water from the river and bring it back home. You're going to go down and collect the water from the river and bring it back home. You're not going to sit there and being like, the Persians used to have running water, and why don't we have running water? It's like, no, look, if you want fucking water, you go down to the river and get it. I think you could sit there all day and say, well, societies before had it so much better, but you're just going to fucking die of thirst because you're too lazy to go down to the fucking river that's available to you. I think this is what I'm saying is available to us. I think, somebody might come along and be like, we could divert that river and make a running, like whatever. But
the school system is the need for survival, though.
How would we ever get doctors, though, with this method of teaching, right? How would anybody learn enough stuff to be a doctor?
Bro, there are doctors now. They teach the ones that want to be doctors later. Simple as that.
Well, I think
in school you teach them how to read and write and critically think, and they'll naturally gravitate to what interests them. They'll read about topics that interest them. They'll read about medicine if they're if they're fascinated by the human body and want to be doctors, and then they could apprentice under doctors.
Percentage is still who's talking all over him, man?
Forgive me, that's me.
All right, go ahead. Easy.
Was I coming through, or I really don't want to repeat it all?
Yeah, no.
You were.
All right, cool.
Yo, can I just make this point though?
I mean, did people actually hear?
You can't become like a jiu-jitsu black belt by reading books. That's
right. I was just about to say, if you put me with an open heart surgeon right now, and I spent about, how long does a kid go to university? 4 years? Let's say to be a doctor, it's 8 years probably. So I spend 8 years with this open heart surgeon, and every day we go do fucking heart surgeries, and he shows me and teaches me and holds my hand and walks me through every step of the way. Eventually, I'm going to know how to do fucking open heart surgery on motherfuckers, and, I'm good.
And everything else involved in this practice.
Right, but it wouldn't be, like, my thing is that you're not going to become an open heart surgeon just studying the internet.
Obviously, that's why there's like an apprenticeship type thing.
Right, but that gets to the idea that not everything is available for self-teaching, and I just say that in regards to like I mean I base everything around like martial code almost. It's like, it's like jiu-jitsu to me. It's like either you're just not gonna get good at jiu-jitsu by reading a book and practicing with a dummy. You're gonna need a teacher.
In your example, you likened the education system to going down and getting water, getting a thing that provides you a means to survival. And I wouldn't put it in that category at all. I would, in my analogy, I would liken it more to cancer. You find out you have cancer. You don't say, well, it's the best cancer I got, so I better keep it around for now. You try to remove the cancer, right? So and that's how I see the education system right now. It's not like there's no good education system that could ever exist, but the one we have now, I think it's a cancer. I think it's a bad thing. I think it's a net negative in an extreme way.
Yeah, it's a hot garbage.
Well, see, I look at it like, though, it's kind of like this, though. You take someone who's like, let's say, had a stroke, and they used to be able to, get their own glass of water, and now they can't get their own glass of water. It's like, any getting of that water to that person, at that time, in their ability to get it is going to be the goal. And I think in the same light with education, we're looking at, like, I mean, not everybody is in a great situation. I mean, some classrooms have 30 kids to one teacher. It's like impossible for these people to deal. And I just think, like, we have to also have leniency on the people who would step up and try to do these things. And I think trying to tear someone down who's trying is not a good thing. Because that's all that they're doing is we're attempting to try to manage a very complicated situation. That's right. And
it would depend on what they're trying to do. Trying to teach the things that they should teach, I would say, yeah, that we shouldn't tear that down. When they start trying to teach things that is outside of the scope of their responsibility as a teacher, we should absolutely tear them down. We should remove them. They should not be allowed to teach the children.
Like, if they're trying to teach like Antifa doctrines to your kids, like, yeah, I'm totally down for fuck that.
Don't let them teach anything aside from giving them the tools for them to gravitate towards whatever interests them. Expose them to everything else, right? Expose them to medicine, to law, to philosophy, to whatever. But come on, man. But don't teach them that sort of thing. Let them gravitate towards it and then seek it out by like reading books and stuff like that, and then have like apprenticeship programs of people that actually do that, and they could just join them.
Or just teach both sides of the debate. Like, take, like, even in the, when they teach about Columbus or something, say, hey, this guy traveled the world and discovered America for the Europeans, and but some people think that there was natives here before that were other peoples and had other civil. Like, if they just opened the subject matter up to people, that would be cool. Like, it's the conclusion that, like, well, Christopher Columbus discovered America, and that's how we know the Earth is a ball. Boom, we're done. That's not right.
But sometimes there's more than two stories or options, and then you're going to teach everything. It's unrealistic. And what's the point? Maybe they have no interest in Christopher Columbus and colonialism and history whatsoever. So let them gravitate to what interests them.
So what you're doing when you do that, what you're doing is you're actually deciding which topics are important enough to include an open end on. The parent should be deciding that. Whether or not a child spends an extensive amount of time learning about Christopher Columbus or what happened around that time should be up to the parent. It might not be of any concern to the culture or well-being of the parent or the family or the community at all what happened during the time of Christopher Columbus. There might be something that happened 150 years later in their family line or in their culture that is exceptionally important to them that they want to spend that time on. Whenever you go to public school, and even if you leave it open-ended like you said, that just means they're deciding which topics are important enough to leave open-ended.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say like it should only be for the parent to decide. I would say, let the kid decide, because in the end they're the ones that are going to be doing it.
I'm honestly with you, Bob. We should bring the kids to school. They should teach them reading, writing, math, and then when they're done with that at 6th, 7th, 8th grade or whatever, we should start teaching them skills. That way they have time to change. Let's say one kid's like, oh, I want to do carpentry skill. So we put him in the carpentry thing, and after a year, he's like, you know what? This sucks. I want to do auto mechanics. So we put him in that field. And then a year later, he's like, well, I'm not crazy about this. I want to go to the computer club. And that way he has time to figure out what he wants to do in life, what he likes, what he enjoys doing, and what he's good at. And then, they can do that instead of just throwing them to the wolves, teaching them for 12 years.
You provide them the tools to interact. You provide them the standards that we expect to engage with the rest of the community. Do they know how to speak our language so they can make these decisions themselves and articulate what they want to begin with? Good. If we did that we did a good job, because they should learn the language. Did we teach them math so they understand how our number system works so they can solve problems and get to these conclusions? Great. We did a good job there. Can they read so that the words that they learn to speak, they're able to also have in their mind from signs, from books, from things? Great. Now they can receive information even further. We've now set them up to where they can properly engage with the rest of the society, the rest of the community around them, and they basically, it's open-ended. They now have the basic tools they need to figure out what their life is going to be about.
Well, yo, check this out.
Child
Aren't we?
knows what they want. Like, not children don't know that yet. They don't understand that at such a young age. That's why we have school all the way to high school.
That's not
so they can have that time to know
Hey, yo,
and
Bob
figure
Joe,
out.
aren't you the example of that's what our system has created? Aren't you a fine example of someone with an open-ended position who's learned how to function in society because of the education you received?
That's got to be a fallacy.
We're the example.
That's affirming the consequent fallacy.
I had an exceptionally I had the privilege of being raised by the grandparents and the parents that I have, and the uncles and the aunts. I had the utter absolute privilege of being told all the time what they're telling me is a lot of lies. The way they're teaching you isn't the right way. There's other things that are more important than what you're getting in school. Like, and not everybody is getting that messaging when they're growing up. A lot of people are like Naps has been saying, they send their kids off to school while they go to work. It's essentially a daycare for 12 years. And then it's more than a daycare even, because it's not even like what you necessarily have in your head, daycare of a good thing for your children to engage in. It's probably the evil version of the daycare where they're indoctrinating your children to think the way they want them to think, to be part of their version of society. I didn't have to deal with that as much because my parents made it clear to me all the time. My grandparents made it clear to me. My family, my community made it clear to me all the time that what I was getting in school was of some of the least important things in the world because of the garbage they were teaching me. But what was important? Being able to communicate, being able to read, being able to do math. Those things were pretty important for engaging with the rest of society.
And now look at you. You're a flat earther.
Exactly. Yes. Now I'm looking at things critically and engaging with the community on my own, discussing topics of what I would consider to be great import, rather than continuing to slog along in a 9-to-5 job that I hate, being miserable, wishing I could get to retirement or die soon because I think life sucks. Yeah, look at me now.
Well, I think you're
in that pathetic,
just
Look
because
at me now.
you didn't life. You don't want anyone else to succeed in life. That's what it sounds like.
What's that?
It sounds like just because you didn't achieve anything in life, you don't want anybody else to achieve anything in life.
Who said I didn't
What?
achieve anything?
That's what it kind of sounds like.
Wait,
Are you projecting?
So you're
just want
assuming
to
that I didn't achieve
survive off the
because
most
you don't
basic
like school?
knowledge.
Because I didn't like
Come on,
school, I didn't achieve anything. Listen, I don't even have to know what your life situation is right now, and I can guarantee you 100%, zero doubt, that I have achieved far greater things in my life than you have, because I have a wife and 5 kids, and I'm living the dream. It doesn't mean I'm rich. I'm not rich.
Oh, because I'm not
definitely
pushing
not
out a
rich.
whole bunch of
I don't
kids
have every object that I desire in
and
the
working
world.
a bare minimum job. Like, come on. I love what I do. I love having one child, a career, and all of that. I don't want to just
Sure you do.
survive off the most basic knowledge.
All right.
Like, come on.
Well, you said you have one child and you have a job, a career that you love. Get back to us in 20, 25 years when that child is grown. Okay, you can let us know. You can let us know if you think you've achieved.
Oh, hold up. Naps, what do you love more, your child or your career?
My child.
Okay.
Of course.
So now replace your career with another child. Wouldn't you love that more than one career and one child? If a child is worth more than a career?
Oh, what I said.
Got him.
What is the point?
Me complaining about our education system is not me complaining about my life. The fact that I have a wife and 5 kids, and I have a home to live in that's like, it's not a big house. It's not a fancy car. I have a minivan that can fit my family. I like minivans, but it's a minivan.
Well, just
okay?
because
I
you
have
like
my wife and I
surviving
have
off
my
the
kids.
bare minimum doesn't mean other people want to.
I am living like the ultimate experience of human life to what I can right now, this very second, in the town, in the society that I live in, essentially. Now, at some
First
point,
of
I
all,
might have more freedom to do things like buy land and grow my own food and have some goats or whatever. That might happen, and then I'll be living an even better life. But right now, what I have, I would say, is pretty much, if not the pinnacle of what's attainable through good choices where I'm at.
If you did have
You're
your
happy
education
with
though,
bare
if
minimum.
you did go to school, would you already have goats?
I did go to
first of
school.
all,
Well, if you went to university, you would have already had goats.
I did. Well, not
You would have
university. I went to college.
chickens, you would have had goats. You know.
I went to college.
Okay, well,
I think he said goats, not goals.
why don't you
First
have
of all,
any
stop.
goats? Why don't
Yeah,
you
goat.
have any goats?
Yeah,
already?
animals. Food.
Why are you
goat.
still waiting? Why are you still waiting to get goats?
Listen, first of all, stop trying to copy me having 5 kids. Okay, that's not cool.
No, I want way more than 5. I'm hoping I can
Bob
get
just said that.
way more than that.
Bob just said that his dream in life is to have goats. Why does
No,
he
no,
already
I
have
didn't say that. What? That's what you got? You got out of that my dream in life was to have goats? That's one thing that I think would be kind of neat to have.
What I'm trying to say is, if you had a better education, you may have already had goats.
Yo, can I address the whole, you're only saying this because you were raised in this form of education, so obviously it's successful and blah, 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 and the only reason why you're even able to say it? That is an affirming the consequent fallacy, because there's no, reason why he couldn't be this, have this opinion or even be more educated with a different form of education. Just because he's like this doesn't mean it has to be for that because of the education system that's the status quo.
I mean,
and like I said, I specifically had stuff that was pushing back, basically like I'm pushing back now. I had stuff pushing back against the public education system pretty much my entire life, just right from the get-go, with my family, my community, basically pushing back against the educational system and just its awfulness all the time. I'm saying instead of having people give up and not push back against it, and only every so often do we have people with the fortitude, like my parents or my grandparents, to continue pushing back against it. Let's just eliminate the problem part and have something good instead. That's what I would like to see.
I don't know, man. It sounds to me like you're trying to fix something that's not broken.
Then I think that we have basically a fundamental disagreement on reality if you think that our education system is not broken.
I don't think it's broken. I think that, at least the way that you're talking about fixing it, or at least the stuff that you're saying is broken about it, aren't actual problems. Like, what would you say is the problem you're trying to fix?
That doesn't surprise me that you would argue that it isn't actually a problem.
No, but I mean, what is the specific thing you're trying to fix with this new education, I don't know, agenda that you're coming up with?
It's not just one problem. It's multiple problems, but it has to do with the focus of people's lives being on material, insignificant, invaluable things, rather than on significant, fulfilling things that bring actual, true happiness.
Well, let me ask you, am I coming through? Can we have a music lesson involved as well as maths? Can we have a lesson on religion, geography?
I guess
science?
I don't want to say that you can't have other things if
that would probably fill up 8 hours a day and be exactly like we have now.
If the community decides together that they want that to be part of the children's school day, there's nothing wrong with that.
No,
but at
fuck
no point did the school ever be able to say you are staying for the music lesson.
No lessons for anything else.
Kids should have music lessons. Music is important.
No, they're exposed to it. Have them be exposed to it in real life without being in school.
There's no reason why they can't learn about music outside of a building run by the government. It's not like these things are unlearnable if the government doesn't teach them to you.
That's not the point. The point of schooling is to give, expose them to things that they might not be exposed to.
Okay,
They will be.
Let's hear your
This is an
argument.
interactive community with
Child
people
never
of
gonna
every kind of color and strain. So there's going to be people that are interested in music, musicians that are having shows and stuff like that.
It's good for children to be exposed to music. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, do you agree that children are exposed to music outside of school?
That's not the point.
It is the point.
It is the point.
No, it isn't.
If they're exposed to it outside of school, why do we need to have it in school?
Why not have it in school though?
Maybe you
to make it formal.
Maybe you don't understand what the point is because you came in late, but that literally is the point. They can get that outside of school. That is the point of our conversation, or
Yeah,
at least part of it. So you coming in late and saying it isn't the point doesn't actually mean anything. It is the point. They can get it
No, but in defense of music, though, like the thing is that some people may never come across like Chopin or what we would consider to be the hierarchy of musical culture.
The thing you decided was
like
important, right,
Wu-Tang.
Lisa? Like I brought it before, the thing you decided was important, they might not get. That's true.
That isn't even the goal of music education. They teach you the difference between 4/4 and 3/4, quarter notes, whole notes. They teach the scale. They teach basics that it's good to have.
None
of that. And you could learn that being outside of a
You
school.
can learn anything outside of school. That's
There you go.
not the point.
I want to know where people learn that. I want to know where people learn that humans can see for infinitely far and then birds can see farther. Who taught that?
How about this?
I think Jesus teaches that, man.
How about this? Okay. How did people learn about music and 4/4 and things like that before there was a public education system? If you need the public education system to learn about it,
You had to go to a teacher.
Exactly. You have
You
a
have to go somewhere
master,
out of
this
the public
musician that teaches the apprentice.
By teachers who were educated themselves.
Music was taught by the Greeks in the academy 2,500 years ago.
What about before that? Did music not
Pythagoras, that was it. Pythagoras was the guy who came up with all those notes and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did music
they invented it. They invented it.
They invented music?
No, they invented music.
The note structure, the scales.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did.
I doubt that. I highly doubt that.
No, it's invented.
Range is natural. Don't tell me it's invented.
No, he did. Listen, there's a ratio between the fucking notes, dude, about the vibrations. And like the fifths, the fourths, the thirds, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a spectrum. It's natural. They might have just like classified it with like actual letters or some crap, but
No, he had to discover it. It wasn't. People may have been making noises before that, but he actually he gave it a structure and found the structure. I mean, yeah.
No, man, the structure is natural.
He saw the pattern, the relationship between the notes.
Put labels on them. That's all it is.
No, he saw the pattern between the notes. He discovered the notes.
Anyways, who's to say he couldn't teach someone this one-on-one?
Yeah, that's not the point.
It is the point, because if you could have a master-apprentice type system, you don't need education in the classroom.
Yeah, but we decided as a society that we should teach all the children basic information.
There it is. The even bigger than royal.
And that's what we're arguing. Now you're caught up.
Yeah, there's nothing
That-
wrong
that
with
is-
this public
No, that's a
education.
bunk decision, because who decides what needs to be in the curriculum?
Yeah, well, basic facts are put into the curriculum.
Yeah, like the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, that's a basic fact.
This
Sure
is
it is.
going way over his head percentage. It's just miles.
But yeah, if you that's her head. But if you do know the trivium, which I know you know the trivium, and then the quadrivium, music is part of the quadrivium. So it's one of the main what do you call that? The core. I forgot what they call it. The core.
The liberal arts.
Syllabus. The liberal arts. There you go.
Syllabus.
More labels, more categories. None of it.
You said the basic. You asked about the basic. You asked about the basic stuff at school. It was one of them.
No. I asked. What I was asking you was, did it after you mentioned that? Did music exist before that?
Yeah, maybe probably in some form, just maybe not a very rigorous one.
If you're going to argue that people were incapable of humming, whistling, or singing before that took place, then there's no reason to have a discussion with you.
But they didn't know.
The only reason
and
the
they
Wu-Tang
obviously
Clan-
able to music
The only
before
reason the Wu-Tang Clan got together is because they met up in high school.
Yeah, they met up in high school Greek music invention
Well,
class.
what do you think should be? What do you think should be taught instead? What do you think should be taught instead?
Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
And the
Why not
36 chambers.
Yeah, and expose
The
them. Make
bare
sure they're
minimum.
exposed to everything.
The very
That's the
bare
trivia.
minimum.
Don't you think they should be taught more than just reading, writing, and
No.
arithmetic?
No,
Why?
not by a
Why?
school. By other
Unnecessary.
people.
Why?
They should be taught more by their
Unnecessary.
family, by their community,
Why?
by their friends, but they shouldn't be taught by the government other things.
The government is just in the United States, at least, schools are locally funded. They're not government.
Sure, they are.
They're local.
Sure, yeah.
They're local.
They get federal grants for every day a
Yes, but
child's
they're
in
Sorry, is that the
every day
local government?
every day a child's in school. They get federal money from the federal government.
They're funded locally.
By the
Even
federal
if-
government,
Local
because
government.
every day a child is in school, they get federal government money.
So what if the
locally.
government does
By
that?
the government,
So what if-
Taxes
so
federal.
what?
paid to your local government, right?
But so what?
Which is stupid to me. They're not funded by the government. They're funded by the local
So
government.
what?
Yeah, the so what? That's the conversation. That's the conversation we're having.
Oh,
Is
like-
so what? This is what.
It's
Some people don't like it. That's what.
Yeah, you don't like
your
education.
idea.
I'm not
Okay, their
surprised.
children out of school.
I'm
Yeah,
not
it's your
surprised that flat
idea.
earthers don't like education. I'm not surprised that flat
No,
earthers don't like
it's
education.
one guy. It's
Exactly.
one guy's version of how the fucking education system should be. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, I don't want to go to that school.
There we go.
Nobody
The
cares.
American
Just being
Rescue
polite.
Plan includes.
Yeah, and you
the
wouldn't have
American
to. No one
Rescue
would be
Plan
forcing you
includes
to.
100.
Good.
Hold on, guys. They're funded by the federal government also. Okay, that's not even a question. So they're
Curriculum is decided locally.
They're funded federally and by the local governments.
Curriculum is
Imagine
decided
giving money
locally.
so your child to learn. Wow, they're giving you money so your child could get an education.
Yeah,
Well,
flat
that's-
earthers.
Oh, how dare them?
They're not giving you money. They're giving somebody money.
Flat earthers hate
How dare
knowledge. Flat earthers hate knowledge.
No, we don't.
That's exactly what he's
That
arguing
doesn't make
against.
sense as a statement. That's it. Like, they hate
Flat
knowledge.
Earth
That was just a dumb thing to say. I
individual.
literally almost muted you just now for that.
It's what you're arguing against, Jeremy. It's what they are arguing against. They don't
Flat
want
Earthers
children
are
being taught
individuals.
facts.
They don't want their kids to be
Flat
educated.
Earthers are individuals and they question everything. They are the true skeptics of this world.
That's
They are
not
the ones who
skepticism.
dismantled the mainstream scientific paradigm piece by piece on the
haven't done
internet
any
in
such
real
thing.
time with
There are
each
things you
other
are
all over
pursuing
the world.
skeptics or not.
Stop talking underneath me, you fuckwits.
Denialism isn't skepticism. It's just denial.
But then they
You
also
have
go
no
for the
idea.
social aspect.
You
You know, they make friends.
came and trolled people
Stuff.
dismantling
Denying
mainstream
facts.
science. No, you
Denying
came and
facts
trolled
isn't
people
skepticism.
people
just saying
reclaiming their
nuh-uh,
brains.
nuh-uh doesn't make you a skeptic.
Why are you talking over the top of me?
Nuh-uh doesn't make you a
Yeah,
skeptic.
one at a time,
But
guys,
why,
please. One at a
why are
time.
you talking over the top of me? I just want to know.
Go ahead, Merle. Go ahead.
I just don't know why people think they can do that.
They're spastic. Go ahead. This is your time to shine. Go ahead, Merle.
It's just, I mean, Brenda was like witnessing something, and like I think she could feel the energy, so she wanted to be part of it. She knew history was happening, right? That's why you were there.
The energy is anti-education. So I want to push back against it.
Just when you possibly thought that Brender had gotten all of his stupid out in the open for us to see, and
No,
he goes,
Brenda's
take it
not
for some
wrong.
more.
Brenda's not
No,
wrong
you're
about it.
literally against education, Bob. You're
No,
against
I'm not.
education.
No, I'm not.
He was very
This is
specific
literally
about
what
the
you're
type of
arguing
education,
against.
the limits
No,
of it.
I'm not. I'm not arguing against
I mean,
it.
I was
Then what
saying-
would
I was
you
saying-
say that? Then what would you say that the public school curriculum ought to be?
Limited.
He already answered this. He
That's
said
what I think it should be.
reading,
Limit.
writing,
The
arithmetic.
bare minimum.
That should be the education. How can you say he's against
Okay.
education when he said
So-
those
yeah.
things should be part of education?
Right. So you end school at what? The 8th grade. Is that it?
Are you arguing that public education is the only kind of education?
No, I'm asking you what you think education should be.
I just want to address what you said. You said I was arguing against education, but I've clarified. But now you're arguing that public education is the thing that we're talking about, which would imply that you think that public education and education in general are somehow the same thing, when they're obviously not. If I argue against public education, it cannot mean that I'm automatically arguing against all education, unless you think that public education is all education.
No, I'm aware that people can homeschool, right? You have a right, at least in the United States, to homeschool your children, right? And so is that what you're talking about?
Do you think those are the only two available for education?
Well, where else would you get the education?
Okay, so it sounds like you think that education comes solely from a school situation, whether at home or in a public school building. I don't think that's the case. I think that you can get education.
That's what the word means. That's what the word means. It means to be taught by somebody. Facts.
Yeah,
either by your parents, or the school.
That's two different groups that you can get taught at. Parents.
Who else then?
Are you arguing that only schools and parents exist in the world?
Who else? Name another source. Nothing. He's got nothing. He's got nothing.
Are you going to answer my question?
I said, name another source.
Are you going to answer my question?
I did.
It didn't seem like it.
Education means being taught, and it's either from your parents or from your community.
Okay, there you go, guys. Apparently, Brenda thinks that the only ways you can get education, two options, either school or your parents.
Name somebody else.
I don't feel the need to engage any further if that's the foundation someone's working from.
Name another source.
You could be an autodidact and teach yourself. That's another way.
Name another source.
You could be an autodidact and teach yourself.
No, name another source.
You can be an autodidact and teach yourself. Hello, are you hearing me?
The education.
She's talking about children.
Yeah, we're talking about children.
Children can teach themselves.
You think
9-year-old certain things? Yes.
You think a 9-year-old is going to teach themselves enough education to get by in this world? Fuck no.
Teach themselves things.
So Bob Dole has nothing. I said
teach themselves things.
You either get taught by your parents or the community.
9-year-old teach themselves things.
You either get taught by your parents or your community. And I asked for his third option, and he's got bucked us.
Yourself. Why are you not listening to me? Hello?
Jeremy, why was it an almost mute and not an actual mute?
I know.
But because that's all you can do is mute people that show that you're full of shit.
Yeah, I can't mute people. I don't have mod powers or whatever.
No, I mean flat earthers. That's what flat earthers do.
But you're not muted.
Calm down.
The third option is you could be an autodidact and teach yourself things. We know that's a way that people learn.
Oh, do you think that's going to be a good substitute for
a way for people to learn things?
You think that's a good substitute for either public education or homeschooling?
Another way people learn things.
You think if you just let your child roam free, he's going to teach himself mathematics and how to read?
People learn things. Is that a third way people learn things, by teaching themselves?
You think a child's going to teach themselves how to read?
Oh, are you on a fucking broken loop record right now?
A child isn't going to teach themselves how to read.
There's no honesty there, Jeremy.
No, you can't be an autodidact to learn how to read. You have to be taught how to read. Right? Nothing. Silence. You got nothing.
Worthless to talk to. You won't answer a question. You're fucking worthless. You're literally worthless.
A child is not going to be an autodidact and teach themselves how to read.
Can children teach themselves things?
Hey, but Brenda, real quick.
Branch interrupt and save Brenda from her fucking stupidity.
No, I mean, I was just gonna ask Brenda. Brenda, weren't we supposed to be chilling today and not getting too argumentative?
No, this is argumentative day.
We were having a fine discussion before the troll came in.
I'm not trolling you. I'm just disagreeing with you.
I didn't say you're trolling. I said before the troll
You just
came.
said I trolled you.
I'm not saying you're trolling. I'm calling you a troll. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm not a
Hey,
troll.
you're a
I
troll.
disagree with you.
You are mentally,
All right,
socially.
hey, Bob. Quit it, mate. Let's calm the farm, guys.
You like that? All right.
We're having a discussion about whether or not there should be public education or just free range kids, right?
No, we aren't having
arguing. You're not even arguing for
You're the
homeschooling.
only one having that discussion. We're not having that discussion.
That's literally what you've been asking me the last 15 minutes.
Nope. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nope.
You just deny stuff. Jesus, you're just so hypocritical.
Nope.
Nope.
Move on.
Hey, I feel like you're the one that always denies stuff, though. I mean, hey, does horizontal mean flat?
No, horizontal is perpendicular to a vertical.
Is horizontal flat?
Horizontal is perpendicular to a vertical.
Can you have a horizontal that's not flat?
A horizontal is a straight line that is perpendicular to a given vertical.
So it's flat.
Yeah, so what?
Okay. You see how hard that was?
Yeah.
A horizontal is a vertical, is perpendicular to a vertical.
Does a straight line curve?
No, they don't.
Wow. Okay, cool. So horizontal is flat.
Sure, if you like. Sure.
It's nothing to do with my preference at all.
Well, people will use flat in different ways. So in this context, it means a straight line that is perpendicular to a given vertical.
Whoa! What different ways can you use flat?
Well, the way that it's used sometimes in the survey community, you asked me a question. So the way that it's used sometimes in the survey community is to be synonymous with level, which means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
Okay, right. So flat is synonymous with level, which is synonymous with curve.
No, under certain conditions.
What conditions makes straight lines curved?
The usage within the survey community.
Wow, because that's crazy. To survey something, you have to have a horizontal.
Yeah, horizontal is a perpendicular to a given vertical.
Didn't you just say that horizontal was flat?
It can sometimes be described as flat, yeah.
No, nothing.
Horizontal is the
preference.
straight tangent to the curve. If the straight is now considered curving, how do you have a curved tangent to a curve?
People use words in different senses.
Did you know that words have meanings?
No, they don't. They have usages.
Then there's no point in us even talking literally then, huh?
Yeah, some of these people, Ruhif actually told me about a week ago that definitions are meaningless. So
Yeah, you don't solve arguments by definitions.
are they meaningless? Are definitions meaningless, you think, Brenda?
Definitions follow how people use words. So words get added to dictionaries when people simply use that word enough that the authors of the dictionary, usually, the Oxford Dictionary, see a word being used in the community, then they add it to the dictionary. And they add the definition based on usage.
Whoa, that
So
was
definitions
very long-winded. Jeez,
go ahead,
Louise.
But does
I'm
the
curious,
usage
though,
then follow
Brenda,
the
did you
definition?
realize that you came full circle back to saying that horizontal was curved? Or have you yet to realize that you did that?
Horizontal is not curved. Horizontal is perpendicular to a given vertical.
Then why'd you just say you can treat the horizontal as curved?
No, I didn't say that. I said the flat can be used to describe either the horizontal or, in some usage cases, the way people use the word flat is to indicate the surface of the earth, but then in that case, what they mean is that it's level, which means conforming to the surface of the earth.
Okay, so what you're saying
basically
when
they
they
have
say
cognitus.
the word flat can actually mean its antonym simultaneously.
It depends on the intentions of the speaker, not the dictionary. Right? It depends, usage depends on the intentions of the speaker. You can use words in different ways, and the same word can have different meanings in different contexts when used by different people.
Hey, can a word mean the opposite of that word?
Yes, yes, like flammable and inflammable.
Okay, so how do you distinguish between a speaker using two words that are, that are basically opposites cohesively versus violating the law of non-contradiction? Where's the discernment?
You ask them, how are you using this word? What do you mean by this word? You ask them.
Oh, so you're saying at any one time it's either this or that, but like they're not using it together.
There is a context, right? There is a context, and so if you're not sure how a person is using a word, you just ask them, what do you mean when you say flat?
Great.
Or they could say, well, by flat, I just mean a straight line that is horizontal to a vertical. Or they could say, by flat, I mean the level surface of the earth that conforms to the curvature of the earth. And that's valid either way. And there is communication because they've told you what they intend to mean when they say that word.
Absolutely. Do you agree though that when that communication takes place and continues, that they're at a risk of confounding, at a risk of having this ambiguous term, Yes.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be better to just have the different words to begin with?
Yes. It is better to have a common usage that everybody understands.
Fantastic.
Hey, can I give you a series of questions then? Can flat mean curved?
In surveying, it's defined as curved. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can up mean down?
Usually up is just where you are, but it could mean up is the opposite direction in Australia as it is from here in northern Minnesota. So they're different directions. Up is different directions. So yeah.
Okay. Can male mean female?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Fuck you piece of fucking shit.
Whoa, relax.
I don't think
I'm just trying to ask
a fucking piece of shit.
Brenda, relax. I don't think you.
He didn't mean it like that.
Guys,
I thought words had no meaning.
No,
for one.
fuck off, you piece of fucking shit.
Brenda, I don't think he was
I hope you get
intended to
arrested
say.
and you get fucking raped in prison. You
Brenda, it
fucking
wasn't
piece of shit.
Brenda, it wasn't personal. Relax.
I hope you get fucking raped, you piece of
Brenda,
fucking shit.
it wasn't. Brenda, it wasn't personal.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even think about it. Okay, I'm just asking a list of antonyms, bro. Like, why are you so mad? I thought words didn't have meaning.
I don't think it's possible.
Which
Yeah.
Guys, get real, guys. Come on.
What are you talking about, man? That was a valid question. I'm trying to think of it right now. Like, is it possible? Can male equal female? And I don't think it's possible.
Above all this, dude.
I think that's the one that breaks the system. It breaks the context.
Every time this happens, Brenda thinks someone's going at her on a personal level, and it's not always that case, like the case that just happened.
We're all better than that, man. For real.
Yeah, let's
What I'm trying to understand is better than what? Can you think of better antonyms? I'm trying to think
Apparently
of the
better
best.
than you, man. Apparently better than you. I hope that everybody
says
doesn't have
the little goober that made 400 sock accounts to talk flat earthers.
That's all elevate, dude. Above all
the
that.
guy that made 400 stock accounts to stock flat earthers.
That was anyone's fault other than Brenda himself. Let's not pretend that, okay, Kosho? We're better than that.
Guys, elevate yourselves, man. Discord's changed.
Elevate yourself, Kosho.
They just changed their terms of service.
On a logical level for the conversation.
Discord just changed their terms of service. Okay? I don't know if you guys seen this, but they said...
Kosho, were you following the conversation?
They said this is bannable.
Were you following the conversation, though?
I don't know why you're white knighting. I thought Brenda literally just went on a tangent about how words have no meaning at all, and then she let words have meaning towards her. So that's just really ironic. She just disproved her point exactly by her behavior.
Not only that, it wasn't personal.
It was just an example. I don't think and it was a good example because I still can't fathom how male can equal female. You know, the other ones, yeah, you could have this kind of context that switches it up or whatever. But how can male equal? I guess you could say, like, you know, if someone has that, you know, that radical left, they have that. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, see, like, it's actually was a logical thing. I asked flat and curved. She tried to say flat means curved. I said, does up mean down? She tried to say up means down. I'm trying to find one that she would admit aren't the same. So the fact that
you were talking
the
about
most
electrical
fundamental
sockets, right?
example
You guys are all lousier than I thought, man.
Brenda was chilling though. Brenda,
Osho, it wasn't personal.
Brenda was doing
Hold
good.
on. Hold on,
Did you hear what
Osho,
he said, man? When he before he got muted.
Brenda was trying to be nice. Brenda was trying to be nice, and she was doing good chilling until Witsit and Brenda started talking.
So it wasn't personal. It was just every time this subject gets brought up about male and female shit, Brenda flies off the hook and acts like people are attacking her, and clearly that wasn't the case just now with Witsit. So,
Hey, Branch, did you see what I saw? Am I crazy?
With Napes?
Maybe a little bit.
Nah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Just we all just grow up a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
let's
that
grow
easy.
up.
Did you hear
Accept
like
that up
the
isn't down,
tirade?
left isn't right, curved isn't flat. Let's accept that. Let's all grow up and elevate our conversation to logical standards. Absolutely.
Yeah, like I guess I could have gone to left and right, but it's the same thing. They're relative to one another. They're relative to where you're looking. So I'm trying to find one that you can't say that with. And you saw what happened. It's not my problem that she adopted a Mad Hatter world philosophy. That's not my problem.
Also,
yeah,
you
we know
could
you
have been
weren't
talking
going
about
at her like that.
electrical outlets.
You're right.
Yeah, hold on.
That's
You could have
not
been
your
talking.
problem. That's right.
Hey, yo, you could have been talking
But
about.
it's obviously your problem though, because you're.
Yo,
It's like,
hold up. Issa's trying to say something, and it is a valid point. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, if you're going to bring up male, like, if you're going to talk about electrical equipment, you have male and female parts. If you want to be an electrician, you better know the fucking difference.
Yeah, no, they're the same thing though, Issa. They can mean the same thing.
Hell yeah, I'm with you. I think.
Yeah, his point
Brenda
is
was
that he
completely out
took
of
it
line
like
right
you know physically.
He gave no implied bias
You guys all disappointed.
to that conversation. He didn't say that there was a difference or wasn't a difference. All he did was ask a question. Anyone saying that shouldn't have been brought up seems to be arguing that there's certain conversations we shouldn't be allowed to have as people.
We're not allowed to talk. Like the most rudimentary biological, forever old, perfect example of an antonym. I can't say it because someone might scream through the internet.
Yeah, and that's why, you know what, it always amazes me. That's why they have to have wavicles. You know, it extends all the way to the point of lunacy, dude. To the point of where you can't even talk about.
I'm gonna keep on pretending that you guys aren't this insensitive, dude. Because honestly, it really is disappointing, man.
Hold on, Kosho. I think I can speak fairly about this, and I would hope Brenda would back me up. I've defended Brenda in many a fucking room, and I've taken mad shit for it too, and I think to not be able to have a discussion about the concept of male and female because someone is in the presence of a room, like because of their, especially when they're trying to be so sophisticated and, detached from a subject and be scientific, and then to have to react so violently against the topic is almost, it's hypocritical to what we were just fucking talking about. You know what I mean? Like, cause it's about self-control, analyzing the situation. And, if you can't not talk about the concept of male and female and talk about life. And I think the best example is just use electricity. Use the male and female end. Can you plug a male fucking thing into another male thing? No, you can't. And so either you're going to say, well, sometimes, depending on how somebody looks at it and whether or not they mean it in context, and by the male end, I meant the female end. Like, what are we doing? Like Brenda overreact and then just tell someone, and then Kosho, think about it like this. You're defending her just telling fucking Witsit
I'm not defending anybody. I'm not defending a single person here. I'm condemning what happened.
You
just
just
defended
condemned
yourself.
me
Got
as
him.
hold on. You just said that I'm
You guys are pretending
short-sighted.
he didn't intentionally do that. That's
You
fine.
said I'm short-sighted and unempathetic because you know what I mean, because I took a position. You're
I didn't say
defending
anything
someone
about
who just
empathy.
told
I didn't say anything about
literally
empathy,
just
man.
told someone that they hope they get raped, dude. That's fucked up.
He seriously.
Yeah, I didn't say
That
anything
all
Brandon
happened
did
afterwards, though.
at all.
Hold on, guys.
But that happened afterwards. She was
no,
trying to
Branch.
chill in the room. She was. Jeremy, before you came in.
Yeah, so all I know is it was a pretty casual question. I'm sorry you guys got triggered, Coach. I'm sorry that you're personally offended as well, but I was just asking blatant.
I'm not offended. I'm disappointed
Coach,
in people.
why do you keep interrupting then? If you're not offended and you're not having an emotional
I'm not
reaction,
offended by you, dude. You
if
didn't
you're
say
not
anything
having
about
an
me.
emotional reaction,
I'm disappointed in my friends, but I am.
but you're still interrupting, right? So that's like an impulsive emotional response. All I'm saying is I was just bringing up antonyms. She just went on a big long rant about how words don't have meaning. So I'm trying to find what words can we use, because you can have no logical conversation with anyone in the world if you don't know how to use agreed upon terms, Kosho. So I'm not going to cater to lunacy. It's insane.
Clearly, Witsit, if you were listening to the conversation, it's clear. It's clear that Witsit was not going at Brenda like that. The male and female thing. Okay, that's happened before where people have said male and female stuff to her, and it was clear that they weren't going at her like that. It says male and female, and
I mean,
you're
if he was
confused
going at
about
her
your...
like that, that was
Hold on,
smooth as fuck.
Because someone's confused about their sexuality and doesn't know if they're male or female or whatever, you can't fly off the handle every time someone says male and female to you. Unreasonable and ridiculous.
No, I mean, Kosho's not wrong for bringing this up, because I saw the same shit Kosho was talking
Yeah,
about.
he's just dumb for bringing it up the way he is. That's all.
No, he's not. He's absolutely fucking right.
Dude, all I've said is I'm
he's not.
disappointed
He's
in my
wrong.
friends, man.
He's being really
That's
dumb
it.
about a
I
normal
had higher expectations for you guys. That's all. That's bringing that up.
Yeah, but in doing so, you're assuming. Yo, Kosho, in doing so, you're assuming Witsit's intentions when he said it. You're assuming he said it with that intention, and you
I'm
don't
being
know
real. I'm being real. You guys seem not to be.
I heard it
It's
too.
clear
I
what
didn't
his
hear it with
intentions
that
were.
intention. If he did say it with that intention, it was smooth as fuck because he didn't miss a beat. I don't think he was like that kind of good with it. He was just thinking of examples.
Yeah, I was about to say left and right. I did not think she was going to start screaming cussing, Kosho. But the point is, you were talking about you had higher, like you have some superior moral high ground to us. I had better hopes for you. Oh, I had better hopes than creating.
I wasn't talking to you when I said that, man.
Well, I had better hopes for you. Kosho, I'm still talking. Remember whenever we had an interview, or we had a debate online, whenever like when I first met you, I did an online debate with you on my YouTube channel. I had higher hopes for you too, Kosho. I don't care about your higher hopes. I don't get to not say words because someone might scream about it. That's how you devolve into a completely retarded society, Kosho. I'm not going to comply to that.
You have every right to say what you'd like, man.
Don't you agree we need to have a Socratic method where we have agreed upon terms to have logical conversations?
That's great, dude. No one's telling you what to say to anybody, dude. I'm talking to my friends in here. I'm saying my friends in here who are, for some reason, pretending like that's not what happened. That's fine.
Yo, it
doesn't bother me. It just disappoints me. It just disappoints me. That's all.
It did not happen the way you think it happened. Witsit was not going at her about her sexuality.
And even if he was, so the fuck what? He's a man. He needs to know that.
He wasn't.
But there was a certain amount of antagonizing that happened in that whole conversation, right? And there's a bunch of you guys that weren't here earlier. That we had this whole conversation. Jeremy, you wasn't here, right? But we talked to Brenda, and Brenda was like, you know what? Next time I come in, I want it to be chill, right? She wanted to fucking do better in this room and be chill. And I'm sorry, what ended up happening was she came in there, Witsit and her just went at it, and it just turned to shit.
Yo, first off,
no, you don't even know what happened, but you never do.
What do you mean I don't know what happened? I sat and listened to it.
No, to be fair,
Okay, Brent,
he came in before
asked her,
when Bob was talking, and he was kind of like aggressive from the beginning. It was before Witsit got here.
It wasn't. She was not being as bad as she normally
What's up?
is. She was actually being pretty
I tried
chill.
to get it before you.
Okay, look, I came in here with Brenda freaking out, okay? Brenda was going on a rant. When I came in the room, that's what happened. And so then she just started going on about how this other person was mentally ill, doesn't understand anything. I mean, dude, come on. She's calling someone else mentally ill, doesn't understand anything. she just makes up meanings of stuff and can't answer straight questions. So I said, okay, Brenda, I think that's what you normally do, though, isn't it? Does horizontal mean flat? You guys watched her tiptoe, contradict herself 100 times, then say words don't have meaning, and then say everything can mean the exact opposite. Then I just kept giving her examples till she finally admit that was ridiculous. And then the male-female example, which the next one was going to be left or right, made her scream. And Coach was acting like we care so much about Brenda, we have some tactical plan to try to get under her skin. No, she's ranting, screaming in a room about nonsense.
No, we were talking about education. She wasn't talking about people's crap, whatever the hell you was talking about.
You don't have to.
She was getting mad at Bob because Bob was saying that education is not important, and they were talking about that. Then
That was way before Branch. The conversation was far beyond.
Hold on, Bob. Hold on. I'm in the middle. God knows what the fuck you and her started talking about, but it definitely wasn't about education.
It doesn't matter. The conversation moved on. If you didn't move on with it, that's your problem. You don't have the person who's most sensitive to words decide the flow of the conversation. All he did was mention two things that are normal topics to human beings, and he freaked out. That's his problem, not everybody else's problem.
Do you think she overreacted?
I do, but I can see how she was antagonized into.
Hold on. Do you think it's acceptable to tell someone, "I hope they were raped," because they asked about the question of male and female?
I know she did. She definitely overreacted. No doubt about it.
Do you think she should apologize for it?
No, because she was antagonized.
She was antagonized. You know what? You sound like my little sister. You know, like some little
knew exactly what the fuck he was
doing. Like, yo, you can't just leap into like, you know, if somebody like bumps into somebody and then they turn around and shoot them, and you know, is there severity in this at all?
Issa,
like, what are you talking about, dude?
Issa, Witsit.
Yeah, is Israel wrong? No, they're not wrong to kill 1,000 children because they were antagonized. One of their soldiers died.
Witsit was trying to piss her off, and that's exactly what he did.
You don't fucking know that, man.
He asked the most rational question in a most dignified manner, and she had a very undignified response. And I think she should apologize for it, because you don't just run around telling people, "I hope they get fucking arrested and fucking all that." All right, dude. She reacted. She overreacted. We're in a debate forum about various topics. If you're going to come in and then say you know everything and tell everyone that they're stupid and can't handle a little bit of pushback, you might want to check yourself, right?
And mind you, she had 2 outbursts. Like, I kind of didn't mute immediately. I thought maybe it was just 1 or 2 and she'd be done, but she kept on going. Like, the mute was delayed.
I mean, if you guys can't see the antagonizing that occurred during that conversation, and
wait.
The direct.
Can you not see that she was antagonizing people by screaming and telling everyone they were mentally ill, or did you miss that part?
Witsit. Why did
no
you,
answer.
Why did you change the subject and start talking about absolute bollocks with her? Was it to piss her off?
No, this is because when I came in here, it was a really worked up, aggressive conversation. I thought that I would try to pivot it over to a more calm conversation. I came in and presented my point with a very calm tone. I came and brought a calm tone to the conversation.
It was all good until you showed up. That's when stuff started.
Why was Brenda screaming about how everyone else was mentally ill then?
No, it was
no
all good.
That's what you do. You come in
until Brenda showed up. He flew off the handle about not who. It was all good until Brenda showed up and flew off the handle about Witsit asking if can a male be
been here.
Talking over me.
Wait,
are you talking over
just got here.
First verbal warning. You're constantly talking over people.
Because you're full of shit.
Also, this is Witsit Holmes' turf, bro. This is Witsit Holmes' turf. He can say whatever he wants.
Okay, let me just finish it up.
No, wait. Why can't they answer the question?
There's no advantage to anyone.
Or why can't they answer the question? Was it okay for her to scream and berate everyone and call them mentally ill when I came in and that's the first thing I heard? Was it okay for her to do that? Yes or no? So
no.
See, you guys are a joke. You have a double standard. You're see-through. You're hypocrites. You just don't like me.
Hey,
Matt doesn't like me. I've destroyed her intellectually 100 times.
When you asked Branch, she answered you. All right, man? Now, I'm going to stop speaking with you because I'm not going to say anything nice. So,
cool.
Branch,
Well, hey, bro, I'll be in Texas in a couple months. Hey, bro, I'll be in Texas in a couple months. So stop acting like
you're not going to be in jail in Florida?
No, I'm not going to be in jail. I'm probably going to have $1 million in Florida. You want to come hang out? I'm getting married there. You want to come hang out on spring equinox? We're going to all hang out on the 20th. You want to hang out?
Yo, congratulations.
Where you get married at?
Fort Myers.
Congrats.
Thank you.
That's too far from Don.
Hey, Coach, you think I'm going to go to jail? If I send you my motion to dismiss, do you think you can give me some critique on it?
No.
I'd be careful with it. They might send some goofballs like M. Stone or something to try to come ruin your wedding. These guys are psychopaths. Listen.
Well, they're not going to know the real location or date of the wedding. We're just going to have like flat earthers hang out on the spring equinox after that, and tell them to come there and just get absolutely destroyed intellectually. I don't care.
We're going to send Brenda to your wedding, bro.
As a bridesmaid.
As a bridesmaid.
So,
yo,
hey,
she'll sit in between both eyes.
I just like to add one thing to this because now it's calmed down a little bit. You know, it can be challenging to when people have identities that are contradictory to other people's sensibilities, and this happens like, you know, I mean the extreme, right, where someone is like a fascist or an anti-fascist, or that they are no longer talking to each other as people. So it seems, I mean, I just think I can see both sides. Like if I want to thread the needle here, that on one side, Brenda probably was looking to leave and likes to go out when she logs out for the day, likes to do a big show of it. Yesterday, she called Rakia all kinds of names in the book. He was dumb. He didn't graduate high school. He doesn't love his mom. He likes pineapple on pizza. He was failed an algebra test, right? So that's kind of what she does. And the other thing, too, is maybe it's kind of a good idea, I guess, not to give her the fuel, you know, like the give her a platform. Like once she starts to on that spiraling trigger, maybe the goal is, Brenda, you just can go on mute until you calm down. I guess I don't know. I'm not really sure. Is there maybe an early warning sign for when someone's worked up?
Man, my bad, Craig. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to spitball some ideas where, because it seems like after the conversation was over, it still goes on, and it's kind of like that attention-seeking behavior.
Yeah, like I just think it's crazy though, bro, because I think this room is normally really cool because it's pretty chill, cordial, respectful interaction, right? And so then I came in here and Kai and I are driving. So I came in here and we just hear this crazy toxic rant about how someone's mentally ill, and I can tell it's Brenda calling someone mentally ill. And I'm sorry, I can't let that fly.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of like where once someone brings it, it's like the idea of like self-defense or violence, right? If someone pushes somebody and the other person just like does a karate chop to the neck, you know, that it's not that once it's gone into a toxic mode, she doesn't get to decide where the toxic ends. You know, she pushed and someone pushed back a little bit harder and she fell down and scraped her knee and then wanted to pretend like it wasn't appropriate. Don't push people. How about that? Like everybody as just a blanket rule.
Except this is a little bit different than that. This person just walked by and offered a hand to help, basically. That's how simple and easy and unaggressive the conversation was. They just walked by and said hi, and this person freaked out. Not because anyone pushed or caused them to get injured or anything like that. This person walked by on the street, analogously, and said, "What's up?" And this person freaked out on him.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. That's what Brenda does right before she's ready to leave anyway. She likes to go on this blaze of glory, profanity, vulgar-laced rant at somebody. And yesterday was Rakia, today was Witzit. And tomorrow will be someone else. And that's what I'm saying. It's nothing new under the sun. And that's the Flat Earth model. No change. And she'll do this for a very long time.
Taking up. Everybody sucking him off. I see everybody sucking his dick. Crazy.
Why are you so obsessed?
Absolutely crazy.
No,
But hey,
Nap, I
this,
think you
anyway, this is
misunderstood.
what I do want to say though. This is what I got a question. So, if you wanted to have a productive,
Take responsibility for what you take responsibility for your part. Stop trying to place all the blame.
Okay, so if
We
you wanted
sit
to have
here
a
and listen to your bullshit all the time.
okay, so if you wanted to have a productive society,
You have nothing else intelligent to say, so you have to talk about her being trans.
What?
Like
Okay,
that?
so
what is her being
That's not what the
trans
conversation
have
is about, Nap.
anything to do with
Maybe go
you?
take a nap.
It has
okay, so
nothing to do with you.
I'm gonna respond.
Sorry
so
if she
actually,
makes you uncomfortable. Sorry.
okay, are you done yet? Okay, so cool story, bro. Anyway, the point is
No, I don't want
that
to
in a conversation,
hear you
you're gonna
whine like
interrupt
a little
every time I talk. You have to
kid.
interrupt every time I talk. So the point is that have a productive society. You do not cater what can be spoken based on mentally ill opinion or confinement or emotional reaction. Logic doesn't care about that. That's how you become stupid and incapable of saying what you need to say. If you can't say what you need to say to express yourself, you can't adequately think. That's why they want to take away free speech to make you a brainwashed slave. So no, I don't cater what we can say based on someone else who's delusional.
If I decided that I identify as a flat earther and then freaked out anytime anybody brought up flat earth or globe earth or inverse earth or any other kind of earth, all because I identify as a flat earther, would I be welcoming these conversations? Would you guys be coming to my defense every time I freaked out on someone for mentioning the shape of the earth because I identify as a flat earther?
No,
Would you
dude,
guys come to my rescue?
I try to talk to you offline.
It's the craving of being a victim in the situation to begin with. Because if you want to say that somehow
Oh,
Wixit is transphobic just by mentioning the word male and
Yep,
female,
he is.
now that's
He is.
transphobic. See, again,
Yep, he
it's that victim
All of you
mentality.
are.
No, you just
All of you are.
want to be a victim. You're just looking to be a victim, and the second somebody says a trigger word, you want to open the floodgate to get attention and to just wallow in self-pity.
Up for him,
It's time
but
for
when
him.
he sits here and says the most disgusting things to people.
All he said was male and female. All he said was male and female, and you want to somehow say that's transphobic. That's ridiculous. You just want to find a way to be a victim, and nobody cares.
It's like, you know,
I muted Snaps. Hold on, percent.
Go ahead.
Percent. Hold on a second. I muted Snaps because she doesn't know how to have a conversation. She's constantly interrupting. Hey, Naps, learn how to control yourself, and then we'll try it again. Let me know when you're all settled down, and we'll unmute you.
She left, dude.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's not my fault. She don't know how to talk. She's constantly, anytime she ever talks,
I don't
she's
think that's
interrupting
the case.
people
I think
constantly.
that there's a definite line here.
So are you, Branch.
Okay, I'm just saying there's a definite line here with basically there's three Globers. Yeah, me, Kosho, and Naps saying something completely different to every other flat earther in the room about how that conversation went down. Why is that?
Wait, I partially agree with you. Where's
They're
Circle, though?
cucked.
Branch,
They're cucked little mind slaves that are politically correct cucks.
Honestly, I think you guys give too much
Right
credit
on,
to Witsit. I don't think he was no offense Witsit, but I don't think you were on your ball well enough to be kind of insinuating that purposefully. It was it didn't seem like it was. Yeah, it didn't seem like it was conscious or intentional or malicious, and that takes a level of kind of intelligence to be able to not miss a beat, and I don't think that happened. So I think you guys are attributing too much to him.
I think it's important to recognize that even if he was, somebody else doesn't get to freak out and decide whether or not he's allowed to discuss that topic, even if he was trying.
No, but the point is whether or not it was instigated.
Yeah.
One thing that's really interesting too is that on Gem Panda server, like Rizla and a couple other people always call Brenda he. And she doesn't flip out there, so why?
Anyway, Witsit, I'm sure you're aware that Gem Panda doesn't think you're gonna win. He doesn't think you're gonna win the case 100%, hands down, zero chance. He thinks you're being intellectually unfair.
Hey, yo, guess what? Hey, yo, can I say this? Check it out. Flat Earthers started this shit. The ballers are along for the ride. We don't need you here.
Exactly. If you're here, you want to be here, and if you're willing to accept, if you want others to accept your identities, you better start accepting other people's identities too. It's just turnaround.
Not even
It's fair
here
play.
right now, right? She's gone
I
already.
mean, honestly, this has become this whole flat Earth versus globe Earther people fucking scenario, and I will be honest with you, fucking all of this started after Witsit came in the room. Before then, the room was chill as fuck the whole night.
Hey,
And
he's
the room
welcome
was
here
still chill
anytime,
as
man.
fuck.
He's welcome here anytime to say whatever the fuck he
Yes,
wants to say.
but what I'm trying to say is there is a little bit of instigation that occurs when
How about
Witsit
this?
was
Okay, I'll
in.
tell you what. How come you, Kosho, and Brenda are so triggered by the
We're not
concept of male
triggered.
and female?
Branch, let me speak for a second, dude. What I said after that whole thing went down, all I said was, guys, let's elevate ourselves. Let's
You said we
elevate from this.
disappointed you,
But you
Kosho.
guys are still
We
talking
don't give
about.
a fuck.
Hold
dude.
up. Let him finish what he's saying, Issa.
Issa, that's what I said. That sounds triggered to you. I'm sorry, but I meant it. I'd say it again. I thought it was petty, but I mean we could have elevated from there. But instead, we're still talking about it and defending the whole thing. It's whatever.
Let's just move on. Let's move on. Obviously,
elevate
male doesn't mean female. Obviously, she can't answer that question. So anyway, we're gonna move on. Dude, when you said that Jim Penn said I was gonna lose, I'm just curious though. Like, so have they read what I've filed, or are they just talking? Okay. Well, here's what I filed.
Probably.
Here's what I filed. I would love for them to go over it. I fully offer and welcome all critique. I missed a period somewhere behind the citation, so leave that one out. So anyway, I just think it's funny. I'm more interested in that. I think it's funny because Issa said it like, well, the fighters are the one doing stuff, and then the Glovers are just over here like trying to jump on the ride.
The one thing too that this reminds me when you linked to Google Drive, Brenda deleted someone's Google stuff once. All of a sudden.
Can we talk about like the now or the future, like with it?
Yeah, I'm with that. Let's forget about sins of the past.
Someone's snoring.
Well, I'm making a point. Like, this is pretty epic, right? So I've listened to a lot of people, and I feel like there's a million different ways I could get my case thrown out and stuff like that. But I want them to have to hear. I want them to have to roll on the law itself. So I'm just doing that. And so I send in a request for admissions. In criminal court, you don't have to admit to anything, right? But it goes in front of the judge. And so all I did was tell the truth. If he admits those sentences, then he obviously loses the case because their whole thing is based on a lie in their police report. But anyway, so he obviously didn't admit. All of a sudden, a new U.S. attorney pops up. New guy, bow, new attorney, new U.S. attorney. So I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. Then I do the request for production where I want all of the body camera, even the redacted portions. It's because they redacted it because they're just talking about my content. They're talking about what I talk about specifically for many minutes and details. So they had to cut it out. So when they cut that out, obviously that's basically an admission of guilt. Anyway, I asked for that. He hasn't responded to that. His real scare tactic was he said that he's going to subpoena witnesses. I'm like, okay, cool, bro. And then I filed this motion because I'm not giving them some other out. I don't want them to have another out to get to dismiss the case so fast. This is the only motion to dismiss I'm filing right now, and they need to respond to it. And when you read it and understand it, then you understand this is the front.
Right.
Yo, is a motion to dismiss due to lack of disclosure?
Hey, Witsit, do you want your address and phone number on here for us to see?
Yeah, I don't care. That address is old now, and yeah, it is what it is. But it's publicly available anyway, so it's already been accessed.
Is it in the two questions? Is it in the docket, and did you send it with proper process of service?
Yes.
Everything.
This will get acted on.
Everything is perfect. That is officially on the federal docket. It can go nowhere now. It is on the court record.
No, and then you can make
is it a stay, like you're motioning for a stay of proceedings due to lack of disclosure?
No. This is a motion to dismiss for facial invalidity of 36 CFR 251, which is just the regulation charging on its face. I'm literally motioning the court. I'm moving the court to dismiss it based on the facial invalidity.
But bro,
this
I don't see why you couldn't give some possibility of this. This isn't that serious of an offense, and municipalities, they drop cases all the time, like petty cases. So, dude, you might just get a dismiss off. They're taking like any serious action at all. It's something petty like this. They might just dismiss it, bro.
It's even easier than that, bro. What I'm trying to explain is I think I could get it dismissed in lots of ways. I'm intentionally not. I feel the creator wants me to play in the game. So, and I think because this is actually the front parts of the conversation about free speech in America, and this is, and it's because of me, it's because they're trying to make free speech zones a thing in America inside public forum, where they're like, you can only go talk in the corner. And so they never want to hear that case. They came and arrested me. They have to hear the case now. It's on the record. That's why I did it the way that I did it. And I'm going to make them respond. I'm going to make that judge stake his entire reputation against this very factual constitutional alignment of Supreme Court rulings. And
So can I say something? So what's it? It sounds like what you're talking about, at least in Canadian law, we call it a fatal error on the face of the ticket. And it sounds like that's what you have. And in Canada, one way to deal with it is to not even go to trial, not even go to court, and like plea anything, and the judge will recognize that there's a fatal error on the face of the ticket and will quash it.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying.
If that's an option available to you, I would recommend exploring.
Well, are you saying you're with people that want that, other than you, that also want to make a move on this point? Because I heard from the beginning you wanted to change precedents and stuff like that, and I also want to recognize to everybody in here, y'all make a record. It sounds like this dude is openly talking about how he knows he could get it dismissed many different ways. You're also, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you also say something like you're aware of ways that it could go their way as well, but you're just wanting to play out the game? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, yeah, of course the judge can always deny my motion, but I don't care if they do. In a way, I want them to. It's a trap because the as applied aspect of the case proves this motion, which is saying that the regulation is written too broadly. It allows officials to restrict you from speaking based on what you're saying. And they're like, no, it's not. So if they actually do that, which he will lose an appeal, trust me, he will lose in appeal circuit court 100%. I wrote it very well. I'm not trying to brag.
What was your obligation on the prosecution? And how did you tell them how to respond?
His obligation is just to file it appropriately.
To the judge. I'm following to the judge, but I mean, the judicial clerk filed everything for me.
If you're going to court and you think you're going to court against the judge, you will lose.
No, I know I'm not going against the court. I mean, against the judge. Obviously, this prosecutor is going to have to defend the regulation in each argument I'm making as to how it's
so did you make a stipulation in your thing to respond within a certain set amount of time, showing how this validated this? And if he didn't, it was agreed that the case could be dismissed.
I could do that with an affidavit of fact as applied, but this is just challenging the
as an amendment to your motion, even just because the only thing is that, remember, you're going in technically as a U.S. citizen. U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. That's Maxwell v. Dow. So if you're going in there arguing about any of the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution, the judge can throw it out.
No, I know.
But if you offered, now let me explain the remedy to that.
They're not going to try to take me to jail.
Well, hold on, check it. The remedy, we're not letting you go to jail, and that's it. Listen, man. If the remedy to that is that you have to ask them for something, and if they fail to provide it, something that's so easy, it should be so easy to provide. If they fail to provide it under a set amount of times in such a way, like under notary seal, penalty of perjury, then it's agreed on their behalf that your motion for dismissal shall be the agreed upon ruling for this court date. See what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because when the other party, by their failure to respond, and actions speak louder than words, right? And so when their failure to respond comes in, nobody has any room to work, because it's written in the agreement between the parties that if that prosecutor didn't bring those certain instruments, then everybody on the table agreed that we have to dismiss it. And what the judge is going to do is he's going to see what you just did. He's going to say, he's going to move right past your paperwork and go right to their case. Said, we got you on the mountain at this day and this time. And you because you're not an idiot, you're going to say, excuse me, Your Honor, is there not an agreed upon motion before the court to dismiss the case? Because you're not going to be stupid enough to sit there and argue whether or not the First Amendment applies on Mount Rushmore. You're going to fucking know my business was already handled, Your Honor. Didn't the parties already agree, as evidenced by the fact that they've failed to respond, and the agreed upon action is to dismiss the case? If you do not have those certain equations, and I don't know when your court date is or whatever, and if you want to talk on the side outside of here, I'd be happy to. But you need to address those issues. And if you don't, remember, U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution, my dude.
Yo, I think a lot
Yeah,
of these.
cool, bro. I think that actually is a good idea. I'm just saying. I want everyone to realize. I know that even the people that are really informed in this, like you are, it looks like I'm leaving it up in the wind. I am, bro, because I felt led to do so. Like, I think the creator did this, and so.
But yo,
that's my opinion.
Check this, dude. If you got that victory and you got the dismissal, right, you could then use that to leverage in your civil case. What I'm trying to say is that, because now, granted, they might, like the brother said, they get rid of petty offenses every day. And you could motion for that dismissal on those grounds, too. I think you'd show your sophistication. You're already showing your sophistication in the sense that you give a shit about Constitution, et cetera. But I've learned that the real remedy is in that commercial element of the fact that there was an obligation. Respond in 10 days on a notary seal. And if you don't, then it's agreed this. It's like when you send a bill in the mail. They say, hey, pay this by this date or else we're going to go after your credit. And you don't respond, well, that's what happens. They go after your credit, right? So fucking, the same thing. They are not, everyone is equal under the law. And that means that no one is protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution.
Another thing, it sounds like the offense that you're cited with isn't an offense. It looks like it's the clause without an offense. Some of them are basically just like the verbiage to set up the offenses inside the statutes, right? And it sounds like this one isn't an offense per se. So you can argue that it's a fatal flaw or a flaw on the face of the ticket because it's not actually an offense.
Yeah, so it's I gotta go, but it's just a demonstration outside of a designated area, and so under Section A, it defines demonstration, which is basically everything. If you read my motion, it'll really give you some context. I have to go because we have plans for today, and so
sounds good. But that's what I'm talking about. The definition of demonstration, it doesn't even say. It's just a definition, and that's what they cited, which is wrong.
Right. Well, they say the specific offense is a demonstration outside of a designated area on the ticket. But they actually amended the charge from failure to get a license. But I'll catch up with you guys. Maybe I'll come here and talk about it later. Issa, I want to talk to you, but we do have a day plan. So love you guys.
I like doing all that offline. I don't like being on.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Be good, man.
I think a lot of the British or foreigners are thinking it's he's gonna lose because they don't have free speech over there. You're like in England, there's so many thought.
I don't think that's it.
So, though, I've said before, all the English people, or all the people anywhere under the IMF, if they read our U.S. code, particularly Title 18, right? Like, you have the same protections under those codes, but you also have the same problems in the sense that the citizens are all denied certain aspects in the code, like the Maxwell v. Dow, people, United States citizens, because the first United States citizen was the freed slave, and that was the collateral on the national debt that Lincoln owed the crown. So they only extended the line of debt because he had new collateral, which was the freed slave identified as the United States citizen because the freed slave did not come from a particular state. That's the difference between state citizens. The first United States citizen was the freed slave. So in order to keep with the 3/5, right? Black people only get 3/5 the rights is what they said, right? In order to keep true to that, they made United States citizens, deprived them of the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution.
They didn't just get 3/5 of the rights. They were counted as 3/5 of a person when drawing up the representative.
And why?
Representative lines.
Let me ask you, Kosho. Were black people the first United States citizen?
I don't know what you're talking about, but
Okay, so why are you talking to me about it? Why are you talking to me about it?
because I do know what you said.
If you don't know what you're talking about,
I don't know what you're talking about when you say that the black person was the first citizen. I do know what you're saying when you say they were 3/5 of they get 3/5 of the rights, because that wasn't the deal. They wrote the Constitution claiming that they will count as 3/5 of a person when drawing up the
Here, you know what, Tosho? I'm going to break your bubble, right? I'm just going to break your bubble right now. Fuck it. Okay. Did the United States win the Revolutionary War?
Just go ahead and answer your own questions, please.
I'm asking you. Let's do it Socratically.
I know, but I'm not answering. I'm just waiting for the rhetoric. Just go ahead, man.
Okay, so a lot of people are under the impression that they did, right? That the United States won the Revolutionary War. And if I was talking to fucking Chinese intel, I'd fucking tell them, you're damn right we won the Revolutionary War. You're damn right we landed on the moon. However, if I'm talking to my fucking peoples, right, I'm going to look into the fact that, well, what treaty ended the Revolutionary War? Do you
Treaty
know?
of Paris. The Treaty of Paris.
Right, 1783, right?
Roger that.
Right. Okay, so read the first paragraph where who wrote it?
The king.
Okay, the King of England wrote it. Okay, who writes treaties to the end of a war? The winner or the loser?
If it's settled to agreeable terms, then there could be two winners.
Fair enough. But who wrote that document?
King George.
Yeah, you could say that either the king won it or he basically it was settled.
Okay, all right. Well, to clear that up, does the king call himself the King of the United States in the fucking opening paragraph or not?
Oh, does he?
Yes.
And then he won it.
No way.
No way.
Yeah, fucking
Does
way. You're damn fucking right he does.
That's hilarious.
Okay, so we could just quit the charade. I usually keep it up just because I'm American as a motherfucker. But you want to talk politics?
He says the King of the United States? That's crazy.
Yes, it does. That's what I'm saying. That's why people need to look at these founding documents and the Declaration of Independence, the Treaty of Paris, because these things also affected the way Native Americans were treated too.
Hey, don't spoil it for me, guys. I want to know what happens at that next war, the War 1812.
Okay,
I'm not
the
aware
War
of
of
anything that happens in
1812.
history.
Check this out. The War of 1812 was
Everybody
because
knows the war wasn't over, dude. That's why the British came back.
Excuse me. The War of 1812 happened because the Congress, they started to write up a document that said that they were going to get rid of all titles of nobility, right? And you know who's got a title of nobility? An esquire, an attorney. They couldn't let someone who wasn't of royal lineage run the Congress. They have to have an esquire. So they came in and they bombed the fucking White House and they said, no. You don't get to decide who fucking can or hold title or whatever. Right? So you can't have title. So when they wrote to the idea that you couldn't have titles of nobility, well, esquire is a title of nobility. Every attorney essentially holds a title of nobility because that's why we still use feet and inches in the imperial system, because we're under the crown of the monarchy still, right?
What?
That was why in the French Revolution, that's how they created the fucking metric system, was they did not want to be a part of the imperial system. That's the creation of the metric system is all due to the French Revolution, man, and the fucking the Romanticists. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but to be fair, it's possible that they got their independence, but still wanted to use the imperial system just for convenience.
Right, and all I'm saying is right, and and I'm saying at some point you're doing mental gymnastics to justify it, right? All I'm saying is that if you look to the documents, the King of England calls himself the King of the fucking United States. And what's crazier is you go back to 1215, and then you get all the nutbags who think that the Magna Carta had anything of effect, because the Magna Carta was only signed, considered to be under duress by the Pope. That's why it's null and void, by King John, who signed it because the barons allegedly had a knife to his throat saying, we want independence from the Pope. And the Pope threatened King John, said, I will destroy England. And he recanted and went back into the fold of the church. And the church nullified the Magna Carta as a legal document because the crown, and in that process, in order to come back into the fold of the church, he had to sign off saying that anything Great Britain owned or would ever own had an interest from the crown. The crown had an interest in it. That's why A lot of people proposed that all the minerals of the soil, because actually it was written in the document that they would have an interest in all the minerals of the soil. And that's why a lot of people think the IRS is just a wing for the Vatican on some crazy conspiracy shit. But whatever. But anyway, so like the Maxwell v. Dow says that U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal constitution. And I'm not trying to draw a direct correlation, Kosho, to like the 3/5 law. I'm just saying I find that rather interesting.
The 3/5 thing is sometimes taken as like a racist. You know, in a way, it looks racist on its face, but they were kind of done. They kind of did that so the population of slave states wouldn't go high enough, so they would have a greater majority of state representatives. It was like a weird workaround to make sure that the northern states had the to make sure the northern states kept a majority in power in the representatives.
Well, I want to make sure that they weren't artificially represented for in the South.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It looks in context from our point of view, our lived experience. It seems incredibly racist, like incredibly problematic to call somebody less than 100% human. But it is more complex than that. The story's much broader. I think that's our third agreement of the day there, Kosho.
Yeah, we're on a roll.
I know, it's like amazing.
That's 2 points. 2 points where we're regarded, but more points lost in the fold from others. I'm gonna drop it. Is Branch still here? Is Branch still muted, or was he muted?
What's up? Yeah.
Hey, you're on point today, man. Thanks for having my back, though, too, man. You didn't have to.
Nah, always, man.
Yeah. I'll say this just because Witt's not here right now, and I didn't want to fucking say it when he was here. But yeah, what Brenda said was a bad reaction. Not that that's important, and usually she is pretty vitriolic. Not that that's important either. But I just want to make it clear that I didn't say anything in defense of anybody. I was condemning others, not defending anyone.
Yeah.
If what we say isn't important, then none of it matters anyway.
She did explode, and she probably should have done that.
Yeah, but I understand. Some people are powder keg, you know.
I don't understand why it was just me and you that saw the instigating that was happening right there. You know.
Because I don't know, man. Well, I don't
like I said, I think you guys gave him too much credit.
No, dude, you keep saying that, but
you
admitted it. He admitted it. Percentage.
He admitted he used that specific example on purpose to get a provocation.
Why he did it.
Hold up. He admitted that he used that specific example to provoke her. Because I didn't hear that.
He literally described why he did it. Whenever people were getting on his case, he said, "Well, you know what? Whenever somebody comes in, they say that this person's retarded, and I feel like I have to do something about it." So he was justifying why he did it. He never. I mean, he once or twice claimed, but I mean that was the only thing that's why I was saying let's take it for a minute. I was confused at first. I was
getting
saying
wrecked.
but you guys were defending
he was coming
something
in defense of like. Oh god!
But
I was just saying he was coming in defense on the heated debate topic of the idea of education system, and he was looking for an example to define and pin down Brenda about when words mean something. That's all that it was.
Right, and he was talking
Honestly,
about
when I heard male and
electronic,
female, my brain didn't even go to like brain. I mean,
I tell you
to
what,
Brenda
Of course,
and hold up. Let me just say this. Let me say this. When I heard him say male and female, I thought like biologically. I thought of animals. I didn't even think of, you know, Brenda and humans, and like my brain. I don't know why it just went to, you know, to creatures.
That's natural. That's
The
natural
only
for
reason,
you.
the only way I
It's
realized
natural
that
for you.
there was an issue was when he started like, you know, going on his tirade.
She got upset. Yeah, that's natural for you, and that would have been natural for me. And it, I mean, I picked it up right away, but you know, in certain circumstances, I could have given someone the benefit of the doubt, but there was no benefit, there was no doubt there.
To
He knew what he
answer
was doing,
Brandon's
she knew what he was
question,
doing, and that's why he did it.
why you guys are the only ones who saw it is because you didn't see anything. You heard some people talking and imagined a story up in your head about what was going on. You didn't actually witness him inside of his mind deciding to say those words in an attempt to hurt anybody. You have literally no way to prove that. All you have is the words you heard come out of his mouth, and you have literally assumed the rest of the story in your own mind. That's why no one else is picking up on it, because we decided not to assume that based on literally nothingness.
It's recorded, right? You may want to go back and play it back to yourself.
I don't need to. I heard it. I heard exactly what he said.
Yo,
You're
the
making
irony
up
of it was
stories
Brenda
about
was
his
saying.
intent.
The irony
You're
of it was
literally
Brenda
making
was
it up
saying
in
how
your
you got
mind.
to ask
You're imagining
somebody what you mean by it. She was just saying how you have to ask somebody by what they mean to put the context in, and then completely assumed
Yeah,
what
that's
was
why he
getting
took
at.
the opportunity to make that.
I think you're just trying to
Yeah,
find
that's the
something to
story you can
offend
tell
you every
yourself
day,
in your own
man.
head.
Fine.
It's when you're
Well,
imagining.
that's why I say. That's why I said.
No,
I think
dude,
we
you're
should be
just
telling
sensitive.
ourselves
That's
that kind of
all.
behavior.
You're just a sensitive guy.
It's not my place to tell other people what to do. I'm telling people who I see as peers and friends, you know, to elevate from. It's just insensitive behavior, you know. But
Yeah,
it is
there's
what it
nothing
is.
to elevate from. You're imagining a story in your head about what happened.
Nonetheless, your advice is
Away from your
appreciated,
imagination.
Kosho.
I'm sending Gio a message right now about this because it's bullshit. Every time that shit gets brought up, a male and female, Brenda flies off the fucking hook. It's uncalled for and unnecessary. It wasn't aimed towards her. It wasn't an attack at her. It had nothing to do with her. It was just an example of analogies or synonyms or whatever the fuck Witsit was doing. And nothing to do with Brenda's sexuality.
Yeah, send him a timestamp too, so he can go back and listen to it.
Yeah, that was crazy. Brenda didn't even say, I hope they review the evidence and I think you're guilty and I hope they find you're guilty as well. She just wanted him detained regardless of guilt or not. And then that's on top of the rape. That's a serious epidemic
Yeah,
in
not just
America.
detained. There was multiple examples of wanting something far worse than just detainment.
Yeah, that's all this extra judicial punishment. That's a very dangerous road to go down.
Absolutely ridiculous. I've seen Brenda do that many times before when it wasn't aimed at her at all.
Yeah, and actually, yo, to Kosho and those guys, like, I can't believe you guys tolerate that kind of behavior, and you expect us to tolerate when someone could just say, "I hope you get fucking raped in your life." Like, you think that's
No
acceptable?
one told you to tolerate it, man. No one said. No one's getting on anyone's case for not tolerating that behavior, man. You should listen, man. And he said you're one of the people that it's one thing to be honest at other times, but if you're gonna pretend that somebody was talking about electronics when they said male and female, that's
Well,
blatantly
no, my
dishonest.
thing is like, you know,
And that's what I'm
hey,
saying. That's what I'm saying. We just rise above that kind of shit.
how about
It's
this?
it's
How
as
about
clear as
this?
like, okay,
Kosho, I couldn't care less what the fuck if I, you know, how about this? Like, if you think you're a dude, right, and you're a woman, you're wrong. And if you think you're a fucking girl and you're actually a dude, you're fucking wrong. And it's complete confusion. I'll say that on his fucking face. If I'm gonna be polite with someone, I'll call them whatever they want. But they can, you know, just because they have their opinion. I'm very sensitive about my opinions. Like, if I see a dude in a dress, I want to fucking throw up, dude. It's fucking disgusting and disturbing to me. And I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about that. The point is that if they're gonna fucking offer an intellectual conversation, that's fine, and I'll call them whatever they want to be called. But if you're gonna ask me my opinion about it, you know, no one has to fucking cater to my belief. I'm not gonna ask Brenda to leave the room because I'm mildly disturbed by the idea that they've got a problem with their sexuality. I couldn't care less. Do I think it's fucking disgusting? Kinda. So what?
And like it also, aside from any of that, the next time somebody says I identify as a flat earther and then they get upset when someone brings up the globe, are Kosho and Branch going to jump to their rescue and say, guys, let's elevate ourselves. Let's not talk about the globe or the flat earth. This person identifies as a flat earther.
Yes, we will.
No, you won't. Because it's ridiculous. It would be mentally retarded for you to do that. Just because somebody identifies as one thing having to do with one topic doesn't mean everything associated with that topic is now off limits to discuss. They need to get over it or get out. That's their problem to deal with.
Our goal is to be the Alderman SJWs, and we will do it.
Branch, let me tell you this. Even though it's hard to do, it's not worth the energy, Branch. I'm telling you, it's not worth
True.
it.
It's not worth the energy. That's accurate. Yeah.
Kosho, have I not defended your right to be a baller among flat earthers?
What happened?
Hello? Did you hear my question?
I got you, man. So why not?
Right. I've defended your right, and I've even said before how I think, even heliocentrism as a base system of society is a good thing because it allows for, almost like, it allows for individuality, right? Where and individuality to me is important. So I'm okay with that, you know what I mean? But intellectually, I disagree on some topics, and I think I should have the right to be there. Same thing with the subject of any of the sexual thing. It's just something. It's none of my business. It's not my concern. We aren't particularly offended by it. I would say, on behalf of flat earthers, some are maybe, but I couldn't care less. Like I've lived in Manhattan many a year and know many a different people that I don't want to hang out with too long in the late of the evening. But at the same time, I fucking I wouldn't want you to think that we wouldn't protect someone who was being attacked for any unrighteous reason, right? Like we're fucking the free speech beacon on fucking line right now. So don't condemn us as being someone who can't be, open to the concept of different sexualities and all that kind of crazy shit like that. It's just that we're entitled to our opinions too. And the point is that the ballers have come to our conversations. They've come to our discords and, which is cool and reasonable, but there's no reason to condemn any flat earthers for any of this fake transphobia bullshit.
There's a small group of ballers that come to this conversation, and I actually think that if a point was made not to come, then people would follow me and Kosho.
Hey, go ahead and test that hypothesis, Branch. Go for it, man.
I'm not gonna. I'm just saying that's what's up.
No, that's fine. No, I'm saying go ahead and test it. See if it works. See what happens. I'm not worried.
Listen, like I said, it's not like I'm gonna do it. I'm just saying that's what's up.
Right, you know what it sounds like though? It sounds like the insecure guy with the hot girlfriend that's like, if you really test me, I'm gonna leave you. She's like, yeah.
No, Isa. That's not what it is. It's your bitch ass sitting there going, you know what, motherfuckers, we don't need you here. This is a baller fucking room, and the Globers are only here because we allow you to be here.
Right.
Everyone's welcome. Enough of that, guys. Everyone's welcome.
Your bitch ass making a statement, which is why I responded that way. Isn't it?
Right, and you're entitled to that. I'm just saying, that's why everyone has gem pandas. If they want to go over there and rally on flat earth.
Damn straight, we do have gem pandas.
Right, and you can go over there, and I won't go over there for fucking number of reasons.
Isa, here's the thing, yeah?
I don't go asking ballers shit.
Do you speak for Gio when you say this shit? Because I guarantee Gio...
No, he doesn't. Everyone's welcome. So long as you're respectful, polite, wanting to engage in some intellectual discourse or whatever, make conversation, right? You're welcome.
Right. I think Gio's made it pretty clear. If you're willing to follow the rules, then you're welcome to the conversation. It's pretty simple.
That rule list is longer than the fucking Antarctic Treaty.
I won't do what you tell me. I will be a woman if I want to.
Right, but and I will point this out. You notice how the best chats with the most open dialogue and everything is run by flat earthers, man. Like
I don't know about that. I think it depends on who's running it.
Fair enough, but I'm just saying, like, but where are the sensible debates, man? They usually run on these flat Earth channels.
Yeah,
That's
24/7 moderation is terrible.
Flat Earthers, man.
I'm just an overly sheltered child, and I don't know anywhere else, and I need the dome to protect me.
Yeah, you can be on God's little ant farm if you want.
I think we could possibly be in Earth is inside of a petri dish, and there's next to us, next to this Earth, there's a whole bunch of other petri dishes with a whole bunch of Earth in it, and we're in a huge giant warehouse with these petri dishes on shelves with scientists running around studying us or looking at us or exploiting us or something.
It's God's pee-pee dishes.
I mean, if you
A
can
little
make one of these,
sprinkle of love.
if you can make one of these places, you're definitely going to make a whole bunch. Like, you don't just make one of this. This is fucking awesome, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's awesome to you. It's nothing to God.
There's no way.
Well, it's something because he made it, so it's something.
Yeah, but like
you don't.
it's like colloquially, it's like nothing. He just said be and it happened. It wasn't
Definitely
not a big a deal at all.
Definitely.
Well, that's where we differ on our versions of God or whatever. But
Do you think this took a lot out of him?
it took something,
Man, I don't. I wouldn't say it took that much at all. You
I don't know. It depends on what you think God, the Creator, or God is, or whatever. Like if you
God
think
is
he's
infinite. He's infinite. He's without limit. So, something finite from the infinite is nothing.
I don't think he's and I don't even know what infinite means. I don't think that shit equates to reality, really.
Yeah, well, God isn't real in that sense. He's not like something, like he's not part of reality as us humans know it. He's not physical. He's not tangible. It's nothing like anyone ever knows. Anyways, that's me though.
So we're gonna go back to the discussion about education, or is that all done now?
You fucking ruined it, Bob.
Oh yeah, it's my fault. It got derailed.
That was all your fault, clearly.
Right.
Who's deleting all my comments? Who's deleting all my comments in the chat? We have Naps calling people white trash, redneck, and stereotyping everybody with racist.
Don't talk
anti-white
about Nap. Get her in here. What's up, Zed? Get her in here, man. Get her in here. Make her say it to
I'm
our
just
face.
wondering why all my comments, somebody was asking about it, and all my comments are being deleted, but she still got comments up calling everyone white trash and redneck.
Oh, they deleting you? They deleting you, bro? Who the fuck is deleting him, Jeremy? What the fuck?
Yo, if you make me go into text chat, I'm telling you right now, I'm not gonna be happy.
What the fuck is he getting deleted? What are you saying?
This whole thing, man.
I don't really care if you guys allow anti-white racism and moderate everything else.
No, we don't allow that. We absolutely don't allow that.
No, she's comfortable with you, or she want to call you names, but she don't know. She
I'm going into text chat.
She's just hating on you. She ain't being racist. I mean, she just hating.
I didn't even mind it, but my comments are deleted when I'm
Who's
just
deleting your comments? That's a good question. Let's get to the.
I mean, if
What did
you're
you
not,
say?
if you're white
Hold on,
and you're
Don.
trash, you have to be white trash. You can't be black trash.
Hold on,
So, I
Don.
mean,
Yeah. Don, relax. Who deleted your comments?
I'm not sure. That's what I was asking. I didn't understand what was wrong with
Check the logs,
What
Jeremy.
I was asking
Dude,
why.
I don't know how
is
that
he
fucking
What's
works.
probably happening, Jeremy, is he's using bad words and the bot's deleting his messages, and he's just not getting it.
Is it a bot thing?
He's probably using bad words, and the
Or
bot.
you using bad words?
I think you gotta check the logs, man. I think the information's in the logs.
Yeah,
I didn't use any
will
bad
be.
words. It was I don't know. They're very benign. I don't even remember what I asked. I just asked why she was being racist or stereotyping people, and those are common.
Did you
Those
see a
are
quick
deleted.
message that said, like, you know, you used a word that's not allowed?
No. Is Sean G a moderator? Because it was right when he showed
No.
up. He started.
No, it's me, Lightwater. I have been deleting comments with racism in it, and I have deleted Snaps, and I have deleted Reckoner, and I have deleted Zedek. So no one has been deleted alone on one side. Okay?
Okay, good job, Light.
He's doing the right
says
thing
that
too.
12:31
They have
after
new
calling multiple
terms of
people
service
white
now.
trash.
Trying to warn
But
you
I
guys
don't
earlier.
believe it. I would honestly, if all people are deleted and we can uphold a standard of not racistly stereotyping, I would go along with that. But I just don't like to see it one-sided. But there are still comments of hers, but that's fine if we can.
It was not one. It was not one.
One-sided.
It was not one-sided, and maybe I didn't delete all that deserve to be deleted, but I deleted some. I'm not. I'm not
That's
perfect.
fine. Nice work, Light.
Are
Nice
you
work.
saying maybe he missed one? Who knows?
Yeah, nice work, Light. No, good job, bro.
You know, conversations like
But I
that
think,
aren't
yeah.
fair to be one-sided. So.
Sorry, Coach. I was gonna say, I think we can just, you know, nip this in the bud and not devolve into, like, you know, dumb shit. You know, don't
Hey,
say
yo.
stupid crap in the text chat. As simple as that.
And I will point out, this is a tactic. This is a J-Trig tactic. They'll put one on one side, one on the other side. Not that anyone's doing that, but this is how these bastards operate. So you get two people fucking arguing about the same thing, and then everything gets shut down. So just don't
Yeah.
participate. Now that we know that that's what they do, just don't participate.
But we
But yeah,
are
it was
headed.
one-sided, as in there was just anti-white stereotypes, and people were asking why she was being racist, and then the reaction was, it's two-sided. That's not two-sided to call those things out. But I agree, it's I'm not gonna trip about one comment or two not being deleted. There's multiple, but
Sounds like
from
you
now
are.
on, if we want to have a standard of not racistly stereotyping, I've seen it almost anywhere on the internet. It seems to be allowed to be racist and stereotype white people, and it's just.
I'm gonna post something real quick. All right, just bear with me. So I don't know. Maybe yeah, I posted this because this just came out yesterday. I was trying to say this during the conversation with Brenda. They're gonna use that type of language to take down your server.
Bro, Witsit was not harassing her. That was not
And
aimed.
listen,
That was
I didn't
not.
say anything about Whitsit, Jeremy.
Well, then what is this aimed towards? Is this because Brenda? What Brenda said? What's it about, Kosho?
I'm gonna go for a whole minute, but yeah, there's a whole blog about it. I would check it out because it's doing a whole overhaul in terms of
Anybody watching the fights tonight?
Who's fighting?
Islam
Ukraine and Russia?
Makhachev. Islam
Makhachev, yeah, I forgot about that.
Bobby Green, I think.
Maybe not.
What'd you say, bro? I said maybe not.
You said who's fighting? I said Ukraine and Russia.
All right. Yeah, the Klitschko brothers.
Oh, they did a Klitschko and his brother did a huge corrupt deal with a boxing match. Hold on.
Yeah, have you seen the pictures? They're on like the battlefield right now.
Hold on, with a boxing match. I think it was about 10 or 15 years ago. It might have been something with Roy Jones Jr. I don't remember. Hold on. Never mind. Forget it. Just forget.
Yeah, we know.
Jeremy, get your crap together, son. Get your life in order.
No, he's busy.
You mean like I someone had pointed out on Reddit that like the pictures, you don't seem to be seeing like footage and pictures of like any soldiers. There's like tanks and stuff like that, but there doesn't seem to be like, or at least not many soldiers actually in the media as far as this alleged invasion or whatever. And I don't know if there's
there are soldiers.
going
Man.
on.
There are soldiers. I've seen videos of like, they're just like platoons.
Is there? Okay.
Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
You guys seen that movie Wag the Dog?
I think I might have started it. I don't know if I ever got through it or whatever.
Yeah, great movie. Great movie. It's an interesting one. How like they fake this war because everything's so bad on the home front for the president. It's a brilliant movie.
I was wondering about that. The like if there was something going on with like trying to pull attention away from Biden and just how miserable of a job he's doing at basically everything.
Well, they also get to blame all the economic shit on the war.
Yeah.
But I mean, like normies are so easily fucking. We're all. I don't know. We're all confounded easily, I suppose. But I found it interesting, like the idea that allegedly, like Russia has taken out like all these biolabs from the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Someone also kind of asserted that, like, perhaps Russia basically blames China and America rightly for the outbreak of COVID because it was made in a lab, not a natural thing. And so they've basically decided to take out these biolabs where possible more work was going.
Did you see the genetic sequence of the vid actually has a genetic sequence that Moderna had?
No.
Like, oh yeah, these dudes. I mean, I'm of the opinion. To me, it all comes back to the economics and the idea that everyone thinks China owns the national debt. So they're going to eventually have to turn around on China and blame them for all this and discharge all the national debt.
Huh.
That's how they're going to deal with the money issue because there's these things. That's why you're hearing of these things called Nasara, Gesara. That's all PSYOP shit, in my opinion. But there is a thing called the Jubilee in banking. And after the 3 terms of 70-year contracts, which the United States has been through since 1783, they have to. There has to be an absolvement of the national debts. It's called the Jubilee in Jewish banking. So, in order to keep the control and yet maintain the law and order that they do follow, they have to give the people this movie.
You're right. To give them a story to go along with it, or whatever.
Well,
right. They can't handle
what was the name of that movie again? Dog something.
Dude, think about the implication. It's just like when you take away the moon landing for somebody. It's even worse when you tell them the U.S. didn't win the Revolutionary War.
Oh, what was the movie you were talking about?
Wag the Dog.
Wag the Dog. That's right. I remember that movie.
Yeah, but like the history stuff at this point, after I don't buy the history that they tell us anyway. So like saying that we didn't win the Revolutionary War, like to me, it's like it's almost inconsequential at this point because like, was there even a war? We don't know. We literally have no way to go back and find out if that war even existed. We have a story.
Well, here's the other side of that, though. Here's the other side of that, though. This is the other, for me anyway. It's like when I look at the court system, right? The court system imposes the ecclesiastical system. It says in God we trust on the wall, and it says in God we trust on the money. They are imposing the doctrine of Jesus Christ. So when you take up the doctrine of the Christ and you come in understanding about forgiveness and turning the cheek and agreeing with thine adversary quickly and all the rest of it, like it gives you the ability to discharge all fictional currency and the obligations thereto. And it's that alchemy of the ability to understand their system well enough to quelch all of their consequences because everything has been remedied. The financials and the spirit, the morality, all of it is remedied. And I think like the reason that it matters to know the ecclesiastical system is because it can have a direct effect on your success in a courtroom. Whether or not you're a Muslim, a Buddhist, or whatever, it would serve one well understanding our judicial system to learn the Bible too. Regardless of one's opinions about whether or not all that is, allegory or fact or whatever.
Yeah. Like, it's so weird to at least to me, to attempt to try to think of it in a meta way. Basically, we're like, you're trying to step outside. Like, I'm totally okay with like stepping outside the system and looking at the system as a whole.
Check it. I got the best analogy.
To add the meta layer of it's built into the things that are right there, and they're kind of telling you it the whole time. But if you don't understand the code or the language, then you won't see it. That kind of stuff. It's
the best.
It's
the
weird.
Best allegory. The allegory I think that you just hit me and it kind of gets it best. It's like, let's say you meet a real fine looking woman, right? And you like women, right? And fucking, you can't just come out and say, I just want to put my junk in your mouth. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just, you know what I mean? Like, there's like tact and there's way of going about getting what you want, right? You can't just come right out and say, I want to put you on bed and
Right. No, I get that.
it's
I
the same fucking thing when it comes to this thing. It's like, it's the same fucking thing. And like, it's just like, you could either renounce women and claim a victory, or you could play the game and have some kids.
Right. Oh my goodness, that
You know what I mean?
That phrase is humorous to me.
And then being like, and looking at all the people out on dates, being like, you're just all liars. You're just all lying.
It's
like,
man.
And some do that. That's how you have like the men going their own way type thing.
That's the response. They fucking gave up on chicks.
Actually, no, wait. I would say that's more like the black pill kind of movement.
I just saved a post the other day that I wanted. Hold on. I'm on Reddit. I'm gonna go back to this post. I saved it because it was like, to me, it was kind of depressing. It was kind of sad that they had come to this point. But like, listen to this. Someone asked a question on /AskMen. Okay, and the big letters, basically the headline here is, why are young men giving up on dating? Okay, and I've just been watching a video on YouTube about how a lot of young men are leaving society, and this is something I've very recently done as well. So this person is asking, why are these men doing this? And I started reading the comments, and it's so like, to me, it's kind of depressing. And like the big mod post here says, this thread is depressing. So like, here's one of the responses. To be honest, I'd just rather be a little lonelier than deal with all the hassle of dating. I'm really not in a place emotionally and financially where I can deal with sorting through a bunch of misses to find a missus. And then like, loneliness is a very uncomfortable emotion, but in my experience, relationships bring a host of their own far more painful emotions. Loneliness does not mess up my workday. I'm changing some of the words, by the way. There's certain words I don't use. Mess up my workday in the same way anger over a disagreement does, or the way I feel when I'm waiting to hear back from someone who has ghosted me. Loneliness is just not that bad compared to the intensity that comes with love. Plus, life is just too high stakes right now. A bad choice can really be hard to come back from in this day and age, especially if you're past 30. Making a bad call when choosing a partner is very common. Like, it's just, and I'm not saying these people don't.
And that's what makes society so quick to, for the guys to suck a dick and fucking, and that's pretty much what we're dealing with. Is this like just giving up. You know, they just give up. Oh, well, you know, I'd rather just be with Tim because he's my friend and I know he's reliable. You fucking piece of fucking, you know what I mean? Like, get the fuck
But, like, there's also like this other side. It seems like it's pushing. It's just like, okay, girls, go out there, do whatever you want with your body, let anybody use it, and then expect everyone to think that you're just this upstanding, beautiful person on the inside. It's just like, what? Wait a minute. That's not how this works at all. Like saying that it's going to be good for you or somehow a good thing for you to go out and bounce from man to man. Do you think that's helping them? Do you think that's helping you? Do you think that's like, of course they're going to give up because people aren't actually fulfilled by that sort of interaction. That's not how you have contentment.
You'd be surprised. There's always a fucking weak man ready to settle down and provide for one of these, you know, women that just hold it up for years and years and years and decide to settle down now.
I guess I can see someone being willing to move past it if the person on the other end recognizes the detriment that it was. I just like, do people really just accept it? If the
no, they have no clue about it. They don't even question it.
It's just, but I mean, maybe that's why people are so big on the 50% of marriages end in divorce. Well, okay, first of all, I'm pretty sure the divorce rate's never actually been that high, but as high as it is, maybe it's that high because of the way you guys are doing things. Going out and sleeping around with a billion different people and then saying, oh, I'm 45, maybe I'll have a kid or two. Anyway, it just I found that post and it just the comments to me just they seemed sad. It seemed sad that they had gotten to the point in their life that they just decided it's not worth the effort to attempt to engage with a female and build a family. It's not worth the possible pain. Wow.
It's even sadder when, you know, you bring into the fact like whether they want kids or not. Like imagine they want kids and they're just still resigned to not having kids, and
yeah,
you know, it's tough, man.
That would magnify it, you know, not even just like add to it. Like I would say that would maybe multiply. Man,
like if they were content, they've already decided they don't want kids and stuff like that. Kids, they're annoying or what have you. I mean, I think it's a dreadful mistake, but sure, you know, they're not being let down as much because, you know, that's one kind of huge reason why you want to be in a relationship with get married and stuff like that. You want, you know, that nuclear family.
You're surrounded, like I tell you what, like even in the city, it's like, dude, you're not gonna find, like, you know, I knew right away, or I've known in the city, it's like I'm not looking for wifey. You know what I mean? You know, you weren't looking for wifey.
You know who get mad pussy though? It's single dads.
What's that?
I'm saying single dads get mad pussy.
Oh no, fair enough. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, but they usually don't tell them girls that they got a kid, do they?
No, they
Yo,
do.
my dad used to straight up listen. My dad
Some
used
do
to
though. Some do. I hear you.
My dad used to straight up use me. We'd be in the supermarket, and my dad would be like, "See that lady over there?" He would say, "Go say to her, are you my mommy?"
Oh my
and that's God. And that's how he would.
Yo, your dad was a player, man.
Yo, for real.
Yeah, I remember being a kid, and we went to this park, and I looked at I was so young, and I was like, "Hey, Dad, where are all the chicks?" You know, I was looking for chickens. Because he's like, "Oh, we'll go down to the park, look at some chicks," you know.
That's funny.
I remember that day, like, you know what I mean? I was like, "Where are the chicks at? Where are the chickens?" And he was like, "Ah, boy," you know. But yeah, I think
how many.
Oh, go on, brother.
No, I was just gonna say you wouldn't believe how many women I've said that line to.
How many?
A lot, bro. A lot. He used to have me do that shit all the time.
And how many do you remember seeing at the house afterwards?
I don't know. I was little.
Yeah, but have you ever done that with your kids?
No, hell no.
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I have.
He wants to.
I have done that shit with my nephew. I've taken him to the park and shit. Just fucking, just act like he's my kid and just talk to the single moms.
Oh, I'm straight flexing at the park. Just try to keep it clean. Seriously, guys. We don't need to have all the drama and bullshit. Some people want that though, but I mean, we don't have to succumb to that. You know, if we can't have a conversation without somebody saying, man, you know, I don't know.
I've got to say though, text chat is usually super quiet here, and it's been a good day in text chat.
Well, I mean, I want people to control themselves. I don't really do text chat, but I definitely want them to control themselves in there and not, like, you know, be too crazy. I know text chats are usually a cesspool, but
Dude,
let's try to keep it somewhat.
You seriously pissed off Naps, man. I don't think I've seen her this pissed before.
Who? Naps?
Yeah.
Or Blaze? Did you say Blaze or Naps?
Naps, whatever.
Oh, Napes.
Napes.
Well, she fucking interrupts nonstop, bro. I don't know if anyone else heard, but constant interruption. I had to mute her so she can control herself. She won't let no one finish a sentence ever. It's crazy. And it's not like just one time. Like, she does it every time she talks. I'll unmute her right now. She can fucking control herself. I'm not trying to box anyone out of this. We should all be able to, you know, have our voices heard and say what we want to say in chat and, you know, whatever.
I don't think she'll come back to chat.
She can come back right now. I'll unmute her right now.
Yeah, she won't.
You gotta have some microphone awareness or something. I don't know. I know it's tough because we're on the internet and it's not face to face, but well, you gotta at least once in a while. I do it too sometimes. I'll be cutting people off and shit, but yeah, at least once in a while, I gotta let someone finish a sentence.
You know, what is it up with, like, for some, like, women just act like gangsters? What the fuck?
Right?
Because they think they can't get.
Not all of them. Not all of us.
Oh, no, of course not. Of course not. No, but I mean, like, I just find it, like, so, like, why do women, like get up in people's shit, be like, motherfucker, man, I wish you would, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is going on? What the hell?
Probably because they have
it's
to.
a feminist, radical left bullshit.
That and, you know, are we maybe told we don't need a man? You can do it yourself. You don't need anybody, and you just get so defensive. And, you know, you don't need a man. You can do it all yourself. I mean, even my mom said it. Don't ever get underneath a man's finger. You do your own stuff and da da da. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I wouldn't get ghetto. I would probably get bitch kitty a little, but.
Well, I've always felt like it's like women have that like inherent respect from men. I would, you know, I would hope anyway, or whatever like that. Like, you know, some people give it too much credence, if you will, but like there's such a dignified position that women can take just right off the bat by being a woman that a man will, I would hope, you know, men will give women that space to be dignified, and they can slay anyone from that dignified position. But once they take the role of the man, they've lost all the dignity that was provided them by the femininity of it. There's so much power in that. It just amazes me. Like, you know, I don't know.
But it's not even just that. It's not even women.
It's a lost art.
It's not even women. It's everyone that we can take a dignified stance on things, you know, men and women. But I mean, I hear what you're saying.
when it comes to, I mean, it was getting, I'm kind of not new to the server, but new to the chat coming here. And I've loved it so much. The conversations, it's, you know, if you want to talk about something other than just the shape of the earth, it's cool. I mean, what you guys were talking about last night, it was like every time I came in here, it was like you guys would either talk about the creator or something. It's just so chill. And then today, it was like, wow. And then I learned that Jay triggers from you the other night, and I sent it to a couple of friends. It felt like that today. You're right. Because
I've seen it. You know what's crazy is like, and this is me and a friend of mine, Kath. We used to always talk about how, okay, so who were the J Trigs? Da, 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 da. And we were like, hold up, you can't blame anyone because it's not just, right? So really, the way we kind of described it was like, you know, the way that it's like principalities, right? Like people just fall into the role of this J Trig, you know, pitting against one another, and they run it to the nth degree. But what's crazy is I think that like some people are, you know, some people really are J Trig. Some people are just falling in line with the principalities' direction. You know what I mean? Like it's weird.
And I think a lot of people just want to go against, like, to see how opposite we think instead of seeing, you know, all the things that we have in common. It's always like pointed out to the things where we can disagree. It's like controversy, ban, block, delete. You know, we're not a society that is into resolving things. You know, we just want to be right, and then that's it.
That's what gets me with even like I think the best of the flat Earth channels really show that you know IQ. You know, in the sense of like they allow people to be you know what's the like, you know, where you just take the other side, you know,
Contrarian.
yes,
Contrary, yes,
contrarian.
yes,
And
yes.
which is like this is a debate room, so you're supposed to be contrarian, like it's acceptable. But you know, when we're trying to find language to, you know, there is like, you know, a foundational starting point, and that's where you kind of got to find that, define terms, yabba dabba do, and that's where it's so weird because a certain group of people just seem on this like, no, it's straight because it looks so flat, or you know, it's curved because you can tell it's curved because it's so flat, and it's like, whoa, like you know, you at some point you got to realize, and then once you defeat them on that, they start going into allegation territory, and now to me that's like, you know, J Trig, J Trig, J Trig. Oh God, you know.
What does J Trig stand for?
And J Trig. It's the
Yeah.
Joint Threat Research something. It's Canada, Australia, U.S., Great Britain, and whatever a bunch of intelligence agencies.
Got you.
I wonder how many there are because, you know, it goes back to the scriptures a little bit, you know, in Book of Daniel, the 10 horns. I think it's Book of Daniel, but it's just interesting to hear how calm and chill you are. Actually, a lot of you guys are very chill when somebody does not agree with you. And I think that is really admirable on both sides. On both sides. It's been great. But hey, can I make a request? Something that you think? So how do I say it? Isa or Isa?
Oh, Isa. Yeah.
Isa. That's what I thought. I heard
Isa.
somebody call you Isa, and I was like, wait. So would you ever consider doing a study or like a segment about what you've been talking about? I loved the you know, the forgiveness and how we're not the 8, I forget exactly, but it has to do with the Constitution.
Yep.
That would be
Yeah,
amazing.
I'd be. You know what? Honestly, it's so much information though. It's almost like I prefer the one on like a back and forth because.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah. You host it and everybody asks you the questions or whatever.
I have some Discord channels. I can invite you to it. I used to do a little live. I used to do my live show, but I had some issue with my internet and where I'm keeping my shit right now. So I freaking haven't been doing it as much. However, I would be also happy to come on anyone else's show and discuss it. You
well,
know?
I only have
Yeah.
2 servers and one's basically for filing. So I don't have a server.
I mean, I have a bunch of servers actually. But I can I could. You
What
know,
about this
definitely.
one?
You can
Oh,
do
yeah,
that
we
shit
we'll
right
do
here.
it
I
in this
know.
one, too.
Yeah, I love this server.
No doubt.
We got a
Is
whole
that
nother live stream right below it. Yeah.
the moderators are really, really great, and I do have something to compare to that I don't want to talk about, but I like the moderation because it's not like all for F ears, you know. It's very like, let's keep it real. We're having a debate here day after day, and we're gonna making friends. Yeah, it's online, but so what? That's a real thing now. Because, you know, at the end of the day, we're probably all very peculiar people, meaning, you know, we're not like everybody else. We are critical thinkers. We're peculiar with our friends, our family, and society. You know, everybody else wants to talk about, you know, what's going on that, you know, is on the news and, you know, what's in the newspaper. So we're all peculiar people. Even the Globers, you know, they're peculiar because they want to come here and talk to a bunch of people that know that the earth is fixed and immovable. You know?
Yeah, I always think it's funny, like the conundrum of, like, you know, if the thought police came down and they come down on the ballers too, and they're like, you know, so you're a member of 10 flat Earth discords, and they're like, no, I'm not a flat earther.
I'm on your team.
Yeah, why do you
It's
spend
so
10
funny.
hours on that? Yeah.
Like trying to walk it back. No, look at my comment here. I was clearly calling you flat earther retard.
I don't know.
But you are in the flat Earth server. Well, yeah, but you know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so rich, and that's why I always thought like flat Earth was such a good place. Like my show was called Flat Earth Court, because my opinion was that, you know, in court, you know, you could be right on Monday and wrong on Tuesday. You know what I mean? Depending on how you make your case.
Wow. I never thought about that.
Yeah. So, like, you know, that's why I mean, you can use case law, you can use this, but as you don't understand the rules of the game, which are most important to me, the 4 doors, which are, you know, if anyone asks you a question, you've only got 4 answers and they all mean yes. So you
What
better
do you mean?
decide which one,
Sorry.
because the only logical conclusion is to put conditions on your agreement. Like if I ask you, hey, can you drive over and take me to work? You might say, you know, if you just say yes, that's like, you know, just like you're my bitch, right? But if you say yeah, so long as you pay for gas and you give me some money for dinner, then it makes me want to reconsider. But it's fair.
Mm.
It's fair because you're saying it from the outset.
Mm-hmm.
And all contracts are dynamic. This is why, like, I mean, to me, and that's why even in the diggest, or I don't know, like flat Earth and the subjects of law were just such a intertwined puzzle pieces to me, because it's almost obvious when you start looking into it, and you're like, holy shit, the Earth's flat, and everyone else is like, you're wrong and crazy. But then you look in the courtroom, and the only one who understands is the judge, and the judge is like, yep, you're right. Fuck these 300 fucking slaves. You're fucking right. And that when I got that confirmation, and when I saw a judge react to what I was doing in the limited scope, even that I was doing it, I was like, holy shit, this bitch is getting it and is on my team. I love this lady. Our court system is designed, our whole system is designed for the individual to triumph over slaves. And that's why I even came out here, because I came out to Flat Earthers initially, was like, hey, you guys are all crazy enough. You've changed your perspective enough. Can you get this? And they were like, no, fuck you. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to keep right here and keep on plugging along. And I just think that the more we understand it, the more, you know, and it sucks because you become amenable to the joke. Like, I'm amenable to the joke. I think it's righteous that people think they live on a spinning ball. I think it's righteous, because the other side of that is, who am I? Like, if you think of it as a flat earther, you remember the moment like the penny dropped and you were like, I'm not fucking spinning. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
Who are we to deprive anyone of that magical moment in life?
Yeah.
I never
That's
thought
the
about
question
it.
actually regarding that topic, if we can swerve a bit.
Well, if they can, you know, if it's like, you know, it's for the, I don't know, man, like, to me, it's like when that penny drops, you know, it's like you have worked your muscle of discernment well enough to be independent of the herd, and yet, you know, and intellectually sound. And in that, there is no wrong.
I think that connects to the whole idea of not being able to force truth on somebody. They have to want it. They have to want the knowledge. You can't like force the knowledge into their brain and make them accept it. They have to be interested. They have to want. They want to seek it. You know.
Yep.
And that's why it becomes the idea like, oh, you're offended about what we're saying? Cool. Kick fucking rocks, dude. We're here making it interesting. I don't know who the fuck you are. It's the same shit with like, you know, like it's like I used to look at it with like, you know, for chakras. If you're a low level chakra motherfucker and I know it, I'm just going to tell you flat earth, you're just not cool enough, bro. Don't worry about it. Fuck out of my face with that shit, dude, because you're just not cool enough to get it. That's it. You're not coming to the party. You don't get to come. Shut the fuck up. And, you know, and it's also like flat earth is like a fucking, it's like, flat earth is like an invitation, right? And you can't invite someone to your birthday party to have the best time of their lives.
That's great.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, like I can't invite you, like I can't make, like no one's going to drag me to a Cher concert and make me have the time of my fucking life.
Is Sonny going to be there?
Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, you know, but that would make it more interesting. Wouldn't it? But at the same time, I'm not going to have a good time there. You know, whereas like me and my clique are in the woods playing some fucking bongos, fucking tripping on mushrooms, having the greatest time talking to the good Lord of the fucking earth, right? Fucking, you know, it's not wherever. And but the thing is like you can't come to my drum circle, dickhead. And then as soon as you do that to them, they're like, well, where are you having a drum circle? And you're like, shut the fuck up. And they're like, I want to go. Like, I don't care if you come or not, dude. I don't care if fucking, you know, what we say offends you, dude. Kick rocks. Go turn on CNN and shut the fuck up and get out of my face, dude. You don't provide anything interesting. Anyway, we know what you're gonna fucking say. I can look it up on Google and fucking. We can all, as flat earthers, debate ourselves straight up. And we did, and that's why we're flat earthers. You know, that's how I look at it. But the law shit is the way, for me, where I saw spirituality meets, like the rubber meets the fucking road with law. Like, it's not just some woo-woo bullshit fucking, you know, crystal story. It's fucking, no. I'm going to take your house, dude. And what? You know, it's where I get to actually, you know, you get to actually put your fucking hands on the fucking target. Is through the law. Versus, you know, because you're honorable. Because those are the rewards of your spiritual discipline, is when you see the synchronicity of your behavior, morality, and the reason of our justice system having its mechanisms in play. And why those mechanisms serve you better than them. And once you flip that and that penny drops, you know, I've always looked at it like, you know, this, like the Werner von Herter or whatever his name is, like, you know, the first sip of the natural sciences will make you an atheist. But at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you. And at the first sip of the study of law, you fucking hate this Saturnalian fucking cult run by the devil itself, known as the Pope. And then at the bottom of the glass, you're like, holy fucking shit, Christ cures it all.
Ethan, did you like that show, Boston Legal?
Never
feel like
watched
you would have liked that. I feel like you'd like that show.
But here's the thing, though. Once they get into the lawyer, like I don't know. See, like, there's like theory and philosophy as far as what I'm talking about, and then there's like the intricacies of the code as lawyers have to play it. And that's the cool part, is that you, not being an attorney or something like that, have unlimited right to contract, where they actually, do you know, attorneys cannot do a conditional acceptance? That's why they have to argue their case. The court only gets jurisdiction when the two parties argue. So when you both get an attorney, of course the judge gets to decide, because the two parties are a bunch of nonsensical, argumentative fucking pricks trying to win. Whereas you come in with the agreement of God, who says you went to your adversary, Your Honor, I sent him a letter. I said, show me that your agent didn't deny equal protection, due process of law by failing to provide a charging instrument, and he failed to respond. And it says right here that if he failed to respond, then it would have meant that we agree to dismiss the case with the motion that was attached here to and incorporated herein, which is in the docket. You're right, Your Honor? It's right there in front of you, right? So we're just going to motion the court to dismiss the case on the grounds that the two parties previously forgave one another. And the other attorney is going to go, I never forgave him. Well, that's door 3. That's a dishonor. Judge is going to rule in my favor every fucking time. And
Yeah,
even
have
if
you
the
ever?
judge tries to bring up, well, sir, we found the 2 ounces in the back of your truck, I'm going to say, you're right, Your Honor. Forgive me. You did find the 2 ounces. But is there not a motion before the court, which has been accepted by the other party, to dismiss the case? Fuck what happened. Yeah, you're right. Forgive me about the 2 ounces of pot and the fucking loaded 9mm. I'm just saying, didn't the prosecutor agree? And the judge has no jurisdiction to come in and trespass on the case. And if he does, then it is your responsibility to remind him, Your Honor, are you not trespassing on the case? Are you trying to take up and say that you're a party to this case? Well, fuck no, they don't want to be a party to the case, because it's just between you and this guy. And it appears their prosecutor fucked up, and it probably serves everybody well to let you fucking go on your merry way. Because you've shown that you're willing to forgive, you're honorable, you're not a dick, and you have the rightfully fucking remedy of you asked for the charging instrument as soon as the shit popped off, which is protected under the Uniform Commercial Code. And if they're asking you for money, then I guess the commercial code applies, right? Hello?
Yeah, no, definitely.
You know, and that's all I see. And then the remedy.
But hold up, Lisa, real quick. In terms of the prosecutor agreed, and you have a motion before the court where you've basically settled. What did they agree to? I missed that part.
Well, whatever's in the letter. If I said to you, hey, respond. If I wrote you a letter, say, or I don't know, I want to get into it. Like,
yeah,
if I wrote you a letter and had an obligation. Here's the thing, right? This is my example for this thing. It's kind of like if I wrote down on a letter that I'm going to bring you 2 bananas on Tuesday, and if I don't bring you 2 bananas on Tuesday, I owe you $1 million, and I sign it and I give it to you, right? And now, Tuesday rolls around, and I never give you the bananas. How much is that piece of paper worth?
$1 million.
Fucking right it is. And you could come and argue about the price of bananas, the fair market share value of how much bananas are, and it's got nothing to do with the case.
Yeah.
And so same thing when you have a legal address, technically, you are, especially if you're a member of like the prosecution for the fucking whatever, you have the obligation to respond, because that's where you can be reached, is that office. And the response, you know what I mean? The request was to respond with a completely reasonable request, which is, hey, did your officer not fail to provide the charging instrument? And if they can't respond, then it's agreed that whatever. So when you show up to court, you just say, hey, look, Your Honor, they had time to cure. They had time to settle this matter, and it's a severe matter because it's a deprivation of rights under the color of law. You better address this issue because it's so severe. And because it's so severe, and I understand that what I did was so severe against the good state and was such an offense to the court, that I vow that I won't do it ever again. And it's agreed that we both did wrong. We're going to forgive each other, and we're asking the court just to execute on the dismissal. That's what you're asking for. You're saying, you're not going in there like, I was right. No, you're going in there like, you know what? You're right. I fucked up. I had a fucking ounce of pot I shouldn't have. I know that you guys don't like fucking pot in this place, and I brought it anyway. But your officer also denied equal protection, due process of law, and may have accepted a $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law. I motioned the court to dismiss on the grounds that we were both idiots that day, and we'll both never do it again.
Okay, let's take your banana example.
Go in there and hold the judge to barratry and sue him and fucking threaten everybody.
Hold up.
Fuck yourself.
So let's take your banana example. It seems like the way you kind of gave it, it was reversed, you know, because you're the one that's making the offer. It should be something that
Well,
is
I'm just using it
advantageous
to
to
iterate
you,
the power
right?
of that piece of paper. But
Yes.
technically, here's the thing, right? If I sent, it's called the wine box rule, right? Brian Blum's Contracts, Examples, and Explanations. Great book to get. It's called the wine box rule. If I send you a box of wine, and on it is a letter that says, "Hey, here's 30 bottles of wine. It costs $230. If you don't want it, call this number and have it sent back." Well, you show up and you see a box of wine and you see the letter, but you're like, "Shit, I never called anybody. I never did anything. You just take a couple bottles and, whatever." Well, in a month's time, the bill for $280 is going to show up and you're going to be like, "Fuck that. I never asked for the wine."
Yeah, so long as the sender has proof of service, basically, right?
Right. So he knows that the box of wine went there. Nobody else made another execution on it by sending it back or otherwise. So it's agreed that you accepted the responsibility of paying for a box of wine.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the wine box rule.
Yeah, it's I like it. It's tricky.
Right. So if I send you a letter at a fucking job location that you have listed to accept letters, and you're a member of the court or something like that, you might have and you're a party to the case or you're representing someone in the case, you might have the obligation to respond. Is it my responsibility that you don't want to go under notary seal for your officer? This is why I say you can't fucking lose. Because let's say you go to McDonald's and someone fucks up your hamburger and you go in to sue everybody. Do you think the McDonald's employee is going to go under notary seal to defend McDonald's? So they never go under seal. So they never respond. So you can't fucking lose. Because they don't have a valid response. And there's a maxim in law. An unrebutted affidavit stands as truth. And if they're not going to come under notary seal, they don't have a valid claim. And
So,
you do,
in terms of
because you did a valid claim. You wrote everything under notary seal. Said, "I'm willing to go to jail over this." I asked the officer for a charging instrument. He didn't give it to me. That's a deprivation of rights under the color of law. Prove it didn't happen, or else it's agreed that it did.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say I have an issue with this company, right? And I feel like they owe me $400 for a service that they were supposed to do and they didn't do and what have you, right? And I send before I go to court or anything, I send my letter of demand that they pay me this amount of money. Instead of saying I demand this amount, please pay it by this date. Could you say then, consider this instead of going to court, you're going to pay me this amount of money and we'll consider it settled. And then you say, call this number if you disagree, basically. If you have an issue with it, call this number. And if they don't call that number in that set amount of time, then they de facto agree, as long as you have proof of service.
I'd give them an email, an address, a number, everything.
Yeah, but they
I don't know. Just have Issa write that. Have Issa write that shit up for you.
Well, no,
I don't have anything specific. I'm just.
He knows what it is.
Oh, I thought you had something.
No. Well, he knows what it. You would, if you had a problem, you'd know what it is anyway. Because you want to offer up every viable means of communication. And what happens is they usually don't respond. And I'll tell you, until the third letter is sent. I've got many a story with some fucking companies, and it's usually that third letter that they realize you're fucking serious and you know what you're doing.
Well, wouldn't the first one be enough in terms of taking it to court?
No, you got to provide. You have to do due diligence, because you don't know if the dog ate the letter when it got there. You don't know if the cat spilled over the coffee on it, the second letter. You've got to make sure they've got 3 chances to say, "I didn't get that." And if you've got 3 fucking, registered mail receipts saying that they did get it, then that's on them.
You could also send emails and shit. Yeah, you could send a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, but in terms of court documents, when you're basically serving someone, one document, one iteration is enough if you have proof of service, with
that's
registered mail
hand.
receipts, right? No, not even with registered mail receipts. All you need is one. You don't have to serve multiple documents. You just serve it the once.
Right. No, you're right in the sense of colloquially, out of respect for the order of operations. Historically, though, 3 letters is best because it
Gotcha.
covers all the grounds of their excuses, and that's why you're doing it. It's just for redundancy, you know.
All right, I got you. 1 is the bare minimum, like
So you
more.
sent
Right. It
3
could be entered into the
emails.
docket. I mean, actually, I did a case over the last year where we did a 3-part. We were doing a 3-part process, and the court was like, "Hey, there's no reason to file these extra 2," and we were like perfectly fine with that because that's what the court requested. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So like but I always go overboard because you're showing, like, this is how they used to do it years ago for one, and it's an homage to the dignity of the system.
Mm-hmm. And also shows like that you're,
You say
ready and willing to deal with the matter, in a
Right.
timely manner and stuff like
Yes,
that.
and you're ready to come to agreement outside of the court.
You say you always do this. How many fucking times have you had to do this?
How many times have I had to do it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends, like personally or with other people. Because I mean, I've stopped the cops searching my car a bunch. I've taught people how to do it. I've taken I tell you what, the only one I've ever come public about was I took 20 grand from the New Jersey Department of Transit, dude. 2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks, and they paid up because the attorney was smart. But I've had many victories, dude. I've done hospital bills. I've discharged debt before. I've helped people with these issues. I've stopped.
What about credit cards?
I've
What
stopped
about credit
foreclosures,
cards?
man. That's my fucking claim. What's that?
What about credit cards? And did you hear?
Yeah, I mean, I discharged the student loan debt.
What about this? Okay, so not many people are talking about this. The LIBOR, the LIBOR, they were supposed to end it and move in with the SOFR, secured overnight financial rate, and this is huge, and nobody's talking about it because I guess the London Interbank offered rate, whatever that is, that was like supposed to be like a few big banks and the cronies deciding what interest rates are going to be and da-da-da. Somebody got in trouble in 2008. And then, so of course there's got to be a problem, a crisis, so they can come in and bring something else. But I'm still researching this, but what I'm seeing is now a lot of these loans are going to be attached to derivatives. Okay, so that's where the secured part is coming in. So say that a particular industry goes like berserk, right? Let's maybe say houses. Even if they're talking about even if you're in a fixed rate, if the industry tanks, guess what? You go to bed owing $300,000 on your house, but when you wake up in the morning, it's like 500. And and I think excuse me, I think what's happening is they've delayed it. Sorry, I just had some crushed pepper. I think what they're delaying was supposed to end in December 2022 or 2021, but I think they've pushed it back another year so they can change the fallback language in the contracts so that it includes the new SOFR. And I'm definitely not someone that's very well informed on this. Somehow it just came across my desk and I started looking into this. And then, so with this, it makes sense with the World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab is saying you will own nothing in 2030 and be happy. It does seem like this could be a very good avenue of what they're doing. It's called SOFR. Have you heard anything about that? Or
I just know that what they're trying to do is they're trying to rationalize what to do with the national debt.
Mm-hmm.
Because they, like, okay, the ideal thing for like fucking humanity is that they blame China, discharge the debt. Guys like Klaus Schwab and whatever, like, no. Let's not just let them off the hook that easy. We want everything collateralized. They want to move it into a next phase of where, like, I mean, and it's weird because if you think of it like, okay, doesn't God own everything?
Mm.
So it's like, if they're just trying to replicate that top down kind of a structure. But no matter, I think, how far along they get with that, there's still God at the back end waiting for it, because it's almost like this allegory of the way that God owns everything. But they're trying to, literalize that with this crisis of the national debts. When I think the real answer for it is for all the people to realize that it's actually all of us as the guarantor, not as the citizen in the relationship, as the priority security interest holder. We are all owed by them the principal and the interest on the national debt. They owe us. They owe us. And that's why that's why, well, they're like, well, there's not enough money in the market to get to the interest. Like, yeah, because the whole trick is for you to learn that the United States actually owes you, and you are the one that has to forgive them.
It's inverted.
And that's the fuck up, is that people are like, I can't forgive them. They lied to me about the earth. Oh, well, it's like, okay, where's your Kundalini fucking Christian spirit then, dude, that says forgive everything?
Yeah. Good
And
point.
so it's weird, like, it's just weird. I don't know. God is strange, you know what I mean? His system is strange. I don't fucking know. But I think that's the only way through it, is for us to recognize that they owe us, and we have to show them mercy for it. And the evidence of that is, if you ask for the charging instrument, you could potentially sign the back of it pursuant to UCC 3603, hand it back under the direction that it's for discharge, and you would be able to do the banking. Like, think about it, the bench, Latin for bench means bank, right? And so you're in there doing the banking of the government regarding your citizen. If you identify as the citizen, that means that you have forsaken the notion of in God we trust. And they're like, kill him. Kill him. You come in here, you don't know you're a spirit that lives in a body, in a room that says in God we trust, with the money that says in God we trust on it. And I said to you, who are you? And you said, I'm Jim fucking whatever, living at 123 B Street. Okay, kill him. He's an enemy of God. It's righteous as fuck. You're going to come in there and lie and say that you're, Jimmy Bag of Donuts at 123 Ham Street. You know what I mean? Well, am I not the priority security interest holder, having an interest in Jimmy Bag of Donuts, who lives on 123 Ham Street? That makes sense. But to say you're a citizen, I used to always say like this, it's like being like, I'm a chair, Your Honor. And well, they're like, okay, but sir, you understand that chairs go in the closet. And you're like, yeah, whatever, dude, I'm a chair. And they're like, okay, are you sure, sir? Is that how you'd like to do it today? Yeah, I'm a chair, fuck you. Okay, put him in the closet. Instead of identifying as yourself as someone who maybe uses a chair, you're identifying as the chair
that owns the chair.
Right. And now they're like, holy shit, he's retarded. Kill him.
Well, what's really funny about that, you bring up that word, when you look at etymology, since we're talking about words and stuff, the etymology of Christian, you know what that is, right? Of course you do. You probably do. I'm sure you do. You just probably forgot. Cretan. A Cretan. So retard. Yeah. I was like, wait, what? It's so unbelievable how they put a spell on us with these words, and they think that, well, like I posted something last night. I learned last Sunday that nice, the etymology of that word stems from stupid. Like, what?
Well, it's crazy. You look up the definition of general public. It's like, whoa. They have no respect for the people, dude.
I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah, I have to find my friend What World used to cite it. But it's basically like, a bunch of people that they don't even consider what they're going to buy before they buy it. It's just brutal.
Yeah, Blaze, would you mind sending me like a source on the etymology of Christian?
Yeah,
I would find
I'll
that very
send it to you. Yep. I mean, I'll post it. I mean, no, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you, but I don't want to have it out there for people, and I don't want to upset people. So I'll send it privately to you. Sure. Because you can just go look up Christian etymology, but I'll send it to you.
I would think it had to do with Christ. I would think it had to do with Christ. So I don't know what. Without your etymology, I don't know how you say exactly. Not about Christ.
Yeah.
I know. Trust me. That's why I don't want to post it in there. I don't know who just said that, but I'll be happy to send it to you as well.
Yeah, I learned it as Christos, meaning like to anoint. You know, the anointed one.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested in seeing what you got.
Yep, absolutely.
So Christ is to annoy?
Yeah, Christos in Greek, I think it was.
I think it means Messiah, right?
Well, yeah, it does, but now we're
misunderstanding. He didn't say to annoy. He said to anoint. Right? So,
Did you think I said annoy? That's funny.
How bad is the sound sound? You hear it?
Your mic's not coming in too well, Moya.
I just want to make sure that it's not. You can't hear my sounding.
No, we don't hear it.
Which is honestly amazing because for how loud sanding is and people on Discord, that noise suppression shit works great. I've done that before, sanding shit while off mute.
Yeah, I'm sanding the rudders on the boat and stuff. God, I wish I brought power tools today. Yeah, that 3 hours of rubbing this damn thing.
Are you sanding a fucking boat with fucking sandpaper in your hand?
I'm sanding the rudders and the running gear for a quick coat.
And
Blaze.
I used to work on boats. I fucking yeah.
I think this is saying that Cretan is originally a slur, like a slur from Christianus.
Yeah, because
Not
in the
that-
Bible,
Yeah.
they weren't. You know, you almost had me fooled to be a Christian, and it wasn't like a good thing. So Messiah didn't come to start a religion, right? He came to show us the way. So we have what's with all these different religions and how many different sects of religion of Christianity are there? He just simply came to show us the way, and I think that at one point the way was a sect, and then it wasn't until like the 3rd century that it really started taking off. That's why it's a very controversial topic. I learned this a long time ago, so I'm not really, I don't throw that in anybody's face that much anymore, but we were talking about words and how I think they deceive us with words, maybe put spells on us a little bit. But when you look up the etymology of Cretan, you'll see that it's Christianos and things like that, so.
Yeah, it comes from Christian.
That I can believe. The etymology comes from Christian, because you have a bunch of new Christians in your area. You're going to malign them with their own name.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, like the whole story of Christ and how I don't know, like I like the Islamic perspective myself, but there's also so much more to it, especially when you like even the legal, like I said about the legal system and kind of studying Christianity as they've given it to us, to see it as the rules of their game, which is really interesting. That's why I like the notion of this idea that like you have the Barabbas and Jesus, and they let Barabbas go and they crucified Jesus. And it's interesting that Barabbas in Hebrew means son of the Father. So who did they release? And the idea is that I've often felt like even in the victories I've had in law, they'll always try to condemn you or slight you a little bit, but you've got your win. Like, oh, that paper, like, I've seen rulings where it's like, oh, that paperwork you did is stupid, but we're just going to give you the victory anyway. So they're calling you stupid as they're giving you your win.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's only, and remember, if you're truly like a man of God, you can take that offense and not be offended because you've got your win. You got what you really wanted. So you're going to let them crucify your name, but in reality, you're going to walk. And so, the fiction of the crucifixion to me is just the pagan ritual of the blood sacrifice where they drink and eat the body of their victim. And they've superimposed that. And that's why, Islam says, hey, these people made up their own shit and put it on top. Really interesting.
Yep.
Like even Islam says, like, surely they did not crucify the Christ, but it was made to look like he did. But I'm not a literalist either, so I'm not like willing to, like some people get really pissed off when you start bringing up some of that stuff.
Yeah, there's another like example. I don't know what, I think it's the book of Matthew, maybe. But basically, it's talking about how the sign of Jesus is that of the sign of that of the sign of, who was it? That was, I'm blanking. The one that was in the belly of the beast for 3 days in the whale. Jonah. Yeah. So the sign of Jesus is that of Jonah. And basically by sign they mean the miracle, right? The miracle of Jonah was that he was the belly and the beast. The miracle of Jesus is that he was in the belly of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. But the difference is they think that Jesus died and then was brought back to life. Whereas with Jonah, and the scripture is very clear, they say the sign of Jesus is the sign of Jonah, basically, the exact same. And it's not a miracle if someone, if someone was eaten and was dead, and brought back to life. I mean, that would be a miracle, but that's not what the miracle that they believe in. They believe in that Jonah was alive the whole time in the belly of the beast. So if you're going to have that direct, the direct kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Equalization, I guess, that direct comparison, then Jesus would have been alive in the belly of the earth. He wouldn't have been resurrected. It's just like an inconsistency that I haven't kind of really found an answer for within Christianity.
That is such an interesting point, because I've been doing some studies with some friends, because they said it's not possible that he was buried for 3 days and 3 nights. And I was like, what are you talking about? He even said this, and he pointed us to Jonah. And then when we went through it, I was like, okay, wait a second. First of all, he wasn't buried. He was placed in a tomb. So I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But what you just said right there, that was a miracle. I mean, I fully believe that Messiah was tortured and crucified, and it says that he says that he was in Revelation that he was dead and now he's alive and he's the first fruit. So,
yes.
and I was
going to say is Matthew 12:40 that I found the exact verse. And it says, for as Jonah was in the belly of the great fish for 3 days and 3 nights, so will the Son of Man be in the heart of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights.
Yeah, I know. And I was like that. And then so a friend of mine pointed out that Jerusalem was the heart of the earth. And I was like, okay, so, and then when you look at Jonah, it talks about how Father's spirit was taken away from him. And it seems like obviously Father's spirit was taken away from Messiah for a little while because he had a mission. But I was also thinking about, like, what could the sign have been in the stars? The sign of Jonah been in the stars? Like, meaning possibly the alignment.
Can I add something to think about in this?
Real quick,
And then
Lisa,
yep.
in terms of the sign, you got to just look only one verse before where he says, he answered, "A wicked and adulterous generation asks for a sign, but none will be given except the sign of the prophet Jonah." And then it goes to like, if as Jonah was in the belly of the beast, so too shall the Son of the Man be.
So check it.
Go ahead.
How many days can they detain you?
I don't even know now with like, Patriot Act and bullshit.
Check it. They can keep
3?
you for 72 hours. If you get arrested on something and you don't even give your name or anything like that, they can keep you for 3 days.
Interesting.
I always found that intriguing. Again, the rules are in the game.
But yeah, if you look at any of these translations, any of these versions, they all say none will be given, or the only sign that will be given is the sign of prophet Jonah. The sign of Jonah was that he was alive for those 3 days. So if that's the same sign that, Jesus is going to be given, then Jesus was alive for those 3 days. He never died.
Yeah, but I think that Jonah, he was dead. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand, because I used to think that until I started reading this over again, because we've been doing a study on 3 days and 3 nights, the sign of Jonah. That's why I was so crazy that you brought it up, because when I read Jonah again, I know it's so weird. I was like, oh, but I love what you said though, because I really think that I'm looking at it a different way now from this conversation. Is it was a miracle. He was dead, and then he,
was resurrected.
Yeah, well, and it's not even the whale, right? Where do we even get that? It was a fish, and just like people always say, "Oh, Eve ate the apple." What? It doesn't even say that. It said fruit. But how are we like? It's ingrained in our head. It's so interesting.
Is that on that point about it being a fish? It's interesting because whales are mammals. We know that, right? A great fish, technically speaking, would be like a shark. Sharks are considered fish. Within the actual nomenclature and the categorization of these species, sharks are considered fish. They're considered fish without scales and that are like cartilaginous, but they're fish.
That's another great point.
And it makes more sense that a shark would eat a man than a whale, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Could be like a megalodon.
Or what if it was what is that thing supposed to be at the end of the age that it's not a serpent. Oh my gosh, I totally forget the name of it, but it's supposed to be like a sea creature.
The Kraken?
Kraken?
Yeah, but what is it in the scriptures? What's it called in the what?
Leviathan.
Well, Leviathan, yeah.
Yeah. What if it was something like that?
Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know I think that maybe they consider that a serpent, but I'm not sure, to be honest.
But serpents live in the water?
Some do, yeah.
Oh, like an eel, I guess.
Like an anaconda.
Oh, yep. Ugh, yeah.
But no, actually, like, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever heard a Leviathan being... I think it was just like a monstrous creature, but I don't remember any kind of seeing any artwork or whatever to make me think it's a serpent.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? But here's the part in Jonah 2. And I have kind of like a first century
real quick, I just checked the definition of Leviathan. One of the definitions is a very large animal, especially a whale. So it could have been a Leviathan for real.
Wow. I mean, who knows, right? Because he has him coming in the end of the age, and from some other scriptures that were once in different canons, it says that the Leviathan is for the end of the age, and it's going to be food for the remnant living. But I mean, I, you know, who knows?
Anyways, what were you gonna say?
Well, I mean, I was just going to say that it just, to me, it sounded like that either, I thought, it seems like to me, Jonah died and he was brought back.
Yeah, that's one of the options. It's either he died and was resurrected, and so was Jesus, or it was that he was alive the whole time when you would expect that he'd be dead, just as Jesus was. Is it like, you know, it's one of the two, but they have to be the same for both. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. They do.
And either way, it would be a miracle, right?
And I love that. I never thought about that. It could be just that simple, a miracle.
But the thing is, if it's the latter, where they were both alive in the belly of the beast and the belly of the earth, then that brings into question, you know, of the whole Jesus died for our sins thing, right? He didn't, in fact, die, if that's the case. So they're both miracles, but they make a world of difference in terms of, you know, theology.
Well, I mean, I guess you're there, but yeah, I mean, the scriptures tell us that he was dead, and Pilate went back and made sure that everybody was so shocked that he was dead first. I mean, so early. And you know what? You're absolutely right. The two stories do have to mesh. And that's why I feel like
so yeah,
Jonah
like Pontius Pilate, you know, the confirming that he died and stuff like that, that you could either argue it's more evidence for the fact that the miracle is that they were that they were dead and then were resurrected. But someone else might say that's evidence of inconsistency within scripture, you know, so.
My question, sorry to interrupt you guys and dolls. My question is, to what percentage do you believe or want to believe that this event actually happened, this so-called resurrection thing?
Well, I started the front of the book for me. I started the front of the book because, you know, a lot of people were taught only essentially the back of the book. Messiah only taught from the front of the book. His disciples taught from the front of the book, right? There was no New Testament letters. Now, I also believe the back of the book is complete commentary on the front of the book. It just is saying, like, listen, the law of sin and death, the capital punishment for when you did something that was, you know, that required death, you would go before judges, of course, and then the judges would make a determination, and then it would happen. Now, I was just talking to somebody about it yesterday. Does it sound really harsh that somebody was picking up sticks on the Sabbath and got stoned? Heck yeah. But if you read before and in context, Father wanted these people to be a set apart people. He was giving them particular instructions to do. And this particular guy's heart wasn't in it, and he had just heard about it. So what better way to make sure that you get people spiritually in check? You either want the people that are going to follow you or you don't. So you give them a harsh, you know, decree, right? Yeah. So that was very harsh. But how many other people do you think picked up sticks and did what they wanted on the Sabbath that they agreed to keep? You know, if you're not going to keep it, don't agree. Right. So I think that these were extreme. Like, and then another example. If you were a daughter of a high priest and you went whoring, guess what? I think they stoned you or burned you. Now, does that sound harsh? Yeah, for sure. But they would go in front of the judge. But, you know, how many other high priest daughters do you think did that? You know, what if we were that strict now? You know, how many people would be stealing? How many pedophiles would be running around? You know, how many adulterers? Yeah, right. How many adulterers? And they tried to twist the scribes and Pharisees came to Messiah and this woman that was caught in the act of fornication, right? Adultery. And they tried to trip him up. But if you don't know the front of the book, you don't know why he said, if you guys are innocent, pick up the first stone. See, in the front of the book.
Can I just say something? Can I
Yeah,
just jump in real quick? To what you just said, I always tell my wife when we punish the kids, I'm like, listen, if the punishment, we have to make the punishment severe enough so that they're not going to want to do that thing again. Otherwise,
yeah.
there's no point in doing it. Anyways, go ahead.
Solid. So, okay, so where was I again with the punishment that was it
You're
capital
talking about,
punishment?
him telling them if you're innocent, then be the first to cast the stone. Or
Oh yeah,
whatever.
yeah. So you got to so in the instructions in the front of the book, they had to have both the man and the female together. They couldn't just have one or the other. I mean, so there was
Be caught in the act, basically.
yeah. So, but they just brought just the woman, and he knew what they were up to. So they were testing him based on the instructions, right? So Messiah came here to call out the people that put man-made traditions over the instructions, from my understanding of the scriptures. And I had no spiritual upbringing. My mom was 17 when she had me. I had no religious upbringing. I became a truth seeker in 2008. Waking up to 9/11 was an inside job. I had no idea why. Huh?
I was just saying, can I draw I was thinking of a parallel to that, but forgive me, I'm interrupting. I'm gonna think of it again.
Oh,
Hold on.
no. I think
No,
I probably interrupted.
Forgive me, I kind of lost track. I was thinking the parallel between the idea of how they only brought half the argument, and so like, and just to liken it to the way I see everything as parables in a way, is like they're trying to bring the one half of that argument. And I was just thinking of, a cop says to you, "Hey, are you a United States citizen, or do you have a driver's license?" Instead of like looking at it like, "Oh, yes, I do. I got it right here." Da, da, da. The question is it a crime to have one? And by doing that, you're bringing that man who should be accused also in the equation. Does that make any sense for anybody? I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't know. I could imagine getting pulled over with you when I got weed in my jacket and you're
Well,
fucking.
I'm just well,
and you're doing this to the cops.
Yeah, fair enough, but not to poo-poo. It's like, or for me, I see that parallel of where, like, you have to, like Christ, bring in that other side of the equation. Is it a crime to fucking have one, dude? Is it a crime to be a United? Like, what's the underpinning question of any of their questions? Sorry, just really got me thinking. That's all. Great stuff, Blade.
When you get it's because you started it. When you go to court like for a ticket or something, doesn't the police officer have to show up as well so that you can face your accuser? Because if he doesn't show up, it gets dropped, right, or something like that.
Yeah. For the traffic, usually.
You could motion for that, but usually if you're going to have an officer there, it's deposition. You're trying to go to trial. You're in a whole bunch of problems anyway. Because you want to finish everything out of court before the first hearing, so you never actually have to plea, just for the record. And you wouldn't want, you'd have your paperwork already done, so you don't need to have the cop there. But you're right. The court does provide you the opportunity to face your accuser. Yes.
Yeah, she means if like it's past the first hearing, it's going to trial.
Yes.
Cop doesn't show up. You have basically no evidence against you because the evidence is the cop's testimony.
The case is dismissed because
for a speeding ticket though, could you be like, listen, I want this settled now. This is my court date. The cop's not here. I want this thrown out immediately.
Well,
it's over.
That's what usually happens.
And it depends on what
that's what happens in England. In England, that's what usually happens. If the officer, the arresting officer or the officer that's charging you for the crime, especially if it's speeding or going through a red light, traffic violation, if he or she's not there, the case is dismissed.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't think it works like that in America.
Back to the scripture, though. I love the core. Like, to me, it's all core.
Well, my question still wasn't answered, though. My question was, to what percentage do you believe that the event of the resurrection really happened?
Let me answer. So your first question, like the first time you asked it two ways. You said, to what percentage do you believe or want to believe? And believing and wanting to believe are two different, very, very different things. For me, it just so happens that the answer is the same. The answer is, I don't know. I honestly don't know how much I believe it, and how much I wanted to believe it. It varies from time to time, but I do recognize that it's something I believe on faith. It's not something I can empirically or scientifically prove. It's like basically faith-based evidence.
Right. So there's no scientific evidence for your
Well,
belief, is what I'm getting to.
maybe because we can all agree that the scriptures were written 3,000-ish years ago,
Right.
and written by man, right? We can all agree by that. I happen to believe that it was written by men were influenced by Father, and right, we can agree with that for the
See,
most part.
that's even for me. Like, I'm not sure if
Well, I mean,
if it's
I
revelation,
can't agree
and
with that.
if it is revelation, what is revelation? It's just, is it inspired thought, or is it direct transmission? Is it, if someone's in the zone, they're writing like an author is writing a book, and they're just in the zone, it's flowing out of them. Are they? Is that kind of revelation right there? When we're dreaming, is that
maybe
a type of revelation? Who knows?
right, but the scriptures were written by over 40 authors, and that's a really good question, Jen, because like I said, I didn't have any kind of AKA religious. I can't stand that name anyways, because it means relegar, it means control and bind, and that's what religion does, right? Like I said, my Messiah came to show me the way. But as time is going on, prophecy is becoming is revealed and happening. Because, for instance, something very interesting, which with each time that passes, with like this whole pandemic situation, how many times did we ever read Revelation 18:23? I mean, people in general, that it says something like, you won't be able to hear the bridegroom's voice nor the bride's voice. Your light won't shine anymore. The great men of the earth deceived all the nations by sorcery. Book of Revelation was written in Greek about 2,000-ish years ago, so we hear, and sorcery means pharmakia. So that has me on guard. And then I knew about the New World Order way in 2008, way before I became spiritual in 2017. And now I see the New World Order in Book of Revelation, and I'm sorry, Book of Daniel and Book of Revelation. I think they're sister books. And I see, World War III happening in the land of Jerusalem. And that's where my eye is when Jerusalem is surrounded. I think it's Ezekiel 38 and 39. I think that's when tribulation might begin. I don't know when. I find it very curious that, we had that eclipse come down on the United States as 1X, and then what is it, 2024, it goes down exactly the opposite way in 2024. What does that mean? No idea. No idea. But for me, my faith, like Percentage says, it's faith, and faith is a gift, we're told in the Bible. And I'm just paying attention to my life and why I became a truth seeker, and it was because to pay attention. We're in a spiritual battle. That's just the bottom line. Whether we can see it or not, if we don't believe in demons and we don't believe in God, that it doesn't even matter, because the people worshiping demons, they know it's real. So we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities in dark places. We can at least agree upon that, right?
Well, hang on a second. What's your definition of a demon?
Well, I know from First Book of Enoch that the Watchers came down and they mated with the daughters of man. They found them beautiful, right? So then in Genesis 6, it talks about, they found the daughters of man attractive, and they had children in those days. They had Nephilim. Well, those are giants. And then it goes on to something else. And I'm like, wait, what? So for me and my journey, I was like, what do you mean there's scriptures that were once in different canons throughout history, and they took them out? So I went looking for those, and that's how I came to the fixed and immovable conclusion of what I walk on is through First Book of Enoch, because it talks about the luminaries. But anyways, it goes into more of Genesis 6, and it tells us where the demons are coming from. Father did not make anything above or below for the children. So those are the demons. They were cursed to roam the earth for 500, or they were able to run around the earth for 500 years, and then cursed and have no place above or below So they're the ones running around, maybe masquerading as little g gods. And, and I think they're giving them, they taught women jewelry, makeup, abortion. They taught man drugs and war and weapons. And to me, that makes sense of why we're in this situation that we're in. I feel like I know more about who I'm at battle with, and yeah.
Sorry. Just, so when you say they taught, like you're referring to the Nephilim, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they did this, I imagine, out of their own free will.
Well, the Watchers, their fathers from, the messengers, the angels taught the women's, their wives, not the children.
But they had children with the women. Those children are Nephilim, which are the demons, right?
Yep. Well, no, after they died, they became the demons. Yes.
After the Nephilim died, they became demons.
Yes, they're spirits.
Okay. Are they? I guess my question is: did the Nephilim have free will?
That's a really good question. I don't have all the answers. That's a really good question. I don't know. I'd probably say, I don't know what I would say.
The reason I ask is because if they had free will, like for me, you can't be evil unless you're choosing to sin, basically you're tempted by evil and you succumb to it, right? It requires free will. If you're just like ordered, if you have no choice in the matter, you're just ordered to do evil. You're not really a demon. You're not demonic, right? That by my standards. So I feel like they would have to have free will and they would have to succumb to evil. And so my question is, if being demonic is succumbing to evil and being a Nephilim, can you be demonic by succumbing to evil with your free will as a human? Can humans be demons?
This is where
I think that. What's that? Oh no, I think that they call alcohol spirits for a reason, and I think there's a lot of things that are correlated with a lot of children that are autistic, so that you can enter a sentient, right? So what's going on with the AI? And so I find it fascinating that in Book of Daniel it talks about when Nebuchadnezzar had that dream, and God gave the revelation to Daniel to explain the dream, and the last part of the dream has not been fulfilled yet. I'm sorry, the last part. Yeah, well, the last part of the dream, which was describing the statue, and the bottom of the statue was the toes were partly clay and partly iron. And so now with the latest thing that's happening, the last 2 years, and you have to do this, and it's mandated, and blah 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 blah. And then with this whole graphene thing, so it just has me on high alert, going, wow, this gives me something to think about. So, what are they doing with AI? I think it goes all against the natural creation and order of what our creator made. So the adversary, he can't really create anything. So what he does is pervert the existing. Did God really say that you would die if you ate from the tree of good and evil? Like that plant of doubt. So you're like questioning yourself. Because I had to actually question myself with your question percentage, because I never thought about were they given free will. I would probably honestly say I serve a right and just God, but I don't know if he did or not, but I don't know so I had to question that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good question. I'm going to bring it to a bunch of my friends. I don't know, because check this out to convolute it even more. Messiah, when he did die, right? The scriptures tell us that he went down to Sheol, like I think it's a compartment where you rest until resurrection, and he went and preached to the spirits, it says. So maybe the
same spirits, like the spirits of the Nephilim.
Yeah, maybe they are. Wow, I'm just like, maybe they will be able to be forgiven because they didn't know, but their fathers won't be, because they knew, they lived with Father. They were spiritual, part of his spiritual family. So Wow, this is a mind bender. Thank you. We were just talking about this yesterday about, Messiah going down and preaching. We were like, what spirits is he talking about? People that lived in the past? Like, I don't know, because we're told that when we die in Ecclesiastes, that our spirits go back to Father. So percentage, this is really profound for me right now. I mean, maybe that's an exaggerated word, but this is really great.
Yeah, 3,000 years ago, are we saying that a resurrection was a common thing? Because that's what it's sounding like.
Definitely not. No.
2,000.
Why would it be
No,
common?
no.
Sorry,
It's a miracle because it's uncommon.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you say uncommon, but it still sounds like it was a thing that was happening.
Well, let me say, it's a miracle because it's normally impossible. That's why it's a miracle.
Yeah, I know
if
that,
it
but
happened. I'm not saying it
was
happened.
it on a regular
I don't.
occurrence? Was it on a regular occurrence?
No.
No.
Hey, let me ask you something. You're a truth seeker. I know you are, right?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, it just means that from when you were born, because you were born into a situation that you didn't make, but you strive to understand it whilst adhering to being good and not doing bad things and affecting others in a negative way. And at the same time, you're trying to understand your environment. Now, the only way you're going to do that is to search for the answers, and that's what a truth is really, is to try and understand and make sense of what's happening around you, basically.
Right. And my interpretation, I was thinking about this a couple of years ago. I try to keep it a little simple because I used to be a little new ager. A truth seeker to me is you don't want to be lied to. Like from a young child, I think that was my issue in life. I just wanted to know, and I had questions like, why? Like, I don't understand. Just tell me the truth. And you see all this hypocrisy, right? So when I woke up in 2008, dude, I knew the evil that I was like, oh my gosh, the world elite that running the world, they're satanic pedophiles. Oh my gosh, I knew that. That was so easy for me to believe, right? But why is it so hard for people to believe that there really is a creator and he really did have a manual that told us how to live a set apart life? Because holy has been Hellenized. Holy it means set apart in Hebrew is kodesh. If somebody says, hey, how can you be holy? What? But if someone could tell me, ask me how I can be set apart, sure, no problem, all day long. I am I aspire to be a set apart person in this world that wants to give me everything that I want. I want to date a girl tomorrow. Great, no problem, no judgment. I want to date a guy tomorrow. No, hey, no problem. I want to consume, and maybe talk badly about people. Hey, who cares? Don't judge people. It's going against a right and just plan, and that's why the scriptures in first book of Enoch, the watchers left their first estate. What does that mean? To me, it means they were sent to explain and govern and show man how to have a righteous government. But see, our curiosity, our wanting to be separate and wanting to be a god, or not following directions, wanting to do our own things, kind of
Do you
got
think
it.
humans can be demons?
I think they can be possessed if they enter. Yeah, sometimes doing drugs. Yeah, it's a portal. Opening your third eye. I believe that people are actually able to eat that from that tree of good and evil all day long, because they're getting that, they can know things before they happen, because you're spiritually ascending and the chakras and all that stuff. Yeah, I think that. But then at the end of the day, you find out who you're worshiping, and it's a little G that has all his intentions to get you to go against the Father's instructions, because he's not going into the kingdom, the everlasting kingdom. He's not.
Yeah. Would you say that someone that's satanic is a demon, like demonic?
I would say that they're being influenced by that. And again, like we said, right? Everybody has free will.
But if they use that free will to choose to sin, and join in that which you would think would be forbidden in the evil, right? Does that make them like demonic? Does that make them a demon then? What's the definition for a demon is what I'm saying. What do you think, Jin?
Yeah.
Jin, you there? Do you think humans can be demons?
Do I think humans can be demons? No, I don't think they can be demons because I don't think that demons are a thing that really existed. Number one, as a physical thing or a spirit, can they be bad? Yes. And I like what you said earlier. People can be. You have to be conscious to make that bad decision because I don't believe that man needs a book to know right and wrong. You know what I mean? I've never read any. Yeah, I've never read any of the Bibles or the Quran. I'm living my life my way because I know what right and wrong is. It's clearly obvious, right? Can man be bad? Yes. Can woman be bad? Yes. Can we all be good? Yes, if we want to. We have to make that conscious decision ourselves. And it starts from within and your environment. This earth, flat earth, this beautiful flat earth, was made for us to live on. Okay, so we clearly knew that we didn't make it. So it's obvious there was a creator. That's something that I would take to right away till I die. That's without a doubt that there was a creator. So my way of living is I should not destroy what I didn't make, and I should protect it and keep it in pristine condition for the generations of children yet to come. That's my responsibility on this earth. And if you can stick with that, you're going to continue to do good. But like, what's her name said?
Blaze.
Blaze, sorry, Blaze. Yeah, I couldn't
That's
get
okay.
it. Yeah. As Blaze said, I missed my point. As Blaze said, we all want to do good on this earth, but there's distractions, and you've got to now decide from all this distraction that's going on. That's all.
And you know what I'm finding? Lust has taken so many people down. And it's not just a sexual thing, right? People lust to have a car like their neighbor or, Hollywood and things like that. For me, I've been learning the last 5 years is that our creator is so right and just. He gives us free will so that we can choose to give it back to him. And if not, he's okay with you. Have fun, in this realm and this age, no problem. He wants you to be happy. He gives you free will. I happen to want to give it back to him because I do believe from studying the book that I think was inspired by him, to get to know him. And because I think it's a book on how to protect me from the enemy that wants to give me everything I want, that wants to appeal to my darker side or my competitive side or my human side as opposed to my spiritual side.
Yeah, I think, lust is a bad thing, but it's okay if you want to own a car so that you can actually make your life a little bit easier. If you're covering great distances, you want to move your family from your place, your location to a different location to enjoy a picnic or whatever. I think, having a vehicle is fine to have, as long as you're within your means. And even if you go beyond your means, you're going to pay the price for that because it's going to take you longer to pay for it. Fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but lust, lust is a thing that has to be controlled, of course.
Well, and it all starts with that, right? Did God really say that you would die? And then everything else, there's so many examples of lust and greed in the scriptures. It's crazy, and it's happening now. And like, this is kind of controversial about World War II, right? So in the scriptures, it talks about those who say they are Jews and they are not. I never really could quite figure that one out until I started really investigating World War II. So now I think it's Esau, not Esau, right? It was Jacob who got his name changed to Israel, his brother who sold his birthright, right? And now I believe it's his descendants who in the front of the book with the children of Israel wanted to pass through his area, and he said no. And then he got really mad at them and then he wanted to curse the children of Israel. And then he went to the prophet Balaam, I think. I get their names, Balak and Balaam. I think he went to Balaam the prophet. And he said, no, sorry, God's not going to let me curse them. So what he did was he let the children of Israel curse themselves by lust of women. And guess what they were doing in the World War II, right? They never had so much perversion with, the art and the cabarets, and, the same sex bars and stuff. It was like unheard of. It was like, what are you doing? What is down there? And it piqued people's interest. And so now I believe that's what's happening. Like 100,000 times fold. I mean, look what porn has done to society, and to families and things like that, So when you, and King Solomon, the wisest man that walked this earth, lust took him down because, he married all these women that he shouldn't have married, that didn't have the same faith as him. And he wanted to be cool with them and still worship God. But, he's not about mixing. Father's not about mixing. He's like, either you stay over there or you come to me and follow my instructions. You can stay over there if you want. That's cool. Enjoy this life. But if you come over and you want to follow my instructions, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to let you be with me in paradise and everlasting kingdom. And you know what? The animals are probably going to talk again. There's not going to be any more war, no more crying. I'm down for that. Like, what would I have given up in this world by following his instructions? I already did a lot of things. The good thing is Father is so forgiving. And that's what I'm really taking away from this conversation earlier and last night from Isa. The scriptures are really about forgiveness over and over and over and over again. And maybe I knew that, but like not to the distinction that I got from last night and today. Really good stuff. The scriptures are about forgiveness.
So what you're doing basically is that you're moving you're removing yourself, excreting yourself from the Jewish cesspit of all this lust and mess, because that's the race that has created this nonsense that we're living in at the moment. When you look back,
see, what is Jewish, right? Because there's 12 tribes. They took Judah, gave it a different name, and put different restrictions on it because some of those Jewish, what's with the ish, but people are putting more weight into the man-made Talmud, which Messiah came to expose, not Father's instructions. But I think it comes from Babylon, the Babylonian eras. But this whole thing is nobody knows about the 12 tribes. Everybody just hears about Jewish, and they think, oh, Israel, and they don't know. But man, when you do a deep dive study, there are 12 tribes. And Messiah says he only came back for the house of Israel. He sent his disciples for the house of Israel.
Yeah.
And James talks about, the 12 lost tribes. So if you're a believer in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you're of the 12 tribes, because Book of Revelation, there's no other gate with any other names on there except for the tribes, the 12 tribes.
Hey Blaze,
what's
your thought? Because I liken everything to allegory. Like, what's your theory about the 12 tribes being the 12 sons of the zodiac?
Oh, 100%. Mazroth? Oh, yeah. And see, that's another thing. What the Watchers, in my opinion, from my studies from Enoch, they taught them astrology. Can you know when things are going to happen and the best time to do things from astronomy? Yeah, totally forbidden. I believe the sky are divine. It's a divine clock. And the plan of salvation was written in the stars. When Messiah says, Abraham saw my day and was happy, I believe that Father Abraham saw the line of salvation, the promise of salvation in the stars. Astrology, totally different. Absolutely. The Mazzaroth, bro. Good
What do
stuff.
you, like the term Solomon being a reference to soul, meaning the sun.
I don't know about that part.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a,
Easy, can I ask you
that's
for forgiveness, man? Can you forgive me?
what was it?
Will you forgive me, Easy?
Aw.
Well, of course, Kosho.
Yeah, I kind of got mad at you earlier, and I apologize. Called you a
Forgive
liar.
us for our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass
right
against
on.
us.
All good, brother.
That's so cool. Yeah, thank you for that, because it is about forgiveness. I just had some serious stuff happen to me. And I mean, hurtful and all the other stuff. And I've just been in that whole forgiveness. And then I was mocked for including this person in that prayer. And you know what's really rich? When Messiah's Father forgive them, they know not what they do. He was taking away the law of sin and death, meaning, like I said earlier, the punishment, the capital punishment for when you did something wrong, which required to go before the judges, and death if you were found guilty by two or more witnesses, right? And so when you look at, I guess it's Numbers 15:30, there was instructions for that. So I believe Messiah was referencing Numbers 15:30 of what would happen when you willfully sinned. There was sacrifices when you ignorantly sinned. You wouldn't, be like capital punishment. But when you knew to do good and you did evil, that's sin. So I've just been in this space all week of just like, Father, they know not what they do. And, it's been a growth thing for me, because, it's really easy to spiritualize or just say, oh, love and forgiveness. But those are the two hardest things to do. It's easy to love somebody when they love you back, right? But to love somebody in the face of no agreement, or when they're talking so badly about you and lying about you, that's another thing. And Messiah, from the day he could start reading, was preparing for his death. And if Messiah can wash the person's feet that he knew was about to have him, killed and taken him to the Pharisees, and accept that kiss on the cheek, Blaze, girl, like seriously, get over yourself. It's not that big of a deal. Focus on the kingdom. Focus on your Messiah's character, because that's what I want. My Messiah, to me, was selfless, understanding, compassionate, zealous, humble, and meek. And you ask, like, what is meek, right? I did a study with some friends, and you would think meek is like kind of humble and all that stuff. But it took me to a time where it had to do with horses. And it was like, if the horse was Prouse, meant that thing, you could control it and it had all that strength. And those were your horses that you took into war. They would just run into fiery darts and they would go whichever way. They were manageable. They had their strength under control. And that's what Messiah did. He had all that strength, that knowledge and everything. And he had the angels ministering to him, and he had God's protection. But he kept it under his strength. He controlled himself, and that, if that's not inspiring, man, I don't know what is, to remind me. Sorry guys, I'm on a rant. Sorry, interrupt me. All right, that was long.
Come on. This is what we all need right now.
Yeah, it's all keep going on, man. I'm loving it.
Well, I mean, I've been listening the last week. Crypto reminded me. He's like, go to GeoServer. I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, I will. And then so I started coming over here just last couple days, and it's been so nice. You guys talk about FE, fixed and immovable. You guys talk about the current events, you know, law, man's law.
It's pretty much anything you want. What do you want? We could talk about your favorite snacks or light speed or, you know, light bulbs.
Jeremy really manages this place well. He does a good job.
Osho's probably going to bring up balls any minute now. He loves
I
balls.
don't think he handles it that well.
That's
When
a good one,
me, I
Jeremy.
hate it. When he mutes me for no reason, I could strangle him.
Well,
Jen,
you know,
you're very passionate. You're very passionate, Jen, and it hurts me. It pains me when I have to mute you.
oh. But you know, it's really interesting. I stayed through the whole. I didn't hear when Brenda was here, but I heard all about it and everything. And I'm like, here we go again, that spiritual battle. You know, there's that what was right at one time is now like demonized for being, you know, wholesome. And I love the example that Isa had about the electrical. When you're an electrician, you know, those two males don't work together. Now, if we're going to agree to live in a society where, you know, you can do what you want to do, then that's cool. Let's be real. The people that want to keep it real and wholesome, don't you think that we should be able to do that as well? Why are they making the scriptures and to be able to even talk to a person about the scriptures, a gay person or transgender or whatever in Canada, making it illegal to talk about the scriptures to somebody?
Yeah, that's wrong, isn't it? That's absolutely wrong. That is, you know, I mean,
right? So if we're going to be real, you want to do what you want to do. I wish you wouldn't, because I wish you'd be in the kingdom with me. But if that's what you want to do, then I'll keep praying for you, you know, but you got to let us do what we want to do as well, because sorry, isn't there a little inconsistency there?
That's right.
But
You got to let the Creator be the final judge on all your actions when you go to meet your Creator at the end of the day, at the end of your life.
And I'm reminded of Matthew 25, because my brother, nobody in my family is like, I'm a complete Bible thumper. I don't look like one, but I am one. And I hate to say it like that, but Matthew 25 gives me hope for my family, because they don't believe what I do, but they're good people. And so Matthew 25, I'm reminded of people that didn't necessarily follow the instructions, that didn't necessarily follow Messiah, but were good people, because, you know, it seems like it's Judgment Day, and these people are saying, you know, hey, but we did this and we did that. No, that's Matthew 27, but Matthew 25 is to the effect of, like, you know, when you they talk about visiting people in jail, and you know, helping the sick and clothing people and visiting people, like, so they're like, hey, when did we ever do that for you? And he says, if you did it for one, you did it for me. So for me, that gives me hope for my family, and hope for other people in the world that didn't take the time or weren't drawn to the scriptures to get to know Father and his manual to be set apart in this world, not to be holy, because that one, they just, you know, they Hellenized that. That's what they did. They totally Hellenized the scriptures. And I think that's what's really wrong with the world. And they did it on purpose. So why wouldn't you just, like, ignore the scriptures and just go, oh, it's just about love. All you have to do is just mentally believe and say a quick prayer, and then you're good. You're once saved, always saved. What better deception to give people that false security and that false doctrine? Oh, that's scary. Because there's, I think it's Matthew 7, where it talks about, we cast out demons in your name, we healed people in your name, and we did this in your name, and we did that in your name. And he's like, get away from me, you workers of iniquity, which means lawlessness. Man's law? I don't think so. He says, I never knew you. What? These people reaped the benefits. They, like, rode on the coattails of him. But he's saying, look, I don't know you people. So, you know, it's a very interesting, and I think as truth seekers, You know, we got to see where we're focusing our time on, because there was a time where I think I was focusing on Father's creation more than him and what he was trying to tell me. You know, we only have so much time in the day. You know, we only have so much time in the day. And I think things are really facilitating. Really, I don't know where we are in the timeline, but my eye is on Jerusalem. Have you guys ever seen the map of Jerusalem? I mean, around Jerusalem? You could barely even see Israel. And I think there's good people over there. I just don't think the people running it are good people. I don't think it was created with good intentions. I think it was totally...
The whole land was created by the Creator. It's been divided up by people who have just caused mayhem and anguish and strife at the moment. That area is very toxic at the moment. The good people are suffering under the evil Israeli leaders at the moment. You know,
and I think, listen to this. I think the people, okay, so I don't know where you guys stand. I hope this isn't going to hurt anybody's feelings. I think, just not thus saith Father, thus saith Blaze, from studying, I think the people from Palestine are the real Jews, because, you know, there's prophecy saying that when they got exiled into Babylon and Assyria, that in book of Jeremy, that book of Daniel was reading, says after 70 years, you know, you're going to be able to go back to Judah. But it doesn't say that they're going to continue, you know, following Father's instructions, the Torah, essentially, right? That doesn't mean that they're going to be doing that. So for me, I think that as a possibility, not the truth, that the Palestinians gave up their AKA religion, their beliefs, to stay in the land. And Father is punishing them now, because when you read Ezekiel 36, you know, you said, aha, and took my land for a prey. Then you go to 38 and 39. And, you know, it really does seem like Father's defending his people that got their land and their cattle and everything taken over by some other people. So, like, and they're burning bodies for 7 months, and they're burning weapons for 7 years. You know, it's Gog and Magog. And to me, I think those are demons that he's talking to. Could be wrong, that the leaders over there are worshiping Gog and Magog.
That's an interesting interpretation. I think it's worth considering,
Total interpretation. Yeah. That's why, Jen, when you ask, how do I believe in the scriptures? Because prophecy to me is unfolding. And I already, like I told you, I already believed in the new, sorry, I had some coffee, so I'm a little like, woo, woo.
That's all right. Good energy.
I'm coffee.
So I already believed in the New World Order. So now I see it in scriptures, and they get it. It is coming. Now, can we delay it a little bit more? Yeah, you bet. I think so. But it's coming. And it's not only is it coming, but for 42 months, 3.5 years, 42 months. They get it, because it's coming. That's why we have to prepare spiritually.
Don't you feel it's already begun, though? Don't you feel it's already begun? And it began by the event you were talking about that you said that woke you up, 9/11.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it's half a 7-year period.
Yep.
Yeah, don't you think it began then? Don't you feel that? No? Don't you think that? Or
sure. Yeah, he uses what
before the 9/11, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. What they use for evil, Father uses for good, to wake people up. It's a wake-up call. And the tribulation that's coming, Father is so just and forgiving. Tribulation is for people to jump on board with him. You know, it's not too late. But when wrath comes, that's last call. You have no more.
Let's go back to 9/11. Where were you at the time? Where were you living?
I was actually in Sarasota, and I actually was feet away from the presidential brigade, whatever you call it, going down there. I was in Sarasota when he was in Sarasota. And
What the motorcade? I mean, the motorcade.
Yeah, the motorcade. That's it.
Right.
Brigade.
But you was reading that book?
Yeah, upside down. Yeah.
What?
So
wow.
My instinct said, how does a building fall from the top up like that? Like, how could it didn't make sense, right? But terrorism, and I was like a little, materialistic chick, and what did I care? And just consumeristic and all that stuff.
How old were you then, if you don't mind me asking? How old were you?
No, I'm not going to tell you.
No problem.
Yeah.
I don't got it, Sals, but I'm curious.
You sound
too,
kind of young. How old were you when you woke up to like everything? You sound like James is pretty young.
You guys are
that's
so
what
great.
I was asking.
Why do you guys want to know? No. I prefer not to say my age, just because maybe I'm vain.
Don't you guys know you're not supposed to ask a woman her age?
I'm the same way.
I'm not asking her age. I'm asking when she woke up, because I woke up kind of late, you know.
Yeah, 2008. Yep.
Yeah, I was in 2008 too. Like, I saw that movie Zeitgeist.
So did I.
And I was like, what the hell?
Okay.
And actually, yeah. And then I started watching Alex Jones and shit, and I got on all that shit.
But then I bought the video. By the time I got there, the CD. By the time I got to it, I was like, "What? You're doing the all-seeing eye sign? Wait a second. Are you serious, dude? I was on the fast track. I within a week, a buddy of mine was trying to get me to look at this information. He died. Sent me some emails. Then my computer crashed. And I was like, oh my gosh. So then when I got it, I was like, what are you talking about? How can you think of the government? And so I tried to disprove it. I bought a gun within a week. I saw that we were totally vulnerable. And I saw that we were just for protection. That we're so Wesson.
That's what's up.
Listen,
so then
the zeitgeist thing, everyone knows that religious portion of it is bullshit, right?
Yeah.
This is in our baby stages, man.
Right.
This is when we first started, and we had our first suckle in the nipple. Okay.
Chris White, I know. They had me fooled with that shit, zeitgeist shit too. The other stuff they say is great. I love the resource-based economy and the shit they do in the Fed and stuff like that. But the religious part is just complete horseshit. Chris White, Chris White also debunked Ancient Aliens really good, and he did Zeitgeist really good too. He had like 2 good parts.
Ancient Aliens, you debunked that?
Shut up.
Shit, dude.
But anyway, yeah. Back to Blaze, and you bought a gun.
9/11, Sarasota.
Hang on a second. I want to know something. You said your friend died. Right? Yeah. Your computer crashed, and then you bought a gun. Yeah.
Well, no. Well, when I did get my computer back, and I was seeing what I was trying to do, of course I tried to debunk it. What do you mean the 9/11 was an inside job? What? That's no. And then, so then I realized the satanic pedophile elite, because I followed Alex Jones for a week, and then I was like, wait, if this dude was for real, he'd be dead. So I realized that we were a society based on distribution. What's that?
I had to drop him too, because he just he picks and chooses his battles. You can tell he's.
Well, that's fine. I mean, yeah. I mean, he has spoken a lot of truth in his career, so I don't write him off. I do like Alex Jones, even though I know he's two-faced. Right. You know,
I take him with a grain of salt.
100%.
Yeah, take all that kind of stuff with salt, pepper, and all that kind of stuff. You know?
Yeah. In his last recent years,
a little hot sauce.
In the last recent years, last couple of years, he has come out. He's done a special speech warning everyone about the jab that you shouldn't get and the evil that's. He's come clean a little bit. In the last recent years, he's come clean. His last really rant speech, he was out. It's winter. I think it may have been last year or 2020, warning everyone to be careful here. Humanity's in trouble. So I think he redeemed himself by making that speech. Okay, look it up. Look up Alex Jones and that speech he made. Okay, he's out in the sticks because he's got children and that. He actually mentioned his children in this. He's doing it for his kids and humanity, sending out a message of be careful. And of course, he's plugging his survival kit and food and that bunker stuff at the end. But at the beginning, he gives a speech liking to Charlie Chaplin and, you know, the dictator kind of thing. He really gave a good speech. You want to listen to it? I feel he's redeemed himself. Alex Jones. Do like him.
Can you post
Especially
it?
when he went to England. Especially when he went to, you know, I haven't got it. But if you go to Alex Jones, scroll down. I'm saying it was 2020 when he did this. But anyway, when he went to England, right, with his loudspeaker, man, and he was saying to everybody at where is it? Parliament Square. Okay, that's where the Parliament is. The British government building is. You got Winston Churchill's statue. He's right there with another guy called Brian Hall, right, and he's shouting out to everyone. Do you think Arabs in a cave had no right to stand down? And the way he shouted that out, I thought, yeah, man, tell them about the truth, because the British are just totally asleep. You know, I was really glad he went there.
That's kind of a strange question, though, in 2020, you know what I mean? Because I might not really understand what he's talking about.
No, what I'm saying is that Alex Jones, at the beginning of his career, spoke truth, and probably got a little bit disillusioned, perhaps, or whatever, and maybe he got made an offer he couldn't refuse. But
you're saying he did this back in the day?
Yes, that's correct. But then the speech that I'm talking about, the recent one that I'm saying that's redeemed him from his bad ways. Go and look it up, and that was about 2020, 2021. I'll try and find it later. I'll try and find it later, but it's winter time, so it's winter time. It's in the snow, you know, and he'd already done the flat Earth thing with Joe Rogan. Okay, because you remember he did a flat Earth debate with Joe Rogan and others.
Yeah, you got flat smacked, yeah.
Right. So after that period, he done this speech. Okay, coming up to this pandemic thing, and he warned humanity, and I do believe he was.
Don't spoil it, man.
He brought his own children into it, so watch it. Great one.
Check it out. Yeah. Don't spoil it.
I do like Alex Jones, no doubt about it. You know, I'm not gonna say to people, oh, you know, he's two-faced. Don't look into his material. Look at all his material, because you're gonna learn a lot.
You know, he lives here in Austin with me, dude.
Yeah, that's right.
And Joe, you get all those dudes.
Yeah, I like his stuff. From he covered Waco and all that, man. Got to go back. Alex Jones. You know, man, I like the man. I don't care what anyone says. I do like the stuff he did. Because the information that I gleaned from him was very useful in helping me understand what was going on. You know, right. He might be working for the other side. I learned a lot from that anyway.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Kosho, I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure. I'm an open book.
Yeah. You remember me from the other server?
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah.
You used to be in the religious room, and I'd go in there, and I remember Chep would be in there sometimes, and it was always a much smaller crew, and it was much more easy to discuss, you know, things.
Well, it seems like you could do it here. So I love that you come here. You have your own views, and then you seem like you're so sensible and seem like a really nice, chill guy. I mean, have you ever considered that the shape of the earth, like, you know, you're all about like proving this and that, and then citing other people's material and stuff like that. But have you ever just taken that and just kind of pushed it to the side and said, let me pray about this, or let me look into and just feel about the spiritual side of what the consequences of lying about whatever shape of the earth is? Have you ever considered it spiritual? Because for me, I did not want to become a flat earther. I don't know any person that wanted to become it. We all started out going, this is the most ridiculous thing. And then it came around for me biblically in 2017 from First Book of Enoch. But it made, because I was like, why would it matter? Like, what is the end game? Like, for me, I went and I was inspired to research the researchers, you know, who put the science departments in colleges. Why does the Catholic Church own the most telescopes and have the most astronomers, but yet share nothing? And why in the world would they share a telescope named Lucifer with NASA? So what I'm saying is, would you ever consider that this is a spiritual battle, and why not attack? What would be the best way? Attack the creator's creation, make them come up with a rendition of what the ancient model was, because the ancient model was had like a dome, and then underneath it was like Sheol, so it kind of looked like a little bit of a sphere. But and like I told you earlier, the adversary doesn't create anything, he perverts the existing. So now that we have that ancient Hebrew model, which, you know, there's other ancient civilizations that have very, very similar models, why not take that looks like it could be not a perfect sphere, but, you know, make that into something else and tell people they're flying out there at like 666, 666, 666, all these numbers that equal these really weird things, and, you know, produce all these alien movies that, you know, make people like, this place sucks, man. I would love to get abducted by these aliens. There's got to be a better place than this. You know, we have so many people that are moralists, you know, they're nihilism. So I'm just saying, have you ever looked at it, put your intellectual, you know, education aside, and then just looked at the spiritual ramifications if the flat earth people were right
Okay,
spiritually?
hang on a second now. Hang on a second, Koshko. Before you answer that question, just bear in mind this. Blaze, hang on a minute. Blaze has asked you a question with all sincerities. She's asking for the core essence of you, the honest. Put aside all your prejudice and look at
I gotta make sure I remember her question. Then,
hang on a second. Hang on a second. Right, I'm talking to you, Kosho. Okay, and
Kosho,
when
he's talking to you.
when you finished, I've got my questions to ask you as well, and it's dealing with 9/11. I've got images because I'm looking for the truth from you. Sorry to interrupt you, Blaze. Carry on.
No,
Go ahead.
no.
That's perfectly respectable, dude. And okay, no, yeah, you know what? You know what the truth is? I never have. You know, I've thought I've taken a look at it. I've put myself into the in the eyes of a flat earther, and you know, try to see, you know, try and see if the world would work like that. What I've never done though is the thing you said about the spiritual consequences of lying, which obviously I wouldn't be blatantly lying. I would be kind of lying by
No, not
omission,
you
or lying by
lying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, oh, okay. Well, and
Not you
yeah, okay.
lying, them us being lied
Okay, I
to.
see.
Yeah, not
Oh,
you.
okay.
You're
I
not a
thought
liar.
you okay.
You're
I thought you were
solid.
saying like
No,
the
you're
consequences of me lying.
no.
Or
No.
getting it wrong or something.
No, the consequences of the world leaders lying because they're trying to get their power now, you know, and their spiritual ascensions and all that kind of stuff. Because to me, in the end of the age, it's a spiritual battle, you know, and who we worship. And if you get enough people to be atheists, agnostics, whatever, guess what? You win. I mean, they win because the watchers, the demons. I don't know about the demons now. I'm really confused about that from the percentage for that conversation about them being able to be forgiven. I don't know. I'm in a weird place about that one now.
I missed that.
But the watchers, yeah, that was really good. The watchers are not going to be forgiven because they were with Father. He told them how to interact with us, and they were supposed to be our spiritual mentors. So I'm just asking you to consider the spiritual consequences of them lying about the shape of the earth and the benefits of them lying and lying about the shape of the earth. Because you sound like you're a very smart guy, very intellectual, book smart. Nobody here is going to deny that. I can tell you that.
Wow.
Totally.
Let's
What
not,
I'm saying is,
jump to any conclusions.
Let's not speak. I'm kidding.
like, he can hold his own here. But what I'm saying is, because research who wrote all those papers and citations. Because when I did it, I found out that the visionaries and all those people, Copernicus and all those people, you know what they had in common? Every single one of them, Kabbalist. And I believe that science is now rebranded from Gnosticism. Scientism is like rebranded Gnosticism as a possibility, not the truth. It's just something to consider, that we have to question the people that have the alphabets and that are in the white coats. Why do we give them all of our power? And why do we believe them? Why do we believe people on the news? You know, because these people, they keep us so bogged down with like paying bills and doing this. We actually believe the people that are doing their alleged jobs are real and authentic. Why do we do that? Out of maybe laziness, because we don't want to do the research. And that's why there's people that like don't want to wake up, because then they're going to have to be responsible and question everything. So I think, yeah, exactly, bro. And then when you find out that the shape of the earth is fixed and immovable, we don't know exactly what it is. We don't know the shape of the earth, right? We know it measures flat because it has a spiritual consequence when you wake up to the shape of the earth, when it's an enclosed system. You got to realize that there is a creator, and that is, you know, Isa said something really profound again, that we're taking away people's right ability to believe in that, because our belief totally annihilates that, and then people don't know where to live. So when you find out the shape of the earth, people are confronted, I don't know for how long, but at some point you're confronted, holy crap, the earth really is created, so there must be a creator at some point. And then what you choose to do with it, you know, you can focus on, you know, trying to help other people, but then at some point there's got to be a spirituality to it as well.
Absolutely.
You know, I believe in the creator. You know, I firm believer in the creator. But
well, then
you know, I was gonna ask you. I've checked out the Book of Enoch before, but hearing what you said about how one second, Jen, but hearing what you said about how it influenced you to see the flags, I thought maybe you could share with me at some point the Book of Enoch as you like how you saw it. I guess if that makes sense.
Yeah. Jen, do you want to go next?
No, I'll let you answer that question. My question can wait. Answer that question.
Okay, so it's first Book of Enoch, because there's second and third, totally occultic, and you know, Enoch turns into Metatron. What? So for me, I learned that the luminaries go around us, and there's different portals. And I mean, it's been 5 years. I used to go to sleep listening to it, so it's been a little while. But when you start to look into the description that Enoch is talking about, then it leads you down to, okay, why would they lie? Right?
Have
Okay,
you
so
read?
Wait,
Have you
so
read
you guys are talking
an
about
English
the book of-
translation of the Quran?
I have one. Yeah,
Wait,
it
you
talks
guys are
about
talking about
the shape of the earth as being
the
a
Book of
carpet.
Enoch.
Oops, sorry, go ahead.
Book of Enoch, isn't that one of the Dead Sea Scrolls? So
Yeah.
didn't they just discover that like 60 years ago?
No, but it was also in the Ethiopian canon.
Was
So
it?
that was a really good question. Yeah, absolutely. So they took a lot of scriptures out of what we have now that were once in canon. And so in my early spirituality, I was like, wait, those are really interesting. You know, second Ezra's, well, they took that one out because
Oh wow. They have
that one, because it's
They have
in time.
Jubilees in the...
Jubilees.
I
And
didn't know about
Yeah, the
this.
Jubilees, the Jubilee years. That's what I was saying about the 7 years.
Yep.
Because you said
50
three,
years.
3.5
Jubilees,
years.
50 years. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, no, so yeah, it's seven. It's a 7 set of 7 years. Yeah, and then the year after.
Well, you heard Osho, you heard about that that Q shit regarding that? The 7 years?
Is this considered Orthodox church then?
I'm not Orthodox. I mean, what's okay, let me ask
I'm
you
talking
what
about the canon, the books.
Oh yeah,
right?
that's
That would
yeah.
be. I believe each one has their own kind of pope or something. They have a patriarch or something like that. And so each one has the Orthodox is more distributed, I believe, than the Roman Catholic is more centralized.
Yeah.
I think it's each region has a bishop, not a pope, and then each bishop kind of determines what the canon is for that area. But I didn't know that the Book of Enoch was in the Ethiopian Bible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, the Romans really decided to take out a lot of it, because they were they had a message they wanted to express. So
You know the Kebra-Nagast? You know the Kebra-Nagast?
Said who?
Blaze, you probably know about the Kebra-Nagast, right?
No, I don't.
It's like the Ethiopian book about how it explains how they got their lineage from Solomon when he was with the Queen of Sheba. And the Queen of Sheba was the region known as Ethiopia. So that's why they say that. That's why the Rastafarians hold that, Rastafari was the last seal, etc. About and so like the Kebra-Nagast is the holy book that talks about how Solomon actually tricked Sheba to be able to have kids with her, and it's a cool story actually. You never heard it?
No, could you post it?
Yeah, I'll
Because I
find
can't
it.
spell it.
But
I don't know.
it's quite a book, but it's interesting. Like Solomon has the Queen of Sheba come, and he makes her. He tells her that she can have anything she wants so long as she asks for it. And what he does is he has the chef cook a spicy meal, so that she wakes up in the middle of the night, and she goes to the hallway, and there's a pitcher of water and a glass, and she takes the water without asking, and he comes out from behind. He comes out, and that's where he says, "Gotcha." And then from there, they had their son. They had their child, and the Queen of Sheba went back to the land of her land, which was Ethiopia, and actually after I think birth, and then Solomon raised him, and then it said that the angels took him back and walked, and he ended up going back to the land of Sheba, and that's where the Coptic religion comes from. And another interesting point is a story in Islam that when the prophet had some of his people that were in like one region that didn't have like he didn't have I forget what the precise story, but he sent one of his messengers out to the land of Ethiopia, and he told them about the Trinity, and he said, "Look, this is what they believe." And when they went there, they ended up the Ethiopians were going to kill the Muslims, but the king of Ethiopia, in the day of court, um, one of the Muslims mentioned, I guess, the Trinity and explained something. He said, "Wait a minute, how do you know this?" Because these were mysteries. And so he said, "How do you know this?" And he said, "It was told to us by our messenger." And sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it was said that, like, and that's where the king pardoned them. And to this day, the Muslims and the Christians live in peace over in Ethiopia. That was the, but the Kebra-Nagast is the book that explains how the religious texts wound up in Ethiopia.
So, do you believe in the Trinity?
Do I believe in the Trinity? I do not believe in the Trinity. I believe in the oneness of God.
Okay.
And I think that you can philosophically you can dance around those issues, but once you get into a triune nature of a creator, you have three elements, not oneness. And that's where the Muslims and the Christians disagree, if you will.
Yeah.
But it's a severe issue to the Muslims because it's the idea that it's giving partners to the one creator, which is an abomination.
Well, I think it gives the AKA Christians that as well, because the first commandment is, "Thou shalt have no other gods beside me," and then the second commandment is, "Thou shalt not make any graven image above or below." And so, who's in churches in the etched glass and all these pictures and paintings and all that kind of stuff? Some white looking dude, blue eyes, coming from a Middle Eastern country or something. So yeah, like I can see how you can get a verse here out of the New Testament that makes it look like that, but yeah, I don't I don't.
Yeah, the 10 commandments are pretty clear. It's like the first 4 of them are almost pertaining to, not getting that wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's all about like, look, you don't, it's in my estimates. That's why, I don't know, when I was youngster and on it, I was like, that's, when I found Salah, when I found prayer in Islam, to me, that was really just a saving grace for me. And I recommend it highly for anyone. But the tenet of the philosophy basically is, and what attracted me even to it, is that it gets away from to what I considered, and I still consider to be, the hypocrisy of the Trinity and the begotten Son, etc. You know what I mean? Because to me, I would look at it like, you have creator and then you have the creation. And there is no likeness. Allah is like beyond description.
Yeah.
But that's how I look at it. But forgive me, I don't want to poo-poo, and it doesn't take away from what I believe to be the sanctity of your right to hold your opinion about that, and even to condemn me in the process. You know what I mean? Like,
no,
quite all
I
right.
believe it's everybody can think what they want and everything, and I believe for sure in the oneness, meaning like one in character, one in spirit, one in purpose, because Messiah says that he wants us to be one like they're one. I mean, I'm no God, so I think it's like, I don't know. So I've learned to, everybody has their own interpretation and their own beliefs, and we get to what we get to.
Yeah. I think that's important.
It is. Being okay with people disagreeing or having other viewpoints.
Hey, you can, like, I would hope, in your way, it's like, dissect even what I've just said. Like, don't leave it as some sacred stone that we can't unturn, because aces are, you know what I mean? It's like,
no, but like, have you heard of
that's
the?
why it was so upsetting earlier with the miscommunication with Homegirl, because it's like, no, we want to fucking be able to attack all the ideas that you hold sacred, because that's what we're fucking here to do. And in doing so, we're actually going to get to the truth, hopefully, for each other. And then that's where you ethereally break out and do whatever your own interpretation is, bro.
Well, I guess I would need to know a little bit more on detail about the oneness and exactly what you think to have an opinion.
Well, the idea is this: like, if you're how about this? Like, let's say you're a country musician, right? Does that mean that you only play country music and you can't now reinvent yourself and come out as a rap star? Because, like, to say that the creator is a part of the creation is to limit the creator to the creation. And that's clear as day that that's not the case, because a creator can make, shit. I mean, check my music out. I think I covered almost every fucking one of them. You know what I mean? Like, just for fun.
How crazy would that be, though, if a country singer came out as a rap star?
Didn't that already happen?
Yeah, of course it did. Of course it did.
That the gay one.
Whatever. But the point is,
what's
is
his
like,
name?
that they,
he had a big song.
is the creator.
Little Nas X.
That's the one.
Right. Is the creator limited to what his creation is? And I would say, like, that's the distinction, is that the oneness of the creator is that the creation, I don't know, for me, it's like I've always felt like you could be on the most craziest LSD trip, and like, as soon as you think that you are God, you fucked up, instead of realizing that you're creating what God made for you to fucking experience.
Isn't that Satanism, thinking that you're God?
If you're going to try to pigeonhole it into something, then what you're doing is Satanism, yes.
I don't Satanism is different.
Yeah, soft Luciferianism. Do what thou will, whatever you want, no judgment.
Well, that's why I said before how, like, take heliocentrism allows for that do what thou wilt, but it also allows for intellectual individualism and the right to choose a righteous life over a foul life.
I believe the term is actually delusion of grandeur.
There's that too.
Termed.
But like, I think when you do that, like, and this to get back to my point, like, if you do that and say like, I am, you know, the whatever, it is like at that moment it becomes
God
delusions of
complex.
grandeur. We instinctively know it's not right, and it's delusions of grandeur when someone's gonna say like, I am Jesus. Like, it's like, dude, you know, like if you're, you know, you're gonna go that far, like we intuitively know that that's wrong. And I think like, you know, in the same stroke to like, and you know, I was going to bring this up earlier too. Like when for me, when I see stories like, you know, the rebirth of a dead man, let's say like that, like to me, it tells me that I'm entering into the world of allegory, and that I should be mindful of what I'm reading, because nowhere in reality does a man be reborn again yet say that we can't recreate it, right? That's why even it's a miracle, right? But the point is that nowhere do we see that in nature. So when it's brought up like that in the scripture, it triggers something in me to see it as allegory.
Well, what about this? He's telling people you have to be born again for the kingdom, not necessarily now, but because again, can't, or how we are right now, can't inherit the kingdom. So we have to be resurrected for the kingdom. So when people say, you know, like last night I was riding around bikes with some friends downtown, and there was a guy, you know, on the corner, you must be born again. Yeah, I agree, man. I just feel like it could be talking about the resurrection when it's to come. So, like, if people want to believe that they have to be born again when you get baptized or whatever, yeah, I mean, okay. But could it also be, you know, the resurrection? Our
You sound like you live in a cool place.
Who, me?
Yeah, you got the dudes in the corner. You're riding bikes. The guy in the corners.
Well, I do, because I live in St. Petersburg, and we're having the Grand Prix here this weekend. So the Indy cars are racing in our streets. So I'm going to go out in a little bit, and tomorrow they're racing on the streets. I live in a really cool place for now.
Shit.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Not St. Petersburg, Russia.
No, Florida, where it's 81 and I have the AC on. Some winter.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in Miami actually in a couple months. I'm gonna see Motley Crue and Def Leppard. I'm excited about them.
Fun. Def Leppard. So Isa, what do you think about the it could be at the resurrection? That born again.
What do you mean?
Like, you know, the scriptures tell us, and everybody says, you know, you got to be born again. Like people on street corners and preachers, you got to be born again. Do you think that it's talking about now necessarily, or the resurrection, or both? Or
I think, you know, I think it's so multifaceted. Like it's talking about the now, it's talking about after, it's talking about all of it. Like I think like that's the miracles of some of these books, you know, and like in Islam even it calls the Gospels the Injil, you know, like that these were righteous books, and like that there's like you know, there's something to it, man. Forgive me, I got something going on over here. But you know, the resurrection, I just think for me, it's almost like, you know, you have a microcosm of it would be when you come to the revelation that maybe there is a God, or, you know, there's millions of revelations that one has, you know what I mean? Like, and I think like that's just evidence of the grand revelation or the grand resurrection. Like you can remake yourself, you know, every day. Every day you're born, you're resurrecting from the sleep. And they say the sleep is the cousin of death, you know? So like, you know, it's so allegorical. Like I think like these books are so profound and so laced with either like I mean I just don't know. You don't know the brilliance is what's part of the mystery. And I think it's kind of much like the seed, like, you know, we were talking about like the seed, you know, and the question like, you know, did the chicken come before the egg and whatever. That problem alone is the evidence that there was creation. The fact that problem, that conundrum exists, is evidence for creation. And it's like, you know, these books are like almost jewels in the forest, and you're just like, there's light emanating from them for those who have eyes to see.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I hear
and I
you.
don't think I don't think any. I think the grandest sin of it all is to ever condemn anyone in the name of any of those positions. Like if you're gonna say like oh, I'm more fucking righteous than you are, like well you just now pride comes before the fall. Like it's already in the scripture that's
Yeah, but then what if you are just wanting to walk righteously, and then people just go, okay, well, and what does that mean? For me, it just means I want to follow Father's instruction.
Well, you brought up a term earlier, and I remember New Perspective when we were talking about this one time. About this term meek, and the meek shall inherit the earth. You thought, what do you mean by that? Like, and he had the connotation that it meant like to be weak also. And I think of it like, no. The meek, right, follow the word of the Lord. And, part of that is like, I'll fuck you up if I need to. And so I'm, as a meek follower of the word, if I come across injustice in front of my face, you know what I mean? I've known to step up and fuck somebody up. You know what I mean? Like, it's known already. It's already known. Like, I've done it time and time again. We'll continue to do it. We'll always fucking do it because as someone who's trying to be meek and humble myself to the good ways of the Lord, if there's some fucking shitbag doing some dirt, it's my job to fuck that dude up and make him know the fucking fear of God.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is being meek and humble and fucking righteous as fuck. Because it's, again, be ye not conformed to the world, but be renewed by a continual transformation of the mind. And be quick to forgive.
Yep.
I've fucking made grown men fucking shed tears in front of me because the facts of the matter are not in violence sometimes. And so, like, it's like, that's how it is. I mean, that's the truth, man. That's why, like, I've always just likened everything to martial arts. It's like either it fucking works or it doesn't, dude. And if it doesn't work, then it's stupid. And it's worthy of fucking being made fun of because it doesn't work. Like bring back the bully kind of thing. And that's being
because I think that is part of the process of understanding that it doesn't work and don't promote it anymore. Get rid of it.
Well, like, it's like, yo, like, I'm not going to step out of line. I'm going to preserve, like, your dignity is, like, utmost in a certain sense. But then also there's a time when that goes out the window. I've stood there and watched fucking, I'll never forget one time I went, there's this cafe, and this fucking bum was screaming at this chick's fucking face, like right in her ear, and the guy sitting next to her in the tightest jeans in the world, just fucking, they were just avoiding him. They were just not even looking at him. They were pretending like this guy was not screaming in their fucking face, making a show of it. Fucking, 200-pound fucking black dude screaming in their face, and they're just sitting there having their coffee like it's not happening. I swear to God. And there was like, three other people.
I know exactly what you mean.
And they
would
were
have to
all
say, calm
pretending
down,
like
brother, calm
dude,
down.
they were all pretending like it wasn't happening. And I was walking down the street, and I fucking happened to just be like, this is, my fucking area, etc. And I was like, holy shit. And I looked at the situation, and these people weren't doing it, so I went fucking kind of ham on, whatever, homeboy, just so, it's light, like, didn't do nothing, but I was just like, yeah, you need to get the fuck off my street, and etc. Got rid of the guy, and then fucking turned around, and they all looked at me like I was crazy, and weren't looking at me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
I was like, wow, dude.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
And even like, and that's why even in the ways of like, I remember even like, with family, like younger family of mine, we go out to nature walks or something or whatever it is, and these people would ride by on their bicycles. And I tell them, as I would be like, hey, wave and say hi. And these people,
I actually had a similar situation.
I'd be like, these people wouldn't wave. These people wouldn't wave back. You know what I mean? And they'd be like, well, why are we waving at people? And I said, look, we're the type of people that fucking wave. Okay? If they're not, that's on them. But we, like me, mine, you know what I mean? We're the type of people that say hi, everything good, how you doing? We're fucking polite and old school in that regard. And that's it. And, it's not my problem that somebody's fucking too stupid to open their eyes up to the world around them.
Issa, can I ask you, I don't know if it was you that said something about the Quran earlier. Are you Muslim or Christian, or are you?
I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? Alhamdulillah, bro. Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
MashaAllah.
You know? Yeah.
Subhanallah.
You know what I mean? Like, thank God, man. Save me from this dunya, bro. Fuck yeah, bro. I'm Muslim. You know what I mean? Even though I'm not the most freaking polite, the most whatever it is, like, you know, I can't help it but just be moved. You know what I mean? I invite everybody to Islam. Seriously, I do. But I don't do it publicly very much.
What's the gist of Islam?
There is no God but God. That's the gist of Islam. And his
And
messages.
we're all Muslims. Everyone can be a Muslim.
Right, you know. Anyone, yeah. It's like, you know, we're all Muslim. But literally, it's like if you want to become a Muslim, essentially, it's just by accepting the nature of the idea. That's why I always thought atheism is just halfway there, right? There is no God, but God.
Yeah.
And you know what I find so interesting? And check this out, because it's just such a cool synchronicity to me. Because they say that like God will be praised regardless of whether other people want to be praising him or not, right? But I always think anytime you ever talk to somebody, check this one out. You'll always hear people go, you know what? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll take care of it later. I'll have a nice day. I'll call you tomorrow. Allah. They're just saying Allah, and they don't even fucking know it, like a bird.
You know, especially in this kind of this form, you hear them say, "It's a law of the universe." You know,
Is that true? You know,
they
it's
say
just
this so
weird
many
to me.
times, and just I'm like thinking to myself, "Damn."
Like, it's just weird to me how that's just like a frequency. And remember this too: the Quran is a song, not a book.
I agree with that.
Yeah, when it's being
Interesting.
recited. Yeah.
Right. And that's why it's like, it's known that, you know, that's why I remember first time I talked to this brother and I was like, yo, the politics, the blah, 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 what do we, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, dude, have you memorized the whole Quran yet? And I was like, what? I was like, no. He's like, well, go memorize the whole Quran and then talk to me about some fucking politics, dude. Shut the fuck up, go study your religion and get off this political fucking bullshit.
Well, he was
Save my
wrong
life.
to. He was wrong to like specify memorizing. It's better to understand it than to memorize it. Ideally,
Right,
you
but
have
he was
both.
right, but he was getting on me like, oh, you need something to do? You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah,
Oh, you need something to do? Well, this is what you need to do. Go
something that'll
memorize
benefit
fucking
you
all
more.
this, dude. You know, but that's where, like, you know, but then, whatever. I'm not, you know, again, I personally, I hold these beliefs in a certain way, but also I don't, you know, I'm gonna try to keep an open mind as the creator would have me have an open mind.
I try to too, but I feel like
Dude, you're
the
so good,
doctrine of
bro. I
Islam
love
is.
this. Dude,
Go ahead.
you guys, you and fucking Jeremy are fucking, you know, I love you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. Shit is hilarious. And
Love you
Blaze,
too,
man,
bro.
loving what you're kicking too. Loving what everybody kicks up in here, really.
And we love what you are down with too. It's always nice, and you're always so sweet and non-judgmental. What a great example for us, you know?
Nah, you're too kind.
That is true. But yeah, in terms of the Trinity, like, I don't believe in the Trinity at all. For me, it just does not make sense. And there are
Not at all.
sects in Christianity, like Unitarian, and for me, it's like that and Islam is basically the same thing, just by a different name. You know, the true like Christianity back in the day, they still had their women covered up. They didn't drink wine or eat pork and stuff like that. It's literally the same thing as Islam, but you know, over the years and over time, they just separated, and different people practiced their own thing, and they were seen as differently.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was Roman. It's like this Roman Greek hostile takeover because, you know, they took Messiah's identity. I mean, as I see it in my research, they took Messiah's identity, slapped a different title on him, gave him different names, and so now he's a Roman man god. And when you start at the front of the book, it doesn't make sense. So you're trying to tell me that God came down to micromanage humanity, to walk out his own instructions, anoint himself Messiah, become the son of Adam, and
And also pray to himself, because
Well,
Jesus
yeah, that, I
prayed
mean,
to the Father, so he's praying.
yeah.
God's praying to himself. What?
Well, and God has a father. He's the root and offspring of King David, and
Yeah,
it's
David and
prophesied.
Ephraim, and who else? Daniel. There's a lot that refer to him as father. So are they all the sons?
Like
Begotten sons.
It's been Hellenized, and I just got into big discussions this week and stuff, and my beliefs caused some issues because there's nothing. I feel like the difference between my faith is I do believe in the resurrection. Now, in the capacity of the sonship, I mean, we have a father saying, "Today you are my son." So I'm supposed to be a daughter of him, and it talks about other believers being sons. So I don't really get into the technicality. Do I believe, Messiah was up above, as an entity there and came down, stripped his humanity? I don't really want to get
Well,
into that. All I know is,
let me say on the note of the son, I think obviously in the Bible and in Christianity, it's a term of endearment. They don't actually mean that all of these sons are the begotten sons. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
A lot of Christians do believe that, and I think they're wrong. But I don't think there's much of a difference in terms of Islam, except that Islam wants to avoid having people think of it as like that, because it can be conflated, it can be confused, or people can think that it means begotten son, like a lot of Christians believe now, that it's been kind of tainted or distorted to be that. So I think that's why they're very clear on saying, that he has no partners whatsoever. وحده لا شريك له, he's alone with no partners, and they are very clear in saying, there is no association with the creation to the creator. There's you can't use these terms, father, son, whatever, because it's only gonna lead to distortion.
And well, I mean, and begotten means, doesn't it mean like brought forth? So, I mean, back in the biblical days, weren't kings considered fathers? I think it's just like you said, a little term of endearment. So for me, I see it up as another version of son worship, because when Messiah walked this earth, they denied his sonship, meaning I think Messiah actually got it through obedience. And then no, they didn't believe that he was the son of God. I mean, even the demons were like, "Hey, we know who you are. You're the son of God." Nowhere does he say, "I am God." He says, "I am." Okay, but how many other times was there people said, "I am"?
And he never once said, "Worship me."
No, he always gave accolades and worship. Told why do you call me good? There's only one good. And I think that the earth is sun worship. Now it's sun worship. So it's all about the sun, right? Because the Jews don't believe in Messiah. The people, Quran, Islam, they don't necessarily believe in Messiah, but yet the Quran talks about him a lot as the Messiah, and it means anointed, right? So
Yep. He's
yeah,
accepted.
so
He's mentioned in the Quran so much. Like the
so
Muslims
much.
love Isa.
Yeah,
Wassalam.
exactly. Yeah. And I think that everything is about sun worship. Everything, everywhere we turn around. Go ahead.
Do you see it interesting though that like the only group outside of in that monotheistic whatever outside of that paradigm that accepts the Christ is Islam? It's interesting.
Yeah, and they want to eat clean.
I disagree. Don't Freemasons believe in Jesus?
Huh.
That's a fair point. I mean, they're Christians though, technically.
Yeah, but like Jesus, who? Jesus as the God or Jesus as the Messiah? See, this is where it's really tricky. So, oh yeah, we worship God. Really? Nowadays I say, which God? Because I don't mind using the name of Jesus if you're talking about the Messiah, but if you're talking about Jesus as God, and the Messiah, yeah, I'm going to just call him Messiah so that we're clear that that's who, we're talking about here. Because if we're talking about God, I really would like to use his name because he does actually have a proper name. But So that's where it's really slick. So they worship Jesus, or they believe in Jesus, but Jesus as who? Because when you take a name and you say the name in Spanish, does it sound like any other Greek god there? So would they ever want to like attack a name and give him a different name? Because when you look up the Greek translation, it says Jesus is a Greek name. Isa is a Greek name for Messiah, but the English name would be Joshua. It literally says that.
See now. Sorry, let me see now. So Jesus basically is the messenger of God. That's what he's in Islam, I think. The messenger,
Yeah,
the
definitely.
prophet. That's
Yeah, he's a prophet of God. Yeah.
right. That's it. He's not the son of God, or because like I understand it.
I'm a daughter,
You know,
so I think you become
okay, in that sense, metaphorically speaking, yeah.
Yeah, but see, I think that people have twisted that as a possibility, and to take Messiah's persona. I think it's the first case of identity theft, if you ask me, because they've taken his persona, put a different name on him, and given him a different title, and then done and only just are preaching from the back of the book, which you can't, in my opinion, prove Messiah without the front of the book. You can come up with a lot of great advice and some really great stories and all that kind of stuff, but you can't prove prophecy with just the back of the book. It's just virtually impossible. And you have the AKA, Christians that only want to, talk about the New Testament, which is great. It's got a lot of great stuff in it, but it's sorry, there's a siren coming. There's a lot of great information and commentary because of what little things have changed. Because what really changed was Messiah took the law of sin and death, the capital punishment if you missed the mark, if you intentionally sinned, or if you sinned, if you intentionally sinned, then it was death, and you knew it to be evil and you still continued it, that was death. So I serve a right and just Elohim God, that now he sent his son. So he's called the second Adam. Pardon me?
You see, his son. He sent his son.
Well, but what I'm saying, okay,
Does
maybe
go
you're right.
beget.
Yeah, he sent a messenger, because in Deuteronomy 18:18, Father says that he's going to raise up another prophet like Moses. And then, we have Messiah saying, you didn't listen to Moses, so you're not going to listen to me. So when I say son, I thank you for that, because I have a distinction of that. I feel it's because of obedience.
Oh. But a son is an identity.
A child. Well,
a prophet is different. Yeah, a dad is different, a mother is different, a son is different. So
see, this is what I mean.
Why wouldn't you use the term prophet or messenger?
It being confounding, confusing terminology when you refer it like that,
Well, right. But then the back of the book calls him the son. In Ezekiel, right? They call him the Son of Man, Ezekiel. So in the back of the book, with Messiah, they call him the Son of Man. He clearly is 100% man. But he became his son through obedience. And I think that's where there's a big breakdown in a lot of things, because I feel like I'm a daughter now through obedience, because I think the first 5 books of the scriptures are vital.
But you cannot compare the incomparable, right? Because a family structure is different than a God. We can't conceive. We don't know whether God has children or whatever, right? So you're trying to explain sort of like the family,
Yeah,
or
family.
that Jesus being the Son of God through a creation perspective. That's faulty. So you can't do that.
I mean, like, what
Because
do
you
you
are
think?
using
You
a
think as a
you
family?
are
Do you
yeah,
think
because
like
you are
I
using a
agree?
mundane terminology. You are using a mundane terminology, son.
Human terminology.
A
Yeah,
human terminology.
It's like a human kind of form of endearment. That's also why it rubs
Yeah,
me the
yeah.
wrong way too.
It totally is, and respect, because I think that we're, Father wanted us to be his spiritual family, and for us to be able to understand, maybe you guys are right that we just do it in the human form that we can understand it, like the order of things.
But to
Because I'm not.
understand it, but to understand the Blaze, all ancient scriptures, we knew that God sent prophets and messengers, right? So it's been always a consistent term. So why
And
wouldn't we assign same description to Jesus, calling
because
him a messenger, because he was an
well,
actual messenger and a prophet of God?
he was, but see, my scriptures tell me that he's my brother, and he's going to be a high priest forever. So I think it's just a term of endearment, of relatedness, like for a spiritual family.
No, that's fine with because he's human, right? He's a man.
Yeah.
So for you to refer to him as your brother in faith or what have you, that's fine.
Yeah.
But with the creator, that's where it gets dicey because you're applying human, terminology to that which is not human, to the creator, which created all of us and everything else.
Well, in all fairness, the scriptures in the 66 canon that we have, it's quoted as, Father saying, "Today I have begotten you, brought you forth." Not like it's been there forever. And then John 3:16, doesn't it say something like, "For God so loved the world"? He, oh my gosh, somebody help me out here. Oh my gosh, I'm doing
forget it.
He gave his only begotten son.
Oh my gosh. Like, thank you. Jeezy peasy. I'm like, all of a sudden.
No worries,
Yeah,
it happens.
right. And who's that?
It shines.
So does God
Hi,
beget?
thanks. So I think it's a way for us to humanly understand that, because after it's all said and done, we're going to be a spiritual family. One, like intention and agreement, and one in purpose.
Yeah, creation in one unity. Creation, yes, right.
Yeah.
You're gonna be all in one unity.
Yeah.
That's creation. I agree with that.
Yeah. So
that's the purpose. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So your scriptures don't say the son part, ours do. So yeah, I can see how it could get a little confusing.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky there because you are putting human qualities on the creator, and that's a separate entity in itself. And he's, the creator is most high. That's it.
You can't do that. See,
Jin's
this
kind
is
of hard to hear you.
basically, it's sort of like you are, what we call, it's some sort of like you associating partners to God. There's a clear association. When in fact God is absolute and inconceivable. You can't do that. You know what I mean? So it's a very, very dangerous attribution. People say that God, he gives birth and begets and he's a son and whatever. Can't do that,
but
really.
why is it so dangerous? Why don't you just check this out? It's just
because
he could do anything he wants. He didn't have to have birth. And there's people, listen to this.
No, I'm talking about the message. Because if you say, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No. But he could do anything he wants. He could have a son and just go, make him out of clay. And, I personally believe that it wasn't.
No, but that's a belief. But no, but what scripture implies? What does the scripture actually tell you?
Well,
Doesn't tell you that God.
It's going to be so many different interpretations, because I don't fit in with a lot of people with my beliefs on Messiah, because I believe that hi Brandon. This is my new friend Brandon that I had joined here too. I believe that Father could have taken Mary's to be husband's seed and placed it in her, because then we go back to
Who created Mary?
Abraham and Sarah.
Who's the creator of Mary? Who created Mary?
Father.
So that's the point. So now, by saying, oh, he created a person, a woman, then he humbled and reduced himself to a creation perspective. Then, by definition, God is all powerful. Then he came. He basically sort of shift to change his identity into a man. Then, by just if you think about it, it means that God, he basically he forgave up all his qualities, being all-knowing, being a creator, being this and that. God doesn't do that, really.
Wait,
God is always everlasting.
I don't believe in the Trinity. Did you just get here skeptical? Did you hear me say that? I don't believe in the Trinity. Is that what you're talking about?
No, but that's what I understand, really, from what I'm personally inferring so far from what you're saying. Because if you
No,
see
I
that
don't believe in
God,
the Trinity. No, I don't believe that God.
Okay.
No. I don't believe God came down, and became man to walk out his own Torah perfectly, anoint himself, and to walk out, the Torah. I don't believe that he is the second Adam. I don't believe he's a 3-in-1 God. No, absolutely not. That's not what the scriptures say.
you said, but you said Blaze, but you said the Father could. This is I believe that the Father could give.
Create a son. No, could create a son. He could create anything, right? So he could create a
Hopefully,
son
I'm not disputing
without a
that.
woman,
Yeah,
whatever.
obviously.
Yeah. No. It's a big divide. And it's so funny because you have truth seekers that will research anything and everything, but you know what? They've got their God figured out here. They have the Roman God figured out here, and they won't do anything. And they're digging their feet in, and they won't research it at all. It's just the most bizarre things. And I call them the globers of AKA religion, for lack of a better word. And it's everywhere. And I hope I'm not like offending anyone, because this is just my belief and from my interpretation.
Getting a good understanding of where you're coming from. That's all. That's fine.
Yeah,
I
and
get
this
where
would be
she's
great.
coming from, but I still have a problem with it. It's still a little dicey because let's say God created a son, right? Yes, he could create anything. Let's say he created a son. Typically, a son has values or like qualities of the father, right? So to say that he created a son is like, he put a little bit of godliness into this man.
No.
How
I
else
didn't
can you
say that.
have a son without, being a son?
No. I said, could he? I was trying to explain to you guys that I actually believe that Father took this.
You actually believe that he doesn't have any godliness. But then that's still like why I say it's a little bit confounding because
I think we're just off a little bit. He could do whatever he wanted to, but he didn't. I think we're just confusing. No. I think we're confusing. Like, I do believe Messiah was a prophet. And I do believe that there was a term of endearment that we are promised to be the sons and daughters of Father. Now, because he's our creator, I just think that it's just like an interpretation of words. Prophet, and then I have scriptures that say he's my brother. I think it's just a dynamic of explanation how we can say it, because what else could we be called by our creator? What do you think?
Let me tell you, right? Because there's people say, "Oh, I can be in the image of God." What do they mean by that? I can sort of like reflect God on my real world setting, right? Because if the prophet comes to you and preach the message, and you come across that message intuitive and true, by just believing that information you're being presented by that particular prophet to you, It's by definition, originally the message, where did it come from? Initially come from God. It was given to that appointed messenger, and that a messenger come to you and expose the message to you, and you believed it. So the more if you believed and implement it in your life, right? And that message has a massive societal and sociological impact on the country, on the family unit. That, for me, I would say it's a God. So you being in the image of God, I can embrace that. I like that, right? But to say, we are sons of God and we are, no.
Okay, so let me ask you this:
Really,
what is
We
the
say
title?
we are children.
Wait, guys.
What is the title?
Can
Oh,
I
yeah.
make a
Sorry?
small observation? I think it's similar. So this girl says that she believes not in the Trinity, but she does believe Jesus was the Messiah. Messiah, I believe, means king or something like that, or that might be
Anointed.
Mashiach. Yeah, anointed, Mashiach, something like that. What about because the original Trinity is just supposed to be God, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. What if this Trinity is correct, but Jesus is not the Word that they're spoken of, right? Because there's a whole big thing about the Word being Jesus, right? And the Word being there at the beginning of time with God. God spoke, and when he speaks the word, things happen. So like I think that's a pretty big part of it that you guys are missing out. You guys are just discussing Jesus as the Messiah or the anointed one. When they talk about the word beforehand, right? Like God vibrated upon the waters and stuff is some ways that you can like translate it and things like that. And so like it does show to be there in the Genesis, but it doesn't say Jesus,
What's
right?
the word?
It's like the word.
Numpty. What's the word? What's the word then?
Like logos. Logos.
What's the definition of word?
Would you consider
Logo. Well,
this?
it comes from Greek, logos, word, right?
Because a lot of people, the word to them is what is written in the scripture. That's the words of God. For me, that's a limited view. The words could be not only what scripture implies, right?
If you get the word
So,
Messiah, and if you get the word Messiah and you put it backwards, you get Hessian with an M.
Yeah, but that's English. That's an English. That's
Yeah,
something
but
English.
we're just
That
discussing
wasn't true
here
for
the
that wasn't
words.
true for
You
the
know,
Septuagint.
I'm struggling understanding the words because
Could
the
I?
words of God. What's the meaning of the words of God? Just think about it. What's the words of God?
There's no words.
Could I offer something up? What if
Yeah, go ahead.
the word was the instructions, which are the first 5 books of the scriptures? Messiah was simply someone that walked this earth and made the words come alive because he was obedient. So he was with God in the beginning. God had his word and what was going to happen in order to overcome the adversary he knew that would betray him. So the word could simply be instructions, the Torah, the teachings of what
Teachings.
Yeah, because you
Why
guys
are
have
you
that.
limiting? But why are you limiting the words of God in 5 books?
Well, it's a
Yeah.
Tanakh, so
It could be multiple. Why not? Just, do you understand? So why specifically those books? Because there are a bunch of scriptures, right?
Yeah, but they are timelines. They're not all written in the same time. They're all written many generations apart.
Yeah.
So the word is before the fellas, all these people, before we had an agreeable language, literacy, and all that. All we had was the word.
Could the words also refer to our human experience? Because we have all our natural dispositions. We know we have our gut feelings, right? We can distinguish we can know what is right and wrong. That for me is logos. That it could be also a root, a word of God. Not only I have to limit the definition of the words of God in books, right?
Yeah, but there's a place called Lagos in Nigeria, isn't there?
Yeah.
Not?
That's
Yeah,
right. Yeah, West Africa, Lagos.
the word, the Eye of Sahara, where they, you know, this is all fucking celestial related, mate. These fellas back in our past had fuck all else to do, mate, except for fucking smoke weed and look at the fucking stars. You know what I'm saying? So when they say the word and they say the prophets are the prophecies, the prophesizers. They knew what was going on in the sky, and they go, "Oh, I bet you next year, mate, this is going to happen." They go, "Oh, this guy, he's a fucking yeah, mate. He's the king, man. He's the king mathematician." You know what I mean? These things here is just a play to make us come together, man. You know, I'm saying it's like if no, we all come into this thing and where we are now all around the world, and we all think we all think we know better than the next person. You know, our religion is better than someone else's, or indifferences. You know, how God is different to your God, but it's the same thing. It's all the fucking same thing, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I mean here it's basically for me the honest position when every one of us should really embrace is we should never ever constrain ourselves and say and embrace one particular perspective, right? Oh, this faith, because all truth the truth is in all scriptures, right?
Yeah,
But I
but
personally believe.
the truth is what they believe. But if none of the scriptures and stuff like that, you know what I think is the simplest way is the North fella saw what he saw, the South fella saw what they saw, and they both agreed without stepping on each other's land that they both saw the same thing, but one was upside down to the other. But they could never verify it, and they came up with one option: that we must be facing outwards, a flat Earth facing outwards. But the person in the North said, no, this is different. So two flat Earth maps facing each other, man. It's pretty much that's what it all comes down to. I would say the scriptures are saying the same thing over and over, but it's in an upside down.
I mean, this is the point. I love that. See, it's been always the same message, right? Just different prophets, different messengers, different times, and similar message, right? Similar text.
You know, maybe the people
And God is
that
one.
aren't into, you know, I went to Sunday school when I was younger. I kind of know what I need to type of thing, but I guess I come from these angles and these stories and scripts and all that from a neutral point of view, I guess, and not knowing the Bible, not knowing what the Bible said, not knowing any of this stuff.
Yeah.
I think that's the third part of it is that you get the many different type of people, but you also get that person that doesn't follow the crowd. I just was born that way. I never followed the crowd, and I was odd because I just tried to do my own thing. But you know, history is full of you need to follow the trend, or you'll get executed, you'll get exiled, you'll get banished. I think the Beatles had a song called "Followers of Fashion." Jim might remember that one.
Yeah.
That's what it is,
I think.
man.
Don't you think that we're all peculiar? The word would be peculiar.
Oh, I put the cool and peculiar.
Put the cool and
peculiar.
right?
Right? Yeah, percolate and peculiar can be connected. I'm just, I don't know why I said that. Sorry.
You know, you said that you didn't read the scriptures, and I never did until 5 years ago. And there's a difference between reading them and then studying them. And I can't find anything else that really explains the beginning, how he created it, like what's to come, what happened, why it fell. And, you know, it's telling a beautiful story, and it tells how it's going to end. Pardon me?
There is stories. There are stories. There are stories everywhere. It just they are written in various languages which you don't speak, right? For instance, if you are an Arabic speaker and you go to wherever the Quran or the scriptures, right, and you read that, you found similar stories. If you go to Rome, whatever, right, any ancient scripture with a different language, and if you master that language, you can get similar message. Do you understand? So here we've got a similar.
Sorry.
Right?
Yeah.
What I'm telling you is when it comes to how people perceive and describe God and how they attribute God, you can say, okay, it's a divine. Some people can label it, oh, it's a whatever energy or a whatever, right? Some people can give it a different perspective, but it remains a similar entity, right?
Yeah. Can I ask
That's the
Jim a
point.
question? Yeah,
Yeah, go
no,
ahead.
definitely, mate. Definitely. It's all the same thing. So, Jin, there is a word, I just can't remember which vowel they use. There's a word called either sohoro or sihiri. It means sperm, new beginning, maybe the sperm. Do you ring a bell?
In what
Doesn't ring
language?
any bells.
In Arabic, you mean?
So you have the word Sahara, and if you
Yeah.
change the vowels, in Japanese, they either replace the vowels with an I or an O. I would have to look at my phone again. But it sounds
Yeah, I don't know that word.
Sohoro, yeah? So that means something to do with sperm beginning, the start. And funny enough, Sahara in Swahili, Ethiopians, there's another language that uses I called Sihiri, and that is like, it means magic or something else. The point is there's 3 words in 3 different languages relating to the
Sihr
same
in
thing.
Arabic means magic, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is
In
that...
Arabic, yeah, correct. Sorry.
No, you're good, man, you're good. But I'm saying
I
is that we've got
said the
Sahara.
term Sihr in Arabic, not Sahara means, okay, let me explain, right? The term, for instance, Sahara, it's an Arabic term. It's a verb, right? Means, it came from the noun Sihr, which is magic. That's what it actually means. It refers to that, yeah, it's magic.
Yeah. And then the Ethiopian Swahili has Sihiri, which is a similar. I just can't remember. I'd have to look it up again. And then you've got, sorry about echoing. And then you've got the Japanese have a same spelling word, they've just changed the vowels. So if Muhammad and the Arabic started, in my understanding, sorry if I'm wrong, there was 1420, then it means that there was a shit lot going on before Arabic was a thing, possibly. You know, the Japanese have been a power of the world that has been wiped clean to the point that they are just a tiny island. But when the waters were lower, you know, it's quite evident that there's a shit lot more of Japan under the sea, that they were a great nation, possibly surrounded by water that nobody could fucking defeat them. They were just, you know, so the Japanese have been present in South Africa, been present many places. So, you know, it's playing words, I guess.
Yeah.
Even Jin, like, you know, they're finding this stuff. They found some bodies in London, like deep down, like Asian, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
But then that could mean anything. But it's you know, it depends what they think and what we guess, and you know, blah blah blah.
Definitely. It's all Blaze. Still around, Blaze?
I am. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's up?
Cool.
I think it's a great conversation. I love it because I get different perspectives, and yeah, I want you to know, because you weren't here earlier, I didn't have any kind of spiritual upbringing, no religious upbringing at all. That's why I think I can understand and see something that other people can't. And Issa reminded me of, you know, like, people are taught something, and you know, we were all taught that we lived on a spinning globe, and to break down somebody's truth like that it can be like traumatizing. Not everybody can handle it, right? They're just like, I barely get through life. But I love conversations like this.
But did we get taught? Like for me, I know it sounds stupid saying it, but I remember being at school and they said, oh, you know, whatever age I was, and they said, oh, do a homework, do a fucking thing on the solar system, and then you go out yourself and you look it up, and you know this is that and that's that. And then they were talking about, yes, I guess they were talking about the solar system at school. But from an upbringing, it's not a question that we ever asked, was it? It was something that more, you know, it's like my kids, like, unless I show him, my kid is starting to realize that there's, you know, putting the things together. Yeah, it's quite hard for me to say this is how it is, but actually there's millions of people that are still disputing it. You know, you can't tell your kid that, can you? Your wife would be like, "What are you doing, man?" You know what I mean? He's gonna look like a fucking idiot disputing this at the age of 6 at school. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. It's an unspoken, just, you know, everybody's supposed to just assume, you know, that it's already been handled. Shape of the earth, what are you, crazy? It's already been handled. You know, science, it's already been handled. So it's just another way for people to be lazy because somebody else already handled it and they already know the truth because they already searched it out. So don't worry about it. You don't have to. You know, you're good. So us peculiar people are like, wait, I have questions about that. What are you? Just, you know, contrary, you're just trying to create problems. You know, I think it's a spiritual battle. And I think this is written in, I don't know anybody else's scriptures, but mine, that things are going to be happening. And it's going to get a lot worse. And, you know, people are doing evil things and they're going to be accused of doing good things. It's like just the opposite. And I feel like things are happening right now. And I love talking about religion and conspiracies and the lies that we're being told. But none of my friends like to hear about them. That's for sure.
But would you not agree that this is the safest thing for humanity, to give humanity hope? And actually taking that away, because we, you know, at a time before, you know, people knew what was going on and they got really, really, really fucking curious to the point they would take overthrowing governments and stuff and trying to find a way out of this or whatever it is.
I mean, even this is, yeah, you know, we no longer, you know, listen or watch, hear like goodness like on television, on TV or whatever, right? There's only negativity just been. But yeah, so when you come here, have such a beautiful conversation like the one we have in, like you feel being leveled up, right? Yeah.
You sound like you're from the UK, bro.
Oh no, I'm from the UK. No.
Where you from?
No, France.
Oh, okay, cool, man.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just sound so, you know,
Yeah.
sound so familiar to me. That's all. Cool. Well,
Yeah,
cool, man.
yeah.
Nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, pleased to have you too.
Yeah, said love, cool. Said love, else, cool. Yeah. I learned some words in the catering trade, man. You know, it was always like the vulgar stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Enculé de poulet.
Sac passé Napoli.
Napoli. It's a chicken. Napoli.
Yeah, I mean but I think they're winding me up and just teaching me the wrong words because they used to call me a renouille. Maybe because I was sponging off their fucking their weed and stuff. I don't know. But they call me a renouille. And no, renouille's a frog, isn't it?
Oh, grenouille, yeah.
Yeah, they call me something else. Fucking hell, I can't remember now. Oh, I have to remember it.
Yeah.
I think they said put tonka.
Sorry?
Tonka. Tonka. Like I suppose tonka. A parasite, maybe? I don't know.
No, but les parasites. Parasites are les parasites. In France, parasites. Similar thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Tonka. It was like something like Tonka. Sorry to go off topic. Sorry. Just saying hi, you know.
Yeah.
What do you know about the Paris Meridian? the original Paris Meridian. Do you know that history of Paris and the timeline, the GMC and all that?
Not really. Yeah, a little bit, but I haven't delved into the history of to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, if you're from France, I definitely would look into how legitimately.
No, yeah.
How
Especially, I don't live in Paris, but I live in the extreme southeast, almost between Spain and France. So,
and you
to be
guys
far,
would
yeah.
be, and if you think about it, if you're from Paris, what would you be called? You'd be called a Parisian, wouldn't you? And a Parisian is a
Parisian,
Persian.
yeah, Parisian, yeah, Parisian, yeah. Yeah. All right, mate. And the Earth is flat, the stationary, right?
It sure is.
The stationary plane. So.
Where did you get that idea?
And enclosed.
Yeah, it's like honestly, the issue of the firmament or the dome, I doubt it a little bit because some say, oh, it could be a dome. You know, a dome is an enclosed, obviously, something. But in actuality, what about if the firmament could be an extended, infinite, like whatever? I don't know. It's like the plane. Are we actually on an extended plane, or is the Earth we stand on is limited? Is finite?
Sorry, I missed it. I was typing somebody.
Percent.
What's up, baby?
Sorry, I got my battery went flat.
Is the Earth Is the flat Earth extended, or is it finite? Is it infinite or finite?
Allahu alam. Only God
Allahu
knows.
alam.
It's finite.
Do you speak Arabic, bro? Percent.
I do.
Okay. Nice. I do as well. So is it Jane? Let's ask Jane.
Yeah.
Is the flat Earth finite or infinite?
Well, I would say this: it's going to be forever. As far as I know, it'll exist forever. It's going to outlive me anyway. So it's going to be forever.
What's the evidence?
How far it extends, I don't know. I don't know how far it extends. I don't know that. But it will be forever living. It will never die. It's regenerated. That is the beauty of Allah's creation.
What would you call a flat Earth? That is a north and a south flat Earth map facing each other. What would you call that? You call it flat Earth, but you call it like dicentric flat Earth, or
North and south facing each other?
Yeah. Joined at the equator.
Flat. If it's flat, it's a flat Earth.
Like as you're going south, you're also going north?
Wait, so would it be like a taco?
No, it would be. It depends what you mean by taco. I would just say like
just the sides of the shell facing each other. Is that what you're talking about?
Because you curl a taco, don't you? How about like two hi-hats facing each other? But it's not the extreme that you think of as the equator. You're looking more of a Ford badge.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, and then and just it's just slightly, but we're in a basin, you know. That we've got basins all over the Earth. So pretty much, when you say, well, how can we say that we're in two basins facing each other? Well, it's kind of what's the word? Elementary? I don't know. But it's trying to think what to call it, because I've got all the dimensions, I've got all the maths, and I'm plotting out. I'm just working on gases at the moment in different states and their colors, and recording all their, that's where I'm at. I'm pretty much close to completing this. But I was talking to a guy called Sean in the chat.
Yeah, that's
and
me
we were
right here.
talking about, hey Sean,
Hey,
hey
what's up,
man,
buddy?
sweet, yeah man. And we was talking about like reach and stuff like that, and I got close to a certain reach of like 2,000 or whatever I did. But if you slightly concave both flat Earth maps, then you can get the same things, because pretty much in any direction in north or south, you're pretty much walking in a flat linear fashion, wherever you're going. It's probably dipping more towards the poles or wherever, but it could be dipping up, so actually elevation, inclination, all these things that we know about or should know about, the magnetic equator. The fact that we don't use our magnetic equator is because we can't get any accurate readings of it. It's either too north or too south. So they moved the actual proper equator down to 10 degrees lower, calling it the equator that we've got at the moment. But actually, we're seeing it up ahead when we're at the magnetic equator. No. It's physically up ahead at the magnetic equator, but we're seeing it, thinking it's up ahead.
I'm kind of confused by when you're saying facing each other.
You get a north projection and a south projection, and you face
as well.
Right. You get a north map and you get a south map. You glue them together. You face them together, and then you glue them at the edges, and then you inflate slightly.
How many maps do we have?
How many maps? Well, we would
In the result, only one, right?
Oh, only one. Yeah.
Reality one. So why would you have like one or two just stand? Like, it's confusing.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying, because the only thing I could think of when you're saying that would be concave, but
yeah, but flat Earth is inside, isn't it? It's got a barrier. It's got a thing. It's got a that. You're pretty much or half of it. But no. But I don't support this concave sphere, all that bollocks, and celestial sphere and all that. No, but flat Earth has always been half of an interior container. The container. When we talk about gas pressure, it's in a container. So logically, you're a concave Earth that's looking out of a glass bowl, but you're still
like a roulette table.
Roulette table, but two roulette tables facing each other. You've got it, man. That is my fucking model in a nutshell, mate. Fucking
Then
yes, mate.
But then how would you travel from one side to the other? Or...
One side of what? You would pretty much use the equator as normal. Everything's as normal, but you don't realize your orientation when you're getting near the magnetic equator because of the distortion, your readings, you can't, and visualizations above things at 10 degrees. That's why when you look at the sun radiation onto the earth and all the horizon and azimuths, you all see it's coming from the fucking south. It's never above the earth on the flat plane. In the you know what I'm talking about? That angle's about 10 degrees, always coming from the south.
You mean like the azimuth of the sun, where
yes,
it is compared to the horizontal to the horizon? I mean,
yeah, if you can visualize and agree what I'm trying to explain. So, which means, but if it's not 10 degrees off, there could be anomalies of about 6.6 degrees off. I'm trying to get the numbers down.
Can I ask you a question, though, Ron? But the only problem is, Ron, when we look at the Earth from our perspective, our position, looking towards the horizon as far as we can see, the sky meets the land. There's nothing else. There is no like lip or curving upwards, is there at all? 360 degrees, mate.
Right. If you were to
the horizon is just a flare and it's not a physical hump.
Right. If you do the math on a sphere, your drop or your curve up, if you want to go, what we're talking about, would be 0.009 degree tilt up, right, per kilometer. Now, if you're in two flat Earth basins, you've got twice their height is half of the diameter, right? So when you do that math there, you realize that the fucking tilt up is about 0.001 degree per kilometer. And as we go into a vanishing point, you got to
But
know that a thousandth of a
I'm
degree.
talking about
when you say
picture this, man.
the tilt up,
Yeah.
you're saying that the horizon is above your location, your zero.
But by a fraction, by like I said, that's 1, 2, 3, 5. You're looking at
So if I'm on a beach, so if I'm on a beach, and I'm looking out into the ocean, and I see something at 10 miles, how high would that horizon be from me?
fucking up with how high would the horizon be from you? That's
Well,
your
that's what you're
hypothesis.
saying. You're saying it's concave.
So I'm thinking like Jen just said, like a concave.
If you're talking 10 miles, you're talking 16, right? So you're talking about you're talking about 16 of a degree. I can hear someone.
Yeah, someone's got a radio on there. Hot
Yeah,
mic
they're in the
whoever it
back.
is. Sorry.
Well, when you take not
Sorry.
0.9 or
I've been talking. I wonder why people
0.009
are talking over me.
and divide
I wonder why.
360
Sorry,
into
Lemon.
0.009.
Lemon, 1
What's that?
second. I was being talked over. I wonder why.
But see, that's what I was asking.
Low, so sorry about
I
that.
think
just wanted to
Riven's
say about
talking in the background, but it's really low. Can you hear him?
Not really. But Realm,
but I'm not sure.
Yeah, can you finish what you were saying, Realm? Because that's I was
Can
trying
you
to
hear me?
understand it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but
Can
I
you
was
hear me?
asking. Realm was in the middle of saying something,
Yeah,
and then
we
you
can
started.
hear you, mate.
No,
Sorry,
because I was
just wait
talking
a
and
second.
no one could hear me, could they? So like, I was wondering why everyone was talking over me, but I was trying to say that guy said.
Yeah, you were coming in very
0.06.
low, mate. Welcome to the server, anyway. But if you
He
could
said
just hang on a
0.0.
sec.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jin. He said 0.06, didn't he? Like the little degree away that about the fucking let's say they've got a mountain that's pointing away from you because you're supposed to be over the curve, so you'd expect to see the mountain pointing away if it's over a curve, right? You got about that
You would
degree, the
actually
angle.
get a shorter measurement from where you were. So if you're trying to
Yeah,
measure a mountain, you know the height, and then you go back to your original position, the mountain's going to be curving away, and it's going to be lower. But it's shrunk as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but that is what we see. But before we change the subject into something else, can we answer the question about what you see over the ocean? Because I mean, Brahman, you're literally just kind of just diverted it from where we started before you got here.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is because you can hear me when I jumped in.
I know, but before you even got here, we were talking about something, and then you jumped in, and now you're talking about something different.
You stop fucking complaining, you little bitch.
Because I was the one having the conversation with him.
All right, then what's the subject then? Sean G, what was the subject?
Realm was, we were talking.
I heard him talk about
Lemon,
the
can you
degree
stop
of
him, please?
angle, right? 0.6, he said 0.6 just a minute ago, and I got on the mic. Okay, every time you do your maths right about the globe, when you every time you expect to see something, right? You never see it because they're
Okay,
always
so
right.
it's between 0.006 and 0.009. Brahmi, all I was going to reveal was that it's just the globe in reverse. If you take 360 and divide by 0.009, that gives you 40,000 kilometers just in reverse. I think the person who was speaking about that number is a concave earther. So I'm basically pointing out that it's just the globe in reverse if you go with that metric. But if there's no curvature, why the heck are we going concave or convex with 40,000 miles divided by 360 degrees to get the amount of degrees per kilometer? Why are we doing
the problem?
that?
Hang on, stop. Lemon, hang on. This is what the problem is, because literally, we were in the middle of figuring out what he's trying to explain, and everyone started kind of chiming in on it and just cut him off from explaining.
Stop bitching about me
He never explains. No offense, he throws out numbers that are just basically toward the concave model, as far as I can see. If he's just taking 40,000 kilometers and making it toward a concave model or whatever, I mean, at that point, it's just the numbers in reverse.
But that's what I'm trying to understand, because he said flat Earth, and we kind of alluded to concave, and he didn't really say that. I was literally trying to get to see what he was saying, and Brummy chimed in as if I was arguing it with the guy.
Stop talking about me again. Stop talking about me.
No, he just made look, Brummy.
Much love, Shanti.
Hang on, Lemon. Hang on a second, please, Brummy. He's just stating a fact. That's all. He's not pointing a finger at you in a vindictive way.
Jin, every time
I literally wasn't.
Look, he's talking over me now. Every time I talk, Geezer cannot let me talk ever.
Lemon,
He's so jealous of me.
The conversation that was had a second ago just stopped because of Brummy's bullshit.
All my videos, He knows loads about me. He studies me. He fucking knows a lot more about me than I know about him.
No one cares about this personal grudge you have.
Okay,
Can we continue what we were talking about before? Because I don't care. Realm,
Yeah, let's
can
go
you
back
finish
to
what you were
where.
saying?
Yeah, go on, Sean G. Go ahead, Sean G.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead, Sean.
well, I'm not sure if you remember. I was asking about when you look over the ocean, what
Right.
if you're saying that the horizon actually rises above your zero?
That's where we were, and we were asking Realm to explain that because I thought that was concave.
Yeah, that's what I was. I would assume it'd be concave, and the only issue I would see at that point would be if it does rise above zero, not just optically appears, but you're using tools and it does, you'd be underwater.
Right, and this is where
want to make this
what's
clear.
his name? Lemon was coming in with the reverse
Listen,
globe,
can I
basically.
Jen, I just want to make this very clear to people. I am not a sphere earther. I've made up a model a year and a half ago, and I tried everything else because I wanted to see if there was anything else out. Went back to that model there, and it's two flat Earths facing each other. So don't go to this concave thing, stuff like that. It's not circular.
Okay.
Yeah?
Well, I think that's where we're kind of confused at, Realm, because when you say it's two flat Earths facing each other, I don't think we're able to visualize what you mean by that.
A bagel.
That's the problem.
A bagel. A bagel might be the best way of describing it. Flat on both sides.
But then there's a flat Earth under the top flat Earth?
Fuck, they're facing each other. It's a monopole. A monopole, both of the South Pole and the North Pole are the same thing.
Could you like a draw illustrator kind of just draw it real quick? Because for me, I'm not sure if anyone else is, and they can help me, but I'm not visualizing it.
A forward badge from the side.
Forward badge from the side. You put a forward badge earlier,
from
right?
the side.
Sean's never seen a bagel before.
I've seen a bagel, haven't I? You know, the Jewish bun with the hole in the middle,
Here we go.
like a donut.
Here we go.
How does that look? I mean, come on, man. What are we looking
Here we
at
go.
here?
Tesla's UFO. He tried to fucking tell us all what the fuck was going on.
So what would be the top, and where would be the top? See, I see what you're looking at, but I'm trying to distinguish where things are. So one side is what you're saying, and the other side, like that, you mean?
They're just facing each other.
But when you say facing each other, I think everyone's thinking they're sideways, and they're like as if you're standing up and you're looking at someone standing in front of you. That would be the face of what I'm imagining.
There would be two people basically, Realm, facing each other.
Yeah, that's where I think.
So where's the other bit that's facing that bit?
Sorry. Your heads are touching then. How about?
Still hard to visualize, man.
One's upside
visualize.
down. One's upside down, and the other person's right side up. You've got your pole from the south is going up a mountain to the middle, and then the opposite things happen in the top. They're going up the North Pole, and they're going towards the center.
Wait, so is the bottom of what you posted where people are too?
Yes, that's the South Pole at the bottom, and then it goes towards the center, the mountain, and then you turn the picture upside down, and the same thing happens.
Oh, okay. So
this is the genie of the lamp.
And you're not saying sphere, but you're saying the same idea where there's a top and a bottom of it, but just not a sphere shape.
Yeah,
it's an oblate spheroid. It is honestly an oblate spheroid, or geoid even.
Pretty much, I would actually agree with Jin for once. Jin, you're right.
Look at the contour. Look at the contour. You're not saying you're dipping down. Look, forget about that knobbly bit at the top and the bottom. Take that away. That's just the fucking whatever something else is. But you're pretty much going down the slope. It's flat, it's flat, and then you need to figure out a way that people don't really notice. Well, I'm sure that there's enough fucking soil on the left and enough soil on the right for people to naturally fucking. Yeah, the curvature is going to be a lot more rapid near the equator, but this is the magnetic.
That's right.
equator.
This is what we're saying now, and we don't.
Not,
well, we're not experiencing that though, are we? When we live our daily lives, or when we go on holiday periodically through our lives.
How many people live? Bruv, how many people live at 10 degrees north?
Oh dear.
Okay. Yeah,
There'd be people that would see the differences, but it's all a play on what does the solar system look like. If the solar system looked the same as this, but a lot smaller in the sensor, then there's ways that we can explain this. Like I'll put up a picture of the galaxy.
You see, the problem is,
on the
I'm not
bottom?
experiencing that. I'm not
I don't see
experiencing
it.
what you're saying.
I'm still not seeing it.
Just for the record as well, I mean, Tesla is like, a globe hero. He absolutely figured out some very cool things about the Earth as a globe, and he's the father of radio astronomy.
I would, when you finish, sorry.
Is this?
No, I'm finished. Totally finished.
So the bottom. So the bottom one would be the we're seeing galaxy wise. See, I'm not understanding what you're saying. Is what it is. I don't get how it's shaped.
Oh, same, honestly.
And also Tesla would have been able to measure the volume of Earth as well. Think about it.
And actually,
you need the numbers.
Okay,
sorry.
Here's one question I have
I just want to give you an award very, very quickly. Okay. You're one of the very few people that has actually managed to confuse a complete room of globers, flat earthers, and others. Thank you. That was amazing.
Okay, so in that bottom picture you have, Rome, that what looks like a galaxy to me, but you're saying that people live on the top of that and on the bottom of it.
Not the apple, but the two flat Earths facing each other. Your surface area can be the same in any model, but you need to.
I'm not seeing what you mean by facing each other.
But this is the point. It's a made up idea. We can't say that.
The concept, because the main point is we don't experience what he's proposing or what he's postulating.
Okay, I would assume the realm. I would assume. Imagine. Okay, 3 flat earthers, 3 flat maps facing each other. Then whatever. No, nothing really.
But when you say facing